What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. American Comics Top 10 Heroes 1 TT001, Magic Book Inventory, Top 10 Superheroes. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe, New York City, USA that night. There is no moon or star in the sky, and a few gray clouds are scattered, making it look drowsy. The whole city was shrouded in night, still brightly lit, like stars. A spacious study room is filled with magic runes that are as vast as the sea and glow with mysterious luster. Those billions of magical runes danced, intertwined, and changed in the air, condensing into characters full of magical colors, and then quickly dispersed. And the source of all these strange scenes is the magic book on the table in front of Zian, a handsome young man with an oriental face. It's almost done. His fingertips kept sliding in the air, and in his clear eyes, the pages of the book that were constantly flipping automatically and rapidly were reflected, and his eyes became more and more excited. Some time ago, Zian traveled to this world. Through the photo of Tony Stark on the front page of the New York Times, I learned that I came to the Marvel world. Then, because he didn't have the necessary system for awakening traversers, he panicked. This is not in Shang's world. A major Marvel event with far-reaching implications can happen on Earth almost at any time. And ordinary people are involved in it, and there is not even a little room for resistance. Not to mention that Zian traveled to New York. Most of the big events will happen here. The rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. Zian, who has neither of the two, and has no system around him, is very worried that he will not know how to die when the time comes. Fortunately, without a system, he has a magic book of contracts. After research, Zian found that the magic book is very powerful. I can write the content of the magic book at will, and then the content will be synchronized to several worlds and made public. What Zian is doing now is to complete the writing of the contents of the magic book. The content on it has gone through countless deliberations, and it is finally determined that as long as it comes out, it will inevitably arouse countless emotions. Almost finished. Without losing his thoughts, Zian's fingertips slid faster and faster in the air. The magic runes rolled around and immediately became more active, and the light was dazzling, like raindrops dancing in a violent storm. Finally, snapped, following Zian lightly snapped his fingers. Advertisement. All the magic runes that were constantly dancing in the air suddenly solidified at this moment, and then they were all neatly arranged in an instant, pouring into the pages of the magic book like a tide. The magic book that kept turning pages before was slowly closed as the blank pages were engraved with magical luster. The light in the study gradually dimmed. Call. Seeing this, Zian wiped off his sweat, breathed a sigh of relief, and held the magic book in front of him in satisfaction. It's done. The voice fell. On the cover of the book engraved with mysterious runes, gorgeous patterns spread out, gradually changing into 8 large characters. Inventory of the top 10 superheroes. As long as the content I have compiled is published, I will definitely gain a lot of emotions. Zian flipped through the contents of the book again, and the look of satisfaction in his eyes became more and more intense. I'm starting to look forward to the reaction afterward, and the rewards I'll get. He murmured with joy on his face, and waved his hand. The magic book instantly turned into golden light and disappeared. At the same time, villas on the shores of Malibu, Los Angeles. Facing the sea breeze at night, Tony Stark lay back on a deck chair by the open-air swimming pool, reminiscing about another rescue operation that had just ended successfully. The world needs me. It needs Iron Man. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he sighed with pride. It has been a long time since Tony Stark became known as Iron Man. And he himself enjoys the attention. Every time he completes a rescue operation, he will reap this joy. At this time, a deep voice came from behind him. You are not the only superhero in the world, there are many people who are silently giving. Tony Stark squinted his eyes when he heard the sound, turned his head to look, and saw a bald black man standing behind him at some point. Who are you? He became vigilant and immediately raised his pistol at the opponent. National Security, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, Nick Fury. The bald black man took out his ID from his pocket and showed his identity. Nick Fury. I've heard of you. The vigilance in Tony Stark's eyes remained undiminished, and he slowly frowned. Your people have already looked for me. It was a very unpleasant experience. Advertisement. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already sent Agent Black Widow to contact him before, trying to get him into the group by seducing him. This made Tony Stark very unhappy. JARVIS, tell the police to get this guy out, he yelled. It's just that after his voice fell, the voice of the artificial intelligence butler JARVIS did not sound for a long time. Your skills need to be improved. Nick Fury looked at each other with a half smile. Doing things like this makes you S.H.I.E.L.D. unpopular with me. Apparently S.H.I.E.L.D. hacked JARVIS systems. Tony Stark became more and more unhappy when he realized this, and the hand behind his back immediately touched the battlesuit gauntlet on the table next to him. At this time, whoosh, the space above the heads of the two of them suddenly swayed out of thin air with many ripple-like folds, and then quickly turned into a black whirlpool vision. 2 magic books flew out. Tony Stark and Nick Fury subconsciously took the book into their hands by accident. Is this your trick? Nick Fury looked down at the rather quaint magic book in his hand, exuding a strange atmosphere, and frowned and questioned the other party. No, I'm also wondering what the hell this is. Tony Stark said quietly. At the same time, he opened the book in his hand in doubt. On the first page, I saw open black lens bracket top 10 superheroes close black lens bracket. It could be some kind of supernatural phenomenon. Nick Fury's eyes were serious, and he also opened the book. He has learned before that there is actually a magician in the world. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director responsible for dealing with supernatural threats to Earth, he at the moment is very worried about whether some evil magician is trying to do something bad. Anyway, that statement has caught my attention. Tony Stark looked at the title on the first page and raised his brows. Since it's a list of the top 10 superheroes, I might be in it. After a pause, he added confidently, and, basically, it's either first or second. You are not the only superhero in the world. Nick Fury looked up at each other. Tony Stark curled his lips. Wait and see. 002. From the gods, everyone is shocked. When Tony Stark and Nick Fury, blowing the evening wind that belongs to the summer night, discuss who will be the so-called top 10 superheroes and how they will be ranked in the end. To the east of Los Angeles where they are located, there are more than 12,200 kilometers of Himalayas, still shrouded in bitter cold wind. Scattered snowflakes fell from time to time in the sky filled with dark clouds, and at a glance, the entire mountain range was covered under thick snow and ice. At the foot of a certain mountain in the entire mountain range, there is a small town called Kathmandu. At the moment it was just dawn, and the whole town hadn't woken up yet, and the residents were still asleep. They don't know that Kamar Taj, a mysterious place known only to a few people, is hidden in Kathmandu. There are many practitioners who transcend the world, and most people in the world have only heard of them in legends. Practitioners have already begun to gather at the Kamar Taj dojo for morning exercises before the sky is bright. As these people began to move their hands and feet like dancing, golden magic energy condensed out of thin air in the air around them, outlining mysterious rune lines. The mysterious magical energy immediately began to spread and curl in the air, creating waves of ripples. And when these Kamar Taj practitioners are meticulously performing morning exercises, there is a figure standing in front of everyone, supervising them. This is a bald woman, wearing an orange robe all over the body. The skin is as round as white jade, and the facial features give people a sense of intimacy, but at the same time reveal a sense of supreme majesty and inviolability. In a pair of black eyes, there seems to be a universe full of stars, so deep that it seems to be able to see through everything. She is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, is the most powerful magician in the entire Kamar Taj, the master of all practitioners. For some reason, I always feel that something extraordinary is going to happen. Ancient One magician looked at the serious disciples in front of her, and her heart throbbed for no reason, which made her frown slightly. At this time, in the mid-air, ripples and folds suddenly appeared, and immediately condensed into a black vortex. She raised her deep eyes and looked, just about to make a move. But in the next second, a magic book exuding a strange aura suddenly flew out of it and fell towards Kamar Taj. Ancient One squinted his eyes, raised his hand that was like a white jade carving, and gently hooked his 5 fingers. Even if there is a majestic golden magic energy, it changes rapidly in front of him, condensing a mysterious magic circle. Immediately after the center of the magic circle, endless golden chains were shot out, tightly winding the magic book, and dragging it in front of Ancient One magician. With her cultivation base, she can't see through the origin of this book at all, and can't distinguish the aura above it. This made the Ancient One magician have to face it seriously. But after staring at the magic book in front of her for a long time, she still didn't feel the slightest hostility, so she raised her hand to remove the magic suppression on it, and received it in her hand. A magic book. Ancient One magician looked at the words on the book cover and was slightly taken aback. Master, what is this? At this time, Modu, the eldest disciple of Ancient One magician, also stepped forward with doubts. Advertisement, I can't see it, only that it doesn't appear to be dangerous. The Ancient One magician shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. For this book that came out of nowhere, she still couldn't see through it, she could only feel that there was an energy in it that even she felt afraid of. And Modu on the other side was equally shocked when he got the response, is there any existence that even the Sorcerer Supreme can't perceive? Before he lost his thoughts, he widened his eyes and turned his surprised gaze on the magic book in Ancient One's hand. And at the moment, Ancient One has turned the first page. She was curious about what the owner of this book would record in such a book. As the pages turn, what caught my eye was, inventory of the top 10 superheroes. At the same time, Court of the Nine Realms, Asgard. In the resplendent Asgard, a grand enthronement ceremony is being held. Thor, dressed in a silver battle armor with a flaming battle robe on his shoulders, was burly and majestic, and walked into the hall with Mjolnir in his hand. Countless people around Asgard cheered and jumped for joy. After today, Thor is their new king, who will lead Asgard to a brand new great future. Thor has finally matured. God King Odin looked at his elder son with eyes full of relief and smiled. In order to train Thor into a qualified successor, he has put in countless efforts. Seeing that he has been recognized by everyone in Asgard, how can he not be proud of it? The Queen of God also took his arm and looked at Thor kindly. Only Loki stood aside with a sullen face, not saying a word, with complicated emotions. From childhood to adulthood, all the cheers and applause belonged to his elder brother Thor, and he would never be recognized by his father. But in his opinion, he is obviously better than the latter, and he should be the one who ascends the throne at this moment. At this time, whoosh, a miniature black vortex suddenly condensed on the top of the hall, and several magic books fell from it. Where is the attack? Seeing this, Odin was furious as if he was facing an enemy. He had fought countless enemies in his life, and he never imagined that someone would dare to make trouble on the day his son was enthroned. The voice did not fall. He has jumped up and swung the spear of eternity to slash at the falling books in the air. Boom! The divine power is surging and roaring, and the spear of eternity seems to be able to penetrate everything. However, next second, the tip of the spear went straight through the book, which seemed to come from a higher dimension as if it were nothing. Advertisement Odin's attack fell short. Several books fell on the throne of Loki, Thor, and Odin without any delay. What's this? Thor subconsciously caught the book with doubts on his face. The same goes for Loki. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Asgard people also became uneasy. This kind of method is another attack from the Tiantian group? Who dares disturb my ceremony in Asgard? God King, led us to fight. Could it be that Prince Thor's ascension to the throne will not be recognized? For a while, all kinds of speeches converged into a clamor. Quiet. Odin quieted the scene with a commanding low cry. Then he dropped down to the throne and reached for the book. As soon as your fingers touch it, you can feel the unfathomable energy exuding from that simple and mysterious book, which is boundless. This is probably an item from the supreme god. Odin's expression suddenly became serious, and he turned to the first page of the magic book, which read, Top 10 Superheroes. Loki next to him also saw this page, and immediately stood up with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Father, as the god king of Asgard, naturally he must get enough recognition. As he said that, he glanced at Thor. We might as well see if Thor is on this list, and it won't be too late to continue the enthronement ceremony. Loki, everyone can see everything about my past, whether I have the qualifications to be a god king. There is absolutely no need to ask for proof. Thor knew what Loki was thinking. The latter had been coveting the position of god king, so he frowned and refused directly. Oh, hearing this, Loki raised his eyebrows and said strangely, could it be my good brother who feels guilty that he can't be among them? God kings shouldn't be timid. Snort. Facing the provocation, Thor's straightforward personality took the bait directly and said sullenly, I just think that based on my achievements, it is inevitable to be ranked among the so-called top 10 superheroes, and there is no need to waste extra time on it. It's just that if you really want to see it, I don't care. Odin heard the conversation between the two brothers and nodded. In this case, let's read the contents of this book first, and then make a decision. At the same time, I thought that this book was most likely shot by a powerful cosmic god. After all, even he couldn't destroy the content cast by the consciousness of gods in the book. The so-called top 10 superheroes are naturally very credible. Read down. Odin is also curious about whether he and his son can be listed in the book. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he projected the contents of the magic book onto the hall. 003. Multi-universe, multiple worlds, at the same time. Marvel TRN 414 universe. A new timeline for the X-Men movie universe. Professor X Charles and the members of X-Men also got the magic book. Everyone gathered in the conference room to discuss this sudden, mysterious thing that made people unable to figure it out. After researching, Charles attached great importance to the magic book and found that the magic book could be projected, so he projected the contents of the book onto the big screen. Top 10 superheroes. Cyclops Scott read the words on the screen with a weird expression. Should I say it or not? This book is really weird. Even if I use lasers, I can't attack it, I can only pick it up. So, you say, will we be among the top 10 superheroes? Shadowcat Katie blinked her big smart eyes, looked around with interest and asked. Katie, don't be so naive. How could there be our mutant on this list that obviously has the highest honor? Wolverine Logan Howlett laughed at himself and shook his head. Mutant will never be on the table. Wolverine Logan, who has lived for more than 100 years, has a deep understanding of this point. In the past years, he also fought bloody battles on the battlefield and made countless contributions, but because of his status as a mutant, he lost the qualification to be remembered by the world. And human warriors, some even became famous superheroes. The honor and applause will never belong to mutant. Even not to be stared at with strange and repulsive eyes is a luxury. Think here. The expression on Wolverine's face became more and more bitter. She opened her mouth but said nothing, just let out a long sigh. Sitting at the top of the conference room, Charles had a panoramic view of his performance, and a trace of thought flickered in his wise eyes that contained the vicissitudes of life. No, Logan, don't be so downcast. This book is special. I've spent my life fighting for all mutants to stand tall under the stars and have the same opportunity to chase their dreams as anyone else, he said. And that's just the power we mutants are born with. Charles was not in a hurry, but said firmly, perhaps, in this book, we will have the same equal treatment. He could feel the energy contained in the book. Even his psychic ability can affect this book. Charles speculated that this magic book might belong to the gods. When he used the brainwave strengthening machine before, he had learned some superficial things about this aspect. Whether it is human beings, mutants, or others, in the eyes of the gods, there is no difference. That's why Charles said those words to Wolverine. Advertisement, Professor. Logan raised his eyes upon hearing this, but hesitated to speak. As for the other young mutants around, they were even more interested after hearing what Charles said. At this time, suddenly, bursts of mysterious and vast aura emanated from the magic book, and the words on its pages also began to change. The screen used for projection flickers. Has the content inside started to show? Will there be us? Shadowcat Katie's eyes widened, her pretty face was stained red with excitement, and she looked expectant. The rest of the people also focused on the screen. Same. It's not just in the Marvel universe that gets the spellbook. The DC Warner movie universe beyond the Wall of Origin. Gotham City shrouded in darkness, in Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the magic book that just appeared inexplicably in his hand. His brows were solemn and he was deeply puzzled. His eyes glanced back and forth on the quaint book cover covered with mysterious patterns. Alfred, the butler who brought him hot tea, also noticed the book in the other's hand. Has the young master started to study some strange knowledge again? No, ah foo. Bruce Wayne squinted his eyes and replied. When I just woke up, this book suddenly appeared on my bedside. I checked all the monitors and didn't know how it appeared. After opening it, I found that only the first page has the words, Top 10 Superheroes, and the following pages are all blank. I wonder if it might be some supernatural phenomenon. After hearing the words, the butler AFU put the hot tea on the table, and at the same time raised his eyes and glanced at Bruce Wayne. Top 10 superheroes? Supernatural phenomena? Could it be something you imagined, young master? Maybe you should take a good rest. Hearing this, Bruce Wayne suddenly looked a little helpless. But it is also clear that since he became Batman, all the wounds have been dealt with by Ah-Fu. The latter knows how much he has paid. So the other party always finds opportunities to persuade him to give up his identity as Batman and escape from the Dark Knight of Gotham. Ah-Fu, I'm fine. Bruce Wayne sighed. This book is really weird. You will know it when you touch it, and there will be a mysterious feeling conveyed. Advertisement. It must be very difficult. As he spoke, he was about to hand over the magic book. At this time. Suddenly, a mysterious aura emanated from the magic book, and it automatically turned to a blank page, on which a picture of vast stars was projected. Has the stock-taking started? Bruce Wayne was immediately interested. Among the top 10 superheroes, I don't know if I will have myself. As for Alfred watching this scene, he was also stunned. Metropolis. Somewhere in a rural rice field. Superman Clark Kent lay on his back on the field ridge, looking thoughtfully at the magic book in his hand. This book just appeared suddenly, and as he flew, no matter how fast he exploded, he couldn't escape it. Clark Kent had no choice but to catch it. Feeling the mysterious atmosphere emanating from the book, he curiously turned to the first page, and saw, Top 10 Superheroes, written on it. Top 10 Superheroes? Seeing these words, Clark Kent suddenly became interested. Just when he was about to continue turning the page. The magic book changed, and it automatically turned to the blank second page, and a picture of a boundless and vast universe rolling on the paper appeared vividly. The next moment, Clark Kent only felt his gaze, which instantly traveled through endless stars, across infinite space and time, and saw countless magical worlds. Finally, accompanied by the voice ringing in the ear, lines of words emerged one after another. Multiple worlds, multi-universe inventory, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. The world is more vast than the universe. There is a multi-universe outside the universe, and there are countless different worlds outside the world. You may have different lives in different universes. Close black lens bracket. In this issue, the top 10 superheroes from different worlds and universes are ranked in no particular order, close black lens bracket. Chaoing is not only a codename, they are not necessarily famous, close black lens bracket. They can be both mortals and gods, close black lens bracket, but no matter who they are all to protect the lights of thousands of families behind them, or to protect the hope that is extremely slim in a desperate situation, close black lens bracket. 004. Thor, will definitely be on the list. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. The basement of the Mabry Villa in Los Angeles. The surrounding walls, even Tony Stark's shocked face, were covered with a mysterious halo by the pages of the magic book blooming in front of him. The superhero in this ranking is actually selected from other universes and worlds? His expression was surprised, his tone was raised high, and every word was puzzled. Are you sure you are not joking? The ranking in this book can actually include so many? What is the origin of it? It seems that what we have encountered is not a simple supernatural event. Nick Fury on the opposite side had a dark face and a gloomy tone. A friend once told me that there are omniscient and omnipotent multi-universe gods in the world. Tony Stark raised his head, looked at the other person's face, and found that the latter spoke seriously. He suddenly realized that what Nick Fury was saying was that this magic book, and the so-called top 10 superhero rankings in it, were actually made by an omniscient and omnipotent god. That is to say, what is said in this book is not a joke. Thinking of this, he swallowed hard. It is hard to imagine that one day I will be able to come into contact with the omniscient and omnipotent gods that only exist in mythology. Tony Stark would never have believed this news if it hadn't come from the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. A top 10 superhero ranking that includes countless worlds and universes. At this point in his thoughts, he couldn't help sighing. In other words, the 10 superheroes that can be included can be called the top of the top in several worlds and universes. Talking. Tony Stark turned his attention to the magic book in front of him again. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is to enter the ranking. Anyone, even if ranked 10th, is one of the best superheroes. A series of his reactions were seen by Nick Fury. The latter suppressed the shock in his heart, showing a teasing smile. Are you still confident this time? Snort. Tony Stark heard the other party's question, and said proudly, no matter how many superheroes there are to choose from, and how many worlds and universes they come from, I must have a place on this list. Oh, let's wait and see. Nick Fury laughed. Himalayas. Howling Kumar Taj. After the Ancient One magician received the magic book, he brought his eldest disciple Modu and King Magician back to the room together, and began to study the book. Afterwards, the contents of the magic book began to change. All three of them became nervous, looking at the content projected on the page with solemn expressions. Multi-universe, multi-world. Advertisement. Wong and Modu looked at each other subconsciously when they saw the majestic and boundless worlds and universes displayed on the pages of the book. Each of them saw unprecedented shock from the bottom of each other's eyes. They were originally practitioners, but they felt that they had grasped the truth that the world didn't know, and they were beyond the world. I don't think so. It wasn't until now that they realized that even they were just frogs in a well. The truth they think they control is placed between all multi-universes and worlds, not even the tiniest speck of dust. Grandmaster, the two swallowed, and set their sights on the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. And at the moment, Ancient One stared at the content revealed on the magic book, and his pupils also shrank suddenly. But her shock was different from that of the two disciples. Ancient One knew in his heart that this world is composed of countless multi-universes. And the gods who can spy on the multi-universe, and even other worlds, are probably already stronger than the big universe. That is an existence that has completely transcended the reality of this world. Presumably, the creation of this magic book, and the existence of the book ranking list, have already got rid of time and space, surpassed dimensions. Ancient One was thinking, his voice trembling unconsciously. That is the truly supreme existence. Modu and Wong on the side, when they heard so much about her, suddenly felt heavy in their hearts, and then looked at the magic book on the table with a mysterious atmosphere. All their thoughts were filled with infinite awe. Dominion Asgard. The hall reverberated like the ancient voice of the supreme god, like a great bell. Everyone in Asgard, who had their own thoughts just now, fell into absolute silence after hearing the sound of the magic book starting to change. As a party of gods, they all know how terrifying the existence of the multi-universe and the world can be touched. Multi-universe, multiple world inventory. Odin repeated the announcement given in the magic book several times, stood up abruptly with a moved expression, and said in a trembling voice, "This is the work of the supreme god." He had tried countless times to find the source of this magic book, but it didn't work. It is clear. The maker of the magic book is much higher than him, and he is simply a great existence that he does not deserve to touch. Following Odin's excited voice, the voice fell, for a while. In the main hall, everyone bowed their heads and knelt on one knee facing the magic book tacitly. This is the highest courtesy of the people of Asgard. Advertisement. Even God King Odin bowed solemnly and deeply. Then he looked back at Thor. "My son Thor, if you can be included in the top 10 superheroes list, then the enthronement ceremony will continue." Then, Odin took a deep breath and said seriously, "And, I will take you to the World Tree Center to accept the most sacred baptism of Asgard." Say it all, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. All the people of Asgard were in an uproar. Holy baptism? Even Loki looked up abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. God King. Queen Frigg was also surprised. Everyone knows what it is to go to the World Tree Center for baptism. Odin was the only one who entered last time. Definitely he also paid for his right eye, but what he got in exchange was supreme power. Therefore, the undefeated myth of God King Odin has been created one after another. And now, is he willing to pay the price for Thor again? When everyone else looked at each other, Loki is impatient. "Father, I think there are too many things involved in this matter, and it is too hasty to make a decision like this," he quickly persuaded. "No, it's settled like that." Odin, however, ignored him. Others may not be clear, but Odin has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and understands in his heart that if he can get the approval of the supreme god, it means that this person's future will be boundless. At the same time, it also means that their Asgard has been recognized by the truly supreme gods. That's why Odin has high hopes for Thor. "Thank you, father." Thornton was ecstatic and knelt on one knee in thanks. Loki, on the other hand, closed his mouth in a grieved manner with a sullen expression on his face. As for the others, when they kept sighing about this, they also began to look forward to the list. They naturally hoped that the future king of Asgard would make the list. Let more people know the myth of God's domain. 005. First, the legend of tragic color, Wolverine. Marvel TRN 414, X-Men movie New Timeline Universe. Meeting room. All the X-Men were in shock after everything from the spellbook was shown on the screen. The incomparably majestic voice just now kept echoing in their ears, and every word he said was teasing their nerves back and forth. Even Wolverine Logan was moved. It's not because of the terrifyingly large sentence, multiple world, multi-universe inventory. Close black lens bracket. It's the last 3 sentences. Chawing is not only a code name, they are not necessarily famous. Close black lens bracket. They can be both mortals and gods. Close black lens bracket. But no matter what they are all for protecting the lights of thousands of families behind them, or for guarding the slim hope in a desperate situation. Close black lens bracket. A hero originally is to fight for something. Who said a hero is always standing in the light? For a while, after experiencing a lot, Logan, who already felt that he would never be moved again, felt touched in the deepest part of his heart. So that, a little moved, what he has been doing all his life is to pursue this recognition. Didn't expect to hear it in this place. The other party is the supreme god from countless universes. Storm on the side, as a comrade who has fought side by side for many years, naturally saw Logan's mood swings. Immediately joked, "Logan, according to what the magic book just said in the selection criteria, maybe you will be on the list. At that time, people in countless universes and worlds will know your existence, and that will be an endless glory. By then, people from countless worlds will really remember you." The more he talked, the more intense the smile in Storm's eyes. When the other X-Men heard this, smiles appeared on their faces, and at the same time they began to look forward to the picture when they were on the list. On the other hand, Logan, who had just been touched, quickly returned to indifference. As long as our existence is recognized, that's enough. As for personal reputation, I don't value these things. As he said that, he was in a daze, but it's not certain. Maybe in other universes, another one of us has already completed the cause we are working hard for at the moment. After hearing his words, everyone in the meeting room, including Charles, fell silent. Unfinished business. Naturally, it refers to allowing a mutant to live with his head held high in this world without any rejection or indifference. Advertisement, seriously. I'd love to see that day come too. Katie of Shadowcat, who was quite lively on weekdays, let out a faint sigh. At the same time, 600th World, Gotham City, Wayne Manor. When Bruce Wayne first got the magic book, he had already studied the origin and structure of the book. However, he found that the book could not be removed no matter what method was used. Even the exposed lines were extremely hard, and so was the paper. Therefore, only before did he appear in a daze as he stared at the magic book in his hand. To be honest, I can't think of what kind of creation this book is. But what is certain is that it is definitely not a mortal thing. After Bruce Wayne heard the passage from the book, he suddenly became very interested. Inventory from multi-universe and multiple worlds. Are there really other universes and worlds? He looked at the magnificent, mysterious, vast and infinite world presented in the magic book, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more intense. I don't know what I will look like in other universes, and whether I have accomplished what I want to do. After Bruce Wayne learned about the concept of multi-universe, he couldn't help but start thinking about it. Then, he thought of one more thing. His eyes lit up. Besides, if I can be included in the list, wouldn't I stand out from countless others? After this possibility appeared in his mind, Bruce Wayne's interest in the 10 superheroes mentioned in the magic book took a step further. Actually, Bruce Wayne, or rather Batman, was alone for a long time. In Gotham City, although there are many fans of Batman, many people think that he is a violent law enforcement officer who is outside the law, and he is actually a criminal. It can even be said that most of his fans just worship his violence. There are very few people who really understand and support him. Even the housekeeper Alfred, who has been supporting his work by his side, has advised him to give up countless times. Although Batman has never shaken his mind because of these things, loneliness is slowly accumulating in his heart. So, Bruce Wayne thought, if he was on the list, would someone understand him? Just when he was thinking, advertisement to housekeeper Alfred also stretched his neck, looking at the magic book with surprise on his face. Master, I'm sure this book has surpassed the scope of science. There are always things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Bruce Wayne withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, perhaps, this is from the arm of a certain god. Metropolis. On the rice field. As the magic book in Clark Kent's hand diffused bursts of mysterious fluctuations, changes began to appear. The chirping of insects and the night wind around him seemed to be gently smoothed down by a big invisible hand. The only sounds on the scene were his breathing and heartbeat, and the majestic words from the book. Clark Kent's eyes reflected the gorgeous galaxy and infinite universe presented in the book. His expression became serious, and he sat up straight immediately. He thought maybe the book was telling the truth, because many miraculous things that ordinary people cannot understand are happening to him. I don't know if I have a chance to be on the list. Clark Kent couldn't help thinking, but soon he shook his head and dismissed the idea. Today's Clark Kent has not yet become the well-known god Superman in the DC universe. I just saved a few people before, and I don't deserve to be on the list at all. He scratched his head and smiled to himself. However, there was no sense of loss on his face. After all, Clark Kent would save people out of his innate sense of justice, not for fame or fortune. At this time, the magic book continued to vibrate, and a sound interrupted his thoughts. Top 10 superheroes in multi-universe and multi-universe, close black lens bracket. 10th place. Wolverine, Logan Howlett. Close black lens bracket, reason for listing. He may be too cruel and bloody, not perfect, and his tragic life has shaped this lonely hero, standing up again and again in the face of difficulties, and protecting his own race. Close black lens bracket. The hero will be divided into 5 chapters, telling his tragic life, the birth of Wolverine, war movement, self-salvation, race wars, the last stand, Tomb Wolf, desperate battle. Is there anyone else watching? If there is, I will release 20 more chapters. Is there anyone else watching? If there is, I will release 20 more chapters. Is anyone else watching? If not, I'll ask again later. If so, more than 30 comments, updated 5 times a day. More than 50 comments, updated 6 times a day, that is it. No need to reward flowers or anything. 006. Part 1, The Birth of the Wolverine. Top 10 superheroes in multi-universe and multi-universe, close black lens bracket. 10th place. Wolverine, Logan Howlett. Close black lens bracket, reason for listing. He may be too cruel and bloody, not perfect, and his extremely sad life has shaped this lonely hero, standing up again and again in difficult situations, and protecting his own race. Close black lens bracket. The hero will be divided into 5 chapters, telling his tragic life, the birth of Wolverine, war movement, self-salvation, race wars, the last stand, Tomb Wolf, desperate battle. Following the narration in a solemn voice like Hongzhong Dalu, new lines of words slowly emerged from the pages of the book. Wolverine. Clark Kent knew the top 10 superhero pack was ready to begin when the magic book started shaking again. At the bottom of his heart, he also secretly guessed the names of several superheroes that he knew and might be on the list. However, when Clark Kent saw the name, Wolverine, doubts appeared on his face. He didn't know Wolverine. Looks like it should be a superhero from another universe. Clark Kent thought immediately, but no matter what, since he can be listed as a hero, he is a respectable senior. At the same time, Marvel 1,999,999 universe. In the Marbury Villa, Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark after seeing the word Wolverine and raised his eyebrows with a smile. It seems to say, as if you were not on the list. Before that, the other party had been saying that with his achievements and ability, he would definitely be able to occupy a place on the list. At the beginning of the stocktaking, Tony Stark, who seemed extremely excited, felt embarrassed when he felt the other party's gaze. He blinked and quickly poured a glass of whiskey and took a sip. After taking a breath of alcohol, he said slowly, "This is just the first one, maybe I may be behind." As he spoke, he took another sip of wine, spread his hands and said, "After all, you also know that the protagonist is usually the last one to appear." Nick Fury folded his hands and smiled without saying a word. For a while, the embarrassing atmosphere in the air has not been alleviated in the slightest, and even has a tendency to intensify. Seeing this, Tony Stark pointed to the name that appeared on the magic book and changed the subject. "Wolverine? I've never heard of this name before, it doesn't seem like a superhero in our world." Hearing this, Nick Fury squinted at the scene and text that emerged from the magic book. "Let's read it first, and then we'll talk. Not all superheroes are as flamboyant as you. It can't be said that if you don't know each other, you must not belong to our world. Tony Stark. ... The other side. The foot of the cold Himalayas. Advertisement Kamar Taj Dojo. Inside the room. Magician, do you know this character?" After seeing Wolverine's name, Modu squinted his eyes and tried to think carefully. After confirming that he didn't know the other person, he couldn't help asking Ancient One. The king next to him also behaved similarly to him, and obviously did not know who the first superhero on the list was. Then he also turned his head to look at Ancient One. In their minds, Sorcerer Supreme is not only powerful, but also omniscient. Faced with a difficult problem that cannot be solved, we can only place our hope on her. In my memory, the name Wolverine never came up. The Ancient One magician shook his head slightly after feeling the questioning gazes of the two disciples. Sorcerer Supreme is responsible for guarding the stability of the world timeline, and those who can be on the list will naturally not be unknown. So, after getting the response from Ancient One, Modu and Wong immediately knew each other. It seems that this Wolverine does not belong to our universe. The two looked at each other and then came to the answer. It's just that despite the result, Modu and Wong still turned their attention to the magic book. They are still curious about why this Wolverine can be listed in the top 10 superheroes. This is a list that spans countless universes and worlds. There are more than hundreds of millions of people included in this scope. It is no exaggeration to say that there are countless. Since he can be ranked among the only 10 positions, there must be something special about him. Let's just take a good look, Modu said with interest. Although Ancient One and Wong didn't speak, they looked at the magic book with curiosity in their eyes. At the same time, Court of the Nine Realms, Asgard. After Odin made the verdict that if Thor was on the list, he would take him to the World Tree Center for baptism. The gazes of countless people were all focused on the top of their heads, projecting on the light curtain containing the contents of the magic book. They are all looking forward to the list of the heirs of the God King. There shouldn't be any problems in the middle, right? In the process of waiting, someone couldn't control the tension. It's just that more people are full of confidence in Thor. Thor's growth is seen in our eyes, and he is so valued by the God King, so there is no problem in being on the list. Advertisement? Yeah, what are you talking about? Don't worry, the person in my court will definitely occupy the first place on the list. But in other people's discussion between you and me, the Odin family held their breath and concentrated on the magic book. Next second, the magic book suddenly vibrated. Its content has changed again. At the same time, everyone present was silent, extremely nervous. However, when she saw the name of the 10th Wolverine, her expression changed. Hey, Prince Thor is not on the list. No way? Could it be that the entire list is actually arranged randomly? How could it not be on the list? No matter from which point of view, Thor is qualified to be on the list. Asgard was filled with all kinds of regrets, at the same time. Thor himself was also aggrieved. I'm not selected on this list. How is it possible? Loki's originally tense expression was much more relaxed, and he immediately said sarcastically, now someone is no longer qualified to be baptized. It seems that he is not that good, it's just that he is better at daydreaming, and he doesn't know how to recognize reality. Thor frowned when he heard this, and retorted, Loki, if I can't make it to the list, it must not be because of my lack of ability, it must be because the list is wrong. Loki was about to continue his taunt. Quiet. Odin looked slightly angry, and said in a low voice. The list comes from the will of the Supreme God, don't speculate, it will. Say it all. Every word is entrained with rolling majesty. There was an instant silence. Thor and Loki also suppressed the expressions on their faces and stopped talking. Odin squinted at Loki, then looked at Thor, and there are still 9 positions at the back of the list. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? With such a heart, how can you succeed as the king of Asgard? Thor smiled confidently when he heard the words, Father, I naturally have not lost confidence, I have never doubted my ability. I will definitely be on the list in the future. 007. The beginning of a tragic legend, a frail and sick child. Marvel TRN 414, X-Men Movie New Timeline Universe. In the meeting room decorated with mahogany. After the official inventory of the magic book began, several X-Men in it fell into a brief silence because of their disbelief. Immediately afterwards, they all set their eyes on Wolverine Logan, their eyes twinkling. Logan. Did you see that? Shadowcat Katie raised her hand to cover her mouth, her big eyes were full of surprise. You're actually on the list. For a while, all eyes fell on Logan, with surprise on his expression. Earlier, Logan also said that it is impossible for them to enter this kind of list that carries unlimited honor. As a result, the stocktaking had just begun, and the first name to appear on the list was himself. X-Men, at the moment, can be said to be both a surprise and a joy. Surprised that Logan was on the list, but also happy because of it. After all, Logan is everyone's close comrade in arms. Seeing that he can be on such a weighty list, how can we not be heartfelt joy? At the same time, his being on the list also means that in the eyes of the gods, mutant is equal to everyone else, and they all have the qualifications to compete for the highest honor. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect it to hit the point. Storm also looked at Logan with a smile, his eyes flickering with emotion. As for the expression on Logan's face at the moment, he also looked a little sluggish because of shock. I didn't expect that I would actually be on the list. After muttering and sighing, he quickly realized, guys, don't forget that this list includes countless universes and worlds. The person who might be on the list is actually Wolverine from another universe. However, when he said this, there was a faint smile on the corner of Logan's mouth. However, this is a good thing anyway, the gods recognize our mutant. We are not treated differently. This is enough, he murmured again at last. And just when Logan's voice just fell, the image of the magic book projected on the screen began to change. Part 1. The birth of the Wolverine. Forward. The tragic legend begins in a manor in Canada, from a frail and sick child. Close black lens bracket. Accompanied by the magic book, the extremely majestic voice slowly began to speak, and lines of words emerge. At the same time, among the thousands of vast stars and endless worlds that appeared before everyone's eyes, one of them suddenly began to enlarge rapidly. Soon, the picture was fixed on the 3-story villa full of medieval aristocratic style. 1845, Northwest Territories of Canada. A line of text appears. The picture continued to advance and entered the room in the villa. This is a medieval-style bedroom. The bonfire in the fireplace opposite the bed swayed, and the reflected fire barely illuminated the surroundings. Ahem. A boy with a delicate face but a sickness that can't be concealed, lying on the bed and obediently. Jimmy, you really look frail and sickly. Another older boy beside the bed said this to him in a low voice. See this scene. Advertisement. Logan, who had calmed down, stood up suddenly, leaning forward and staring at the screen with his hands on the conference table. Eyes full of obvious surprise. This move of his immediately attracted everyone's attention. Logan, what's the matter? Shadowcat Katie tilted her head suspiciously. The boy on the bed was my childhood name, James Jimmy. Logan noticed the sight around him, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he explained slowly. During the conversation, although he was trying his best to maintain a calm expression, he couldn't control the ups and downs in his heart. Years of experience have made Logan lower his expectations for many things. Even if he saw that the first person on the list was Wolverine, he would think it should be Wolverine from another universe. But as long as mutant is on the list, it is enough for him. However, the screen displayed at this moment shows that the person on the list is obviously himself. Even Logan, who has gone through so many years, couldn't hide his excitement. And as his voice fell, the X-Men present looked at each other quickly upon hearing the words, their faces brimming with joy once again. Logan, congratulations, you have been approved by the gods. Charles smiled with relief. This is awesome, awesome. Katie Shadowcat is genuinely happy for Logan. Logan, let me just say what we've been doing all along is right. Cyclops pumped his fist excitedly. Congratulations. Congratulations, Logan. The rest of the X-Men also sent their congratulations with smiles. What an honor. It's not just me who is recognized, it's us. Logan was also obviously in a good mood, with a relaxed tone. In the interval of speaking, the images projected on the screen continued. After some congratulations, all the X-Men turned their eyes back to the screen quite seriously. They were smiling, with anticipation in their hearts and focused eyes. Everyone wanted to see what Logan had gone through to be included in the list. And, as the spellbook said before, Logan's cry will be shown. In other words, they may still see things in the future. I don't know, in the future, whether the career we have always wanted to accomplish has been achieved. Logan murmured expectantly. The rest of the people watched the changes in the screen, and they all had such expectations. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe, Marbury Villa. Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark as he watched the image presented on the spellbook. I didn't expect that a sick person would be on the list before you, he joked. Tony Stark didn't bother to talk to him, took a sip of whiskey, and continued to focus on the picture presented in the book. He also wants to know what is so special about a superhero who can be recognized by the gods. The Court of Asgard. Advertisement. Everyone in Asgard looked at each other in dismay when they saw the young Wolverine in the picture. Can a sick guy make the list? It doesn't matter if the first person on the list is immortal, why is he still so weak? Can he really be a superhero? I just don't see what's so special about this little guy. For a while, all kinds of discussions came out. Choose anyone from Asgard at random, and their physique will be better than that of ordinary people. Thor also frowned, questioning a bit. The first person on the list, how could he be chosen? Quiet. Odin was dissatisfied when he heard the sound and interrupted. Superhero, not only the strength, but also the quality. I believe that the supreme gods will not choose people for no reason. Be quiet. When he opened his mouth to speak, the majesty of the God King rolled away like a sea, causing the audience to fall into silence for an instant. At the same time, everyone came back to their senses. Really, there are many powerful people, but few take responsibility. Think here. Everyone in Asgard looked at the projection in the arena and wondered what kind of person this prisoner was to be included in the list. DC Movie Universe. In the luxurious hall of Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the pictures in the spellbook and noticed that the decorations in the young Wolverine's bedroom were all in the style of the 18th century. Alfred next to him also said, could it be a hero of the 18th century? I don't know. Bruce Wayne shook his head and said slowly, keep reading, this is just the beginning, everything is not yet conclusive. Although the first one is not the one he imagined, he still expects himself to appear later. At this time, there was a sudden change in the picture presented by the magic book. Young Wolverine, talking to her friend Victor. Suddenly there was a burst of angry cursing and bumping from downstairs. No, you shouldn't be here again, you know he's mine. Boom. Ah, what did you do? What did you do? Jimmy, are you okay? Hear these voices. The little Wolverine didn't care about her weak body, she got out of bed and ran downstairs regardless of Victor's obstruction. What he saw next made his face turn pale. Father. He saw his father, who had been gentle to him on weekdays, lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were closed tightly and his face was ashen. It seems to have lost its vitality. 008. Brutal Logan, this also deserves to be selected into the top 10 heroes. Father. The young Wolverine saw her father lying in a pool of blood, as if hit by a heavy hammer, and was in a daze for a while. Then he staggered to the side of the latter's body, knelt down and looked sad. His father has always been a warm person, even though he is often lying on the bed when he is weak and sick, he has always taken care of him meticulously. Young Wolverine never expected this to happen. When he raised his head, he saw his mother in pain and tears, and the gardener Logan with a gloomy face holding a shotgun. No, no, Wolverine's mother's voice was horrified, in agony. The gardener Logan looked at the young Wolverine seriously, we need to make him understand that there should be no lies. No, no, Wolverine's mother was already in grief. Seeing this scene, the young Wolverine suddenly clenched her fists. It was self-evident who the murderer was. It's Logan the gardener with the shotgun, outside the magic book. Poor guy. Bruce Wayne watched the scene with a gloomy face, and he felt the same way as he looked at the helpless and sad boy in the picture. In a trance, I only feel that I have returned to the narrow alley immersed in the night when I was young. A robber shot and killed his parents in front of his face. That sense of grief and powerlessness is still turned into a flame to this day, constantly burning and torturing Bruce Wayne's soul. That's why he hates Gotham City so much, for the evils that can't be eradicated in the dark. This is also his original motivation for becoming Batman. Think about it. Bruce Wayne also had a deep disgust for the murderer in the picture. Metropolis. On the rice field. Clark is also infected by the contents of the magic book, even though he was reminded at the beginning that Wolverine is a very tragic superhero. However, after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still moved. Some time ago, the father he feared died in an accident. In the tornado that shook the world, his father resolutely chose to die in order to protect his extraordinary ability from the world. Clark still remembers it vividly. What are you going to do? However, a similar experience made him more interested in the hero Wolverine. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Advertisement. Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician looked at the contents of the magic book and shook his head. I saw a strong killing intent welling up in the child's eyes. Wong and Modu didn't take it seriously when they heard what Sorcerer Supreme said. He didn't take this to heart at all. After all, the boy's father died in front of him, so it's normal to have a strong killing intent towards the murderer. Only, he is a sick little guy. No matter how strong his killing intent is, what's the use? At the same time, the court of Asgard. The killing intent in his eyes is very strong. God King Odin has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, his experience can no longer be simply described as rich, and the murderous intent in the boy's eyes can be seen at a glance. Loki raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, showing disdain. What can a sick mortal even if he has murderous intentions? Indeed, such a young killing intent, I'm afraid I can't do anything. It is also rare for Thor to stand on the side of his younger brother, but he can't take revenge. It is estimated that he will be immersed in hatred in the future, so how did he become a superhero? Just finished speaking. In the screen presented by the magic book. Ah! The young Wolverine clenched her fists tightly, stood up in pain, and screamed to the sky. In the gloomy villa hall, the young man's howling in pain echoed, like a wolf cub who was extremely angry. His face was ferocious and trembling all over, the skin between the fingers on the fist suddenly raised, but a few bone claws that were as sharp as knives pierced through the skin and slowly stretched out. Victor, who was walking down the stairs, saw this, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young Wolverine didn't pay attention to this, her red eyes fixed on her father's murderer, the gardener Logan. Ah! The endless rage in his heart pushed him to rush towards the opponent without hesitation, and the red pajamas fluttering in the wind were like a ball of dancing fire. Pissed. The speed of the young Wolverine was extremely fast. She rushed to the gardener Logan in a few steps, and instantly plunged her claws into the latter's chest. James, he's not your father. The gardener Logan looked at the boy in front of him with a complicated expression. Blood foamed from his mouth and nose, and his voice trembled. You are my son. The words fell. The man's face was full of pain, his body fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and he died of exhaustion. You. What kind of monster are you? Wolverine's mother looked at the bone claws on his hand, her eyes were tearing open, and her expression was full of fear. No. The young Wolverine stared blankly at the bone claw protruding from her fist, and then turned her head to scan everyone present. Her thoughts were extremely complicated. Next second. Advertisement. He also couldn't sort out everything and just wanted to escape from here. He turned around and rushed out of the manor without looking back. For a while off screen, all the people who were watching all this fell into silence. Everyone froze in place. How old is a boy who actually killed someone directly, still have such a strange bone claw? In the Kamar Taj dojo, Modu and Wong looked at each other in blank dismay, with a somewhat astonished expression. Sorcerer Supreme is really right, same. Thor was stunned and shocked when he watched the young Wolverine violently commit murder. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. This Wolverine turns out to be no ordinary mortal. Moreover, it is a bit too cruel for a child of a few years old to directly kill someone. When I was how old, I just started to learn how to hold a sword. Loki didn't expect things to go this way either. I underestimated this young boy. This guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He rubbed his chin with his hand and commented. On the contrary, God King Odin said calmly, a person who can grow into a lone wolf will never be merciless. This made me more interested in this mortal. No wonder he was selected into the list by the Supreme God. The words fell. Everyone else in Asgard began to think. In a villa on the coast of Marbury, Nick Fury looked at the picture and frowned. I take back what I just said. This little guy obviously doesn't look like a good person. Tony Stark's expression wasn't pretty either. Is such a brutal person qualified to be a hero? Also selected as one of the top 10 superheroes? Nick Fury heard the words and said, he is just avenging the fallen man, and it cannot be simply judged that he is a bloodthirsty person. Finished. He looked at the boy in the picture and narrowed his eyes again. In my mind, I thought of a race that lived in a dark world for many years. Perhaps, the first issue of Chawing on the list is related to that race. 009. The X gene determines a person's character, DC Universe. Wayne Manor. The butler, Alfred, was a little uneasy when he saw Wolverine's murder. How can a person with such a cruel heart become a superhero? Could it be that this list is a joke? His expression was slightly ugly. But Bruce Wayne followed the magic book, the petite figure running wildly in the woods, but fell silent. Others may not be clear, but he can't understand the feeling of a loved one falling in front of him. After a while, Bruce Wayne said in a deep voice, if I were in his position, with such an ability, I would never show mercy. Hearing this, Alfred raised his eyes and looked deeply at his young master, with a complex expression, and fell silent. After the death of his parents, the young Bruce Wayne often locked himself in the room. As a housekeeper, he could only hear the other party crying through the door panel but could do nothing. Thinking about it this way, Alfred could also begin to understand Wolverine. If the young master could take revenge on the spot, wouldn't he become the Batman he is today? He thought a little sadly. By now, Alfred could clearly feel that for the young master beside him, he didn't become Batman after he put on a mask. But when he was walking in the sun and bathed in the eyes of everyone, Batman put on the mask of Bruce Wayne, the rich man that everyone envied. So much time has passed, and the real Bruce Wayne still stays in that corner of the crime alley, unable to get out no matter what, crying every night. Can the young master be on the list? Is Batman right? Alfred couldn't help thinking again. He looked at Bruce Wayne again, with a sad look in his eyes. Metropolis. Clark Kent stared at the scene shown in the magic book in his hand, with his mouth wide open, in a daze for a long time. Falling into shock and unable to recover for a long time. Advertisement, he actually, directly started. While he was muttering to himself, the scene of the young Wolverine reappeared in front of his eyes, screaming and rushing towards the murderer. His heart was shaken. I can't help but wonder if the other party's way of solving the problem is too extreme. After all, Clark Kent has an innate sense of justice, coupled with his father's earnest teachings. He believes that dealing with bad guys should not be so rough. Although I can understand the anger in his heart, killing people directly, I still find it hard to accept. He frowned and sighed. I don't know what kind of experience this Wolverine will have in the future. If she continues to be so extreme, she probably won't be able to become a superhero. Thoughts fell. Clark Kent turned his attention to the magic book again, trying to get the answer. The other side. Marvel TRN 414, X-Men Movie New Timeline Universe. In the conference room, everyone has recovered from the scene of the young Wolverine violently killing people, and everyone's eyes fell on Logan again. Although they knew that Wolverine Logan had always been brutal, and had killed quite a few people in his long life. But he never expected that he would be so cruel when he was a child. Especially Shadowcat Katie, when she first saw the tragedy happen, she was still wondering how the young Logan would solve this matter. As a result, I saw this clip. Logan. Shadowcat looked at Logan, who was only a short distance away, opened his mouth but said nothing. The rest were also hesitant to speak. Feeling the eyes of the X-Men, Wolverine Logan curled her lips. Actually, if we hadn't seen each other now, I would have lost track of what happened at that time. Advertisement. His tone was helpless, but I remember that the person who spoke to me at the beginning was actually my biological brother Sabretooth. Logan, it's actually quite normal for you to do something like this at the time. Charles's expression didn't fluctuate much, and he said in a calm tone. The X gene in a mutant determines your personality, and it's difficult to change. As soon as this remark came out, everyone around nodded. However, everyone doesn't know that Wolverine, who is cruel and cruel, will also work in her twilight years, bowing her head to the helpless reality. At this time, Cyclops Scott said, but since this magic book is so magical, I am looking forward to seeing the picture of Logan's future period even more. Maybe we can see the future of mutant through his perspective. Hear this. The eyes of the rest of the X-Men suddenly brightened, and they were even more looking forward to the pictures to be presented next. I don't know if the career they have been pursuing will be successfully realized in the future. At the moment the screen fades, the young Logan was chased by his elder brother Sabretooth, and they disappeared into the dense forest together, and the image of the forest presented in the magic book gradually faded. Instead, a line of text, Chapter 1. The birth of Wolverine is over, close black lens bracket. Postscript. Wolverine never thought that escaping from the manor was the beginning of his life of wandering, close black lens bracket. Accompanied by that familiar deep voice sounded again. A screen with a line of words emerges. Part 2, War Movement. 010. Chapter 2, War Movement. Part 2, War Movement. Forward. War may be most suitable for people with cruel hearts, but it is a pity that some people are destined not to be remembered by the world. Close black lens bracket. The deep voice fell. On the pitch black screen, time appears. Open black lens bracket 1861 to 1945 close black lens bracket accompanied by the reverberation of roars of charging and falling into battle, the picture gradually became clear. A battlefield where the two armies confronted each other, gunpowder smoke rose everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed from dead bodies emerged immediately. Wolverine, who has grown up, and her elder brother Sabretooth, run side by side and participate in tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. The sound of bullets popping out, the roar of artillery shells can be heard endlessly, and the stumped limbs and arms and the smelly and sticky blood are like a rainstorm, swaying wantonly in the air. The ground under his feet was soaked in blood and became warm and muddy, exuding a stench intertwined with the smell of gunpowder smoke. People are dying here every second, and there are even few intact corpses. Blood red fills every corner as far as the eye can see. Death is the keynote of everything. The scene was extremely brutal and bloody. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. This place is Midgard. After seeing this scene on the screen, Thor finally recognized the place where Wolverine was. I went here once a long time ago. I didn't expect the first person on the list to be immortal. In the eyes of Asgard, the Earth is the mortal world. And Midgard is what they call the Earth. When he saw Wolverine showing the mutant ability, he thought that the former was not actually from Earth, but the picture revealed in the magic book at this time confirmed that the Wolverine was on Earth. The other side. Looking at the screen, Loki also had some impressions. At that time, he lost a bet with his brother and went to Midgard to stage a hijacking show. Realizing that Wolverine is from Midgard, Loki sneered, "It seems that my brother's limelight has been overshadowed by a Midgardian. I didn't expect a mortal to be on the list." The Queen of God, Frigga, heard the words and said, "Actually, in Midgard, there are also people who have mastered a very powerful secret method, which should not be underestimated." It doesn't matter. The joy on Thor's face became more and more serious. He waved his hand indifferently, and his eyes were confident. Since a Midgardian can be included in the list, then I am naturally no problem. Shut up, Thor. Seeing that his son was getting carried away, Odin frowned and said, "Pride and arrogance are the worst enemy of a qualified king. Since this Wolverine can be included in the list by the supreme god, there is naturally something special about him. Many things are far from being as simple as they appear on the surface." As he spoke, he looked downcastly at the two brothers Thor and Loki. "You and Loki have a good look. I hope you can learn something from it." "Yes, father." Advertisement. When Thor and Loki heard these words, they immediately restrained their facial expressions, and turned their eyes to the magic screen seriously again. However, no one knows what they will think in their hearts. Midgard Earth. Marbury Coast, Los Angeles, USA. As a top student, Tony Stark recognized the costumes of the soldiers at a glance. It is the uniform worn by the US military during World War I. It seems that this Wolverine is indeed the superhero of the last century. So will he do enough on the battlefield to be included in the list? He squinted his eyes. His expression was quite puzzled, but it seems that his name is not recorded in history. It seems that this guy is really not in the same universe as us. Nick Fury next to them also recognized that they were wearing military uniforms from World War I, and looked at the picture with interest. At this time, in the magic screen, boom, a grenade arced through the air and fell into the crowd. The American soldiers who were still charging passionately just now saw the grenade bouncing on the ground. Their movements suddenly froze and their heartbeats slowed down by half a beat. Are you going to die? Such a thought flashed through the hearts of all the soldiers like lightning. The next moment, boom, the grenade exploded suddenly. Get down. Two figures flew out from the side quickly, threw several people down, raised their arms and roared to block the fragments of the grenade. The voice did not fall. Huge amounts of impact swept and slapped the two of them, and a thick cloud of dust filled behind them. The figure was overturned, and countless steel pieces pierced into the body. It's just that the two of them staggered and stood up again in the next second. It didn't seem to be hurt much. And these two figures are brothers Wolverine and Sabretooth. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury's eyes twitched, and he exclaimed, as expected, these two guys are mutants. So what if it's a mutant? Tony Stark has naturally known about mutants. They are another race on Earth, not distinguished by skin color, but a completely independent race, all of which have abilities that ordinary people do not possess. Still, he didn't understand why Nick Fury had such a big reaction. It's important. The latter looked dignified and said in a gloomy tone, mutant is an extremely brutal race, extremely dangerous, and has brought crisis to the entire world. The voice fell. Advertisement. Nick Fury's frown deepened. He began to wonder if this so-called magic book was mutant's masterpiece, aiming to change people's impression of mutant. If so, he must deal with the possible negative effects of this thing as soon as possible. You're too wary. It's not too late to read it before making a conclusion. Tony Stark saw what the other person was thinking, shook his head indifferently, and continued to read. On screen. Not long after Wolverine and Sabretooth stood up, all the steel pieces pierced into their bodies were expelled, and the wounds healed quickly. After the two brothers looked at each other, they took up their weapons and charged into battle again. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard watched the two bravely kill the enemy on the battlefield, with admiration in their eyes. As a person from God's domain, they are natural fighters, so they appreciate the performance of the two brothers on the battlefield. Including Thor, who thought Wolverine was inferior at first, he immediately changed his mind when he saw the other party galloping on the battlefield. I'm starting to think this guy is much more pleasing to the eye. He nodded in appreciation. Marvel TRN 414, X-Men Movie New Timeline Universe. Katie Shadowcat looked at the picture on the screen, she was surprised, and looked at Wolverine with flickering eyes. Logan actually participated in the First World War. And he is so brave. Storm was also amazed. I didn't expect you to be included in such an important history. Your performance on the battlefield is very brave. It turns out that your reckless combat style has been developed since then. Phoenix Jean Grey joked with a smile. And Cyclops adjusted his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth and said, I'd rather see what Logan and Charles looked like when they first met. Charles smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and was reluctant to say more. You'll see when the time comes. And Logan himself didn't care what the people around him said. He was watching carefully, because a lot of it was his vague memory, and it was a bit nostalgic to see it again. However, when his eyes swept over his brother Sabretooth, he couldn't help showing some sadness. At this time, the picture has changed, and it came to a Japanese military camp. Overcast clouds over the barracks, as if shrouded in bad luck. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and several military planes flew across the deep space, emitting bursts of sound and reverberation. 011. On the eve of the end of World War E. Open black lens bracket 1945 close black lens bracket. On the eve of the end of World War II. Open black lens bracket Wagwo military camp close black lens bracket. On the dark background, a line of text emerged. Then the screen slowly lit up, and the camera looked down from a high altitude. The neat Japanese soldiers were patrolling back and forth in the barracks, and the aisles were filled with steel cages full of mourning prisoners. And Wolverine Logan, who still looked young, was imprisoned alone in an underground cage more than 10 meters deep, surrounded by steel walls half a meter thick. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie looked at this scene and couldn't help exclaiming, God. Logan, you actually participated in World War II. Honestly, how many of these major historical events have you participated in? We didn't even know before that. She stared at Logan with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. I know this, and I can tell you responsibly that Logan has participated in all the wars that can be named in American history. Cyclops Scott raised his brows. As for those unknown battles, there are countless. When Shadowcat Katie heard this, the disbelief in her eyes became even worse. So, Logan is a living fossil of the American War, and I didn't even know it before. Poppy Iceman spread his hands. That's why Logan thinks we mutants won't be remembered no matter what we do. However, from now on, countless worlds and universes will remember the name Wolverine. Phoenix Jean Grey said with a smile. Theoretically, Logan is immortal, and the history he has participated in is beyond your imagination. Charles also added with a smile. Since Logan was confirmed on the list, the atmosphere among the X-Men has become more relaxed and lively. Looking at Logan's past, I look forward to the future with all my heart. And Logan remembered this after seeing the familiar scene. I think that because I have lived so long, I have participated in many wars. He said slowly. After all, I am immortal, and I can't find anything else to do. Speaking of which, Logan slowly frowned. He didn't continue to say that he had rescued a person in the Japanese military camp, so he still had some memories of this period of history. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. The time displayed on the screen of Tony Stark's magic book raised his brows, and he immediately realized it. The picture shown at this moment has passed 100 years since the first chapter, the birth of Wolverine. Thinking about the World War I costumes he saw just now, Tony Stark couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, Wolverine from at the moment has lived for more than 100 years. How can she still stay so young? This is the power of mutants. Nick Fury explained solemnly after hearing the words. In terms of physical fitness, it is far beyond what ordinary humans can match. Advertisement. As the words fell, his suspicions about the source of the magic book grew deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, Tony Stark couldn't help but be amazed. Kamar Taj Dojo. It seems that the first superhero on the list is a mutant. The Ancient One magician looked at the picture presented in the magic book and said in a deep voice. I've heard of mutant. After hearing this, Wong said. Almost every mutant has a powerful ability far beyond that of ordinary humans. Modu also nodded. Many humans maintain an attitude of disgust towards mutant. He also has a certain understanding of mutant. Ancient One magician glanced at the two disciples. People always reject the unknown and the uncontrollable, and they are too special and dangerous to be respected. The words fell. She turned her attention to the magic screen again. Ancient One magician is curious why this mutant is on the list. Dominion Asgard. Odin saw that the timeline came to Earth World War II, and said, this Wolverine is placed in the race of Midgard, and the lifespan is relatively long. But that's what it says. Except for the God Queen Frigg who responded gently, it seems that this Wolverine really has something special. The other people in Asgard below were not impressed by this, and did not make any special reaction. After all, as long as the Asgard people don't die in the middle, the life expectancy is generally at least 5,000 years old. 100 years old is just the beginning for them, and it is not worthy of any surprise. On the contrary, Thor, after seeing the scene of Wolverine's bloody battle just now, he has a strong interest in this superhero. I am very much looking forward to what kind of story this Wolverine will experience and what kind of achievements she will make. He said. Although his previous performance on the battlefield is enough for me to respect, it is not enough for me to be listed on these alone. As soon as this statement came out, immediately recognized by others in Asgard. DC Movie Universe. In Wayne Manor. Advertisement. Bruce Wayne also noticed that the time actually spanned 100 years, and Wolverine was still young. At the same time, he recalled the moment when Wolverine and Sabretooth had to withstand the impact of grenade fragments. After the two people in the picture were in their hands, they quickly recovered. It seems that this Wolverine is really not an ordinary person. Even, his power is beyond our original imagination. Bruce Wayne murmured. Bone claws, strength, and super self-healing ability, long lifespan. Alfred also noticed the difference between Wolverine and Sabretooth, turned his head and glanced at Bruce Wayne. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the latter's clothes and see the bruised body. Then he said with some distress, Master, it seems that only with such an extraordinary ability can one become a truly great superhero. You don't have such an ability. You will get hurt and tired. I'm afraid you won't be able to make the list. Let Batman rest well. Bruce Wayne. Metropolis. Clark Kent squinted his eyes when he noticed that Wolverine was still young after living 100 years. Before he thought he was the only freak on the entire planet, at the moment it seems that is not the case. Perhaps, maybe I am also qualified to be a great superhero. His eyes flickered. After saying that, Clark Kent scratched his head embarrassingly. The word great is still too heavy. Anyway, I will do my best. At this time, rumble, there were bursts of roars from the screen shown in the magic book. In the Japanese military camp, the originally orderly patrolling army scattered away, like a colony of panicked ants. What happened? Seeing this scene, Clark Kent not only looked dignified but became puzzled. Next second, on screen, in the deep sky shrouded in dark clouds, several U.S. fighter planes carrying missiles passed by and flew in the direction of Nagasaki. It indicates that a disaster is about to come to Japan. 012. The atomic bomb explodes. In the screen presented by the magic book, several American fighter planes streaked across deep space. The roar of the engine was like a torrential rain, falling from the sky, causing the air to tremble. Next second, on the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles, sharp and long air defense sirens began to sound. Clang, clang. In the barracks sentry tower, the Japanese army in charge of sentry noticed the fighter plane, and immediately rang the alarm bell frantically to make everyone retreat. Instantly, on the ground, the army phalanxes that had been patrolling neatly collapsed and fled in all directions like countless loose sand. The prisoners who were held in the cages also panicked and frantically called for help. Only Logan looked gloomily through the dungeon, looking at the nuclear bombs carried by the fighter planes in the sky. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. In the conference room, Shadowcat Katie recognized this as one of the places where the nuke was dropped. She realized something, and looked at Logan with a small face full of surprise. Logan, you survived the atomic bomb explosion back then. The rest of the X-Men also looked at him in surprise. They all knew that Wolverine had terrifying vitality and self-healing ability, but they didn't expect that even the bombing of an atomic bomb could not kill him. As for Logan, his expression didn't change, he just shook his head. I can't remember. In his long life, looking back at the past, all corners are always filled with tragedies, so if it is not necessary, he will not recall anything at all. That was too painful. The rest of the X-Men looked back at Logan in surprise, then quickly turned their heads to see what happened next. I want to know the picture of Logan carrying the nuclear bomb at that time. At the moment, on the magic screen, the island where the Japanese military camp is located has been plunged into a state of shock. The soldiers in the barracks have become a mess, everyone has panic on their faces, and everyone is desperately evacuating. In the cages on both sides of the road, the hands of the captives stretched out. Take us along. Help. I don't want to die. Help. Advertisement. They cried out at the top of their lungs, but they could only look at the backs of the ruthless Japanese soldiers, who were flying away. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. This is one of the nuclear bombs that were dropped that year. I didn't expect to see this incident here. Tony Stark recognized what was happening on the screen, and his expression was serious. His father was also involved. At this time, I see Wolverine. Next to him, Nick Fury held out his finger and yelled. Tony Stark looked up and followed his fingers. I saw it on the screen. A pair of lone wolf-like eyes were exposed from the gap in the underground cage. It was one of the two people who had previously killed the enemy on the battlefield. It seems that he is the protagonist of this issue, Wolverine. This guy is hiding here, but he can't escape the bombardment of the atomic bomb. Could it be that the inventory is coming to an end here? It's so sloppy. Nick Fury looked at the magical picture and shook his head repeatedly. If this is the case, this so-called top 10 superhero inventory is meaningless. No, you don't need to rush. Tony Stark didn't have the opponent's pertinence to mutant, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a conclusion. Maybe he doesn't need to hide at all in such a situation. He had noticed Wolverine's super self-healing ability before, maybe the other party relied on his ability to resist the atomic bomb. This is impossible. Nick Fury shook his head to deny Tony Stark's opinion, and firmly said, even if you are not in the center of the explosion of the nuclear bomb, you will be injured by the aftermath. At that time, there will be thousands of degrees of high temperature and radiation, and no living thing will be able to survive. After speaking, his complexion became darker and darker. In Nick Fury's opinion, there is a great chance that this magic book is the work of those unyielding mutants. Tony Stark on the opposite side was too lazy to say anything more to this guy, and looked seriously at the projected screen in front of him. Dominion Asgard. God King Odin often uses black crows to explore all major events in the Nine Realms. Therefore, I have some understanding of the events of World War II in Midgard in the picture at this moment. Will Wolverine survive this situation? He knew that the power of the atomic bomb was not weak, and it could even be called a devastating blow to the life of Midgard, so he couldn't bear to break into a cold sweat for Wolverine in the picture. The rest of Asgard was also curious about this, and raised their heads to stare intently at the picture. At this time, advertisement. In the magic book screen. Several fighter planes have passed over the top of the barracks. Most of the Japanese soldiers have almost run away. A young officer suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking back at the prisoners who were getting desperate in the cage. He gritted his teeth and drew his sword and ran back. Put away the knife and drop it. The chains tied on those cages were cut off one after another by him. Run! The young officer shouted at the prisoners. When most of the prisoners ran away in a panic, he set his sights on the underground well in the middle of the barracks. After taking a deep breath, the young officer walked over, cut off the chain on the well prison, and opened the lid. You run now. He looked at Wolverine, his voice trembling. The latter looked back at him calmly. Those fighter planes are loaded with nuclear bombs. You can't run away. You might as well come down. It's safer here. Just when the young officer hesitated, there were several shouts behind him. Yoshida, why are you still hesitation? Come here quickly. Don't forget the Bushido spirit we believe in. The young officer named Yoshida looked back, but saw that other officers knew that no one would survive the nuclear bomb, so they knelt down and undressed, ready to commit seppuku. He glanced at Wolverine again, then looked up at the fighter planes circling across the river, walked to the other officers and knelt down beside the other officers with a pale face and trembling steps. With a terrified expression, he took out the short knife used for seppuku, and every finger was trembling. Puff! At the time of his hesitation, the people around him had already inserted the short knives into his abdomen one after another. Wolverine stood at the exit of the well behind, staring at Yoshida and squinting her eyes. Off-screen, Bruce Wayne took everything that happened into his eyes, and his expression became more dignified. Faced with such a situation, I'm afraid even Wolverine can't live anymore. Alfred beside him gave his opinion. I don't know. Bruce Wayne shook his head, his eyes continued to focus on Wolverine in the picture. The power of nuclear bombs is well known in this era. The power of nuclear bombs in that era was not too strong, but they could also generate thousands of degrees of high temperature when they exploded, enough to melt all life. In the face of such a crisis, can Wolverine survive? 013. Super self-healing ability, terrifying perseverance. Just the next second when Bruce Wayne was puzzled because of worry. In the magic screen, the fighter plane that had been hovering at high altitude suddenly dropped a nuclear bomb on the ground. The nuclear bomb was not that big, and the metal skin on the surface was pitch black, but as he fell, all the sounds in the world seemed to be still. The next moment, the ground seemed to have turned into calm water, and the nuclear bomb was just a huge amount of stone thrown into it, smashing all the calm. Boom. On the ground where the nuclear bomb fell, endless flames and dense fog began to surge. The ground was trembling crazily, and rounds of terrifying aftermath rolled and continued to spread and roll away into the distance. Yoshida watched all this happen. He saw the town separated by a river, instantly engulfed by flames wrapped in thick black mist, and a thick roar came towards the place where he knelt down. Then there was a strong wind pressure and the ground trembled, flying sand and rocks, hitting him in the face. Yoshida was stunned, he could only feel death god kissing his cheek. Why stay here? Run. At this time, Wolverine's growling voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The next moment, Yoshida felt a big hand lift himself up easily. He turned to see Wolverine's determined face. Run. Go to the well. Wolverine continued to growl, calling out Yoshida's will to survive. The latter immediately ran to the edge of the well, jumped up and threw himself away. Wolverine glanced back, and the flames of the explosion that were about to rush, wrapped in endless heat waves, took a deep breath and jumped into the well. He blocked Yoshida with the manhole cover, and at the same time pressed his body against it. Boom. The next moment, the endless sea of flames from the explosion surged forward, instantly crushing the ground where the two of them were before. At the same time, a lot of scattered flames poured into the underground well prison with a high temperature enough to kill all life. The fiery red explosion scene instantly filled the whole screen. Bruce Wayne's entire face was dyed red by the light reflected on the screen. In a trance, he seemed to feel that he could feel the heat even through the magic book. Is this the terrible scene when a nuclear bomb breaks out? Even though I have thought about it countless times in my heart, I still feel too scary to see it with my own eyes. Can life really survive such a devastating explosion? Alfred next to him was also watching the picture nervously. Seeing that all the corners above were filled with terrifying flames, he couldn't help swallowing hard. Advertisement. Could it be? Wolverine's story really ends here. He couldn't help but feel so worried. Before Bruce Wayne could answer, the pupils watching the picture shrank suddenly. Next second, a heart-piercing howl of pain came out of the screen. In the underground well, Wolverine's figure slowly emerged. He desperately pressed down on the manhole cover under him. Behind him is a raging fire that can devour and melt everything. Endless power. He actually forcibly blocked the aftermath of the nuclear bomb with his body, and the violent power ravaged his whole body, eroding every corner of his body. Wolverine's face was ferocious, and she screamed hoarsely, the pain was extreme. It is true that he possesses super self-healing ability, but it does not mean that he does not feel pain. At this moment, the temperature is enough to have thousands of terrifying shocks, tearing Wolverine's body crazily. The skin covering the body surface was instantly vaporized, as if all the skin had been peeled off. All muscles are under high temperature, constantly being damaged and repaired. It was as if after peeling off all his skin, he stabbed the exposed muscles with countless sharp needles. What flows in the blood vessels is not blood, but magma. All the internal organs are also suffering from the torment of being soaked in boiling water under the majestic high temperature. Huge amounts of pain, one round after another, like a stormy sea crashing on the shore, endlessly pounding Wolverine's consciousness and nerves. He felt that he was repeatedly experiencing the infinite cycle of being broken, put together, and broken again. It seems like there is no end. But Wolverine still gritted her teeth and insisted on protecting Yoshida. Off-screen, Bruce Wayne suddenly felt hairy when he saw this scene, and the visual impact made him unable to return to his senses for a long time. Just looking at it, he could feel endless pain hitting him. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Tony Stark stared blankly at this scene, clenched his fists and held his breath unconsciously. He looked at the man's hideous expression bathed in flames, and felt that Wolverine Logan actually felt pain. The heart fluttered violently. How much perseverance does it take to withstand such painful torture? Can you do it yourself? And Nick Fury was just as shocked. Originally, in his opinion, mutants were all selfish, bloody and brutal races. Is there really such a thing as Wolverine who sacrifices herself so much in order to protect others? It's really incredible. He straightened his eyes and murmured. Advertisement. Kamar Taj. Modu looked at Wolverine, who was being scorched by the flames, on the screen, and his expression suddenly became solemn. It's no wonder that he can be selected as one of the top 10 superheroes. No matter which world he comes from, those who have such courage and perseverance to sacrifice themselves to protect others are eligible. He took a deep breath and said. Wong also admired him deeply. In the face of such danger, those who can sacrifice themselves for others are indeed called true heroes. The Ancient One magician on the side nodded slightly. It can be seen that Wolverine himself didn't know if he would survive the nuclear bomb, but he did it anyway. And, even in the face of such great pain, I still persevere. The admiration in her eyes became more and more intense. Such a character, even if it ends here, it is worthy of being ranked among the top 10 superheroes. The court of Asgard. Everyone in Asgard stared at the screen of the magic book. No one made a sound, and it was extremely quiet. This is their tribute to Wolverine. Until seeing the picture, the aftermath of the nuclear bomb gradually dissipated, and Wolverine's whole body was finally exposed. At the moment, his whole body's skin has disappeared without a trace, and every inch of the exposed muscles has been out of shape and turned into coke. Through the cracks in it, it can be seen that Wolverine's body is also covered in blood. See this scene. Many sensitive people in Asgard had tears in their eyes, and the rest of the people also looked solemn. Now in the hearts of everyone in Asgard, they no longer care whether the other party is immortal or something else, and they are full of respect for Wolverine. At this time, God King Odin stood up and said with a serious expression, "Wolverine has pain, I can feel it clearly." But until the end, he didn't even change his movements. He deserves respect. The words fell. Even Thor was in awe, and no longer doubted whether the other party had the qualifications to be on the list. Is that how he died? And Loki also put away the cunning in the past, and said in a low voice. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere among the Asgard people became more dull. At this time, on screen, Wolverine moved a little. With a painful groan in his throat, he took 2 steps back, and all the coke on his body shook off immediately. Pieces of blood and flesh on the surface of the body began to heal visibly with the naked eye. 014. Even nuclear weapons can't kill, everyone is shocked. On screen. As Wolverine let out a painful moan, she involuntarily took 2 steps back, and the coke covering her body shook off in large chunks. The bloody body underneath was exposed, and the blood vessels and muscles had been crushed into a paste by the previous impact, and they were mixed together regardless of each other, so red that it was dazzling. Outsiders just take a look at it, and feel that their body has also experienced endless high-temperature roasting. And there is no doubt that the pain suffered by Wolverine as the client is even more indescribable. Even Wolverine's first breath was hot enough to burn someone. Next second, his bloody body slowly gave birth to pink and tender granulation buds, intertwined with each other to form brand new muscles, and the thick blood scabs fell off. Brand new skin grows over it. Thor looked at this scene, and couldn't help but think of the scene where Wolverine's physical body recovered and was burned by high temperature just now, repeated over and over again. Such pain, it's too unimaginable. Even he felt shuddering. Such a great pain, how strong will it take to persevere? Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but have a bitter face, and swallowed hard. Now that he had decided that Wolverine was fully qualified to be on the list, he had no doubts about it. Not only because of the opponent's powerful self-healing ability, but also because of the admiration for that powerful spirit. In order to protect others, even when he didn't know whether he would survive, he still refused to fight against the infinite fire with his own body. Moreover, Thor saw a bit of rejoicing from Wolverine's face full of pain. Obviously, the other party didn't think that he would survive. With such a personality, it is not an exaggeration to call it an absolute superhero. Except him. In Asgard, many Asgardians couldn't help admiring Wolverine's courage and perseverance. No matter how powerful a person is, as long as he has noble qualities, he can be called a hero. It doesn't matter if you were born in an ordinary place or as poor as mud, a person with such a noble heart is a hero. Now I can understand why the Supreme God should list him among the top 10 superheroes. Wolverine deserves it. Fortunately, he survived. I almost fainted just now. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to do this. This is Wolverine. For a while. First, there were discussions in the palace. Some praised Wolverine's quality with full of praise. Some were also grateful for the rest of his life after the catastrophe, and breathed a sigh of relief. As for Odin, while admiring Wolverine, he was secretly looking forward to whether his son would be on the list. The gold content of this list is self-evident. If I, Asgard, can have one person on the list, it will be a great honor. Advertisement. He thought excitedly. Loki was also secretly thinking, will I have a chance to be on the list? If I can, it will be the best evidence to prove that I am better than Thor. At that time, my father will look at me. Thoughts are still there. He quietly glanced at Odin and the God Empress, with earnest expectations in his heart. The other side. In the Marbury Villa in Los Angeles. Tony Stark stared at the pained Wolverine who was slowly recovering, with a dumbfounded expression. Wolverine's self-healing ability can be so terrifying. With such an injury, I'm afraid there is no possibility of surviving on anyone else, right? Think about it. He couldn't help taking another deep breath, his chest heaving violently. It should be clear that even if it is no longer the explosion center of the nuclear bomb, but only in the surrounding area, the high temperature spreading out is enough to exceed 5,000 degrees Celsius. Coupled with the impact force generated by the explosion, under the double pressure, any creature would be reduced to wreckage. And Wolverine survived. Even, shortly after the impact of the explosion ended, it had almost returned to its original state. Such ability is really too scary. Tony Stark couldn't help sighing. However, compared to the other party's ability, he admires Wolverine's perseverance and character more. He couldn't imagine how horrible the latter experienced when it was self-healing and being torn and destroyed when it was under the impact of the explosion. However, in order to protect the people under her, Wolverine didn't even waver at all. Otherwise, as long as he gave up blocking the front, he could hide by himself to reduce the damage he received. But Wolverine still gritted her teeth and persisted until the end. It really deserves to be a superhero on the list. Tony Stark rare heartfelt praise. At the same time, Nick Fury was also shocked beyond measure. This mutant can't even kill a nuclear bomb. As SHIELD director, what he has to consider every day is how to deal with various supernatural hazards on the Earth. No doubt, in addition to calling Captain Marvel who fought side by side with him in the past, the most lethal means in the hands of human beings is the nuclear bomb. Now, he watched Wolverine bear the impact of the nuclear bomb, in addition to admiring the other party's spirit. I can't help but worry about how to deal with mutants with the same ability as him or other crises in the future. Kamar Taj. Wang's eyes reflected Wolverine's quickly recovered figure, and he was stunned, speechless. Advertisement. There is such a character. There are people with such a powerful ability. Moto, on the other hand, looked at the picture of the magic book and narrowed his eyes. This Wolverine is so strong. He has always been pursuing the strongest, fantasizing about being able to replace the Ancient One magician in the future, and he is directly fascinated by the ability displayed by Wolverine. At this moment, Ancient One has almost fully recognized the character displayed by Wolverine. Sure enough, he is indeed the person chosen by the gods to be on the list. She nodded and said. As she speaks, Motu on the side couldn't help looking at Ancient One. He secretly compared himself with Wolverine, wondering if he could survive the nuclear bomb. The result is not as good as it should be, and it will be very difficult to even carry it, not much better than Wolverine. And if it's Ancient One magician, then there shouldn't be any problem, and it won't be embarrassing. There is still a long way to go to become a sorcerer supreme. Modu sighed. DC movie universe. In the rice fields of the metropolis. Clark Kent also marveled at Wolverine's perseverance and marveled at his powerful self-healing ability. That Japanese military officer is a good man. He chose to release the prisoners when everyone else fled on their own. He thought, if it were me, I would choose to protect his life. Before he could finish his thoughts, a bit of bitterness appeared on Clark Kent's face. Unfortunately, with my ability, I'm still too far behind Wolverine, and if it's anti-nuclear bomb, it's still too far behind. I don't know if it is possible for my ability to grow to be as powerful as his. Same. In Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne and Alfred were equally shocked and moved by Wolverine's spirit and self-healing ability. The master and the servant looked at each other, silent for a long time. This is a respect for the real superhero. The other side. In the magic screen. Wolverine was panting heavily, the injuries on her body had completely recovered, but her eyes were still full of pain. And because of his protection, apart from a slight burn on his cheek, Yoshida, a Japanese military officer who had no major problems, was already frozen in place. Looking at the other party, he couldn't calm down for a long time. 015. Wolverine and the Professor meet for the first time. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. X-Men New Timeline. In the conference room. Shadowcat Katie witnessed the scene of Wolverine's hard resistance to nuclear bombs from beginning to end, her little fist clenched and then loosened, and then clenched again after seeing the latter return to its original state. The pretty face was infested with a deep flush. Her eyes were full of disbelief, looking at Wolverine in surprise and admiration. Logan, you. Shadowcat was so emotional that he couldn't find any suitable words to speak for a while. But there is no doubt that Logan at the moment has become extremely majestic in her eyes. Resolute, kind, decisive, strong. A series of compliments swirled through Shadowcat's mind. She pursed her lips, and finally said, it's incredible. But the little girl's eyes were shining all the time, and she was full of admiration for the man who usually acted recklessly without flinch. The rest of the X-Men also looked at Wolverine in amazement. It's hard to imagine that the comrades in arms with whom I get along day and night on weekdays have such a stalwart side. Logan, never heard you say that before. You. Storm was also emotionally agitated and couldn't speak coherently. You can survive a nuclear bomb. And, it's to protect others. I've never thought you so handsome, she finally laughed. The same goes for everyone else. On the contrary, Charles didn't have many surprises in his eyes. He was familiar with Logan's past, which was why he was willing to trust him. While everyone else was praising Logan constantly, Phoenix Jean Grey looked at each other quietly with a smile in his eyes. The current timeline is the timeline after reversing the future. The X-Men didn't go through the Phoenix Rampage, which is why Jean Grey is sitting with them now. Except for Charles, no one else has really seen Wolverine's self-healing ability. Logan smiled helplessly when he heard what his friends said. However, you may not believe me, my ability is sometimes an annoyance. For example, there is no way to die. He had wanted to escape from reality countless times, to get rid of the tragedy that he had to avoid in a long life, and watched his close friends either die in battle or die of old age in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, his powerful self-healing ability stopped him. Definitely, Wolverine didn't say the following words, as long as the tragedy is borne by himself, he never expects anyone to feel the same as him. Thoughts go here. Logan suddenly thought of something else. There seems to be a Tomb Wolf chapter in the magic book. I don't know what his future will look like in this chapter. Advertisement. What is the suffix of the last article? Desperate battle. And, as Shadowcat and the rest of the X-Men have come to expect, will their careers be finished later on? Thinking. Wolverine Logan also began to look forward to the future. After all, today is different from the past full of tragedies, and everything is developing in a good direction. At this time, Charles set his sights on Logan. Maybe, this time, we can tell them the truth through the magic book. He laughed. Well, it's a good opportunity. Logan also nodded. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that matter just by words. What the two said was to reverse the future events. Logan traveled to the past, reset the timeline, changed all the tragedies that happened in the past, and started everything from scratch. Unfortunately, apart from Logan himself, only Charles, who has the spiritual ability, read the truth from his memory. Others have no memory of it because of the timeline reset. What are you talking about? Katie Shadowcat asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Logan smiled. At the same time. The scene of the magic book continued. War music is not over. On screen, the rescued young officer Yoshida barely stood up, walked in front of Logan, and slowly put his hand on the saber at his waist. Seeing this, Logan narrowed his eyes slightly, showing vigilance. Next second, but Yoshida directly pulled out the knife, and brought it up with both hands. You saved me, and I will repay you. Wolverine glanced at the tattoo engraved with the words, immortality and immortality, in the opponent's hand. No, I don't need it. But you saved me. Yoshida insisted on pushing the knife forward. In that case, Wolverine pondered for a moment, then pushed the knife back. You will keep this knife temporarily, and I will ask you to get it later. Good. Yoshida smiled when he got this answer. Off screen. This guy doesn't look like a good guy. Hello Kitty didn't like this Japanese officer for no reason. At least at the time, he was the only officer who was willing to let the prisoners go. Cyclops Scott said, Logan is in it too. Logan smiled and said nothing. Advertisement. This Yoshida also had a story with himself later. At this time, the screen of the magic book changed again, and the projected content fell into pitch black. A line of text emerges. Open black lens bracket early 1960 close black lens bracket. A bar appears on the screen. Then there's Wolverine's face, sitting at the bar drinking. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open, and two young men came in one after another and went straight to the bar. Wolverine heard their footsteps, her ears twitched and she reached for a cigar, bringing it to her mouth. He had already heard that the person was coming towards him, but his expression was still calm. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie looked at the two people who pushed the door and entered, startled. This is. As he spoke, he looked back at Charles. Young Charles and Magneto, Storm added, laughing, looking at each other. I didn't expect that Wolverine joined X-Men later than us, but she got in touch with you so early. Cyclops Scott said, so, did Logan refuse your offer? Why did he refuse? Katie Shadowcat asked curiously. Hee. Charles was watched by everyone, with a rare expression of embarrassment on his face. You can see for yourself. Logan spread his hands. I can't remember such a small thing anyway. After receiving such an answer, everyone could only continue to focus on the screen. See it on the screen. Logan lighted his cigar leisurely, the smoke in his mouth. Young Charles, still with his hair, and Magneto walked up to him. Hi, I'm Eric Lindsell. I'm Charles Xavier. The two just introduced themselves. FKU. Logan said coldly, smoking his cigar without looking back. Obviously not interested in them at all. Charles and Magneto were taken aback when they heard the words, and they froze in place helplessly, looking at each other. 016. The second chapter ends. The top 10 superheroes are too watery. Go away. Wolverine didn't look back, and said every word without the slightest bit of politeness. After all, no matter what the other party's intentions are, he dare not be interested. And Charles and Magneto, who were fashionable and young at that time, were also fledglings. Facing such a ruthless person, they looked at each other, and they both saw fear in each other's eyes. They were actually scared. Next second, without looking back, the two rushed out of the bar as if fleeing. Wolverine, on the other hand, drank the spirit in the glass in one gulp and signaled the bartender to have another glass. Off-screen, the X-Men conference room fell silent, and everyone also looked at each other in blank dismay. Puff. Finally, although Shadowcat Katie tried her best to suppress it, she couldn't help laughing again. I didn't expect Logan to be so strong before, scaring the professor with just one sentence. It's also the first time I've seen the professor so embarrassed. Storm covered his mouth and smiled. Don't forget that Magneto is running with me. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it. Cyclops laughed and slapped his thigh. Seeing that Big Shot, who is always calm in his eyes, still has such an embarrassed side, the rest of the people couldn't help laughing. For a while, there was a jovial air in the conference room. Hee. Charles didn't care about the ridicule of the students. His deeds in the past made them laugh heartily, but he also laughed a few times in relief. Then, an imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. At that time, he and his old friend Magneto hadn't parted ways because of disagreements, and those days of cooperation are somewhat nostalgic. Logan next to him looked at Charles, raised his eyebrows. You have already returned that sentence to me. He was referring to the incident when he had just traveled back and met the young Charles when he reversed the future. At this time, after Cyclops Scott stopped laughing slowly, doubts appeared in his eyes. Why did the magic book evaluate Logan as a very tragic legend in the first place? Obviously looking at it all the way now, except for the beginning, it seems that there are not so many tragedies. Hearing this, Logan shook his head. I really can't remember some things. I'm also looking for lost memories through the pictures of the magic book. As he spoke, he paused, frowned, and then expanded. Definitely, compared to the past, I still want to see what the future will be like. At the moment, the content screen of the magic book is still going on. The second war movement is not over yet. Open black lens bracket early 1970 close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket Vietnam close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first line battlefield close black lens bracket. Seeing the emergence of these lines of words, everyone raised their brows and looked at each other. Guys, it's another war. Sure enough, Wolverine participated in all the big and small wars in history. The other side. The screen gradually lights up. Brothers Wolverine and Sabretooth are still standing side by side after many battles. At this time, they were walking at the forefront of the team, clearing the way for the comrades behind in the dense jungle. Whoosh! Suddenly, several enemy soldiers dressed in camouflage quickly stood up from the bushes in all directions, and several guns locked on them immediately. But the next moment, bang bang bang, the two Wolverine brothers raised their rifles without any hesitation, and instantly fired at the same time. The muzzle flames spurted wildly, and the bullets shot out and streaked through the air. But a second. Those dozen or so soldiers who were clearly ambushing were unable to even fire their guns, their bodies were pierced by bullets, and they lost their vitality. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Tony Stark on the opposite side of the magic book showed surprise. What a quick reaction. A well-accurate gun. Is this the power of mutant? Nick Fury looked at Wolverine's brutal behavior, but sneered, that's it. A tragic hero. The people who died under their hands are far more miserable than their lives. Nick Fury, this is a war our country started. Tony Stark raised his eyes and couldn't help reminding. I mean, everyone who is passively involved in a war is pretty miserable. Nick Fury felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, I can't help but reflect, I'm afraid it's because of my prejudice against mutant that I said such a thing. And Tony Stark pouted, not paying any more attention to him. Kamar Taj. Modu looked at the picture, and suddenly became a little impatient. After seeing Wolverine's physical body resist nuclear bombs, he always felt that these wars were nothing more than petty fights. So, he has been on the battlefield as a soldier. He couldn't help but said, even if I forcibly resisted a nuclear bomb before, I only saved one person anyway. Although Wolverine's character and ability are outstanding, I also admit that he is an excellent soldier and a person of great character. But it's still difficult for me to recognize him if he is selected on the list relying on these small deeds. Modu twitched the corner of his mouth, it's too far-fetched. Advertisement. Indeed. The king on the side also agreed. Upon hearing the words, Ancient One slowly glanced over the two disciples, his gaze was like water. Don't worry, this is only the second chapter, and a person's life is not just about the first half of life. It's not too late to make a conclusion when everything is over. As soon as this statement came out, Modu and Wong sighed before continuing to read. The court of Asgard. After experiencing the impact of the previous nuclear bomb, Loki looked at Wolverine's behavior again, feeling a little bored. It was too boring for him to watch a fancier kill the enemy on the battlefield. If it's just a good performance in the war, people like Wolverine can catch a lot in Asgard. He frowned and said, what the hell is he doing? He won't be on the list just because of his previous performance, right? If that's the case, the top 10 superheroes are too watery. Thor was sneering when he heard the words, it's a pity that I didn't see you on the list with so much moisture. Seeing that the two sons were about to start bickering again, God King Odin's face gradually turned ugly. Quiet, he immediately reprimanded. Thor and Loki didn't speak anymore when they heard the words. At this time, in the magic screen, Sabretooth wanted to the women in the breached village, but he ignored the order of the chief. Then he was besieged by the rest of the soldiers. Although Wolverine found that her elder brother Sabretooth was becoming more and more bloodthirsty and cruel, but she still chose to be side by side with him as they were two brothers. After the two brothers resisted and killed the officer, they were arrested by the siege and tied to an iron post with iron chains to execute the execution. Boom. It fell with the sound of gunfire. A few lines emerged. Part 2. War movement is over. Close black lens bracket. Postscript. The world only remembers Captain America during World War II, a superhero enough to be recorded in history. Close black lens bracket. But I never thought that some people have been fighting for the country for 100 years, and they have participated in countless wars. Close black lens bracket. Perhaps, what they did also paved the way for a tragic ending. After all, God does not treat everyone well. Close black lens bracket. 017. God is not kind to all. God is not kind to everyone. Bruce Wayne looked at the few lines that appeared on the magic book, feeling a little delicate. He's seen too much of it since the tragedy of childhood when he plunged into the night of Gotham as Batman. The brutal and evil people have everything, and the diligent and conscientious people, who obviously did nothing wrong, will be robbed of everything by sudden disasters. Bruce Wayne felt that was wrong. So after his past could no longer be redeemed, he wanted to save more helpless people like himself in the Dark Knight. Even though he would be injured, Bruce Wayne persisted despite the cold eyes of countless people. Perhaps there is no God in this world, and this world has been a disaster from the very beginning. He murmured. And Alfred seemed to feel his young master's mood, and sighed slightly as he looked at him. Metropolis. Isn't God kind to everyone? Clark Kent looked at the words that emerged from the magic book, and sighed. So, this is the meaning of the existence of superhero. He raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. Life is always full of surprises, and everyone is moving forward amidst disasters. Superhero is the existence that leads the way for them. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Is that the end? Shadowcat Katie looked at the gradually dimming picture after the gunshots sounded, wondering, doesn't Logan have super self-healing ability? As she spoke, she glanced at Wolverine at the side, and you're here in peace now. The story won't end so soon, will it? This has just ended 2 chapters. The patient Bobby looked at the other person's stupid look, and couldn't help reminding, there are 3 more chapters in the future, and I guess the 4th chapter, Race War, is the story about our X-Men. Oh, then won't we be able to see our appearance at that time? Shadowcat Katie didn't feel embarrassed at all, instead she became interested in the following, her eyes lit up, would you say that we will have many more admirers by then? As she said that, she couldn't help asking Wolverine, Logan, since the 4th chapter is what we experienced together, what story did you experience in the 3rd chapter? Wolverine shook her head upon hearing that. I'm also curious about what happened next. After all, I really don't have a deep impression of what happened before, I only have a rough outline. Advertisement. That's why I'm always looking for memories. Shadowcat Katie was a little dissatisfied when she heard such an answer. Okay, I got it. Then, he looked at the picture on the magic book with great interest. At the moment, new content appeared in the magic book. New chapter. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 3. Self-salvation. Open black lens bracket forward. The self-salvation of a tragic legend. Close black lens bracket. Accompanied by a low voice sounded. On screen. In a dark prison cell, a man in a military uniform and sunglasses opened the door and entered. You are accused of killing a high-level officer. He glanced slowly over Wolverine and Sabretooth who were sitting on the ground and chained up, is that so? The people above obviously have a problem with us and are targeting us. Sabretooth stroked the fat mouse that was crawling on his arm, showing disdain. Take control of your emotions. Wolverine glanced at her brother and reminded. Sir. Sabretooth added the address after hearing the words, but the eyes still showed no respect. The man didn't seem to care about it, he just smiled and said, they told me that the shooting team will execute you at 10 o'clock in the morning. How do you feel? He was referring to the incident where Wolverine and Sabretooth were shot for an hour after they were caught. A little itchy, Sabretooth said nonchalantly, petting the big rat. The air was silent for a moment. The man then took off his glasses, and looked seriously at the 2 on the ground. You 2 boys are tired of running away, tired of denying your own nature. That's why you did such outrageous things. Do you care? Sabretooth asked deadpan. I definitely care. The man replied. He looked at the 2 Wolverine brothers seriously. I care because I know how special and valuable you are. Wolverine heard this, and her brother looked at each other. Surprised. You must know that no one has ever said such things to them before. In order to prevent others from discovering mutants' identity, no matter how much military service he has made, he has never gone to claim it. At this time, the man squatted down, his eyes were level with them. Listen, or you will be kept here forever, like a monster in nature. Or, you can join forces with me. Advertisement. He said slowly. I will be anxious to have people with super abilities, and build a special team. Speaking of this, a faint smile appeared on the man's face. Are you guys willing to really serve the country? Wolverine was thoughtful after listening to the other party's words. There was a smile on Sabretooth's lips. Off screen. Damn, this guy is William Stryker. He's not a good guy. The moment Cyclops Scott saw the man appear, he fidgeted and yelled emotionally. He caught a lot of mutants for experiments, damn it. While shouting, Cyclops even wanted to shoot laser light directly through the face on the screen. Calm down, Scott, it's over, he's gone. Charles knew that Cyclops was also one of the captured mutants, and the other party left a heavy psychological shadow on him. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to release the wave of his mind to appease Cyclops. Feel sorry. Cyclops gradually calmed down, sat back down and lowered his head. The Shadowcat Katie on the side saw this scene and turned to look at Wolverine. Logan, do you remember these things? I remember Stryker. Wolverine replied. However, the memory of meeting him is already a bit blurred. As he said that, he looked at the magic screen, but seeing these screens, I seem to vaguely remember something. Before he finished speaking, a very familiar woman appeared in his mind. DC Movie Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne noticed the self-salvation mentioned in the opening preface. From here, it should be considered as officially entering the feature film. Alfred on the side suddenly thought of another thing. Master, if you are also on the list, wouldn't many people know your identity? After all, we don't yet know how many people own this spellbook. He's thinking about Bruce Wayne all the time. Let's talk about it. It's not clear whether I can make the list. Bruce Wayne didn't have much to worry about. 018. Deadpool, talkative Wade. The picture shown in the magic book is still going on. On screen, Stryker asks Wolverine and Sabretooth to work for him, and they agree, joining the TEAMX mercenary organization Stryker created. As the picture gradually dimmed, an ancient and deep voice sounded. Perhaps, Wolverine Logan feels that his life will never be separated from killing. Close black lens bracket. You will always live in the midst of killing all your life. Close black lens bracket. So writing that he still chooses to join the new war, for him it is just another new century, and the beginning of another new killing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket but, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket this time, maybe he will finally make a new change in his life. Close black lens bracket. At the end, a line of text appeared again. After that Wolverine Logan officially joined the mercenary organization. Close black lens bracket. Comma. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise, I didn't expect a superhero to join a mercenary organization. Then he took a sip of his wine and paused, this is something far from superhero. After all, it's not up to mercenaries to do clean things. Nick Fury glanced at him, pointing, there is a superhero who sold arms before. Ahem. Tony Stark didn't continue the topic after listening to the other party's dismantling. He raised his glass and took a sip of whiskey. If he can surf the internet like this, then I'm sure it's fine. According to the magic book will reveal the deeds of Xiao Ying's life on the list. Nick Fury looked at each other with a strange smile. If you are really on the list, then your romantic past and all your love stories should be revealed. Tony Stark's face darkened instantly when he heard this. She smiled and stopped talking, and took a big sip of wine. I wondered in my heart that if he was on the list, wouldn't he really write his love history on it? It would be troublesome if some of these passages were made public. And between the two talking. Advertisement. The screen of the spellbook has undergone new changes. The point of view is in the cabin of an airplane. Wolverine leaned back and closed her eyes. The surrounding 2 rows were filled with strong men including Sabretooth. One of the men with a handsome face was constantly wiping the sword in his hand. At the same time, he kept muttering, I like this weapon very much, better than anything in the world. Do you want to know why? As he spoke, he handed the knife to Sabretooth who was opposite him. In no mood, Sabretooth lacked interest, and even frowned. After all, the man in front of him seemed to have never been idle since the meeting, talking too much to be annoying. Because it's commemorative. Regardless of being rejected, the man glanced at the other party and continued to mutter to himself. This knife is indeed a bit bulky, so it's not easy to bring it on the plane. If you pull out a few knives at your ex-girlfriend's wedding, they will never forget you. The unhappiness on Sabretooth's face became more intense, and he said coldly, it's funny, Wade. I think you confused me with those who care about you. Right. The broken-mouthed man named Wade curled his lips. They didn't carry knives or guns, nor did they have long nails like homeless women. Sabretooth's face turned cold when he heard that. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and on the crossed fingers, the sharp nails began to grow longer. Wade also realized that he had provoked the other party, so he turned his face and held the knife calmly. Need a manicure. He blinked, then picked up a whetstone and handed it over. Victor, relax. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Wolverine immediately comforted her brother in a low voice. At this time, Stryker, who was sitting in the innermost part, turned his head and said to the mercenary members beside him, it's time for this mission, Bradley, descent. Yes, a super ability named Bradley has the ability to control electrical appliances. In fact, at the moment Wolverine and the others are flying in a plane that is controlled by him instead of a pilot. Advertisement. After receiving the order, he put his finger lightly on his temple. The plane, which was moving forward at high speed, slowly landed towards the ground under its control. At the same time, somewhere in the Marvel universe. On the top of the tallest building in a big city, a figure was sitting on the edge of the top floor, with his feet dangling in the air. He was wearing a black and red tights, with 2 crossed katanas on his back, and guns and weapons on his waist and legs. Holding a drawing board in his hand, he drew Wolverine's anti-nuclear bomb and graffiti laughing at the side. Floating in front of him was a magic book exuding a strange aura, which was placed on the inventory screen. If Zian was here, he would definitely recognize it. This person is Deadpool. He was also watching the pictures on the magic book. Wardfa. When Deadpool saw the man Wade wiping the long knife on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't this me? Why was it also written by the owner of the magic book? He tilted his head. Although I am from another universe, it still looks strange. Having been sent to the center of reality by the Beyonder, Deadpool is one of the very few characters who knows that he is actually a character from the comics and understands the existence of the multi-universe. Afterwards, seeing Wade angering Sabretooth in the screen, Deadpool sighed again. If it's so humorous, it's incomprehensible that this big guy with long nails is still angry, even if he doesn't smile. As he said that, he shook his head. This guy seems to be called Sabretooth, a guy with no bones. Just looking at his face, you can tell that he is a cannon fodder who left halfway. It's not like me, who is an outstanding protagonist everywhere. The voice did not come to an end. Deadpool tore up the graffiti he had just drawn again, and redrawn a new graffiti of himself holding up a knife, standing on a pile of corpses, and Wolverine adoring himself on the sidelines. The corners of his mouth showed a satisfied arc on his mask. I guess this is how this Wolverine story will end. 019. The brutal Wade, the long sword blocks bullets. The other side. The scene of the magic book continued. After the Wolverine group landed, they came outside the building guarded by countless soldiers. The target of their trip is gathering inside, a group of high-level rebels. The agent, Zero, with exquisite spear skills cooperates with Sabretooth and the super ability, Blob, who can blow up tanks with one punch. He easily broke through the defense outside the building and led others into it. Inside the elevator, the mercenaries stared at the floors that kept going up, with calm expressions, as if they were just here for sightseeing, not in the dragon's pool and tiger's lair of the hostile camp. Suddenly, click, the lights in the elevator suddenly dimmed, it shook, and stopped rising. Apparently the rebels had turned off the power to the elevator. Only the dim green fault light remained, shining on everyone's faces. This is just great. Wade pressed the elevator button, curled his lips when there was no response, and looked around, trapped in a narrow elevator with 5 muscular men. This dream has come true. The people around heard him start to break his mouth again, with weird expressions. Officer Stryker frowned uncontrollably. Wade, shut up. The next one is your shot. Oh, thank you, sir, you look good today. Wade glanced back at the other party, then pointed to the remaining green lights in the elevator. It's this green that brings out the seriousness in your eyes. God, can you shut up, man? Wolverine couldn't bear the other person's nagging any longer, and said with a frown. No. As long as I'm awake, it's going to be hard. Wade had a clear self-awareness. Wolverine shook her head helplessly upon hearing that. Stryker sighed and ignored him. Bradley, take us to the top floor. Bradley nodded, pressed his hands on his temples, and activated the ability. Caw caw caw. Immediately, the lights in the elevator flickered, resumed operation, and went upstairs. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Shadowcat Katie stared at Wade, who had been chattering in the picture, with a small mouth puckered. Isn't this guy talking too much? It's like an old lady. She couldn't help complaining. And his focus is so strange. This guy's mouth never stops. Logan laughed. Then, a related memory picture suddenly appeared in my mind, as if Wade really shut his mouth at that time. Logan scratched his temples and frowned. DC Universe. Bruce Wayne frowned. Didn't expect Wolverine to join the mercenaries, he whispered. Advertisement. Then he looked at the picture on the magic book, but think about it, for someone like him, joining the mercenary regiment seems to be a good choice. But, is a person who has become a weapon in the hands of others really qualified to be on the list? Alfred put forward a different opinion. The officer named Stryker doesn't look like a good person. As his subordinate, Wolverine can't become a superhero, right? If Wolverine has been at his disposal, it is. Bruce Wayne put his hand on his chin, thinking, but there are still chapters to finish, so there is no need to rush. The other side. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony, I have to say that this guy named Wade is as much of a talker as you are. Nick Fury looked at the man on the opposite side and teased aloud. Don't compare me with a reckless man who can't understand the atmosphere and has low EQ. Tony Stark's expression became a little ugly when he heard that. Forget. You're way more vicious than a talkative. Nick Fury shrugged. At this time, in the magic screen, the elevator that was originally out of service restarted under Bradley's control and continued to approach the top floor. At the same time, the rebels upstairs saw that the elevator continued to rise, and hurriedly pressed the elevator power switch several times, but it didn't work. Aim at the elevator and hit me hard as soon as the door opens. He had no choice but to give orders to his opponents. The words fell. Immediately, more than a dozen guns were raised from different positions and angles, aiming at the elevator entrance. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark couldn't help saying, it seems that they are in trouble, and the talkative kid will probably suffer first. They're all mutants with super abilities, Nick Fury reminded. That's right, I'd have forgotten if you didn't tell me. Tony Stark stared at the screen, and replied, I don't know what the super ability of that talkative kid is. At the same time, another Marvel universe. Deadpool looked at the elevator in the picture that was about to reach the top floor. He was immediately refreshed, and sat up straight against the night wind that was dozens of floors high. He muttered in a low voice, hey buddies, hurry up and show them our unique stunts to surprise everyone's attention. The voice fell. In the magic screen, the elevator that Wolverine's mercenaries took has reached the top floor. A few seconds before the door opened, Wade slowly grasped the double knives on his back, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, it's time to start work. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Logan smiled when he saw this. It's time for this guy to perform. Is this talker very strong? Shadowcat Katie asked after hearing the words. Logan nodded. Seeing this, the rest of the X-Men immediately became interested and stared at the screen. Advertisement. Next second. On screen. The elevator doors opened. The rebels were already ready to go, and a dozen guns fired at the same time in an instant. Bang bang bang. Countless flames burst into the air, and the densely packed bullets formed a barrage like a rainstorm, covering everything at the elevator entrance. Wade held two knives. Faced with this situation, his expression was calm and he did not retreat but advanced, facing the concentrated fire of the rebels. Following his footsteps, the two sabers danced suddenly. Bang 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 bang. The silver blade light flickered, connecting into a white and impenetrable piece. Amidst the crisp sound of metal collisions, countless flames burst out. All the bullets that came from him were bounced off by him. While the bullets were flying everywhere, there were quite a few rebels who fired, but were pierced by bullets instead. Wade, on the other hand, doesn't stick to himself. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the other rebels were frightened and did not dare to act rashly. Wade raised his eyebrows and continued to take a few steps forward. At this time, there were still 5 gunmen left on the field. One of them was facing him with his back, and immediately seized the opportunity to raise his hand and shoot. Boom. The bullet ejected, shot through the air, and shot at Wade. The next moment, Wade turned around quickly, raised his hand and dropped the knife. Clang. It actually cut the bullet in half, and it just splashed towards the other 2 gunmen. Plop, plop. 2 bodies fell. Fack. The gunman who shot did not believe in evil, his face twisted, and he fired again. Boom. Clang. Plop. Wade raised his hand and ricocheted the bullet back, killing him. In the end, there were two gunmen standing in front of the rebel leader's table directly in front of him. After a daze, they came back to their senses and were about to continue shooting. Whoosh! Wade jumped up, nimble as a cheetah, and his two knives drew two silver semicircles in the air. When he landed, there were two more corpses on the ground. Complete. Wade wielded the knife and stood up slowly. Finally, he showed a kind smile to the terrified rebel leader behind the table in front of him. 020. Wade with amazing skills. Off-screen. After Storm saw Wade kill the rebel leader with two knives and a hail of bullets, his originally expectant eyes froze for a moment. Looking at Wolverine strangely, just now he said that this talkative guy is very strong. It's just that seeing this scene, although such strength can't be considered weak, it is a bit reluctant to say that it is strong. After all, basically, compared to those powerful mutants, Wade's strength is still some distance away from being very strong. Thoughts are still there. Storm looked around, but saw other X-Men reacting similarly to him. No way. When Wolverine just said that Wade is very strong, she raised everyone's expectations very high. Katie, the youngest Shadowcat, didn't take it seriously, and said directly, Logan, could it be this Wade, and the ability hasn't been shown. Only Cyclops Scott has not spoken since the other party appeared on the screen. Wade is a normal guy. Logan naturally knew what his partners were thinking, and immediately added. What? When Shadowcat heard this, his small mouth opened wide in disbelief. You said he was an ordinary person. Ordinary people can actually do it, blocking the fire of so many people with only a knife. Can they split bullets with one knife? It wasn't until at the moment that she realized how incredible Wade could be. Does he not have any super abilities? Jean Grey asked in equal disbelief. No. Wolverine shook her head. Now, everyone in the X-Men looked at Wade on the screen again, and their eyes changed. After all, the same thing, different people do it, the difficulty is different. It's too scary for an ordinary person to be able to do this. Storm put away the contempt in his heart, and was dazed. He has almost reached the limit of the human body, right? So where is this Wade now? Shadowcat Katie couldn't help being curious. That question, I think you can ask Scott, he also met Wade. Wolverine laughed. Shadowcat Katie is puzzled by this, blinking at Cyclops. The latter smiled helplessly. You will know when you see the back, maybe there will be surprises. Cyclops was also captured by Stryker, and Wolverine rescued him, so he also had contact with Wade. It's a pity that that time was too painful, and he was reluctant to mention it. Advertisement. Another Marvel universe. On the top of a tall building. Deadpool, who was wearing a black and red uniform, stood up excitedly, staring at the magic book in front of him. Nice job, brother. He waved his fist excitedly. I knew you could do it. You're so competitive. Let's go on like this and let them see our demeanor. In fact, Wade in the picture is him in the old timeline. It's just that Deadpool hasn't reacted yet. But after reversing the future, the timeline splits immediately, and the two are no longer in the same universe. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. Is this chatterbox so strong? Just split the bullet with a knife. Nick Fury was dumbfounded when he saw Wade's strong combat power. It was the first time he had seen an ordinary person with such strong combat power. He originally thought that such a picture would only be seen in special effects films, but he never dared to think that it would happen in reality. I was wrong. Tony Stark also widened his eyes in horror. I never expected that such an annoying person would not be injured in the slightest in the face of so many guns alone. Emotions are so cheap, but they can live safely. It's because they are strong enough to be unscrupulous. He sighed again and again. At the same time, there was a sense of crisis in my heart. If I face Wade, I am afraid that wearing a steel battle suit may defeat the opponent. It seems that the battle suit still needs to be improved. Tony Stark thought to himself. Dominion Asgard. Many Asgard warriors are full of praise for Wade's knife skills. My god, this guy's sword technique used by mortals can already be called top-notch, right? I've practiced swords for hundreds of years. If I didn't use my divine power, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do this. It seems that even in the mortal world, there are many things worth learning. For example, Wolverine's character, and this talkative swordsmanship. For a while, all kinds of discussions arose. But Loki didn't take it seriously. The people of Midgard only know this kind of third-rate methods. If it were me, the #1 magician in the 9 realms, it would only take a moment for the people in the room to fall down. Do you still need to play fancy for so long? At the end of the talk, he snorted disdainfully. It's just ridiculous. It's no different from juggling. So that's an excuse for your fondness for magical pranks, Thor said, glancing at him. Advertisement. Loki's expression changed immediately when he heard the sound. Seeing this, Odin shook his head helplessly. These two sons. It's just that if you don't bicker for a day, you will feel uncomfortable. DC Movie Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne fell silent. Originally, he thought that his physical fitness and fighting skills were enough to rank among the top of mankind. But I didn't expect that someone could deflect so many bullets with only a knife. Obviously much stronger than him. Fortunately, this guy doesn't look very smart. If you match up, through the tactical arrangement, whoever wins may lose. Bruce Wayne thought, taking a deep breath. The butler Alfred on the side looked at his young master, and then at Wade in the picture who seemed to be in no one's land. Master. This guy, among ordinary people, can even be called invincible. He said after deliberation. Bruce Wayne did not refute, and said in a deep voice, even for me, he is an extremely difficult opponent. Metropolis. On the rice field, Clark Kent squinted his eyes and recalled Wade's performance just now. His eyes flickered and he was deeply shocked. If I were in his place, would I be able to be like him? He thought silently. Although today's Clark Kent has been exposed to the sun for more than 10 years, ability has made great progress. The body of steel possessed is not afraid of ordinary hot weapons. At the same time, there are super strength and super speed far beyond ordinary people. But after Clark Kent saw the performance of the opponent cutting bullets with knives, he suddenly realized that his skills in combat were still lacking too much. If I meet an opponent with my physical ability and Wade's fighting skills in the future, I'm afraid I will suffer a lot. When he thought of this, his face became more and more serious. It seems that after this inventory is over, they still have to find time to practice their fighting skills. 021. Deadpool. I can't be that cheap. And people in different worlds and universes are discussing Vader's sword skills. In the magic book screen, Stryker, the mercenary organizer, went up to the rebel leader and pressed him about the source of a meteorite. Looking at this scene, Wolverine always felt that something was wrong. It's just that I didn't have time to ask questions. After Stryker got the information he wanted, he just led the people away. Then everyone soon came to an inland tribal village. Under the leadership of Stryker, the entire village was driven out by the mercenaries and gathered together to kneel on the ground. Holding a black meteorite, he asked the village chief, in my opinion, this stone is worth more than your life. Where did you find it? This stone fell from the sky. The black village head looked at the menacing group of people, his face was sweating and he was very nervous. Stryker was clearly dissatisfied with such an answer, a glint of misery flickered in his eyes. Wolverine noticed this, and said slowly, he's telling the truth, it's a meteorite. I know, I was going to ask where the meteorite landed, he's obviously dishonest. Stryker gave him a cold look. At this time, Bradley tapped his temple with his fingers and said, Sir, the base wants to know our location. Turn off comms. Stryker didn't look back. Okay. Bradley did as he was told. It was only then that Wolverine realized that this action did not seem to be an official one, but Stryker's private action. The other side. The latter once again raised the meteorite fragments to the village chief with full expression, tell me where the meteorite is, or everyone here will die. Following his words, under the night, the surrounding air seemed to be a little bit colder. That's a holy place, outsiders can't just go in. The black village chief's words were full of panic, but he still insisted. Good, very good. Stryker nodded, standing up straight with no expression on his face. Wolverine noticed that the eyes of the other mercenaries changed at this moment. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Tony Stark stood in front of the magic book, squinted his eyes and suddenly became a little angry. I didn't expect this group of so-called mercenaries to start coercing them regardless of ordinary people. As he spoke, he took a deep look at Wolverine, and Wolverine is standing by and watching. If this guy participates in the actions of these people, then he is not worthy of this list and the title of superhero. Advertisement. Tony Stark became more and more indignant as he talked. The biggest bottom line in war is not to kill innocent people. What he hated most was such an existence. Previously, Wolverine faced enemies who participated in the war on the battlefield, and life and death battles were inevitable. But if he does something to any villager, Tony Stark is sure, no matter what the other party does, they will always spurn him. That's what these mutants are. Nick Fury's complexion was not very good, and he said coldly, cold-blooded, ruthless, cruel, and will never treat other races kindly. After all, even though he had witnessed Wolverine's actions against nuclear bombs to save people before, it only slightly changed his impression of the former. But in Nick Fury's heart, there is still nothing good about mutant. Even if the other party will do something cruel, he will not be surprised. Kamar Taj. After Wong saw the mercenaries holding the whole village hostage, his whole face turned cold. Such actions completely violate the bottom line of morality. Really. Modu also agreed with this sentence very much, and nodded again and again. Humans also have human nature. If you kill innocent people indiscriminately, it will be no different from beast. And when the two were discussing with each other full of indignation, the Ancient One magician stood there with a calm face. After all, she is responsible for guarding Earth's timeline. In those endless years, she has seen too many such despicable things. On screen, Stryker looked condescendingly at the kneeling village chief, and shook the meteorite in his head. I'll give you 3 seconds at the end, do you say, or not? The black village chief raised his head, pursed his lips tightly, and countless sweat slipped from his frowning brows. Wolverine, who was not far away, watched this scene with a more tangled expression on her face. Dominion Asgard. Staring at Wolverine's reaction, Thor couldn't help saying, if Logan chooses to obey at this time, I will take back what I said before. Although he has fought countless battlefields and killed countless powerful enemies, he has never touched innocent people. What's more, the current strikers were originally a mercenary organization, almost no different from the hated interstellar bandits. The rest of the people in Asgard were also talking and pointing. Advertisement. I feel that the credibility of this list will be damaged if Wolverine is also involved in the next massacre of civilians. Tisk. Loki on the side raised his eyebrows when he heard these discussions, although I don't care about the lives of these mortals. But Wolverine, you'd better be smart. If your behavior affects the credibility of the list, wouldn't it be a joke for me to be on the list later? The god King Odin looked at the picture without saying a word. In his opinion, according to the greatness of the supreme god, an unconvincing superhero should not be selected on the list. But if he had done something to massacre civilians, it would probably become a black spot that could not be erased in his life. At the same time, on screen, Stryker looked at the stubborn black village chief and smiled softly. Very good. I hope you won't regret it. The words fell. He turned and walked away, at the same time reached out and patted Sabretooth's shoulder lightly. Get rid of them. Hearing this, Wolverine raised her eyes and saw her brother Sabretooth and Wade had a cruel smile on their faces. DC Universe. Seeing this scene, Clark Kent's eyes flickered. Wolverine, since you are the chosen superhero, I hope you can make the right decision. He took a deep breath and murmured, I hope you don't regret it. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne said with a gloomy expression, if Wolverine gets involved with these people, even if I repent later, I won't have the slightest respect for this guy. Alfred on the side didn't look good either. Another Marvel universe. While everyone else is pouring Wolverine, Deadpool's gaze has been on Wade. How do you feel that the me in Wolverine's universe is so cheap? He looked at the cheap smile on Wade's face after receiving the order in the screen, which was suddenly a little messy in the wind. 022. Living in seclusion, there are two sides to things. In the magic book screen, Officer Stryker was sure he couldn't get the answer he wanted from the Black Village chief in front of him, and immediately lost his patience. His face turned cold, and he patted Sabretooth on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you, Victor. After speaking, he walked away. And Sabretooth and Wade looked at the villagers kneeling on the ground with panicked faces, with strange arcs drawn at the corners of their mouths. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Shadowcat Katie shuddered a little when she saw this, and said weakly, why do I feel that these guys are a little perverted? While speaking, she looked at Wolverine. Logan, what would you do next? Wouldn't you join them in the massacre? Wolverine didn't reply, just stared at the projection screen silently with her hands clasped. If it were him today, he would naturally not do the killing of ordinary people. But he wasn't sure what his former self would do next. After all, he doesn't remember many things. It's just that Wolverine is well aware of her cruelty. Maybe it will really become a formality and commit an irreparable felony. At this time, Charles turned his head to look at him. I don't think even Logan back then would have done anything out of line. He's not that kind of person. At this time, whoosh. On screen, the mercenaries started to do it. Sabretooth strode forward with a ferocious smile on his face, and as soon as he stretched out his big hand, he clasped the nervous Black Village chief, and the sharp tiger claws of his fingertips instantly became longer. With this move, he broke through the tense silence in the village just now. Many women in the village screamed at the top of their voices, and the rest of the villagers couldn't kneel anymore, stood up and ran in all directions in a panic. Jung. Seeing this, Wade drew out his double knives directly. Agent Zero not far away raised his guns and was ready to shoot. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Wolverine's complexion changed drastically. She didn't expect the fellow mercenaries to be so unhesitant when they started to fight. He cursed, jumped up, and threw down Agent Zero who had already fired twice. Stop, Victor. Don't do this, while yelling at Sabretooth who was about to swing his claws down. Everyone noticed that Wolverine was not in line with them, their faces froze, and they turned their weapons on him. But Sabretooth didn't seem to care, as her fingertips and claws instantly pierced the neck of the Black Village chief under her command. Backhand grabbed another villager who was fleeing in a hurry, and he wanted to continue his attack. I said stop. Advertisement. Wolverine growled, stood up and rushed over, grabbing her brother's hand, with an angry expression and sharp eyes, said, don't go on. Even though he has been rejected by this world, he still respects all life, and it is difficult to watch such a cold-blooded scene continue to happen. That's not our original intention. He looked at Sabretooth with a puzzled look on his face, admonishing him word by word, put him down. Hearing this, the latter let go of the villagers in his hands, but his brows were still frowning, and he turned his head to look at the other mercenaries who were already on guard. What are you doing? He asked Wolverine puzzled, and then glanced at Stryker in the distance. We managed to make a name for ourselves here, you can't mess up this opportunity. Enough is enough, we've done enough. Wolverine felt that they couldn't go on like this. If they allowed themselves to kill, they would probably lead to a point of no return. Who do you think you are? This is what we should do. Sabretooth felt that he could display his ability wantonly among mercenaries, and it was only meaningful if someone appreciated it. Maybe you'd rather hide in a broken place and do nothing. Until they find a way to kill us, right? Sabretooth asked back. Obviously, he had had enough of hiding his head and showing his tail. I think it's time for me to get out of here, do you want to come? Wolverine looked at her brother. As a result, he got the answer in the eyes of the other party, but he was unwilling. I understand. Only then did Wolverine understand that the two brothers had begun to walk on different paths, and Sabretooth preferred to show his murderous nature without restraint. He didn't say any more. His eyes swept over the mercenaries and strikers around him, and he threw the identity plate around his neck to the ground. With a gloomy face, he walked away without looking back. Behind Wolverine, Sabretooth kept calling his name, but he didn't stop. Off screen. X-Men meeting room. Seeing this scene, Shadowcat Katie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Logan didn't become as depraved as these people in the end. The words fell. She glanced quietly at Wolverine across the way. And the latter also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't commit a crime back then, otherwise even he wouldn't be able to face himself. The conference room, which was quite tense before, became relaxed again. The X-Men looked at Wolverine and smiled again. I knew that although Logan had a relatively cruel personality, he would stick to the bottom line, otherwise I wouldn't have let him join the gang. Charles laughed. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Advertisement. Tony Stark watched Wolverine go away, and then his expression relaxed, and he poured wine into the empty glass. Fortunately, Wolverine wasn't that bad in the end, otherwise I wouldn't even want to be on this list. He shrugged. Hee. Nick Fury was obviously in a bad mood because he misjudged Mutant again. Just a dry laugh, no more conversation. Kamar Taj. That's right, at least in the end they didn't join forces. Wong stared at the mercenary nameplate thrown to the ground by Wolverine, his frown slowly relaxed. At least it proves that this Wolverine still retains the last of her humanity. Modu stroked his fingers and said in a soothing tone. Just now, they were really worried that Wolverine would ignore them and participate in such an obviously inhuman massacre. You must know that the two of them have shown a certain degree of appreciation to each other before. At the end of the day, if Wolverine is a person with no boundaries, it's really hard. And in the conversation between the two, the Ancient One magician looked at the picture and nodded slightly, as if approving Wolverine. At the moment, the spellbook takes on a new look. Open black lens bracket 6 years later, Wolverine lived in seclusion in Canada. Close black lens bracket. Message. When a person who has been in the killing field for many years wants to return to the life of ordinary people, obviously everything can't make him happy. Either he can escape unscathed, or he will be backlashed. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at Wolverine, who finally chose to live in seclusion, and nodded. For him, staying away from killing may be a good choice. After all, Wolverine has spent more than 100 years in killing. It's not bad to choose to live in seclusion in the end. At this time, Alfred next to him couldn't help asking, Master, will you choose to live in seclusion in the future? He was really looking forward to a day when his young master would live a peaceful life like ordinary people. It's just that Bruce Wayne was silent when he heard this. After some things are chosen, there is no way to quit. Alfred didn't get the answer he wanted, and he paused. Maybe Wolverine is the same. During the conversation, he looked at the magic screen, landed on the line of messages and said in a deep voice, there are some things, how can you get rid of them so easily? 023. Stryker is at your door again. Inside the magic screen. In a deep mountain in the Canadian mountains, the mobile home is located on the top of the mountain. Early morning. The refreshing mountain breeze blows past. Wolverine walked out of the house and stretched, with deep eyes, overlooking the scenery below the mountain. Off-screen, Bruce Wayne noticed that the opponent's body was exposed to the air, with perfect muscles with smooth lines, and his face was still firm without any trace of 100 years. He really hasn't changed at all, he exclaims in surprise. This may be related to his ability. Alfred smacked his lips, and the furrow-like wrinkles on his face trembled immediately. That extraordinary super self-healing ability will constantly repair his genes, so he will never age. Bruce Wayne was thoughtful when he heard the words, and stroked his body with his hands. Even through the clothes, he could touch the dense scars under the clothes. The crime of being pregnant, with his ability, doomed this long life to never be peaceful. He thought of what Wolverine had been through. Sooner or later there will be new killings. The voice did not come to an end. Bruce Wayne thought of the officer Stryker who knew the value of mutant. Judging from his years of experience in fighting crime, the other party is definitely an ambitious man, and he would never let Wolverine, such a mutant of great value, go away in such a peaceful manner. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Tony Stark was also surprised. How long has Wolverine been alive since we saw it? It seems that since he grew up, he hasn't shown any signs of aging at all. He was dumbfounded. It's exactly like the legendary immortal monster. Having said that, with Tony Stark's IQ, it is easy to think that if someone knows Wolverine's ability, I am afraid they will not easily let him go. As for Nick Fury's face, he never looked at it from the beginning to the end. This is the horror of this race. If left alone, they will step on the heads of all humans. Maybe Mutant never thought of that. Tony Stark recovered from his surprise. A lion with real strength will not be willing to be with a flock of sheep that are far inferior to it. Nick Fury's eyes were full of gloom. He squinted and said, no accident. After reading the following chapters, you will understand. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the 4th chapter, Race War, in the catalog, and his frown became deeper and deeper. From the perspective of this SHIELD chief, it is self-evident who the mutant race war is launched against. The screen of the at the moment magic book changed again. Advertisement. Ah. Sleeping Wolverine suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. The veins on her neck were bulging. Her face was ferocious and she roared like mad. It's like a lone wolf meeting its most terrifying natural enemy. Did you dream about the past war again? A gentle female voice came. Wolverine came back to her senses after hearing the sound, and found that her head was covered with sweat, and the bone claws on her hands had stretched out at some point. Which one? The black-haired woman standing at the door walked slowly to his side. Wolverine couldn't calm down for a while, she said in a low voice. At the same time retracted the claws. It's all right. The woman reached out and stroked his cheek. It's all my fault. Wolverine noticed the claw marks on the woman's arm. Just claw marks. The woman smiled gently, leaned against his chest, and whispered softly, it's just that we have to buy new sheets. Wolverine responded, eyes full of tenderness and apology. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. This woman is Silverfox. Cyclops Scott recognized the woman's identity. I saw her before when I was on Experimental Island. As he spoke, he glanced at Wolverine, it's just that I don't know where she went after that. And Wolverine froze at the sight. Many of his memories are hazy due to being hit in the forehead by 2 adamantium bullets. It's just that seeing this woman who was once close to him and very familiar with him at this moment made him fall into deep thought for an instant. Memory fragments, like stars, flashed through his mind like a tide. Wolverine hasn't specifically remembered what she has experienced, but she feels endless emotions bursting out. There is rejoicing, peace, and joy, but more of it is boundless pain and sorrow. What the hell happened in the past? Wolverine clutched her forehead, thinking with a heavy heart, trying desperately to clear her thoughts. At this time, Shadowcat Katie's voice rang in my ear. Logan, who is this woman? I've never seen you have such a tender moment. Advertisement. He came back to look at the other party, and shook his head in pain. Seeing this, Charles said softly, Katie, don't disturb Logan, I think he needs to be quiet now, and have a good memory by himself. All right, Katie Shadowcat responded weakly when she heard the words, and looked at Wolverine with some concern. Logan, if you need help, just tell me. The latter didn't reply, just closed his eyes and nodded. The picture on the magic book changed again. Woman Silverfox drives the car and takes Wolverine to work at the lumberyard. The latter got out of the car and took an axe and was about to go to the worker, but when he turned around, he saw Silverfox standing by the car door and looking at him with a smile. The big eyes like black emeralds are like water, as if to say whether you have forgotten something. Wolverine smiled slightly when she saw this, and went up to kiss the woman she loves lightly, and the two just said goodbye. He sat in the car to work, and the worker next to him laughed and said, "You're captured, man. She is an elementary school teacher and the most beautiful woman in my eyes." Wolverine didn't shy away from her love. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she turned her head and looked at Silverfox, who was also full of him. It wasn't until the driver who entered the lumberyard turned a corner that he withdrew his reluctant gaze. Wait until work starts. Like all the workers around her, Wolverine cuts the wood as skillfully as any of her colleagues. But it can be seen that he enjoys such a day very much. At this time, a car slowly drove towards him. Wolverine twitched her nose, recognized the person coming from the smell, her expression turned cold, and she took out a cigar and bit it into her mouth. The car stopped, and 2 people got off from it one after another. Who are these people? The worker opposite Wolverine stopped what he was doing and asked curiously. It should be someone from the government. Wolverine replied without turning her head to see the visitor. The voice fell. He turned his gaze and saw 2 people he thought he would never see again. Officer Stryker, and Agent 024. Wolverine's rejection, I'm Canadian. Wolverine's eyes flashed coldly, and he sighed, put the axe in the holster and put it on his shoulder, then turned and walked towards the other party. Officer Stryker, whose hair was already a little gray, saw the opponent's face, raised his hand and teased. Oh my god, you really still look the same. Live a clean life. Wolverine glanced at him and raised the glove in her hand. To be honest, if he could, he only wanted to continue his current life, and he didn't want to have any intersection with the past at all. Remember Agent 0? Stryker pointed to the black-haired man next to him as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Should we still shoot first and ask questions later? Wolverine bit her cigar and looked at the latter with an even colder expression. The voice just fell. Agent 0 took out a silencer pistol from his arms in an instant, blasted the cigar in his mouth with one shot, and took it back into his arms in an instant. He once broke through a line of defense composed of dozens of gunmen with one person, and his speed was extremely fast. So much so that the workers in the surrounding logging field did not notice what happened. You still like smoking cheap cigars so much? He said coldly provocatively. Wolverine didn't bother to pay attention to the other party, just spit out the cigarette holder which was only a third in her mouth. Guys, please, don't be so angry when you first meet. Stryker smoothed things over, then looked at Wolverine. I have a job for you. I already have a job. The latter was obviously not interested. Lumberjack. Annual salary of 18,000. Agent 0 sneered. It's 18,500, and there's no need to kill anyone. Wolverine replied seriously. Have you started to miss killing people? Agent 0 said with a smile. Wolverine said coldly. If you keep on talking, maybe I'll start to miss you. Enough. Stryker interrupted them, looking at Wolverine. It's a pity that our relationship ended that way, too. What do you want, Stryker? Let's stop talking nonsense. Wolverine narrowed her eyes. Bradley was killed 3 days ago. Stryker handed over a newspaper with the headline, Circus Murder, and the murdered person was a colleague of the mercenary back then. Before Wade, I think someone was after our former crew. He added in a heavy tone. Who else? Hearing this, Wolverine finally became serious, watching the other party's eyes flicker. As far as I know, Victor is safe and sound. Advertisement. Stryker said solemnly. Whoever it is, he must have our name and address. ... A certain Marvel universe. Great gift crab. How could I, who is wise and mighty, die? I haven't even made Wolverine my little brother yet. Deadpool listened to the conversation of several people, completely puzzled, with question marks all over his head. He stood up and walked back and forth on the top of dozens of floors, with his hands behind his back, thinking clearly, there must be something wrong. Sudden. Deadpool stopped in his tracks. No. He froze for a moment, then jumped up. I remembered. In a certain timeline, I was subjected to brutal transformation. Deadpool turned his head to look at the magic book floating in midair. Could it be this universe? For a while, Deadpool was in a mess again in the night wind. Marvel TRN 414 universe. This guy, Stryker, is so hypocritical. Although Cyclops' emotions no longer continued, he was still full of deep disgust for the other party. Obviously he sent Victor to hunt and kill those who didn't want to return to the team. You actually come to act in a hypocritical way. It's disgusting. At the moment Logan seemed to think of something, but his reaction was different from Cyclops. When he looked at the magic screen again, his eyes were a little sad, and he murmured involuntarily, Kayla. Victor. Names of Silverfox and Sabretooth, respectively. The Shadowcat Katie next to her saw the picture on the magic book, and said weakly, Logan, were you tricked by him back then? This guy is too bad. I hope you won't be fooled and go back with him. At the moment spellbook screen. I can take care of myself. Wolverine took a deep look at Stryker, left this sentence, and got into the car by herself. The country needs you. The latter followed, lowered his head and said in a deep voice through the car window. I am Canadian. Wolverine said something indifferently, stepped on the accelerator, and walked away. I know you, Logan. I know your nature. Stryker stood still, shouting angrily. Off screen. Katie Shadowcat looked at Stryker's face as dark as a crow, and immediately showed a cute smile. It's comfortable. It seems that Logan, you are not stupid. Advertisement. While she was talking, Wolverine's complexion became increasingly ugly. Through his mental ability perception, Charles felt that his mood fluctuated greatly, and asked with concern, Logan, do you think of something? Wolverine nodded sadly and said nothing more. Seeing this, the other X-Men were at a loss and couldn't figure it out. But obviously, Wolverine didn't want to say more at the moment, so they didn't continue to ask. Moreover, presumably what the other party experienced later will also be presented in the magic book. There is no rush at this moment. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. Seeing that Wolverine declined the invitation, Wong nodded. Wolverine is starting to find the life she wants, and this is a good start. Mordo didn't comment, and after seeing Wolverine go about her normal life, he lost interest. After all, this is not his pursuit. As the eldest disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, Modu only wants more and more powerful power in his heart. Then replace, even surpass your own master. But the Ancient One magician shook his head when he heard Wang's words. He made a mistake. For a person like him, if he doesn't completely eliminate contact with the outside world, usually there will be no good results. Wolverine's ability is coveted by countless people. Dominion Asgard. I saw lies through the eyes of this mortal named Stryker. God King Odin narrowed his eyes. Although he never possessed the ability to read minds, after hundreds of thousands of years, few people can completely hide their emotions from him. Not a single word this guy says is true. He said with a little seriousness. Thor heard the words, and muttered in his mouth, it seems that Wolverine will suffer soon. Indeed. Loki nodded too. As the god of evil, he also saw that Stryker was lying, and at the same time there was a sinister look in his eyes. The other side. In the picture, Wolverine drove to the gate of the school where Silverfox was a teacher, and waited for the latter to get off work. He inexplicably felt that the air was gloomy for some reason. 025. Beasts have love too. In the magic screen, the school started to end, and small figures walked out surrounded by Silverfox. In a soft voice, she explained to the students what to do after returning home. None of the students were impatient, but their faces were full of smiles. It can be seen that she is a very popular teacher. And Wolverine, who was sitting in the car in the distance, also looked softly at her beloved woman. Soon, the students were all taken home by their parents. Silverfox also took Wolverine's co-pilot. The car carrying the two of them started driving on the way home. What's wrong? Silverfox noticed that Wolverine was not in a good mood, and seemed to have something on her mind. Stryker came today, Wolverine said calmly, looking at the road. He once told his lover about his past. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Silverfox, whose expression was suddenly a bit complicated, and his eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry, I rejected him. After so many years, why did he bother you? Silver Fox turned his head and adjusted his position unnaturally. Because once in his squad, I was the best. Wolverine sighed, and said helplessly, unfortunately, what I did was not a good thing. Everything in the past. You're not a beast, Logan, your ability is a gift from God. Silver Fox reassured. Gift. The gift can be returned, but I can't get rid of it. Wolverine pursed her lips. Although the content of what he said was still low, his tone was obviously much lighter. Silver Fox was his antidote to his pain. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. The girl Shadowcat Katie looked at this scene of concubine love, her eyes were touched. It seems that you are very in love with each other, but what happened later? You never mentioned her. Katie, it's better not to talk. Cyclops Scott knew part of the truth, and he was well aware that Silver Fox had something to hide from Wolverine as well. It is clear. The ending doesn't seem to be happy. And Wolverine sat on the chair with a gloomy face, staring at the picture in the magic book, dazed. The memory in my mind is gradually awakened. His eyes reflected Silver Fox's beautiful face, and the sadness in his eyes became more and more intense. Chin Gray, who has Phoenix Force, can also read minds. She leaned over and whispered softly, Logan, no matter what, everything is over, and now we are by your side. She could feel the other party's emotions fluctuating constantly, full of sadness. Fine. When Wolverine heard Phoenix's words, she turned her head and felt in a trance that the red-haired woman in front of her was coincident with the Silver Fox in the magic picture. Forced a smile, and the magic scene continues. When Wolverine and Silver Fox came to a bridge that was narrow enough for only 2 cars. But I saw 2 cars staggered and parked side by side on the bridge. The owner of one of the trucks was getting out of the car, and the owner of the other car seemed to be reminiscing about the past and chatting enthusiastically. The way through was completely blocked. Come on, guys. Wolverine stopped slowly and honked the horn in obvious displeasure. But the owner of the truck raised a middle finger without looking back. All right. Seeing this, Wolverine frowned and was about to open the car door to argue. Stay in the car. Silver Fox was worried that he would cause trouble, so he gave him a pull. I will speak well, Wolverine reassured, but got out of the car and walked over. Advertisement. Can you let us pass? He asked loudly to the truck owner as he walked. Dude, are you in a hurry? The owner of the truck frowned when he heard the words, obviously not in a good temper. He raised his hands and asked, really? I just want to say, you guys move the car away so we can get over. Wolverine felt that the other party was unreasonable. We just haven't seen each other for a long time, and we want to have a good talk, okay? The owner of the truck refused to give up, and immediately pushed Wolverine. You started something, you better be mentally prepared to end it. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his fist and hit the ladder. Boom. Wolverine raised her hand to catch it easily, with an ugly expression on her face, and the bone claws in her palm began to wriggle slowly. For this kind of unqualified guy, he doesn't know how to respect people without giving him a lesson. At this time, Silver Fox hurried over. Hey guys, calm down. While speaking, she put her hands on the shoulders of the 2 men calmly. Your boyfriend has a bad mouth. The truck driver frowned. I know, but we are in a hurry now, can you please step aside? Silver Fox looked up into the other's eyes, and there was a blue light in his eyes. Next second, snort. The truck driver snorted coldly, but withdrew his fist and walked to his car. Thanks. Silver Fox looked at the other person's back and said something softly. Then he pulled Wolverine back to the car. How did you do it? Wolverine was puzzled. The unique communication ability of women. Silver Fox raised an eyebrow triumphantly. Sharp. Wolverine also raised an eyebrow, without thinking too much. I didn't think there was anything wrong with such a low-quality person being persuaded by Silver Fox with a few words. Off screen. Will Logan give in one day? Katie Shadowcat asked in surprise. Beast also has love in his heart. Phoenix Jean Grey quipped, giving Wolverine a grinning look. However, the latter was silent when he saw this scene. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne frowned when he saw this, as if he had already guessed what was about to happen. I remember mentioning in the message that this is another tragedy for Wolverine. It seems that all good things are just temporary bubbles. He said in a low voice. Alfred, who had a lot of experience, sighed and vaguely guessed something. Metropolis. The big boy Clark Kent didn't think much about it. At this moment, he just graduated from university, and now seeing the picture of the 2 together, his eyes are full of envy. I don't know when my love will come. Advertisement. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Nick Fury couldn't help complaining. Why do I always feel that the style of painting is not right? We 2 big men who are alone are here to watch this. At this time, there was a sound of high heels outside the door. Little Pepper came in with a puzzled face. What are you looking at? Tony Stark walked over and hugged her naturally, and said with a smug smile, maybe you're only talking about yourself. Nick Fury's face darkened, and he stopped talking. And Little Pepper noticed the magic book playing on the screen. What is this? I can feel it. There is a wonderful aura emanating from it. Tony Stark briefly explained to Pepper the source of the magic book, as well as the inventory of the top 10 superheroes. Hearing the latter was amazed again and again. After walking around the spellbook a few times, to make sure it was amazing, it was only then that Tony Stark wasn't joking with her. immediately looked at each other expectantly. Will Tony be on the list? Tony Stark shrugged. Maybe, I think I have a good chance. Nick Fury looked at him and Pepper dejectedly, but didn't say anything after all. And the scene of the magic book is still going on. Comma. On screen. Time came tonight. Wolverine sat on the couch. Why is the moon so lonely? Silver Fox asked softly. Why? Wolverine asked with a smile. Because she once had a lover. Silver Fox handed him a bottle of wine with a gentle smile. The two looked at each other with tenderness like water. The moon's former lover was named Quick Watts, and they lived together in the world of the gods. Silver Fox continued to speak slowly while pulling up his nightgown and riding up. Every night they roam the sky together, but another god is jealous and wants to keep the moon for himself. Wolverine responded with a smile, and leaned back on the sofa to lie down a little, so that the other party could sit more firmly. So the god told Quickwaz that the moon wanted flowers. Silver Fox put his hand on Wolverine's shoulder. Let him come to our world and pick her some wild roses. But Quick Watts doesn't know that once he leaves the world of the gods, he can never go back. So, he can only look up at the night sky every night, look at the moon, and call her name. Speaking of this, a trace of imperceptible sadness flashed in Silver Fox's eyes. Wolverine noticed it anyway, but thought the other person was being sentimental because of the story. And Silver Fox lowered his head and looked at each other tenderly, but he will never be able to embrace the moon again. Wow. Wolverine pretended to be serious and replied, Cuckoo Truck was cheated. Seeing his stupidity, Silver Fox twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, but quickly lowered his eyes, and said seriously, it's Quick Watts. Ha ha ha. Wolverine laughed when she misremembered her name. And Silver Fox stroked his cheek tenderly. It means Wolverine. Comma. Off screen. I really envy this kind of love. Seeing this, Little Pepper's eyes were moved. Tony Stark's expression was a little gloomy, and he tightly held Little Pepper's hand. 026. Tragedy happens. The beginning of Wolverine's miserable life. Tony. Pepper felt the warmth from his hands, raised his eyes with a smile on his brows, but felt the emotion in Tony Stark's eyes. Is there something you are hiding from me? She couldn't help asking. Tony Stark said nothing, but Nick Fury raised his head. Maybe he really does. Nick, shut up, it's not about you. Tony Stark glanced at him unhappily. In fact, some time ago, Tony Stark discovered that there was a ton of reaction in his chest, which caused him to be poisoned with palladium. Although it was originally relying on this reactor to attract the shrapnel that penetrated into its body, but now it has become the fatal culprit instead. He doesn't have long to live. However, although Tony Stark is usually out of bounds, he is a stubborn person in his heart, and he does not want others to see his weakness. Especially when that person is the woman he loves. Before he was really helpless and could only face death, Tony Stark wasn't going to let her know the truth. Nick Fury saw that the other party reacted so strongly, he shrugged and didn't continue talking. In fact, he came here to solve this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. found a way to temporarily alleviate Tony Stark's palladium poisoning, and wanted to get his cooperation in exchange. But, there is no need to rush at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhao felt more doubts in his heart. Tony, are you really not going to tell me? It's not a big deal, let's read the inventory in the magic book first. Tony Stark changed the subject. I'll talk about other things later. As he said that, the frivolous look of the past appeared on his face again. After all, there is nothing more important than admiring my heroic appearance in the magic book later. The other side. The picture on the magic book has come to the second day. Silver Fox sent Wolverine to work at the lumberyard as usual, and the two parted after kissing goodbye. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. That's great. Looking at Logan's daily behavior, I can't even imagine that he has such an affectionate side. Shadowcat Katie propped her chin up. Her face was full of fantasy little girls, yearning when she saw true love. It's great, it's great. However, at this time, instead, she saw Wolverine standing up with a gloomy face, staring blankly at the picture in front of her, and clutching the armrest of the chair with both hands. Breathing became heavy unconsciously. What's wrong? Shadowcat Katie was puzzled. Even though the picture is so warm, why does the other party seem to see a huge amount of tragedy? Don't worry, Logan. Cyclops Scott knew a part of the truth, and slowly relieved. I understand a little bit. Hero was here just suspended animation. She didn't really leave you forever. No. From here on, everything is irreversible. Wolverine's eyes darkened when he heard this. Obviously he already remembered a lot about that year. And as the party concerned, he will naturally know more than the other party. Advertisement. He looked at the Silver Fox driving away in the car on the screen, and the sadness in his eyes deepened. Phoenix Gray noticed Wolverine's inner turbulence, and said softly, Logan, no matter what, it's over. While she was talking, she walked to the other side, and gently stroked his shoulder with her tender little hand. You and us, and maybe there will be a new era waiting for us in the future, and everything is getting better. So, what happened next? Shadowcat Katie was dumbfounded. She was still appreciating the beauty of love just now, but everyone around her seemed so sad. At this time, when she saw the next picture, she instantly understood. On screen, Silver Fox was driving the car slowly towards the school, but as soon as he drove out of the lumberyard, he saw a burly and hairy man standing in the middle of the road. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and it was obvious that the visitor was not good. Her face was stiff and she had just parked the car. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, and he walked towards her slowly. When he walked to the car, his fingers were still lightly resting on the car, and the sharp nails on his fingertips gradually grew longer, leaving deep claw marks on the hood. The metal hood, under his claws, was as fragile as paper. This is Sabretooth. Shadowcat Katie exclaimed and couldn't help covering her eyes. It's over. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. After Sabretooth approached Silverfox, the screen slowly dimmed. But everyone in Asgard already had a premonition that something bad would happen next, and many people showed regret on their faces. Wolverine has gone through so many things, and finally got rid of the haze of killing completely. How could such a thing happen? It's really such a pity. Someone couldn't help sighing. Frigga behind the throne also covered her mouth slightly. As a woman, she naturally yearned for the intimate love between Silverfox and Wolverine. Only, everything will stop now. The moment Thor saw Sabretooth appear, he exclaimed, Stryker must have asked him to do it. That guy is a pure bad breed. Loki glanced at his brother speechlessly. No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. At this time, the screen changed again. After Wolverine entered the logging camp, she just started working with her fellow workers. He frowned suddenly, feeling a little palpitating for no reason. Advertisement. In the next second, a strong smell of blood wafted into the tip of his nose. This is. Wolverine took a closer look, and there was a familiar smell in it. It's Sabretooth. His complexion changed, he dropped the axe in his hand, and ran in the direction where the bloody smell wafted. After walking through the bushes, Wolverine saw the head of a Wolverine on the ground, and claw marks on the surrounding tree trunks. It's really him. He suddenly felt bad, his pupils vibrated. No. Wolverine thought of something, and ran frantically in the direction Silverfox drove away. Not long. He saw the other party's car parked on the side of the road, and there was no one in it. When he noticed the claw marks on the hood, he suddenly felt his heart being hit by the claws, and an unspeakable twitch instantly filled his whole body. No, nothing will happen, nothing will happen. Wolverine started to panic. He struggled in this world for so long, only Silverfox gave him a warm sense of belonging, made him feel alive. Wolverine couldn't imagine what her world would be like if the other party had an accident. At this time, he smelled another bloody smell. Wolverine stared blankly for a moment, then comforted herself. Things shouldn't be as bad as I thought. That's what it says. But he kept rushing towards the direction where the smell of blood came. Then, he was in the clearing among the bushes. Meet Silverfox. She closed her eyes tightly, her chest was stained red with blood. Kayla. For a moment, Wolverine felt a sledgehammer hit her mind hard, and the world in her eyes was twisted upside down. Trembling, he walked up to Silverfox step by step, hugged him tightly in his arms, and whispered the other person's name, but no one responded at all. The latter's body was already cold. Even the world with Wolverine turned into a desperation filled with ice at this time, and then, exploded into thousands of sharp fragments, piercing his heart hard. His eyes were red, his face was ferocious, and he looked up to the sky and screamed in pain. The roar echoed through the woods. The boundless sadness and anger instantly engulfed Wolverine. Must read single chapter. Yanzu, click in and have a look. Does anyone else see it? 027. Death to Silverfox. Among the quiet woods. Wolverine hugged the lifeless Silverfox in her arms, her eyes were tearing apart, her eyes were bloodshot, and her whole body was trembling. The desolate roar echoed in the woods. He felt that his entire world was collapsing, and all the light faded away like a tide, leaving only darkness with no end in sight. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. My God, how could such a thing happen? Pepper couldn't help covering his mouth when he saw this scene, his face was full of sympathy while being surprised. You just said that this Wolverine has just escaped from endless killings and finally started a peaceful life. She hesitated to speak, and the strong empathy ability of women even brought tears to her eyes. It's really sympathetic, he must be very sad. While speaking, Pepper unconsciously approached Tony Stark. And the latter is not a sentimental person, but at the moment is also a little moved. Yeah, the story of being separated from my beloved, it's really sad. After all, in today's Tony Stark's view, he is likely to say goodbye to his lover, and his heart is touched. But Nick Fury, while everyone else was paying attention to Wolverine's misery, he thought with an ugly face, sure enough, the cruel mutant can't be argued with common sense. Few seek peace like Wolverine after all. Among them, there are more cold-blooded bloodthirsty existences like Sabretooth. Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician looked at the horse Wolverine in the picture, sighed slightly and shook his head, as if everything was not unexpected. After all, as an Asgardian in the timeline, she has seen too many joys and sorrows. And after knowing Wolverine's ability and deeds, Ancient One magician can roughly guess the trajectory of her life. As for Wong and Modu, they chose to remain silent and did not say anything. Faced with such a tragedy, any normal-minded person will be depressed. And when they chose to practice at the beginning, it was also to avoid encountering tragedies in their lives. Looking at the grieving Wolverine in the picture, neither of them can remain indifferent. Dominion Asgard. After the screen proceeds here. Everyone in Asgard couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that Wolverine's life might not be peaceful for so long. Advertisement. But I didn't expect such a tragedy to be the turning point. When my heart is full of light and hope, everything is suddenly deprived. Such an experience is simply unbearable for me. How could Sabretooth do such a thing? As an older brother, wouldn't he be afraid of Wolverine's sadness? It can only be said that people's sorrows and joys are not connected. Maybe he thinks Wolverine who is in love is wrong. All kinds of sympathetic and angry discussions suddenly sounded. Every word is sad. Although the people of Asgard consider themselves gods above the mortal world, they also have emotions and desires. Seeing this, the goddess Frigga also shook her head regretfully. She had a hunch that Wolverine's tragic life mentioned in the foreword had just begun. Perhaps it is from this moment that the real beginning. Definitely. While many people feel regret, there are also people in Asgard who are full of anger. Such as Thor, a militant. He stared at the magic screen, raised his fist with his eyebrows raised. Wolverine, what are you waiting for? Stand up. Go find and kill that guy. The Marvel Universe in which Deadpool resides. He looked at Wolverine, who was in pain holding Silverfox in the picture, and felt a little sorry for it. Deadpool also experienced the experience of preparing to retire from the arena, but his enemy broke into his home and killed his lover by mistake. Although there is no such thing as true empathy. But he could say he understood exactly what Wolverine was feeling. Poor Wolverine, even though it's all over now, I still feel hopeless looking back. The experience of a loved one leaving me forever is really terrifying. Deadpool muttered, shaking his head. Then, he suddenly thought of something and raised his head. Wait, if I remember correctly, proceed like this. Will Wolverine be going to hit me later? Deadpool realized that he was not the only one who got the magic book, and beat me up in front of so many people. Being beaten up while being watched by so many people. It's worth it. Think about it. He suddenly pulled out his knife and stood up. No, I have to find a way. Deadpool paced anxiously up and down the attic. There is an urge to find the author of this magic book and tamper with the story. DC Universe. On a country road. Advertisement. Clark Kent held the magic book, looked at the picture it presented, and slowly stopped walking towards home. This is really sad. He frowned, his eyes flickered, and his tone was low. Obviously possessing the ability, but unable to save the one he loves. This feeling of hopelessness, he also understands. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne couldn't help feeling heavy after looking at everything presented in the magic book. Even for him, Wolverine's life was too miserable. He didn't know the truth when he was young, and after a tragedy happened, he was scolded by his mother as a monster and had to leave home. After 100 years of fighting, they finally found a home, but they ended up like this again. His life, even if he used ups and downs, is not enough to describe. Bruce Wayne sighed. And Alfred was also a little moved. Although I have made good mental preparations, Wolverine's future cannot avoid a hurdle, but seeing this scene, I still feel heavy. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. X-Men New Timeline. Everyone else in the conference room fell into silence. The only thing left was the shrill roar from the screen, echoing in everyone's ears. All the X-Men looked at Wolverine sympathetically. Seeing this scene, Phoenix Gray beside him didn't know how to comfort him for a while, so he had to put his hand on the other's shoulder for support. Phoenix Jean Grey felt Wolverine's body tremble. No matter how many injuries he suffered in the past, he would never be in such a mess. It seems that this incident hit him hard. Noticing this, Phoenix also fell into a deeper silence. Others are even more clueless. Every mutant has actually had many bad experiences. It's just that looking at it now, their bad memories seem a lot lighter compared to Wolverine's life. Even Katie, the young girl who kept her vitality all the time, pursed her lips tightly at this moment, unable to utter a word. 028. Thor's childhood memories. For a while, the air in the meeting room became more and more silent, no one spoke, and a needle could be heard. Kayla isn't actually dead. Wolverine noticed this and shook her head with a wry smile. Really not dead. When Shadowcat Katie heard the words, her eyes lit up quickly, and her words were full of surprises. The rest of the people also looked up quickly. However, they found that the sadness in Wolverine's eyes was still there, and they were stunned in confusion. Logan, is something going on behind? Storm couldn't help asking. Wolverine didn't speak, and fell silent. And Cyclops Scott looked at the comrades around him, hesitation said, Sabretooth didn't actually kill her, and she is also a mutant. Speaking of this, he looked at Wolverine with a gloomy face and did not continue. As the story that Silverfox told Logan, in fact, that he lied to him. Although Shadowcat Katie is simple, she is not stupid, and she understands what the other party means. The fundus of the eye, Tang, was filled with anger. The faces of the other people in the meeting room were also not good looking. Cyclops Scott clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, it's all arranged by Stryker. Then did he die later? I don't think this kind of bad guy can die 10,000 times. Shadowcat Katie also clenched her fists, how could he do this? It's too much. He really deserves death. Cyclops sighed, unfortunately, I haven't seen him since then. When the X-Men heard this, they also sighed. Is he still alive? Storm asked, frowning. Don't know. Never heard from Stryker again anyway, Cyclops replied. And Wolverine, who had been silent all this time, heard this, raised her head and glanced at him suspiciously. After meeting Charles's gaze, he came back to his senses. Because he traveled through the past and reversed the future, everything on the entire timeline has changed. Originally Stryker planned to use the professor and the brainwave strengthening machine, killing all the mutants did not happen again. After resetting the timeline, everyone no longer knows about that event. However, I think the magic book should tell everyone the truth soon. Wolverine didn't say much, just thought silently. At this moment, Charles also sighed quietly. Wolverine has endured more things than anyone imagined. It's just that if there is no inventory of the magic book this time, no one will ever know about it. Victor. At this time, inside the magic book, a roar from Wolverine attracted everyone's attention. ... Boom. See it on the screen. An angry Wolverine pushed open the door of the bar where Sabretooth was. Panting heavily, he stared at his brother who was once close to him, and the endless anger in his eyes turned into murderous intent. And Sabretooth gave a sly smile. Wow, look who's here, I haven't seen you for so long, how can you be so sloppy? He sat in front of the bar, turned around slowly, with a frivolous tone. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, the bartender couldn't help reminding, guys, no matter what's going on, please go out and solve it. Wolverine ignored the others, staring at Sabretooth. The sharp bone claws broke through the skin, and slowly stretched out from between the fingers. Seeing this, the other people in the bar panicked and didn't dare to say anything more, they all ran out of the bar in a hurry. The smile on Sabretooth's face grew even stronger. Why? Wolverine asked him darkly. Why? He. Sabretooth stood up with a smile, and spread his hands helplessly. You don't call or write letters, how else can I get your attention? It's just a woman. You shouldn't continue to waste time on her. After the words fell, he lowered his arms, the sharp claws on the tips of his 10 fingers began to grow longer, and his eyes gradually became colder. The two did not speak again. The murderous intent in the air became more and more intense. Advertisement. Next second, Wolverine moved. With a grim expression on his face, he raised his claws and rushed towards Sabretooth. I don't think so. Sabretooth came second and rushed straight to hug Wolverine, crashing through the wooden wall of the bar. Boom. Plop. Wolverine fell heavily into the open space surrounded by piles of logs and forklifts amidst countless pieces of wood flying around. His expression was in pain, as if he had just been hit head-on by a heavy truck. How long have you not fought? How can you be so slow? Sabretooth taunted him, choking him around the neck and slamming him hard onto a pile of logs. Boom. Wolverine was knocked out of breath, and when she barely got up, Sabretooth was already frowning and walked in front of him. Victor, I want you to pay the price. He roared and swung his claws to attack. Boom. Sabretooth grabbed the arm easily. Next second. Swish. The tiger claws ripped through the air and ripped the flesh from Wolverine's stomach as well. Ah, huge amounts of pain made him bend over. Pissed. Sabretooth's sharp claws refused to let go, and then directly dug into the flesh on his back, lifted him up, and slammed him hard on the forklift beside him again. The successive blows made Wolverine realize that she, who hadn't fought for many years, no longer seemed to be her brother's opponent. Thoughts are still there. He had fallen heavily to the ground. And Sabretooth looked down at the younger brother, frowning. I don't want to say that, but I'm very disappointed in you. At this time, Wolverine also endured the pain and stood up again. The hatred in her eyes did not diminish at all. He never thought that one day he would hate his brother so much. Thinking, Wolverine slowly raised her claw again. You don't come here again. Sabretooth looked at him and shook his head. And Wolverine didn't want to worry too much anymore. She broke out at the fastest speed, and the whole person pulled out an afterimage in the air. Whoosh. The wind swept through the whistling room. His wolf claws broke through the air suddenly. The speed was extremely fast. Pissed. Damn it. This time, even Sabretooth had no time to react, and a claw pierced through his shoulder. His complexion finally changed. Roaring, he grabbed Wolverine's other hand that fell, and at the same time, the tiger's claw swung again, slicing across the flesh between Wolverine's chest and abdomen. But in an instant, Wolverine's body was already stained red with blood, her torso was bloody, and she had no strength to resist anymore. At this time, Sabretooth lifted the other party's collar. Look, for her, is it worth it? When will you understand that we are not like them? He demanded. At the moments Wolverine has lost her mobility, but still stubbornly said, I'm not the same as you. Sabretooth's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard this, and he threw his brother to the ground. Definitely the same, it's just that you don't realize it yet. The voice fell. He crushed Wolverine's bone claw directly. Ah, the huge amounts of pain made the latter cry out heart-piercingly. Subsequently, the severe pain and the shock of excessive blood loss caused Wolverine to faint directly. Advertisement. And Sabretooth chose to leave without looking back. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Pepper was a little shocked. Didn't you say that Wolverine is the protagonist of this inventory? Is this the end? This guy didn't die so easily. Tony Stark frowned at Sabretooth's ruthlessness, but there wasn't much sheriff in his tone. Don't worry, he and his race are like cockroaches, they can't even be beaten to death. Nick Fury added. At the same time, I feel that Wolverine is just an outlier among mutants, and most of them are as cold-blooded as Sabretooth. His definition of mutant was not wrong. But Pepper didn't quite understand what the two of them said. At this time, the magic screen has changed. Dot 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 dot. In the magic book screen. Medical interior. The doctor unbuttoned Wolverine's clothes, only to find that all of Wolverine's horrific wounds had healed. At this time, Wolverine also opened her eyes suddenly, and rushed out the door. Dot 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 dot. Off screen. What? How is it possible? Seeing this scene, little Pepper was greatly shocked, his face full of disbelief. Look, he can't even be killed by a nuclear bomb, let alone this wound. Tony Stark laughed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. On screen. As soon as Wolverine walked out of the medical room, she found that Stryker was already waiting at the door. He angrily walked over and lifted the other party's collar. His anger reached the extreme. I have lived here for 6 years, and no one knows me. After you appeared, she died the next day. I tried to warn you about. Stryker looked flustered. Wolverine directly strangled him by the neck, and roared, why didn't you tell me that the murderer was Victor? Victor's bloodlust became more and more terrifying. I had to lock him up. He felt that I had betrayed him. Stryker felt suffocated and quickly said, he ran away, and then he was ready to take revenge on everyone. You didn't come to warn me, you came to save yourself. Wolverine's expression became more and more ugly when she heard this, and she threw the opponent to the ground before turning around and leaving. Where are you going? Stryker asked. I'll go find him and kill him. Wolverine said without looking back. You know you are no match for him now. But I can give you the weapons to defeat him. Stryker said seriously. Hear this. Wolverine stopped in her tracks, turned her head slowly, and said viciously, I know you just want to save yourself, but as long as it makes me stronger and kills him, that's fine. I promise you'll be strong. Stryker's eyes flashed an eerie light. Dominion Asgard. Damn. As a brother, Sabretooth would do such a thing. Thor looked a little annoyed. Talking. He suddenly glanced at Loki not far away. Maid. This guy seems to be the same. Thor still vaguely remembers that when he was a child, Loki once disguised himself as a snake, and after he picked it up, he directly gave himself a knife. And Loki was in his early teens at the time. When Loki noticed the other party's gaze, he raised his eyebrows and grinned with a wicked smile. 029. Project X. And just when Thor and Loki looked at each other angrily like a child, Odin, the God King on the throne, noticed the eyes of the two people, and suddenly felt a little helpless. It can be said that before Thor came into the world, he began to plan for the other party's life. Now all the trials and tribulations that his son has experienced are completely under Odin's control, and even many of them are intentional. And all of Thor's performances prove that his ability has fully met the standard of satisfying his father. The rest of Asgard's people also recognized it. But God King Odin at the moment looked again, only to find that Thor still hadn't completely got rid of his character flaws, and was still a bit reckless. This made him doubt whether his son could be on the list made by the Supreme God. After all, Odin knows in his heart that this list may not only show what has happened so far, but also show the future. This is also the reason why he wants to judge whether Thor is qualified through the list. After all, even though God King Odin has done everything he can to the end, the future is not in his control. I hope that Thor can be on the list smoothly, and then after Asgard is handed over to him, there will be no surprises. Odin thought silently in his heart. At the same time, the picture on the magic book dimmed again. Against the pitch-black background, lines of text slowly emerged. Open black lens bracket. Project X, close black lens bracket. Wolverine agreed to Stryker's request to participate in the experiment in order to avenge the killing of his wife, but he didn't know that it was a weapon experiment project. Close black lens bracket. Then emerge with the text. The screen lights up. Above deep space, a helicopter streaked across the clouds, over numerous mountains and sea water, and headed straight for an extremely hidden island. Seeing this, Thor immediately frowned. It seems that I guessed right, this Officer Stryker is really uneasy. Perhaps, when he came to approach Wolverine again, it was purely for the experimental project. As he said that, he narrowed his eyes and his eyes flickered. Besides, looking at it this way, maybe Sabretooth will attack Wolverine's woman. It's not a surprise. Did you just see it? Loki glanced at his stupid brother and raised his eyebrows. However, I can only blame Wolverine for being a reckless fool who has been blinded by hatred. Talking. He looked at Wolverine with an increasingly indifferent gaze. No matter how much other people have been emotionally affected by Wolverine's story before, Loki is extremely disdainful. At the same time, he is very confident, since even such a stupid guy can make the list. Then it is a certainty for me, who is as wise as the sea, to be on the list. Thoughts are still there. Advertisement. Loki glanced calmly at the God King Odin on the throne. At that time, Father and King should have me in his eyes, right? DC Universe. Seeing the changes on the screen, Bruce Wayne couldn't help but sit up straight. Are all tragedies just deceit? This is infinitely more tragic than the real tragedy. He frowned and said, I have a hunch that what happened here may completely change Wolverine's life. Indeed. Alfred was silent for a while, and then he continued. After all, a tragic and irreversible event is enough to change a person. Not to mention Wolverine's long life, going through so much at the same time. As he said that, he looked at his young master with some distress. The latter also decided to embark on a road that is difficult to turn back after experiencing young things. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, he didn't waver at all. It's just, I hope to meet Wolverine's ending in the end, it will be beautiful. The voice fell. Alfred sighed heavily again, for a while. He didn't know if he was talking about Wolverine or Batman. Metropolis. Country cottage surrounded by vast fields. Clark Kent has returned home. Mother is still in the city and has not come back yet. He sat on a chair outside the house, with the starry sky above his head, and continued to read the magic book. At the moment, he has become more and more interested in this superhero named Wolverine. I don't know how Wolverine will end up in the end. Clark Kent murmured, looking down. At the moment spellbook presented a gloomy laboratory. In the silver-colored laboratory as a whole, the tables are densely packed with various exquisite experimental instruments. Dozens of scientific researchers in white lab coats are busy walking around. On the second floor of the laboratory, there stood a circle of military officers with countless honors, or people with extraordinary bearing. It seems that they are all high-level figures. At this moment, they were all staring at the transparent rectangular water tank in the middle of the laboratory. Off-screen. Advertisement. Clark Kent noticed something was wrong with the laboratory at a glance. This laboratory gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. He frowned and said, it seems, a lot of deaths have happened here, and there is no temperature at all. The universe in which Deadpool is located. Damn it, it's here. I'll never forget this slaughterhouse. Deadpool became more and more excited when he saw the moment on the magic book. He had already determined that this was the old timeline. Except Wolverine. Even the self in this universe will be turned into a modified person. Fact, how could you let me see this scene again? I really hate these places that modify the human body. His tone was a little excited. After all, when he obtained the undead ability, he also experienced a lot of torture. At the same time, what made it even more difficult for him to accept was that the scene of him being beaten up by Wolverine would also be laughed at by people from different universes. Marvel TRN 414, X-Men Movie New Timeline Universe. Cyclops Scott also recognized it immediately. This is the experimental base where Project X will be implemented. He stood up angrily, his breathing became rough involuntarily, and he said in a trembling voice, Stryker captured all the mutants here to conduct dissection experiments. Damn. After hearing these words, Shadowcat Katie was equally angry, this guy is really bad. And Wolverine also frowned, and took a deep breath. At that time, I was only focused on getting more powerful power, and I didn't pay attention to so many things at all. It's just that he made me stronger. The voice fell. He raised his fist slowly. Swish. The coldly glowing adamantium wolf claws protruded from between his fingers in an instant, and just a glance made one feel extremely sharp. I remember that except for your claws, your whole body is made of adamantium. The Storm was curious at this time, how did he do it? Isn't adamantium not shapeshifting unless it is in an ultra-high temperature environment? The voice just fell. The answer is given in the screen of the magic book. Under the guidance of surrounding researchers, Wolverine lay naked in a tempered glass cabinet filled with cooling liquid. 030. The experiment begins, it's terrifying. In the magic book screen, Wolverine is lying on the test bench, under the tempered glass cabinet filled with coolant. A woman was injecting him with another sedative, and at the same time said, regardless of why you are participating in this operation, it is best to hit your concentration later, it will make you feel better, the process will be painful. Wolverine looked at her blankly, trust me, I've been through worse. No, you haven't. After the woman finished injecting the potion, she nodded to Stryker at the side and left. And Stryker slowly stood in front of Wolverine, we will make you invincible, but first we must destroy you. As he spoke, he slowly turned around Wolverine, do you still remember the meteorite we were looking for? I remember. Wolverine didn't know why the other party brought it up at this time, but she still answered in a deep voice. I found it, and we used it to create an extremely strong metal that can almost make you withstand any attack. The metal is called adamantium. Stryker's tone became serious, I can't kill Victor, but if you want to do this, you must first face the dark side and transform back into a beast. Let's start. Wolverine listened to the other party's words and immediately understood that it would be very uncomfortable and even dangerous, but she still said firmly. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Listening to the conversation between the two, Bruce Wayne suddenly became suspicious, adamantium. I've never heard of this name. Is it a brand new element? I don't know if it can be found in our universe. Alfred continued. If this metal can be found, Batman will be safer when walking in the dark. Although he has always wanted to get the young master out of Batman's identity, he also understands that this is very difficult to achieve. Therefore, the old butler will also be considered by Batman. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent was also curious, invincible. I don't know how high the strength can be. As he grows, he can feel his physical strength becoming stronger and stronger day by day. Clark Kent even tried to stab his skin with a sharp knife, but even if the latter turned into scrap iron, he couldn't leave the slightest mark on his body. I don't know whether this adamantium is stronger or weaker than my own steel body. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. After Tony Stark heard Stryker's words, he immediately became interested, and his eyes couldn't stop flickering. Adamantium. Sounds like an interesting thing. Advertisement. Things that can make this thing are supposed to be a brand new element. As a scientist who was good at research and development, he has a kind of enthusiasm for this brand new material and technology. Otherwise, Iron Man's battle suit would not always be upgrading. Seeing him like this, little Pepper smiled slightly with love in his eyes. Tony Stark at this time always has a kind of innocence that belongs to a child, and at the same time is extremely charming. It's completely different from the usual playboy who doesn't care about anything. It's also her favorite look. But Nick Fury only raised his eyes slightly after hearing Tony Stark's words. Even if it is a new element, it is a matter of other universes. I am sure that there is no such thing as adamantium here. He spread his hands and said. In parallel universes, anything can happen. Tony Stark didn't care. Today, he just needs a new element that can be used to replace the palladium element in the reactor in front of his chest. In addition to the original interest, the brand new element also means that he may use it to continue his life. So Tony Stark is very concerned about this. Kamar Taj. After Wong saw that Wolverine was about to accept Stryker's experiment on him, his brows were deeply frowned, and his eyes were rather complicated. I always have a bad feeling. He said. This Stryker must have no good intentions. But Wolverine didn't think much of it at all, he was too anxious. It's so easy to believe in this devil who eats people and doesn't spit out bones. King respects all life. When Stryker used the life of a villager as a bargaining chip without hesitation, he didn't have a good impression of it. But Modu didn't show much interest in it. In his opinion, it doesn't matter what the reason is for Wolverine, or what the hell Stryker is up to. Anyway, the pursuit of strength is understandable to anyone. Power. What a fascinating thing. I just don't know how strong Wolverine will become after this. Modu thought silently. As for the Ancient One magician, from beginning to end, it looks like Gujing calmly. She has witnessed too much of everything in the world. Dominion Asgard. Looking at Wolverine and Stryker's peaceful appearance, Thor sighed and shook his head. Wolverine is so stupid to believe Stryker. It's really stupid. Advertisement. Loki rarely agrees with him. After all, even my brother can see that there is something wrong with Stryker, and he can't see it. It's more stupid than stupid. What do you mean? Thornton was not happy. Quiet. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Odin couldn't help maintaining his voice. There is an old saying in Midgard that those in power are obsessed. You are not the parties involved, so don't think that if you stand in that position, you will definitely do better. Looks great. The more he talked, the more angry he became. My heart is also increasingly doubting whether Thor can make the list. The other side. Deadpool's universe. He saw the picture on the magic book and had already begun to guess what would happen next. Wow. If there are no accidents, there will be a good show to watch next. Stryker. Hee. Get ready for the consequences. Deadpool immediately began rubbing his hands together excitedly. Next second, I saw Stryker walked up to the second floor and began to introduce the officers and upper-level figures. Generals, welcome. Today we will witness the history of medicine, and today we will manufacture the X weapon. X. The people present questioned. The Roman numeral 10. We're about to start injecting adamantium into the skeleton of Weapon X, Stryker explained. Then, he looked at the scientific researchers who were standing in front of the equipment. Let's get started. The voice fell. Lying on the laboratory bench with an oxygen tube in her mouth, Wolverine's eyes flickered as she was restrained all over her body. He realizes that he has been cheated. I was regarded as a weapon and participated in a military experiment. However, it was too late. The test bench under him has landed into the cabinet made of tempered glass. The surrounding icy coolant soaked his whole body. The densely packed needle tubes around the glass cabinet were slowly filled with melted adamantium liquid, and the sharp needle tubes slowly protruded, turning red due to the high temperature. Next second, puff. Dozens of needles pierced all joints of Wolverine's body at the same time, penetrating his bone marrow. 2TTO31. Cruel experiment. It's so miserable, so miserable. I can't bear to continue watching. The moment Deadpool pierced Wolverine's body with dense steel needles, he immediately covered his eyes with his hands and couldn't bear to look directly. The adamantium seems to have to be heated to thousands of degrees to melt. I can imagine what it feels like to inject these things into the body. Wolverine is so miserable. He was talking in bits and pieces, and he couldn't help but look curiously with one eye. The picture shown in the magic book is too horrifying. Stryker was going to use those needles to pierce Wolverine's joints, including his skull. And those molten metals, even if they are not adamantium, if they are replaced by other materials, the temperature must be frighteningly high. This kind of molten metal is injected into the whole body. What kind of experience it will be, just thinking about it makes people feel shuddering. It's cruel. It's cruel. This Stryker doesn't treat Wolverine as a human being at all. Deadpool looked at the steel needles piercing Wolverine's body, and then at the boiling metal in the needles connected behind them. He shook his head again and again. It is said that one of the tortures in hell is to throw people into a frying pan. This thing is completely scarier than hell. Deadpool's tone grew more and more agitated. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Pepper turned pale with fright and closed his eyes. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to have so many steel needles piercing the bones at the same time. And it's clear that Wolverine's misery has only just begun once the needle goes in. There is still boiling and bubbling molten metal behind. You must know that even just splashing boiling water on the body is painful, let alone injecting such a high-temperature liquid metal into the body. This Stryker is so despicable. She couldn't help cursing. In order to achieve my goal, I tricked Wolverine into doing such a cruel experiment through lies. It's disgusting. Tony Stark next to him couldn't help but gasp, his pupils vibrating slightly. He knows that there are many heartless people in this world who regard all life other than their own as a tool to achieve their ends. But knowing is one thing. When all this is truly presented in front of the eyes in a bloody posture, it still feels unbearable. This Stryker's behavior is really outrageous, and the warlords around him are also like this. Just watch it happen like this. Tony Stark couldn't help asking. Rao is Nick Fury, his black face is also slightly pale at the moment. Even for mutant, he can basically say that he doesn't like it, but the things Stryker is doing now, no matter who they are too cruel. Even he, when dealing with things, would not use such despicable methods. Even when Wolverine was about to start the injections, he realized that he had been tricked. He was tricked into participating in a military weapon development experiment. Nick Fury frowned slowly and said, such methods are too disgusting. Kamar Taj. When the steel needles approached Wolverine's skin, Wong couldn't stand it any longer. Advertisement, damn. I can even imagine what will happen next. He scolded angrily. What a beast, especially seeing the at the moment magic screen. The scene under the X-ray in front of the laboratory researchers has been presented. Wolverine's complete skeleton was displayed on the screen, and steel needles were pointed at every joint and skull. At the same time, it also marked the boiling molten metal in the needle tube. The temperature reached thousands of degrees. Rao Mo-Du, who had always been indifferent, felt his scalp tingle after seeing this scene. He imagined that if he told himself to increase his strength, he would need to use such a method. Can I bear it myself? Then Mo-Du may choose to be willing after entanglement. However, the situation Wolverine is facing now is clearly an experiment whose results are not yet known. Even Stryker himself is not sure what the end result will be. And even under such circumstances, he tricked Wolverine over to conduct the experiment. It's just outrageous. The other side. Even Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One couldn't help frowning slightly when he saw this. Dominion Asgard. Many Asgard warriors looked shocked. Is this mortal officer named Stryker going to torture Wolverine to death? Is this even more terrifying than the so-called torture? Directly inject so much molten metal with such a terrifying temperature into the body? Even if Wolverine has self-healing ability, I can't even imagine how much perseverance it takes to survive. You have to understand that this is different from a nuclear bomb. That thing is from the outside to the inside. But this experiment obviously started directly from the bone marrow. Is there really no problem? For a while, everyone seemed to empathize and shudder. I think this experiment is too cruel and inhumane. Even a tough guy like Thor who has experienced countless painful wars couldn't help but tremble. Will the 1000-degree hot steel directly pour the bone marrow? He swallowed hard while muttering, oh, Wolverine's life is really too hard. Queen Frigg sighed deeply. DC Universe. Bruce Wayne couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the frighteningly hot liquid metal. It was hard for him to imagine what would happen if he suffered such an injection. Alfred on the side couldn't bear to continue watching. Advertisement. Metropolis. Clark Kent watched the experiment and slowly frowned. It's bad. This Stryker is really bad. How could anyone do such a cruel thing? He reprimanded in a low voice, and at the moment, in the magic screen. All the steel needles pierced into Wolverine's body abruptly, piercing into every inch of bone, slowly pouring the tumbling silver into it. It can be seen with X-rays. From the tops of the spikes that pierced into Wolverine's bones, molten metal with a temperature of several thousand degrees immediately spread along his bones. Wolverine's pupils shrank suddenly. He felt that his bone marrow was turning into lava with frighteningly high temperature, endless pain poured out of his body, and his body trembled crazily. The body temperature is 42 degrees Celsius and continues to rise. The scientific researchers who watched his physical condition reported his physical data. At the same time, the eyes kept going back and forth to check Wolverine's heart rate. On the second floor, a warlord who came to observe could not help asking, he is in such pain, why not give him more tranquilizers? Stryker replied blankly and indifferently, he can feel pain just like us, but the anesthesia doesn't work for him, so he needs to voluntarily undergo surgery. The other side. Heart rate 190, 195. The scientific researchers are still eagerly reporting the data. Hearing this, the warlord couldn't help asking, can he survive? I don't know, Stryker replied without hesitation. Heart rate 200. The researchers are still reporting the data. At the same time, most of the bones in Wolverine's body were injected with hot molten metal. He only felt that his body was being torn apart crazily by a pair of invisible hands. The endless spikes hit every corner of the body from the inside out. Pain. 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 Wolverine's body trembled more and more horribly, dense blood vessels protruded from under the skin, covering every corner of her body. The researcher glanced at him, then at the data, 215, the heart rate has exceeded the limit. 032. What kind of ending is needed to be worthy of this wandering life? Kayla. Wolverine from at the moment wanted to scream, but couldn't at all. Endless pain was tormenting every corner of his body, and he felt that every corner of his body had been heated to a terrifying temperature. As if a volcano with a huge amount of magma was buried in his body might explode into dust every minute and every second. Internal organs, bones, muscles, and blood were all carbonized under those terrifying high temperatures. As more and more molten metal was injected into the body, Wolverine's body temperature rose constantly, and her body trembled more and more. Every nerve is experiencing hell like torture and being torn apart crazily. In a trance, Wolverine seemed to see her past life, that monster with endless disgust and panic. Everything I experienced on the battlefield. Then, all the pain is slowly healing after meeting Silverfox, the woman he loves so much. In the end, because of her departure, those wounds that had scabbed and healed were violently torn apart again. All the pain, with Wolverine losing Silverfox, multiplied. I want to become stronger, I want revenge. Such a belief is supporting him, resisting this heart-piercing pain. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne stared at Wolverine, who looked more and more painful on the magic screen. His eyes became more and more gloomy. This moment, he felt Wolverine's mood. He couldn't be more aware of the feeling of being unable to change after losing a lover. Even after becoming Batman, there is still endless sense of panic and helplessness surrounding him. The world would never have thought that Batman, who seemed omnipotent and made all the criminals in Gotham tremble, would feel so helpless. But that is the truth. Perhaps Wolverine isn't blindly trusting Stryker. Bruce Wayne's thoughts came here, and he suddenly realized something, but he has no other way. Just like that guy said, he can't deal with Sabretooth by himself. So, anyway, Wolverine is just trying to believe that Stryker can give him power. At this point, the voice slowly fell silent. He didn't say anything more. Looking at Wolverine's eyes again, there was a bit of sadness. Now in the eyes of Bruce Wayne, the other party is completely a helpless lone wolf like himself back then. In order to gain the power of vengeance, join forces with the devil. Moreover, he has to endure endless torture. Will he succeed? Advertisement. After hearing what his young master said, Alfred couldn't bear to be moved and said, because there are still chapters in his story. Having said this, he paused. Looking at Wolverine, whose body was constantly trembling on the magic screen, her slightly cloudy eyes looked complicated. It's just, even if you know it's like this, the pain still seems too shocking. The old housekeeper let out a breath slowly. The belief in revenge sustains him, Bruce Wayne said in a deep voice. The words fell. There was silence between the master and the servant. Only the sound of the experiment being carried out from the magic screen remained. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Tony. Pepper didn't dare to watch anymore. The vital indicators of Wolverine's body in the screen have completely exceeded the range of a normal human body. The trembling of his body and the ferocious expression made it look as if he would die in the next second. Even little Pepper, who was a bystander, felt that his nerves were stretched to the limit and might break at any time. She turned and buried her head in Tony Stark's arms. The latter felt the trembling of the other person's body, and hugged her with one arm, while holding Xiaojiali's hand tightly with the other. What kind of ending is going to be worthy of the ups and downs along the way? At the same time, Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As for Nick Fury looking at the picture at the moment, he was also lost in thought. The at the moment magic scene continues. It can be seen through X-rays that more than 80% of Wolverine's entire skeleton has been filled with high-temperature molten metal. Even he, who had endured countless pains, could no longer control his body, and began to tremble crazily. But he still gritted his teeth and insisted not to let himself faint. His body temperature has exceeded 100 degrees, and his heart rate has also exceeded 300 beats per minute. The expressions on the faces of the scientific researchers staring at the instrument not far away also became very ugly. Stryker and the surrounding warlords also fell silent, waiting quietly for the results to appear. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline. Shadowcat Katie felt a chill when she witnessed this scene. Logan. Do you remember how it felt back then? She couldn't help asking. This kind of pain, I feel too terrible just by looking at it. The rest of the X-Men also had complicated expressions. They couldn't imagine how much pain Wolverine was going through. Advertisement after all. If it were them, when they came into contact with those hot molten metals, they would probably only die instantly. Only Wolverine, who has super self-healing ability, will have the opportunity to endure such pain. To this, Wolverine herself seemed very calm, calmly looking at her once painful self in the picture. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. As he looked at the picture, his body trembled to an exaggerated extent, and even his eyes began to slacken. Looking at the surroundings together, the heart rate is fast to the extreme. Countless memories of the past suddenly began to flash in my mind. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard looked at this scene, and they couldn't express their thoughts in words. Seeing Wolverine gritted her teeth with a grim expression and persisted. They had also realized that Wolverine was not ignorant that Stryker was actually unkind. But the opponent still chooses to face pain for strength. Have you noticed, from the beginning of the experiment, to the injection of liquid metal at the end, although Wolverine is in pain? But he never seemed to show the slightest regret. At this time, someone said in a complicated tone. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in Asgard suddenly became more and more silent. Thor was even more stunned, even in the face of such pain. Has Wolverine never regretted it? He's a real tough guy. Even God King Odin had a flash of admiration in his eyes. Next second, on screen, all of Wolverine's bones were fully injected with molten metal. Both body temperature and heart rate have reached a level that ordinary people can't even imagine. The twitching and trembling of his body suddenly reached the extreme, as if he would break free from the restraint in the next second. Then, the whole person suddenly lost all movement. It was completely quiet. Drop, the surrounding instruments suddenly sounded an alarm. It shows Wolverine's heart rate has changed to 0. 033. Beast out. On screen. Wolverine's entire skeleton had been injected with hot molten metal. Under the action of the surrounding cooling fluid, all the heat disappears after the injection is completed without continuous heating. On the tempered glass cabinet, large groups of thick water mist rose. The injection is done. But what is even more worrying is that on the detection instrument, which represents the fluctuation of Wolverine's heart rate, it turned into a red straight line with a heart rate of 0. Stryker, the other researchers and the warlords looked at each other. There was unconcealed disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, the entire laboratory fell silent. Obviously, he's mortal, too. Agent Zero's tone was relaxed. Stryker has always valued Wolverine, a traitor, more than him, so he has never had a good impression of the latter. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard knew there were other chapters to follow, and knew that Wolverine's story wouldn't end there. Still looking forward to it in my heart. Now his bones and wolf claws have been replaced with the so-called indestructible adamantium. Wolverine has become stronger? They thought. And Thor also looked at the magic screen with fanaticism. Stand up, Wolverine, and tear up everything that is against you. You are stronger now. His tone was a little excited. Speak the truth. Although Wolverine was tortured in the picture just now, Thor followed suit. After all, this so-called experimental process is no different from the most terrifying torture. If it wasn't for Wolverine, a mutant with super self-healing ability, any other mortal would not be able to bear it. Even the vast majority of Asgard people can't handle it. And after experiencing such a torture-like experiment, Thor, a militant, is also very curious about how powerful Wolverine can be. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe, in the basement of Marbury Villa. Pepper heard the voice from the magic screen. Turning his head around, Warrior Zui looked in disbelief at Wolverine, who had clearly lost all vital signs. For revenge, he fell on the road of pursuing power. She said sadly, no, he did. There are other chapters to follow. Wolverine's story is not over. Tony Stark took a deep breath and said slowly, it's just that it's hard to imagine how he resisted the experiment just now. Between words, he met Nick Fury's eyes. They both saw admiration in each other's eyes. Especially the latter. Advertisement. He knew that under such an intense test, surviving naturally depended on Wolverine's powerful self-healing ability. But more importantly, Nick Fury clearly noticed from the process of injecting liquid metal just now that the opponent's eyes did not show the slightest thought of giving up. Wolverine persisted until she lost consciousness. Facing such an existence, in Nick Fury's view, even if the opponent is mutant, it is admirable to be able to do so. There are 2 more chapters to come. What about Wolverine's story? He thought with interest. Dee, just when his voice fell. On screen, the instrument that detected Wolverine's vital signs sounded again. The heart rate line, which had turned into a straight red line, began to fluctuate. His heartbeat and other signs are recovering, the researchers responsible for the observation data said with some surprise. Hearing this, Stryker lay prone on the railing on the 2nd floor, staring blankly at Wolverine lying in the coolant. Come on, wake up, my old friend, he said nervously. Definitely, it's clear to everyone that what Stryker said was not for Wolverine, but for the military weapon he was experimenting with. Only if the other party is completely Sushing, it means that his weapon experiment has been successful. His vital signs have fully recovered, the researchers reported. Also, there is no rejection at all, he has fully integrated adamantium. Someone reports. We made it, for a while. Stryker and the other warlords immediately relaxed, with joy in their eyes. Do you want to send him out? Agent Zero asked at this time. No, we're going to use his DNA to make more, 11, weapons next. Stryker said triumphantly. Prepare to erase his memory. From now on, there will be no Wolverine in the world, just let him be our weapon. Off screen. After hearing Stryker's words, Pepper frowned. This Stryker is too much. He has no respect for Wolverine at all. It's completely treating the other party as an experimental product, not a life. Tony Stark noticed her agitation. He gently hugged the other person's shoulders and comforted him in a low voice. Don't worry, such a guy won't succeed. HMPH. Even knowing the ending, I still feel angry. Little Pepper snuggled up to each other and said indignantly. Nick Fury on the opposite side touched his nose a little guilty when he heard her words. Not a word was said. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, advertisement. Sometimes he will use some slightly extreme means. Kamar Taj. Did he succeed? After seeing Wolverine's vital signs recovering, Mordo's eyes lighted up. From the very beginning, he has been curious about how powerful new power the other party will gain after enduring so much pain. And now, it's finally time to start showing, right? But Wong didn't think so much, he was simply relieved that Wolverine's torture was over. Deadpool Universe. Wolverine, it's alright, now it's time to stand up and kill the crows around me. Deadpool looked at the magic book and danced in anticipation. Quick, kill. Marvel TRN 414 new timeline. Is Logan really alright? Shadowcat Katie was still a little worried. Maybe you didn't notice, but he himself is standing in front of you now. Cyclops Scott said quite speechlessly. What do you know? It's called atmosphere. Katie's Shadowcat gave him a blank look. I want to take a good look. Logan taught that Stryker a lesson. The voice just fell. On screen, in the tempered glass cabinet, Wolverine suddenly opened her eyes. The surrounding researchers noticed that his heart rate was rising rapidly. He said nervously to Stryker, he's angry, obviously heard you. At the same time, swish, the coldly glowing adamantium wolf claws suddenly shot out from between Wolverine's fingers, unparalleled in sharpness. Next second, all the muscles in his body suddenly swelled, and his strength burst out, and he broke free directly. Ah! Wolverine roared and stood up from the tempered glass cabinet, bringing countless splashes of water. There was murderous intent in his eyes. The beast is out. 034. A kind old couple. Damn it, he's out, catch him. Stryker looked at Wolverine, who stood up from the tempered glass cabinet, his complexion changed drastically. At the moment, all the bones in the latter body were replaced with adamantium, which is extremely strong. The original Wolverine relied on supernatural powers, and was far from being able to be blocked by ordinary people, and now it will become even more terrifying. And as his voice fell, the number 0 agent next to him suddenly changed his face, pulled out his gun in an instant, and shot towards Wolverine. Boom! Gunshots echoed in the laboratory. Agent 0 is the ultimate agent who has practiced marksmanship to the extreme, and he shot Wolverine between the eyebrows as soon as he raised his hand. Clang! Pity! Wolverine is not what she used to be. The bullet hit the forehead, but only scratched the skin on his forehead, but the adamantium skull had been replaced under it, and it was safe and sound. Stryker was very excited when he saw this scene. In order to create such a weapon, it can be said that he has put in countless painstaking efforts. If Wolverine is allowed to act, he will definitely flee. It was impossible for Stryker to just sit back and watch, and immediately shouted, "Stop him!" As his voice fell, in the corner of the laboratory, dozens of special forces armed with live ammunition poured out like a tide, and they all opened their mouths to Wolverine. Bang bang bang. Countless guns fired at the same time, and the bullets flew and intertwined into an impenetrable barrage net. However, those bullets hit Wolverine, they couldn't do much damage to him at all, at most they grazed his flesh. But it was impossible to shake the bone which was replaced by adamantium. On the contrary, when he rushed forward, the special soldiers who were blocking the road couldn't stop him at all. When the steel claws glowing with cold light passed over the bodies of those people, it was no different from passing through the air. Even the guns are like foam in front of it the moment's Wolverine. Swish! He ran forward, and every time he swung his claws, a special soldier would be torn into pieces and fall to the ground in front of him. Endless warm, smelly sticky blood flowed wantonly on the floor. Wolverine is like entering no man's land, no one can stop her. He easily rushed out of the laboratory, off-screen. Good, Logan, so handsome. Seeing this scene, Shadowcat Katie couldn't help raising her fist and cheering for Wolverine, it's so enjoyable. Only, later, I saw on the screen that Wolverine rushed out of the laboratory all the way, jumped off the waterfall and never looked back. The girl couldn't help wondering again, Logan, why didn't you kill Stryker, but just left? Wolverine glanced at her and said in a deep voice, Stryker has captured a lot of mutants, I'm going to rescue them first. Advertisement. At the same time, I was thinking about killing Sabretooth first to avenge Silverfox and then come back to settle the score with Stryker. The voice fell. In the magic screen, Stryker's black face appeared. Damn it, he yelled. And the warlord next to him couldn't help but speak with accusations. Stryker, this is the project you prepared for $500 million. It doesn't seem to be under control. I won't let him leave so easily. Stryker's face was extremely ugly, and he ordered Agent 0. Go find him and cut off his head. Yes. Agent 0 responded, and chased him out with a stern face. X-Men meeting room. Okay, at least seeing this damn Stryker in such a bad mood makes me feel a lot more angry. Shadowcat Katie looked at the other party's distorted slap in the face, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And then Logan, you must have made him pay dearly, right? She looked back at Wolverine expectantly. Later, Stryker paid more than a miserable price because of Logan. Cyclops Scott watched Wolverine rush out of the lab and jump down the waterfall, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing his words, the other X-Men also looked at the screen expectantly. I can't wait to see Stryker crying, Storm said with a raised brow. The rest nodded their heads. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. After Pepper saw Wolverine successfully escaped, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. At the same time, she, who hadn't seen the previous picture, was also shocked by the strong vitality of the other party. I didn't expect this Wolverine to survive after going through something like this. She murmured, the scene of the experiment just now is too intrusive. Just looking at it, I felt like I had a long and hopeless nightmare. Actually, he's been alive for more than 100 years, Tony Stark added, breathing a sigh of relief. It's incredible. Pepper looked surprised. On the other hand, Nick Fury watched the screen silently with cloudy eyes, and did not participate in the conversation between the two. Dominion Asgard. Damn it, this Wolverine just escaped like that? Advertisement. Thor looked a little disappointed after seeing the other party escape. Such a big enemy was placed in front of him, and he just ran away without looking back. Thor, if you can, since you have a brain, use it more. Loki looked at his displeased brother, and couldn't help but mocked. Didn't you see that there were so many people in the laboratory just now? Even if he is stronger than before, if he stays in the enemy's stronghold, there is no guarantee that something will happen. His real enemy, but Sabretooth, to continue to stay and kill people is completely reckless. It's a good thing he's not that stupid. When Thor heard this, he became more and more unhappy. What do you know, a coward who can only use intrigue. The voice fell. Loki was ready to fight back again. But God King Odin showed helplessness and didn't make a sound. It's not surprising that the two are used to each other. DC Universe. Wayne Manor, and then, Wolverine, what are you going to do? Bruce Wayne looked at the magic picture with gloomy eyes. How will you take revenge? He has a very sensitive feeling about things like revenge. I really want to know whether Wolverine will regret it for the rest of her life like herself, or pull out all the thorns in her heart. At this time, the screen on the magic book changed. An elderly couple was driving home. I saw Wolverine, completely naked, running towards their warehouse at a very fast speed. Seeing this, the two old men looked at each other, thinking that they had encountered some pervert. However, after getting in touch with them, they found that Wolverine didn't have any malice towards them, but might have experienced something bad. To this, the old man didn't ask too much, just said that he could stay temporarily at night. And invite him to have dinner with him. Metropolis. Clark Kent looked at the two kind old men who were with Wolverine, but slowly frowned. I have a bad feeling, he murmured under his breath. Always worried that Stryker's pursuit would hurt these two kind-hearted old men. 035. The Massacre of Agent Zero. Angry Logan. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. These two old men are really kind. Pepper looked at the two elderly people who had dinner with Wolverine and gave him their children's clothes on the screen, and suddenly frowned. I just don't know why, I always have a bad feeling. What to do, Tony? She said, grasping Tony Stark's hand. Don't worry, such a kind person will never end up in any bad end. Tony Stark comforted her in a low voice, and in between their conversations. In the magic screen, Wolverine and the two old men had spent the night in peace, and the time came to the next morning. See this scene. Little Pepper's frown was slowly relaxed, but there was still some faint worry in his eyes. Am I worrying too much? She couldn't help doubting her feeling just now. Tony Stark smiled when he heard the sound. Look, I told you nothing serious would happen. But you are also really kind, so you are also worried about that kind person. Pepper gave him a blank look, and Nick Fury glanced at the two of them calmly, but still didn't say anything. From just now, he felt that he was out of tune with the atmosphere here. Luckily he was dark enough. Thinking. Nick Fury ducked into the shadows again. DC Universe. Metropolitan Country. It's fine, I don't want my bad premonition to come true. Clark Kent also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better for kind people not to encounter bad things after doing good deeds. The world should be like this. It's better to leave the bad luck to those bad guys. He murmured. At the same time, on screen. Wolverine wakes up early in the warehouse. Why is the moon so lonely? Because she once had a lover. And he and she will never be able to embrace each other again. He sat on the old man's motorcycle, thinking back to the story Silver Fox told himself, dazed. At this time, the warehouse door opens. The old man walked in with a smile on his face. Good morning, did you sleep well last night? Good morning. Wolverine withdrew her thoughts and greeted the other party. You look like someone who's going to do something bad. The experienced old man looked at Wolverine, pursed his lips, and asked earnestly, do you know what will happen to those bloodthirsty and brutal people in the end? What happens? Wolverine asked. They will reap the consequences. Advertisement. The old man said slowly. Although he didn't ask, he also knew that Wolverine must have experienced many things, and she had hidden deep thoughts. So I want to persuade the other party to turn around. Each of us has the right to choose again, isn't it? No, I have lost my choice. Wolverine shook her head. He thought the old man must have guessed something. But the complexity of his own situation is beyond the guesswork of an ordinary old man. Cheer up. The old man glanced at Wolverine's frowning brows and sighed. Want to take my motorcycle for a ride? It's my old treasure. The 1964 motorcycle is very good. Wolverine didn't want the atmosphere to be so serious, so she laughed. I didn't expect you to know such an old model at such a young age. The old man was a little surprised. When the two were talking, the warehouse door was pushed in again. It was the old woman who came in. Good morning, I have prepared breakfast for you. She was carrying fruit juice and bread with a kind smile all over her face. However, the old woman had just finished speaking. Boom. The glass containing the juice in his hand shattered suddenly, and the juice splashed everywhere. She lowered her head in a daze, only to see a penetrating bullet wound on her chest, and the blood quickly spread and wet the clothes on her chest. Damn it. Wolverine's expression changed, realizing that Stryker's pursuers were approaching. Next second. Bang bang bang. On the glass of the warehouse, there were 3 bullet marks pierced by bullets. The old man in front of him was also shot. No. Wolverine quickly dragged the 2 old men to a sheltered position in the warehouse. At this time, the screen of the magic book changed. Come to the high slope outside the warehouse. Agent Zero was lying behind a sniper rifle. He pressed the communicator expressionlessly. Report, we found the location of Weapon X. He killed 2 ordinary people in the warehouse. Off screen. Clark Kent became angry when he saw this scene, and the veins on his neck suddenly popped up. How could he attack ordinary people? He saw the kind deeds of the 2 old men. Seeing this scene, Clark Kent, who was born with an infinite sense of justice, was furious to the extreme. How can a person be so cold-blooded? Can he shoot and kill 2 innocent ordinary people without doing anything? He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slowly glowing red. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne also looked bad. What he hated the most in his life was the kind-hearted people who were involved in disasters for no reason and lost their lives. This number 0 agent is too damned. He growled angrily. No wonder he can stay with Stryker all the time, it turns out that they are all the same. In order to achieve the goal, no one else's life is in the eye. Beast has love in his heart, but this Agent Zero doesn't. He's just a ruthless killing machine with no humanity at all. Even Alfred, who usually maintains elegance, couldn't help but yell angrily when he saw such a kind old man fall under his gun. It's so cold-blooded. Advertisement. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. My god, how could he do this? Seeing this scene, Xiaojiao couldn't help covering her mouth, her face was full of astonishment. Tony Stark also couldn't react, staring at this scene in a daze. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard also fell into anger. I wish I could just rush into the screen and tear that cold-blooded Agent Zero into pieces. And Thor also stopped bickering with Loki, and clenched his fists angrily. This Agent Zero should be lucky that he is not in the same universe as me, otherwise, no matter how far apart, I would rush over and crush him to death. The other side. But Loki said indifferently, this is the end of being soft on the enemy. When we were in the lumberyard, we should have killed Agent Zero directly. At this time, on screen, blow him to pieces. Agent Zero flew into the air through the communicator, and the helicopter carrying heavy weapons gave orders. Next second, whoosh, a missile roared out of the helicopter and bombarded the warehouse where Wolverine was. Boom. Instantly, the sky and the earth are trembling. A huge amount of flames exploded in the warehouse, instantly smashing the entire warehouse into pieces. Luckily, Wolverine got on a motorcycle and rushed out of the warehouse when the missile exploded. The endless sea of flames that hadn't been exploded was affected. Off screen. Seeing this, Thor was already a little restless, and said with an ugly expression, Wolverine, you'd better kill this beastly guy for me quickly, or I will never look down on you. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. We must make Agent Zero pay the price. It's too much. It's too much. Shadowcat Katie couldn't sit still anymore, she jumped up from the chair and waved her small fist angrily. Agent Zero is one of the most cold-blooded people I have ever seen. Many mutants died under his hands. Cyclops Scott spoke sullenly. As for Wolverine, seeing this kind old couple die because of him again, she couldn't help clenching her fists and her mood was gloomy. Logan, it's over, it's over. Phoenix noticed that his mood began to fluctuate violently, and hurriedly comforted him softly. At the same time, on screen, boom, the afterglow of the explosion scattered, and the original warehouse had turned into a sea of flames. Wolverine rode a motorcycle away. Seeing this, Agent Zero jumped onto the helicopter and started chasing him. 036. Beast's Revenge. In the magic screen, whoosh. Wolverine rode the motorcycle fast and twisted the handlebar hard to push the speed of the motorcycle to the extreme. Shuttle among the rugged mountains and forests. Like an angry beast running around. And behind him, it was the helicopter carrying Agent Zero and heavy weapons that was chasing him to death. Chug chug chug. The heavy machine gun on the helicopter spun crazily, spewing flames and dense rain of bullets, and fell from the sky. Shooting swiftly behind Wolverine, it was like a death god chasing madly. He pushed the speed of the motorcycle to the extreme, so that he could not be caught up by the rain of bullets. The ground where it passed was riddled with holes and fragments by the dense rain of bullets. Seeing this, Wolverine turned the direction of the motorcycle again and rushed towards the forest with dense trees. Chug chug chug. Before he entered the woods, the helicopter hung in place unwillingly, firing violently. He didn't stop until the trees around the forest were smashed to pieces and Wolverine's back was no longer seen. And Agent Zero looked embarrassed. But not completely flustered yet. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Alpha 1, he's coming towards you, stop him. Following the voice of Agent Zero. On the ground. Wolverine had just walked through the woods, out of the helicopter and onto the road. The off-road vehicle number 1 with a machine gun on the roof rushed out like a hunter who had been dormant for a long time. Chase him again. Damn it. Wolverine noticed this, frowned, and accelerated again, and all the surrounding scenery turned into afterimages that kept receding in his eyes. The howling air crazily tore at his hair, and the off-road vehicle behind is biting its tail tightly. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the gunman on the roof kept shooting him. While dodging the bullets, Wolverine knew that running alone would not work, and immediately started to slow down, and move towards the off-road vehicle. With a lift of his hands, the head of the motorcycle lifted off the ground, and he immediately stood up on the motorcycle. Swish. When he raised his hand, the steel claws glowing with endless sharp cold light shot out. The soldier on the off-road vehicle who was in charge of controlling the machine gun changed his expression and just turned his gun on Wolverine. The next moment, whoosh, the steel claw pierced through the air. Directly tore open the soldier's arm. Ah! The soldier let out a mournful cry, a huge amount of blood splashed down the room, and he lost his balance and rolled down from the roof of the car. Seeing this, the soldiers in the cab of the off-road vehicle felt their hearts tighten. They quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, Alpha number 2, we have entered the range where you are stationed. Come on. The voice fell. A second off-road vehicle rushed head-on from the road. Wolverine just rode back on the motorcycle, and saw the car hit her head-on, and frowned. Instead, he twisted the accelerator, rushed towards the front of the second car, and then controlled the body to tilt and brush past it. At the same time, the steel claws in his hand were like cutting a piece of paper. When the flames burst out, the two tires on one side of the car were cut and exploded at the same time. Boom. Instantly, the second off-road vehicle directly lost its balance and was immediately overturned by huge amounts of inertia. The situation on the road at the moment is that two off-road vehicles, one was overturned by Wolverine, and the other side followed, but the gunman on the roof was dealt with by him. Advertisement. There is no threat to it at all. Snort. Wolverine finished all this, snorted coldly, twisted the accelerator again, and flew forward. However, just when he thought he was free, the helicopter that Agent Zero was on was already waiting in front of him in advance. Zero. Wolverine watched sitting in the passenger seat, staring coldly at her Agent Zero, her eyes also turning murderously. Next second, he turned the car around suddenly, and at the same time stretched out the steel claws to insert into the ground, using his arm as a fulcrum. He turned around directly on the spot. Whoosh. He rushed towards the off-road vehicle without a gunman on the roof behind him. Then he jumped hard and jumped directly onto the roof of the car. Just as Wolverine was getting ready to use the machine gun on the roof of the car against the helicopter. However, Agent Zero in the helicopter ordered the launch of missiles without any hesitation, aiming to smash Wolverine and the car beneath her into pieces. Whoosh. The helicopter slowly lowered the flight altitude, and then the missile flew out, directly blasting the entire off-road vehicle. But Wolverine took advantage of this opportunity, relying on the momentum of the vehicle under her body being thrown away by the missile. She jumped up directly, and lifted her cold steel claws into the air. The target is the wing of the helicopter. Clank. The moment the high-speed rotating wings on the top of the helicopter touched the steel claws of Wolverine adamantium, it was easily cut apart like a piece of paper touching a sharp knife. The helicopter lost its flight power and began to smash towards the ground. And Wolverine inserted the steel claws into the body of the helicopter when it was about to fall, and then fell together. The moment the helicopter was about to touch the ground, he exploded again and jumped straight into the distance. Everything happened in a flash. Even Agent Zero has taken complete arrest measures. But still no match for Wolverine, an old monster with a century of combat experience. Bang bang bang. The moment Wolverine landed in the distance, the helicopter hit the ground hard. Under the huge amounts of impact force, it rolled several times fiercely, the whole fuselage was twisted by shapeshifting, and the parts splashed all over the ground. Even the driver in it was thrown out, and the whole body is no longer complete. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Meeting room. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this scene, and they were very excited. Katie Shadowcat even stood up directly and waved her fists excitedly. Very good, this cold-blooded and ruthless guy has finally been sanctioned. Damn, this kind of person doesn't deserve to live. Cyclops Scott also felt very excited. And the rest of the X-Men also showed excited expressions. DC Universe. Metropolis. Call. Clark Kent also let out a long breath after seeing the helicopter crash. Although he does not agree with the so-called bad guys, they should all be executed. But when I saw this scene, I didn't feel much resistance in my heart. After all, even Clark Kent, who is inherently righteous, thinks Agent Zero deserves to die. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne frowned slowly. Master, do you think Wolverine's method is too cruel? Seeing this, Alfred couldn't bear to ask. No, I don't think that's enough. Wolverine's best to get rid of the roots and get rid of Stryker. Bruce Wayne replied. Butler Alfred was a little surprised when he got such an answer. Advertisement. After all, when my young master dealt with those criminals on weekdays, he followed the principle of not killing. I'm not an inflexible person. Bruce Wayne seemed to be aware of his thoughts, and raised his brows immediately and said. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Pepper and Tony Stark were also relieved by the pictures in the magic book. Looking at each other, they all saw the smile in each other's eyes. But Nick Fury didn't feel too shocked after seeing the big scene. After all, he was in the same category as Stryker. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard applauded for this. Thor also felt very relieved, and laughed loudly. That's right. The other side. On screen, Wolverine was about to leave when she heard Agent Zero's breathing coming from the shapeshifting helicopter cabin. The latter is not dead yet. Thinking, Wolverine narrowed her eyes and walked slowly over. At this time, he heard Stryker's voice coming from Agent Zero's intercom. Can you hear that, Agent Zero? Come back, is Wolverine dead? I don't know, I crashed. Then came the weak voice of Agent Zero. When Wolverine approached, he found that the other party was stuck in the shapeshifting cabin, and he was still breathing, but his hands and feet were pressed and he couldn't move. Number 0, what's the situation now? Talk back. Stryker's voice came again from the intercom. However, after Agent Zero found that Wolverine approached intact, he closed his mouth with a sad face. And Wolverine took his walkie-talkie, looking grim. Are you going to kill me? Logan. Stryker froze on the other end of the intercom. Where's Victor? Come back to the base, I'll explain everything to you, and we'll kill Victor together. Wrong answer. When I kill Victor, I will deal with you. Logan, listen to me, if you insist on your own way, the results will not be as good as you want. Stryker, you want a beast, don't you? Wolverine's voice was low, and the murderous intent in her eyes grew deeper. You've got your wish. After finishing speaking, he directly crushed the walkie-talkie and looked at Agent Zero in the cabin. The people on the farm are good people and innocent people. Why do you want to do something to them? Ha ha ha. Agent Zero laughed sadly upon hearing this. Wolverine decided that he was dead man, so she didn't bother to say anything, turned around and left. The innocent and good people around you will always die. It's so funny, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Agent Zero looked at the back of the other party and began to taunt. Wolverine didn't speak. Raise your hand slowly. Swish. The steel claws shot out from between the fingers, and gently rubbed against the stones on the ground. All of a sudden, sparks burst into a stream of oil trickling from the helicopter. Tang. Flames burst into flames instantly, spreading to the twisted helicopter body. After finishing this, Wolverine withdrew her steel claws indifferently, and continued to walk forward. After a few seconds, boom, the entire plane exploded, and as the ground trembled, an endless sea of flames rose into the sky, and half of the sky was dyed red. A wave of heat billowed and slapped Wolverine's back. And the killing intent in his eyes still didn't slow down, and he continued to walk away without looking back. 037. FK, I'm going to be beaten up. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. In the conference room. Cool. So cool. Shadowcat Katie looked at the scene shown in the magic book. She was so excited that she jumped up directly. Real men never look back at explosions. Logan, I have to say you look stunning in this scene. She yelled excitedly. You're finally starting to clean up these nasty guys one by one. You know, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Storm smiled at Wolverine too. The rest of the people also seemed quite excited when they saw the scene presented in the magic book. It's just that when Wolverine heard their praises, her reaction was very flat, and her expression was a little confusing. As for Cyclops Scott, when he saw this scene, a satisfied smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. I didn't witness how Agent Zero died at the time, but I didn't expect to see it now. He said with a smile. Obviously in a good mood. He had just finished speaking. The picture presented in the magic book made him slightly taken aback. On the screen, a school slowly emerged. The time came in the afternoon. The school buses responsible for taking the students home left one after another. At the same time, a burly figure appeared in front of the school gate. It's Sabretooth. His eyes turned cold, his whole body exuded a dangerous atmosphere, and he walked into the school's teaching building step by step. Soon they walked outside a classroom. Through the glass, a male student wearing red sunglasses can be seen copying words on the blackboard. ... Off screen. That's me. Cyclops Scott exclaimed with surprise. At that time, I needed to use sunglasses to control ability, but the teacher felt that I didn't respect her, so I was fine to stay and copy the words. Phoenix Chin Gray also recognized it, walked to the screen and said slowly, you told me before that you were also captured by Sabretooth at that time, so it was at this time. Yes, I was terrified at the time. Fortunately, nothing happened afterwards. Cyclops Scott nodded with a complicated tone. Next second. ... On screen. Knock knock. Sabretooth reached out a hand with sharp nails and tapped lightly on the glass window. As soon as the young Cyclops turned his head, he knew that this guy was not a good guy, so he ran away immediately. Advertisement. Pity. He is no match for Sabretooth, who has been a warrior for hundreds of years. Before he could take a few steps, he was grabbed by the back of the neck. No, do not want. Cyclops exclaimed, and the sunglasses dropped. Because of the instant reaction and the fact that someone was chasing him, his eyes widened. Boom. Instantly. Then, two beams of majestic energy burst out from his eyes. Then he staggered and fell down. The laser beams that burst out from the eyes cut the entire teaching building in half obliquely. No, let me go. Cyclops was pressed to the ground by Sabretooth, and he quickly closed his eyes to end the laser while begging for mercy. At this time, Stryker appeared before the two of them. Fine, now it's just Logan, I'm sure you can handle it. Laughing as he approached, he sedated Cyclops with a needle gun. I've dealt with him before, haven't I? Sabretooth looked confident. Oh, yes, you've dealt with him. Stryker paused, then nodded casually. Sabretooth glanced back at him, as the agreement between us still valid. I will do things for you, and you will give me more power, and solve the identity problem. Definitely, Captain Victor. Stryker glanced at him and smiled meaningfully. ... Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Damn it, could it be that Sabretooth and Stryker were together from the beginning? They teamed up to trick Wolverine into experimenting on him. Pepper belatedly exclaimed. The so-called helping Lord Wolverine is actually a conspiracy. She originally thought Stryker was creating the X-Weapon project to hunt down Sabretooth. Tony Stark pursed his lips, glanced at her, and raised his eyebrows. I have to say, you are very smart, and I just thought of it. Little Pepper heard that he was acting strangely, so he pursed his lips and gave him a white look. And Nick Fury said in a firm tone, people like Stryker will never help people for no reason, let alone the bullshit of saving former team members. Although he didn't want to admit it, Stryker and himself seemed to be somewhat similar in many angles. ... DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne faced the two people discussing the conspiracy in the picture, and took a deep breath. I thought everything was Stryker's conspiracy from the beginning. After all, if I consider it from his position, mutant, an uncontrollable factor with powerful power, can either be used by myself. Either it can only be destroyed, or it is uncertain what kind of threat these guys will pose to this world. Advertisement. Hearing this, Alfred took a deep look at his young master. Master always thinks about the world, so when will you think about yourself? For so many years, you haven't even brought back a sincere girl. Who should the Wayne Group hand over to in the future? Bruce Wayne. At the same time, on screen, Sabretooth showed up at the home of a former teammate, John. The latter is a mutant that can carry items and perform space jumps. At the moment of seeing Sabretooth, John was ready to launch his ability to escape. However, because Sabretooth is too familiar with these former teammates, he was able to predict the location where the opponent wanted to move in advance, and the claws waited in advance for the location where John appeared, and directly penetrated the latter's chest. You can only move to the place you can see, your trajectory is really easy to guess. Sabretooth gave a cruel smile and crushed John's heart. After taking the opponent's mutant ability gene, he walked away. Metropolis. Countryside. When Clark Kent learned that Sabretooth was actually suitable for Stryker's cooperation, his expression became more serious. Sabretooth and Stryker don't think of mutant as life, that's so cold-blooded. He frowned. At this time, through the magic screen, he noticed that Wolverine had obtained the location of the experimental island through the mouth of the mutant who had escaped from the experimental island. Suddenly realized, the final battle between Wolverine and Stryker seems to be about to begin. Clark Kent immediately began to look forward to it. Deadpool universe. When he saw Wolverine approaching the experimental island, he immediately realized that the self of that universe was about to appear. Oh no. Are you going to be beaten up by Wolverine in front of so many people? Deadpool walked back and forth anxiously. No, that's too embarrassing. In the end, he stopped suddenly and snorted coldly. No, Wade was beaten up by Wolverine. What does it have to do with me, Deadpool? Yes, it's none of my business. If I don't say anything, who would know that he is me from another universe? He convinced himself, nodded heavily, and then sat down to continue to focus on the pictures on the magic book. 038. Silverfox is alive. In the magic screen, a thick night appeared. Amid the tumbling sea of clouds, a helicopter was flying towards a peninsula through the air. Wolverine was sitting on the co-pilot in the cabin, staring at the island with complicated eyes. Not long ago, he learned about the location of Stryker's experimental island from Mutant Gambit, and then he came here non-stop. Relax, we'll be there soon. Gambit, who was in the driver's seat, looked at the serious Wolverine and immediately expressed relief. As he spoke, he drove the helicopter and began to descend. After passing through the clouds, a peninsula that assumed a nuclear power plant appeared in front of their eyes. Here it is, that island is actually hidden under your nose. He said. Wolverine heard this, and glanced at the nuclear power plant below with surprise in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the place where Stryker imprisoned Mutant was in such an obvious place. Nobody's going to go near a bunch of reactors and investigate. Gambit noticed the look in his eyes and said, they think they'll turn into monsters because of the radiation. And Wolverine at the moment started to get up and open the cabin door. Good luck. Gambit looked at him and said seriously. He was caught by Stryker, and escaped by chance. That's why when Wolverine approached her and said she wanted revenge, she cooperated like this. Thanks, you too. Wolverine echoed him. Then he frowned and jumped directly from the helicopter to the sea below. Seeing this scene, Deadpool couldn't help muttering in a low voice. If you look at it this way, I guess I'll make an appearance soon, right? Speaking of which, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. What me, the man who appeared in the magic screen is Wade the mercenary, and has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to get beat up by Wolverine. Just finished speaking. The magic screen changed, came to a laboratory. A group of figures in white coats were busy back and forth, injecting drugs to the person covered with a white cloth on the test bench, and checking vital signs at the same time. And Stryker stood not far away with a serious face, looking at the young man with his mouth sewn shut on the stage. Colonel, the vital signs of Weapon 11 are very stable, and the integration of various mutant abilities has been very successful. At this time, a scientific researcher reported to Stryker. It only needs some more debugging, and it will be ready for use in a few hours, and it can be put into use directly. Advertisement. Will he absolutely obey my orders? Stryker asked. Will do. Ah, very good. Stryker couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Off-screen, Deadpool, who had been forcing himself to maintain a steady state, couldn't help standing up again and walking back and forth when he saw the scene on the test bench. Tisk tisk tisk, it means that Wade has nothing to do with me, but seeing how miserable I am in another universe, I still can't accept it. Deadpool scratched his head with quite a headache. It's so miserable. I'm Deadpool's wise one. I'm afraid I will be ruined by this Wade. You have to know the picture presented in this magic book, but people from many universes and worlds are paying attention. It's really embarrassing. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Wolverine saw Wade, whose body was being injected with genetic modification fluid all over his body and his mouth was still sewn up, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Wade is such a poor man. It's okay to be transformed into a weapon, and he can't even speak. He said in a strange tone. You said that on the laboratory table, the person with shaved hair and marks all over his body is that talkative Wade. Katie Shadowcat was surprised to hear what he said. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at the person on the screen carefully, and his face became weird. It seems to be really him. I'm afraid I can't talk so much trash now. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Malibu Villa. Pepper didn't know Wade, but stared at Stryker on the screen, subconsciously clenched his fists. Wolverine is coming to avenge Silver Fox. This terrible officer Stryker is about to suffer. It's too much for two people who are obviously so good to be separated by him with life and death for the so-called weapons plan. Tony Stark on the side is not very interested in other people's love and hatred. But he enjoyed watching at the moment with Pepper. When the thoughts come here, Tony Stark's gaze couldn't bear to dim for a moment. Perhaps, in the future, I may not be able to spend such time with her again. Kamar Taj. Hurry up. Wolverine, give this Stryker a hard time, I can't wait. When Wong saw Wolverine take the helicopter, he was full of anticipation. Based on Wolverine's current strength, dealing with Stryker shouldn't be a problem. Modu is also looking forward to Wolverine's enhanced strength to show off her own strength. Gaining strength is to be able to do what you want. On the other hand, Ancient One Magician still didn't have any big mood swings, and his expression was indifferent. She has seen too many human stories. Advertisement. Unless the following story involves the timeline of the entire world. Otherwise, even if the protagonist of the revenge story in front of at the moment is Wolverine, it will not be able to move her. Dominion Asgard. Thor and all the Asgard fighters have shut their mouths at this moment and did not discuss further. Because if there are no accidents, the exciting revenge drama will be seen next. They, as a show, have a natural quest for these things. Including God King Odin is also very happy to see this scene. At this time, on screen, after Wolverine also jumped into the sea not far from the peninsula, she evaded the inspectors all the way and sneaked into the laboratory. Finally pushed open the door of Stryker's laboratory. Click. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of all the researchers and Stryker in the laboratory. Wolverine, on the other hand, slowly approached the other party with a dignified expression. At the same time, she also noticed that the cages around the laboratory were full of many bound mutants. Logan. Stryker turned his head and glanced at him, seemingly not surprised. Welcome back to the battlefield. Before I dig out your intestines, I want to know why you did this to me. Wolverine stared at the other person and said coldly. I need your experience to enrich my guards. For what? For the mutant killer, a Deadpool. Saying that, Stryker glanced at Wolverine. After so many years of research, I finally found a suitable way to concentrate all the power in one body without dissipating it. And you are the most important part of it, your genes that make weapon number 11 possible. When Stryker spoke, there was an incomprehensible look in his eyes, but when I asked you for help, you said you wanted a peaceful life. I heard that the only thing that touches your family most is revenge. He smiled slightly, and walked back and forth, so, I had to use other methods to get you over. Finished. Stryker found a chair and sat down slowly, looking behind Wolverine. Maybe you can take a look back. A figure came out slowly. It's Silver Fox, safe and sound. Off screen. Except for the X-Men, everyone who was paying attention to the magic book was stunned. Silver Fox still alive. 039. Wade. Final battle. In the magic screen. Perhaps you can take a look back. Stryker looked at Wolverine and said meaningfully. And the latter actually noticed a very familiar sound of footsteps approaching him. He turned around slowly in disbelief. Until that face he loves so much came into view again, feeling the complicated gaze of the other party. Kayla. Wolverine froze. All kinds of emotions from the bottom of my heart gushed out at this moment. Sadness, surprise, accident, grief and indignation. Wolverine looked at the resurrected Silver Fox in front of her eyes, was silent for a long time, and finally asked, who are you? He was puzzled. Why is there such a situation? If the woman in front of him was his former lover, then who was the person who died in his arms that day? And just when there was a storm in Wolverine's heart. Stryker chuckled. She's real, my old friend, you don't have to doubt. After Wolverine got this answer, the emotions in her eyes became even more complicated. She couldn't say a word, and she squatted down slowly. He didn't even know what kind of expression he should use to face what happened today. Far away, Sabretooth, hidden in the shadows, was also watching his brother. Stryker stood up and looked down at the other party. Do you think we will let you go so easily? You are a dangerous person, so we naturally have to monitor you. As he spoke, he glanced at Silver Fox. Tell him how you died that day. Hearing this, Wolverine turned her head to look at the other party with a complicated expression, wondering what the truth was. Silver Fox was silent for a long time. Under Stryker's gaze, she took a deep breath, and then said slowly, they injected me with hydrochlorothiazide. It can lower the heart rate, it looks like death. Wolverine listened to this, and the image of herself screaming in grief and anger while holding Silver Fox appeared in her mind. How sad he was at that time. However, in fact, Silver Fox has never been dead. He was cheated. Wolverine's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her eyes flickered and shook. Stryker smiled. Don't be angry with her, she is also very important to you mutants. Do you know that her sister's skin is harder than diamonds? And Kira's mutant ability is the touch hypnotic ability. As long as she touches someone, she can always affect the other person's consciousness. Nothing is more useful for seducing people. When he said these words, his tone was very calm, but he couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was never sincere. And the sadness in Wolverine's eyes gradually turned into a strong self-mockery, but I mean it. When things got to this point, he had already fully realized that everything he had experienced was nothing but Stryker's trap. Stryker looked at Wolverine, who was squatting on the ground, raised his eyebrows and said, I said, if you continue to walk on your own, the ending will not be what you want. But Wolverine didn't care about the other party's taunts. At the moment he had countless things he wanted to say to Silver Fox. He lowered his eyes, his voice was low and gloomy. The story you told me. Men pick flowers for the moon, now I understand. He gave Silver Fox a sad look. I thought you were the moon and I was Wolverine, but you're the liar. I'm just that fool who was played with. Off screen. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. When Pepper saw this, his eyes widened in disbelief. This. How could this be? Her fantasy of the beautiful love between the two was directly shattered. Everything turned out to be Stryker's trap. Tony Stark and Nick Fury looked at each other, and Chi-Chi shook his head helplessly. I don't know if it's because of this tragedy, or because of Chili's naive thoughts. On screen, Silver Fox just watched Wolverine quietly, his eyes flickering, but he didn't say anything. Wolverine's eyes were red, remembering how Silver Fox easily comforted the truck driver before, and laughed at herself. And the worst thing is, I should have known, but I ignored my instincts, I forgot what I was who. Everything is fake. He originally thought that he could give up everything for that peaceful life and his lover. But now, Stryker and Silver Fox were telling him that none of those things existed, that it was all a lie. Advertisement. Wolverine just felt her whole heart tugging together. However, this kind of thing will never happen again. He stood up slowly, but it seemed like he had dropped a stone. Maybe he doesn't deserve happiness in this life. Wolverine turned her head and saw that Silver Fox was already in tears, and felt a little pity in her heart, but thinking that the other party had lied to her for so long, she still shook her head and strode away from the laboratory. Don't look back. Off screen. Pepper was touched, and said in a low voice, I really feel unworthy for Wolverine. DC Universe. Bruce Wayne looked at Wolverine's leaving back and sighed. He didn't expect that it would end up like this. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. Dominion Asgard. After seeing this, everyone in Asgard let out regretful voices one after another. Thor even shook his head again and again. Love really hurt Deadman. God Queen Frigga looked at her son with slight displeasure. Don't talk nonsense. I can see that Silver Fox actually loves Wolverine deeply, and there may be some misunderstanding in between. Just finished speaking. On screen. After Wolverine left, Silver Fox wiped away his tears and looked at Stryker. Colonel, is it time to fulfill your promise? Let my sister go. She wanted to tell Wolverine the truth a few times just now. It's not that she doesn't love him. But the sister is in Stryker's hands. But if this is the case, Silver Fox feels that with Wolverine's temperament, conflicts will definitely break out with the other party. That might hurt Wolverine, so Silver Fox waited until he was gone before speaking. Not yet, Kira. Stryker, however, went on to test the development of the 11 weapon, without looking back, as if he didn't care. But I did everything you asked for. Silver Fox was anxious. Kira, it's not that simple, we need time to analyze your sister's ability. Stryker didn't intend to keep his promise. At this time, Sabretooth came out angrily, you just let him go. Victor, don't do this, you can't beat him now. Seeing this, Stryker's expression finally changed. Then give me the adamantium. Sabretooth raged. No, we've already checked. You, Stryker was about to explain. You promised me. Sabretooth growled directly. You'll never survive surgery, Stryker continued. Hearing this, Sabretooth was silent for a moment, and his face gradually turned grim. Whatever he can do, I can do. No, you can't, Victor, you are my favorite warrior. Stryker hesitated for a while, but still said. Silver Fox couldn't stand it any longer, and said, he's just using us. Finished. She was about to leave the lab. Sabretooth's face froze, and he pinched her neck. The other side. Wolverine had just stepped out of the lab when she heard Silver Fox's shrieking voice behind her. Hearing the movement, he hesitated for a while, but chose to turn back. As soon as he arrived at the door of the laboratory, he saw Sabretooth pinching Silver Fox's neck and lifting the ladder up. How about letting you really die this time? Then Logan will come back. Sabretooth said with a stern look. Victor. Wolverine was suddenly furious, raised her hands and popped out the steel claws, and rushed towards the opponent with an angry face. Oh, you came so fast. When Sabretooth saw his younger brother's return, he was no longer interested in Silver Fox, so he threw it away casually, shaking his hands, his sharp claws swelled, and also chose to kill him. Whoosh. The two figures exploded at a terrifying speed, turned into two afterimages in the air that were hard to distinguish with the naked eye, and collided fiercely. Boom. And now Sabretooth is no match for Wolverine. He was easily knocked to the ground. Advertisement. Standing up again, he swung his tiger claws to grab Wolverine, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Wolverine's clothes. On the contrary, Wolverine's speed became faster and faster, and the steel claws slashed through the air one after another, and also cut through Sabretooth's body. Puff, puff, puff. As the blood splashed, the speed of the latter gradually slowed down. Seeing this, Wolverine directly hugged him and broke the window, pressing on him, fell from the third floor, and hit the iron floor outside hard. Boom. Puff. Huge amounts of impact force, causing Sabretooth to spurt blood wildly, breathless. And Wolverine pressed on top of him, raised her hand slowly, and pointed the cold steel claws at Sabretooth's head. Hoo. Wolverine was panting heavily, with a grim face. It was hard for him to imagine that his brother could become so cold-blooded now. And Sabretooth laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, is it cool? Can you let your anger out? Talking. The expression on his face slowly subsided. I lost. Let's do it, Logan. Off screen. Asgard. Seeing this, Frigga frowned. If Wolverine kills him, then he will really be a beast. On screen. Logan. At this time, Silver Fox's voice came from behind. You're not beast. Wolverine glanced back at the other party, her ferocious expression visibly restrained a lot. No, you are beast. Sabretooth said seriously word by word. Do it, let's end this. Wolverine looked at him, her emotions were calmed down by reason again, and Steel Claw was immediately retracted. No, I'm not beast. The words fell. He knocked the opponent unconscious with a punch, and then slowly stood up. And Silver Fox also ran over, crying and explained the truth to Wolverine. She also loved the latter, but her sister was in their hands. Where is she? Wolverine doubted. Then, Silver Fox took him to the place where Mutant was held. Wolverine used steel claws to easily cut open the cage and rescued all the mutants imprisoned here. All the mutants ran out, including, of course, Silver Fox's sister. Wolverine watched the scene where the two sisters embraced each other, and finally believed in each other. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Pepper watched this scene, and said slowly, I think Silver Fox may really love Wolverine. Stryker can only be blamed for being mean. Tony Stark said after hearing the words. Then he took a look at Nick Fury. This guy can compete with Black Braised Egg. The latter glanced at him. I will never betray the country and the bottom line of humanity. However, Tony Stark and Pepper ignored him. And at the moment. In the picture, Wolverine and Silver Fox were preparing to escape with many mutants. Outside the open door, a strange figure appeared. As the figure stepped in, the light shone on him. Everyone clearly saw the smooth muscles on his body, the marks all over his body, and the sealed mouth. Deadpool universe. I'm finally out. Seeing this, Deadpool immediately raised his head and regained his energy, but then fell into a slump, and looked around guiltily. Fortunately no one heard. He's Wade, not me. As he said that, he sighed deeply. Well, if I didn't know the ending, this appearance would actually be quite cool. Pity. 040. The third chapter ends. In the screen formed by the condensed magic. Wolverine looked at the figure that appeared at the door, and recognized that it was his former comrade in arms Wade, and slowly narrowed her eyes. It's just that the latter today is obviously very different from before. Except that the hair was shaved, the body was painted with marks, and the mouth was directly sewn and sealed. What's more, Wolverine sensed an extremely dangerous feeling emanating from the other party. Kayla, give it to me, and you take the others to go the other way. He turned around and said something softly. The voice fell. The steel claws that looked extremely sharp with a cold light slowly stretched out from between the fingers. And at the same time, on the opposite side, the modified Wayne also has a pair of long knife blades that look like adamantium protruding from his fists. For a while, the atmosphere in the air between the two sides suddenly seemed extremely dangerous. Silver Fox glanced at Wolverine worriedly, and then at the group of young mutants behind him, seeming rather conflicted. It's okay, leave it to me. Wolverine turned her head to reassure. Okay, be careful. After hearing this, Silver Fox made up his mind to lead other people to find another way out. And Wolverine walked over to Wade. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. This Wade really doesn't say a word now. Katie Shadowcat quipped. Looks like Stryker found a good way to shut him up. Wolverine sighed after hearing the words. Generally speaking, Wade himself didn't take the initiative to do any evil things, and more of them were executing characters. He can barely be regarded as half a good person. The rest were noncommittal. They were all engrossed in looking at the two people on the screen, where a fight might break out at any moment, wondering what the final result would be. Deadpool universe. Deadpool suddenly sneezed. Damn it, I always feel like someone is scolding me. He stretched out a finger to rub the tip of his nose, and murmured a sigh. Deadpool didn't care too much, though. Continuing to focus on the frame, she rushed to Wolverine herself. Come on, brother, don't be looked down upon by other onlookers. He began to gather energy and fists to cheer loudly. No matter what, we still have to show our demeanor. Finished shouting. Deadpool looked at the picture of Wolverine on the drawing paper and said, actually, I still respect Wolverine. Let me win this time. At worst, I will go back and help him deal with Wade. And in the process, in the picture, whoosh, in the turbulent wind, Wolverine has collided with Wade, our Stryker's ultimate weapon, Weapon 11. The blades that are also adamantium collided crazily in the air, the sound of gold and iron clashing was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. It has to be said that Wade had the fighting skills to chop bullets before being transformed. Therefore, even Wolverine was at a slight disadvantage against him. However, when the former dodged the attack, he still found an opportunity, and the steel claws were inserted into Wade's abdomen fiercely. Pity. Advertisement. As soon as Wolverine pulled out the steel claw, she found that the other's wound had healed visibly with the naked eye. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Malibu Villa. Damn it. Stryker's transformation allowed this Wade to integrate a variety of mutant abilities. This is obviously the super self-healing ability of the two Wolverine brothers. And Wade was just an ordinary person before. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene. Even he finds it incredible. Tony Stark also noticed this, narrowing his eyes slightly, thoughtfully. And Nick Fury continued to mutter, "This technology is simply amazing." Pepper, who was on the side, immediately showed a vigilant expression when he heard this. "So are you going to do those horrific experiments too?" Nick Fury restrained his excited expression in embarrassment when he heard the words, "No, I'm just in awe of science." Just finished speaking. On screen, Wolverine realizes that she is not necessarily a match for Wade in a head-on fight, so she gets rid of Wade. Climbed to the top of the huge ring-shaped tower as high as 200 meters in the nuclear power plant. And Wade stood on the ground, looked up at him silently. The next moment, whoosh, his body flickered, and he jumped directly to Wolverine's side. This is John's ability. Seeing this, Wolverine's complexion changed, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Off-screen. Seeing this, Pepper tightly clenched her hands together. This Wade has so many abilities, Wolverine won't be able to beat him, right? I think your worry is really unnecessary. After Tony Stark heard her words, his expression was relaxed. You must know that Wolverine is the protagonist, and she will definitely not lose, otherwise there will be no subsequent chapters. Just finished speaking. On screen, Wolverine is shot down from the tower. It's just that at this critical moment, Sabretooth also appeared. He pulled Wolverine up. "Only I can kill you, no one else. Let's deal with this guy first." Wolverine looked at Wade opposite him with a solemn expression. Then the two brothers stood together back to back. And the remodeled Wade, relying on the constant flickering teleportation in the space, even if he is alone, he can easily suppress the two people on the opposite side. Just as the two of Wolverine resisted for a long time, Sabretooth finally predicted Wade's teleportation position and caught the latter. Wade suddenly flickered again and teleported into the distance. At the same time, black lines appeared around the eye sockets, and a pair of eyes suddenly glowed red. Boom. Next second, two fiery red lasers shot towards them. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard witnessed all this, with horror on their faces. This guy's ability is probably stronger than most of us, right? Someone couldn't help but sigh like this. And the people around him didn't refute him. Advertisement. The god King Odin on the throne looked at the picture, and his expression became serious. These genes left by the Celestial group can actually make the Midgardians so powerful. It's really surprising, he said slowly. When Thor heard the words, he was eager to try. If you have the opportunity, you must take a good look at it. The other side. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne was also impressed by Wade's ability, as this really the power a human being can have. He couldn't help but marvel. Stryker can really make people bear so many abilities, it's incredible. Bruce Wayne, who is also a scientist, even talked about how difficult this technology is. However, he didn't like this technique because the experimental process was too cruel. And at the same time, on screen, Wolverine blocks Wade's laser blast head-on with steel claws. And Sabretooth took this opportunity to get ahead. Subsequently, Wolverine seized this opportunity, brandished the steel claws heated by laser light, and directly chopped off Wade's head. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. This dangerous guy has finally been dealt with. The X-Men all breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, Shadowcat Katie cheered up. Since the most difficult guys have been killed, Stryker will not be able to escape, right? As soon as this statement came out, the people around followed suit. It's not over yet. Wolverine, however, shook her head. The voice just fell. The screen changed. Silver Fox, who came to look for Wolverine, was shot by Stryker and fell to the ground. Wolverine was furious, growling and threw herself at him. But he was shot several times. He was shocked to find that the bullets in the Stryker pistol could penetrate his own bones. It was also built by adamantium. Plop. Next second. Wolverine fell to the ground. Stryker walked over triumphantly. It's over, Logan. The voice fell. Boom. Stryker shot Wolverine through the head. Subsequently, the screen suddenly plunged into pitch blackness. The third chapter, Self-Salvation, is over. Close black lens bracket. 041. Reverse the future. Boom. There was a gunshot echoing in the screen. The screen suddenly plunged into pitch blackness. Lines of text emerge with the reverberation of background music. The third chapter, Self-Salvation, ends. Close black lens bracket. Postscript. Wolverine was pierced through Stryker's head with an adamantium bullet. Although the damaged brain tissue was still recovering under the powerful self-healing ability, he lost all memory. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He got up and looked blankly at the woman lying on the ground. He was inexplicably familiar but didn't know her at all. Close black lens bracket. The troops maintaining law and order soon surrounded them due to the movement of the previous battle, and Wolverine had no choice but to leave. Close black lens bracket. After going through a life of ups and downs, he was taken in by Charles and joined the Xavier Academy for Geniuses, which specializes in cultivating mutants. Close black lens bracket. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Shadowcat thought back to the painful image of Logan watching Silverfox, who was shot and fell to the ground, more and more depressed. His little face was full of sadness. You know, she was a cheerful and lively girl before. Logan, I used to think you were an outlier and had some opinions about you. She gave Wolverine a complicated look, her eyes flickering, but I never thought that most of your past life would be so miserable. I'm sorry. Wolverine lowered her eyes upon hearing this, and shook her head slightly. He has suffered countless cold looks in his life, and he doesn't care about his teammates' opinions of him. But at this moment, after seeing the picture shown in the magic book, he finally remembered his memory before joining the Xavier Academy for Geniuses. The previous Wolverine always wanted to know what she had experienced in the past. But now he would rather not remember anything. Those painful experiences are irreversible, perhaps the previous amnesia is the greatest relief for him. Phoenix Gray noticed that Wolverine's mood began to fluctuate violently again, sighed softly, and walked over. Logan, your past is very sad, but now we bear it with you, and together we will create a better future. She comforted softly. A pair of watery eyes are full of tenderness. When Phoenix Jean Grey first met Wolverine, she noticed that there were huge amounts of sadness hidden under her usually stingy appearance. Today, after seeing his life, I realize how heavy those sad emotions are. The other side. Advertisement. The rest of the X-Men also set their sights on Wolverine. Logan, you should also see what we have done recently. We have successfully done such a crisis-saving thing. Shadowcat Katie squeezed out a smile again. I think, in the future, more and more people will accept our mutant in this world. Yes, the future will get better and better. Cyclops Scott also respects Wolverine, the lifesaver. Logan, no matter what, we are with you and understand you, you are no longer alone. Storm also comforted softly. As the head of the family, Charles also nodded, with partners like you, the business we want to achieve will definitely be successful. The rest of the X-Men also cheered for Wolverine and mutants' future. Thank you all. Wolverine listened to the words from her companions, and her expression relaxed a little, revealing a smile. Comma. Dot dot dot. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Villa Gabriel. In fact, immortality is not the best. Little Pepper sighed softly. Immortality is what many people pursue, but when it comes to him, it causes him to suffer so much misery. Every extra day of life is another period of torture. Such a long life is not only unattractive, but even more frightening. Tony Stark stopped her lightly and fell silent. After all, he who felt that he was about to die didn't know what to say. Nick Fury at the side glanced at them. Anyway, I still appreciate Wolverine as a mutant. He has great strength, but no great ambition. A totally friendly mutant. If other mutants are like him, then we don't have to reject mutants. As he spoke, he also sighed. Dot 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 dot. Dominion Asgard. Well, God Queen Frigga beside God King Odin sighed, and said in a low tone, I have never walked under the sun in my life for more than 100 years. I finally thought I caught my own moon, but it turned out to be a flash. The passing meteor. She is a kind person, so she feels sad for Wolverine's experience. Maybe it's a good thing to lose his memory. I just hope that his experience after that will not be so painful. Thor, who was not far away, also nodded in agreement. Wolverine is a true warrior. He dedicates his life to others with every sound. He fully deserves a better life. Advertisement. Just finished speaking. A few lines of text appeared on the screen. Chapter 4. Race Wars. The Last Stand. Forward. After half a lifetime of loneliness, Wolverine finally found the mutant organization, but their race is still facing various crises. Close black lens bracket. And now, he will face the most unprecedented big crisis for mutant, a big crisis event that reverses the future. Close black lens bracket. Dot 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 dot. Comma. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. It's coming. The next Logan's life experience begins to come after he joins the X-Men. After seeing the fourth chapter presented on the magic screen, Shadowcat Katie suddenly became interested again and shouted loudly. The other X-Men around also brightened their eyes and looked at the picture on the screen in unison. After all, they have been looking forward to the last two chapters from the beginning. You said, will we appear in the next magic scene? Shadowcat Katie asked excitedly. Since it's after Logan joined the X-Men, we will definitely appear. Cyclops Scott said with a smile. So, our story will be watched by people with magic books. Shadowcat Katie said with a twinkle in her eyes. Ha ha ha, Katie, you are going to be famous. Storm joked. However, I still look forward to the future picture. Jean Grey said slowly. Charles on the side didn't speak, but glanced at Wolverine quietly. Logan, I don't know if the magic book will make the event of reversing the future public. You've been doing it alone for too long. He communicated with the heart that no one else could hear, and spoke to the latter. Wolverine smiled and shook her head. She didn't seem to care about it, as long as mutant's future is getting better and better. 042. The Sentry robot appears. Killing of the mutant. While the X-Men were discussing with each other. The image projected by the magic book gradually changed from dark to bright. It's about to start. Looking at what I have experienced in the past, I feel a little nervous for no reason. Shadowcat Katie stared at the projection screen with an excited expression. The rest of the X-Men are also looking forward to the scene when they appear on the screen. Oh, shouldn't I show my youthful appearance next time? It's been a long time since. Storm said with a smile. However, in the preface of this article, it is said that Wolverine has experienced a major event that reverses the future. Do you have any impression of this incident? Cyclops Scott suddenly thought of something and turned to ask others. Heard the words. The rest of the X-Men showed blank expressions. Could it be that something went wrong in the magic book? Even if we didn't participate at the time, we should have the impression that the matter is so serious in the foreword. Storm said suspiciously. I'm curious too, but I think if we keep reading, we'll get the answer, right? Katie Shadowcat thought for a while, but finally couldn't figure out why. And after her words fell. Next, all of them were taken aback by the picture shown in the magic book. I see. On screen. The sky was dark and gloomy, with black clouds as thick as ink rolling over it, during which lightning flashed and thunder thundered. Mother ships cut through the air and flew towards an island. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed extremely gloomy. Camera cut. Those motherships had arrived above the island, the hatches opened, and silver robots came into sight. Then the robots started to activate and were released over the island. Off screen. What are these things? Why do I feel like I've never seen them before? After seeing this scene, Shadowcat Katie was stunned. Isn't this what happened after Logan joined X-Men? What happened to him after that, and what I don't know? And Storm narrowed his eyes slowly after the silver robots came into sight. I don't know why, this big guy, even through the screen, gives me a dangerous feeling, very uncomfortable. But I'm sure I've never seen this thing before. After hearing this, Shadowcat Katie turned her head to look at the others. Has any of you seen these things? The other X-Men shook their heads too. Since she couldn't get an answer, she could only focus on Wolverine. I think you will know after reading it, Wolverine said in a low voice. At the same time, he also felt a little surprised. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the magic book really released the truth that only he and Charles knew. I don't know who the person who wrote this magic book is, but he even knows this kind of thing. The other side. In the magic screen. On the island. A woman with purple hair and a hot figure glanced at the robots that landed on the island, and then raised her hand to summon a purple portal. One step into the depths of the island. The Sentinel is coming, we have to get ready as soon as possible. She said solemnly. In the room under the island. When the rest of the mutants heard the woman's words, their complexions changed immediately, and they started to act one after another. ... Off screen. Phoenix Chin Gray narrowed her eyes and said, I remember this mutant, she is called Blink, and she has a variant ability of space teleportation. Blink Clarice is also from the Academy. He grew up in school and has now joined the X-Men reserve team. And Shadowcat Katie was even more excited, pointing at the picture. I saw it, that's me. Then the doubts in her heart became more and more intense. I appeared in the picture, but I don't remember such a thing happening at all. Also, what is Sentinel? At the same time, she noticed that there are many mutants in the picture, such as Iceman Bobby and Burning Bob are sitting in the office at the moment. Shadowcat Katie frowned and looked at the others. The us in the picture are exactly our age group. Did it happen recently? Am I losing my memory? I have no impression at all. Poppy Iceman shook his head too. Could it be something that will happen soon? Burning Bob couldn't help guessing. The rest of the people looked at each other in blank dismay, puzzled. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at everything that happened on the screen, and there was a little doubt and incomprehension between his brows. I remember the words, reversing the future, appeared in the preface. He thought to himself, maybe this happened years after Wolverine joined the X-Men. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Tony Stark frowned slowly after seeing those Sentinels appearing on the screen. He often deals with machines on weekdays. Looking at the past, Tony Stark found that he couldn't see through the structure of these robots. Advertisement. These big guys are not simple. It seems that they were created by humans in the future for mutant. He analyzed. However, if I want to consider the safety of human beings, I will also choose to build an army of robots, and they can be completely controlled by myself without any accidents. Nick Fury looked at him warily when he heard the other party say that. When a scientist says something like that, watch out. Because you never know what genius scientists will do. At this time, boom, on screen. The ceiling of the basement where the mutants were hiding was violently smashed through, and several Sentinels over 2 meters rushed directly in. Poppy Iceman and Bob the Burning Man exploded their abilities at the same time, using Flame Shock and Frost Freeze respectively to control a Sentinel. The rest are also fighting against a robot. Shadowcat activated the penetrating ability, leading a companion directly through one wall after another, to the depths of the basement. At this time, whoosh, the Sentinel who fought the Iceman Burning Man actually took control of their ability and came back to suppress them. The other Sentinels also burst out with greater speed and power, gaining the upper hand. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. In the conference room. These robots can actually master the mutant ability. It is completely used to deal with us. Seeing this, Shadowcat Katie's complexion changed drastically, and she exclaimed. It seems that humans developed it specifically to deal with mutants. Cyclops Scott also had an ugly expression. For a while. The whole room fell into a weird atmosphere, and the original expectations for these clips gradually turned into fear in a subtle way. They are all afraid, seeing what happens after the race fails. At the moment, on screen, the mutants who stayed to fight the Sentinel head-on had their abilities copied, and then all of them were killed. This horrifying scene. Pause time. The X-Men meeting room has fallen into complete silence. There was a long silence. 043. Only war can bring peace. On the magic screen, after those Sentinels showed the ability to copy the mutant ability, the situation soon reversed with huge amounts of. The Sentinel that Poppy Iceman faced showed Pyro's ultra-high flames and easily broke through the opponent's freeze. On the other hand, the Sentinel opposite Burning Bob saw extremely low temperature frost all over his body, which quickly lowered the surrounding temperature. There is also the Sentinel who was entangled with Colossus and absorbed his ability at the same time. But in the blink of an eye, the three Sentinels exerted their strength at the same time, directly obliterating their opponents. At the same time, the other mutants also became more and more strenuous in the face of Sentinel's offensive. Off-screen, in the X-Men meeting room, all the X-Men became more and more silent watching this scene. So, is this the future we are about to experience? The successive massacres of the Sentinels developed by humans. Katie Shadowcat, who had always been very lively, suddenly became very low, her voice trembled, and her eyes were red. It is obvious that it is difficult to accept what is happening in the picture. You know, before this, all X-Men people felt that with their own efforts, everything was getting better. That's why I look forward to what will happen in the future. But, no one could have imagined that the fourth chapter of Wolverine's life would show them all the mutants being slaughtered in this way. For a while, everyone else in the conference room felt a strong sense of suffocation. A feeling of sadness instantly filled the whole room. Charles noticed the children's emotional changes, and immediately smiled kindly. Children, don't be nervous, what is revealed in the magic picture now is not the future we will face. Professor, really? Hearing this, the others immediately raised their heads with puzzled faces. There is absolutely no Sentinel happening in their memory. Therefore, there is only one explanation left, that is, these robots will appear in the future. But now hearing from Charles that this is not something that will happen in the future. Everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces. If you don't believe me, you can ask Logan. Charles looked at their puzzled expressions and smiled again. As soon as this statement came out, the X-Men all turned their attention to Wolverine again. Logan, do you know about this too? What the hell is going on here? Phoenix Jean Grey couldn't help asking. Wolverine looked at the puzzled eyes of her friends and scratched her head. This matter is very complicated to explain, you will understand after reading on. After a pause, he added. Anyway, I can guarantee that, as the professor said, none of these things will happen in the future. Finished. Wolverine's mouth curled into a smile. DC Universe. Advertisement. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent was shocked to see those mutants with powerful abilities being tortured and killed by Sentinel one by one. Can these robots have such a powerful ability? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with an ugly expression on his face. Oh, such a powerful technology is used for massacres, it's really sad. Between the words, Clark Kent's mood seemed unusually lost. With a natural sense of justice, this kind of thing is the most unacceptable thing for him. The other side. In Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne watched the scene of Sentinel slaughtering mutant, but he didn't have much emotion. I knew from the very beginning that it would be difficult for a mutant with a powerful ability to coexist peacefully with humans. He took a deep breath and said, after all, their abilities far exceed that of ordinary people, and as long as there is any mutant showing hostility to humans, or there are ambitious people among humans, the two races will never be at peace. Alfred was like an ordinary old parent. Listening to his analysis, he smiled slightly. The young master always has insight. Finished. There was some sadness in his brows. If it weren't for the incident that happened that year, I am afraid that Bruce Wayne would be the best existence in any field of society. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Pepper watched mutant being killed by Sentinel one by one, with a surprised expression. Such a picture is too desperate, right? Her expression was complicated and her tone was heavy, although it must be admitted that there are bad guys in mutant. But most mutants are not hostile to humans, they just want to survive. But you have to face such a great hostility. And when she sighed. Tony Stark did not choose to explain this very complex social issue. He glanced back and forth on the Sentinel, admiring the technology displayed on these big guys. A Sentinel capable of replicating such a powerful force is completely unmatched by the current level of technology in our world. Tony Stark sighed. Sentinel might be a good way to deal with mutant. Nick Fury also murmured in a low voice. At the same time, he was thinking about how much it would cost to reproduce Sentinel in their world. After all, there are also mutants in this universe. These guys may threaten the safety of human beings at any time. Tony Stark on the side raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, Nick Fury, I think you should not be so extreme, only peace can truly allow the race to continue. You don't understand that peace is definitely a good thing, but there are too many complicated problems in this world that can't be sorted out in a sentence or two. Nick Fury looked up at him. Anyway, I stand by my statement, and don't forget, the X-Men have also done a lot for humans. Tony Stark frowned. The Sentinel's indiscriminate massacre is too chilling. The little Pepper beside him also agreed. war may make technological progress, but sometimes it will backfire and obliterate many things. Nick Fury on the opposite side was too lazy to continue the two of them talking, and looked at the magic screen by himself. Advertisement. Dominion Asgard. Seeing such a tragic scene, everyone in Asgard fell silent. After all, each of them loves peace. This is war. God King Odin said with a heavy tone. War is always so cruel, that's why I don't advocate using war to solve problems. But sometimes war is unavoidable. And Thor sighed. In some cases, only war can deter the enemy. Hearing this, Odin didn't speak, and shook his head calmly. At the same time, on screen, almost all mutants were killed by the Sentinel. Thor was a little puzzled, so, why hasn't Wolverine appeared yet? He is the protagonist this time. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Everyone couldn't help looking at Wolverine. Logan, since you said it so firmly, why haven't you appeared in the picture yet? Katie Shadowcat asked questions instead of everyone else. Keep reading and you'll find out. Wolverine sensed everyone's gaze and pointed to the screen. Until now, a group of people, apart from feeling sad and indignant after witnessing the scene of their massacre, still don't know what Wolverine and Charles said. However, seeing that Wolverine was unwilling to speak, she could only continue to look at the screen. On screen, following Shadowcat, Katie heaved a sigh of relief and slowly raised her head. Everything around me freezes. The next moment, whoosh. All the damage caused by the killing of Sentinel just now disappeared. Including the mutants who fell on the ground, and the Sentinel all disappeared from the basement. As if it had never been there. At this time, the screen changed. The timeline has changed, going back to a few days ago. Close black lens bracket. A line of words emerged. Then, a fighter jet passed through the sea of clouds and finally stopped in front of a very hidden building. The cabin door opens. Wolverine and Charles slowly got off the fighter plane. 044. Time travel. Reverse the future. On screen, Charles brought Wolverine and the other mutants into the gift in the basement. Tell me, Professor, why did you call me back from the Neon Kingdom? Wolverine noticed the mutants around him, all of them were extremely tense. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Magneto, who was standing beside Charles. It's hard to imagine that two people who parted ways because of disagreements are now standing together again. Logan, listen to me. Charles took a deep breath, and then began to speak slowly. Recently, humans have successfully invented a sentinel that can control our mutant ability, and many fellow mutants have been slaughtered by them. During the conversation, the expressions on the faces of the other mutants around them all began to become sad. No matter what kind of method, we can't deal with them, now there are only a few of us left in mutant. Shadowcat, Katie said rather wearily. And Charles sighed softly, and said slowly, it all started in 1973. At that time, there was a weapon expert named Tresk. He developed many weapons in the 1970s and became famous all over the world. What's more, he secretly captured many mutants and conducted brutal experiments on them to complete his research. A mutant discovered the contents of his research. That's all for now. Magneto couldn't resist adding, a mutant that can turn into anyone. Witches? Wolverine asked. To me, her name is Ruiwen. She grew up with me. I wanted to help her, but I pushed her away. Charles's eyes dimmed for a moment, and then he continued. She chased Trask all over the world, and finally killed him at a major meeting in Paris in 1973. But Trask's death did not end the birth of the tragedy, but instead prompted the government to attach importance to Sentinel. At the same time, Revan was also caught after the assassination was completed. They extracted the ability DNA from her, which led to the official completion of the Sentinel that can master all mutant abilities in just 50 years, and began to slaughter our compatriots. All tragedies start from that day. Speaking of this, Charles's eyes were a little sad. You want to go back to that day? Katie Shadowcat realized the point of these words. If I could have found her in the past, prevented her from killing people and got caught, everything would have changed today. Charles said seriously. Project Sentry will not start. Magneto said in a deep voice. We did this before. Every time Sentinel finds out, I will send a person's consciousness back to a few days ago to give us an early warning. Then we can escape earlier, changing the timeline and ending. Shadowcat Katie has an ugly expression, but my ability can only send a person's consciousness back to a few weeks ago, the limit is 1 month. If this time is exceeded, then that person's brain will be irreversibly damaged. She took a deep breath and said, Charles, the day you mentioned was 50 years ago. I'm afraid as long as I cast the ability, no matter who it is, then that person's brain will be destroyed in an instant. When Charles heard this, he didn't answer, but just set his eyes on Wolverine. The latter immediately understood why he called himself over. If a brain can recover instantly after being injured, can it do all this? He asked after taking a deep breath. Advertisement. Logan, for the sake of our entire race, we now need you to go back to the past, change a wrong node, and tamper with the future. Charles nodded solemnly. Off screen. The clever Shadowcat caught the word tampering with the future. Immediately, I thought of what the professor said, what happened in the picture is not the future. She immediately looked at Charles. Professor, the time in the picture is actually now, right? What are you talking about? The rest of the people looked at Charles in bewilderment. Charles nodded with a smile, That's right, what we are experiencing now is a tampered future, and Logan and Katie are responsible for everything. That's why, there are some things you can't remember about Logan. Wolverine smiled slightly and nodded. Logan and Katie have accomplished something of this magnitude. Incredible. Poppy Iceman gasped. Others also suddenly realized. Immediately, I became curious about what happened, which changed the direction of future genocide. Thinking, they turned their attention to the magic screen again. Comma. On screen, Wolverine was already lying in the deepest part of the basement. Logan, if you change the timeline, everyone but you will forget what happened. Shadowcat Katie said to him seriously. It's better than genocide, come on, I'm ready. Wolverine said in a low voice. Katie Shadowcat nodded, placing her tiny hands on Wolverine's temples. Ability activates. The screen changed. At that moment, Wolverine's consciousness suddenly traveled to her body 50 years ago. Back to 1973. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. Tony Stark was shocked by this ability, and he was dumbfounded. It is actually possible to transfer human consciousness to the past self. This is simply unbelievable. These mutants are insane. They can do this kind of thing. Mare fuck. Nick Fury couldn't help cursing secretly. However, he was also curious about what Wolverine did to change the direction of mutants' downfall. Advertisement. Kamar Taj. Both Wong and Modu turned to look at Sorcerer Supreme. They know in their hearts that the sacred timeline cannot be modified, and any time node cannot be changed. Ancient One sensed their gaze, and slowly said, the sacred timeline is generally not allowed to be modified, but different universes have different rules. Also, maybe modifying the past time node is the event node that their timeline must go through. When the two magicians heard the words, they suddenly realized. So there is such a thing. Wong couldn't help muttering. Dominion Asgard. God King Odin was also amazed by the means of traveling through the past. Mutant can actually travel in time and space. It's really unexpected. Everyone in Asgard was amazed again and again by this, and completely put away their contempt for mutant. Thor said, if possible, I would like to experience it, but I really don't think there are any tragic things that I want to change. Loki's face changed when he heard the words. As an older brother, Thor has nothing to change, but there are too many things that he feels sad about. If I can have such an ability, my father will definitely look me squarely. He thought enviously. DC Universe. Both Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent were also amazed by Wolverine's time travel. After all, time is too mysterious. Up to now, there is no scientific method capable of interfering with time. Two poor people who have also lost their loved ones, although they are not together, they both hope that it would be great if they could have the ability to travel through time. Bruce Wayne wanted to go back to the alley that night. Clark Kent keeps Dad from going outside on windy days. At the same time, on screen, Wolverine, who would travel through the past, also came to the gate of the Xavier Genius Academy in the 1970s in a car. But it's different from the thriving colleges now. The Xavier Academy for Geniuses 50 years ago seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Overgrown, Wolverine stood at the gate and looked in, but couldn't see any students. What happened to the Xavier Academy for Geniuses at this time? He thought suspiciously. 045. Rescue. In the magic screen. Wolverine looked at the deserted academy in front of her in amazement. Why is the Xavier Talent Academy 50 years ago so much more deserted than in the future? With emotion, his eyes fell on the house number plate that fell on the ground. Off-screen. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Cyclops Scott also looked a little surprised. I didn't expect that the academy would be like this before. When Charles heard this, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Something happened that almost cost me everything, so I was very depressed, and now the Xavier Talent Academy is also closed. As for what happened, he didn't want to say more. Seeing this, the students did not continue to ask questions, preparing to find the answer on the screen. On screen, Wolverine had already climbed through the gate, walked to the main teaching building in the center, and knocked on the door. The door opened. A handsome boy with glasses appeared in front of Wolverine. The latter recognized the other as mutant beast Hank in his normal state. Hi, I'm here looking for the professor, Wolverine said. There are no more professors here. Beast shook his head and was about to close the door immediately. I have something important to do. Wolverine frowned and walked straight through the door. The thin beast was no match for him at all. It's just that the former was irritated by Wolverine's actions. The muscles on his body suddenly swelled, his hair turned blue and became more vigorous, and his skin also turned blue. Next second, Beast's burst of power was even stronger than Wolverine's. The latter was directly caught by him, ready to throw it out. At this time, a young man with a shawl and long hair walked down the stairs impatiently. What happened? He asked, frowning. Charles. Wolverine recognized him. You know this guy. Beast couldn't help asking, letting go of his hand. He looks familiar, but he's not my friend. Holding a bottle of wine, the young Charles walked up to the steps and made his way down. Didn't you see the sign at the door that says, private property, no entry? I have something very important to see you. Wolverine said seriously. Go back and tell the person who photographed you, I have nothing to look for, and I'm not going to do anything. Charles took a sip of his drink. You may not believe it, but I was sent by you, and you will be 50 years later. Wolverine took a deep breath and said, if you haven't lost your ability, you'll know I'm not lying. Advertisement. You know I've lost my ability. Charles asked unexpectedly. The future you told me that you have always heard weird voices since you were 9 years old, and you didn't realize until you were 12 that it was all from other people's hearts. Wolverine said. How do you know? I never told anyone else. Charles realized that the other party didn't seem to be lying. Subsequently, Wolverine and Charles told all the ins and outs of his time travel. After finishing speaking, Charles smiled. I remember I asked you for help before, and I want to give you back what you said at that time 6 inches. He gradually restrained his smile. FKU, what's none of my business? Wolverine said seriously. The Charles I No will not sit back and let others suffer, and he will never give up on the people he loves. Hear this sentence. Charles was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, I can help you, but I don't have the ability right now. A semester after we established the college, the war in Vietnam became more intense, and all the teachers and students were conscripted. Beast explained at this time. Since then, Charles, who feels that he has lost everything, has been overdosing on the drug I used to stabilize ability. He regained his legs, but he also temporarily lost his ability. It's okay. As long as you stay with me, we still have a chance to convince the witch. Wolverine said. Charles and Beast were convinced. But before setting off, Wolverine said that she needed to save one more person. Off screen. Shadowcat Katie glanced at Charles in the wheelchair. How did the professor's leg hurt? It's in the past. Charles shook his head, reluctant to say more. At this moment, Cyclops Scott changed the subject and said, I never thought that Logan would have such eloquence to persuade a professor without ability. After all, I'm so familiar with him, it might not work with someone else. Wolverine laughed. Storm on the side said curiously, I'm curious about who Logan is going to save. You'll know just by reading it, Wolverine said. At the moment the screen changes. Wolverine and Charles, and the Beast find a young mutant with silver hair, Quicksilver. He has an extremely fast speed, and ordinary people can't see it with the naked eye when he moves. Playing with Wolverine and them like crazy when they first met. But, a few people quickly persuaded each other to act together on the grounds that, the next action will make you feel unforgettable in this lifetime. Off screen. Advertisement. Shadowcat Katie was a little surprised when she saw the appearance of Quicksilver. There is such a mutant, but I don't think I've seen him before. They all went to Paris afterwards. Wolverine raised her eyebrows and said, because of what he's going to do next, America can't accommodate him anymore. At the moment, his emotions began to detach from the previous things, began to become stable, and regained his old humor. Is there such a thing? Shadowcat Katie was taken aback. What could be the matter? Could it be that they invaded the Pentagon? Cyclops Scott quipped with a laugh. The other X-Men also became interested, and immediately looked at the picture more seriously. They all wondered what the hell Quicksilver was going to do next. Deadpool universe. Oh, who did I see? It was Quicksilver. He shook his head, and said in an exaggerated tone, I never thought that in this universe, Quicksilver, who was still an internet addict, was hooked by Wolverine and the others as he was challenged by whatever he said he wanted to do. However, Deadpool paused again, spread his hands and said, no matter what, at least this Quicksilver won't be shot to death at such a fast speed. That Quicksilver in the Marvel movie universe is hilarious. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. After Nick Fury saw Quicksilver's speed, he couldn't help saying, this guy's speed is incredible. His ability should be some kind of speed physiology. Tony Stark passed his judgment and began to look forward to Quicksilver's next performance. Little Pepper was also surprised by the speed of the opponent. Dominion Asgard. The Asgard warriors marveled at Quicksilver's speed. Even Thor couldn't help saying, from those mutants before to this Quicksilver now, it seems that we have always underestimated the Midgardians. So you have to see more, so that you don't let prejudice make the world smaller in your eyes. God King Odin nodded. Loki, who was not far away, was envious when he heard Thor was praised. Whoosh. At the moment the screen changes. Wolverine and the others had followed the sightseeing team to the inside of a building. 046. Mighty Quicksilver. Off screen. Marvel 1,999,999 universe. When Nick Fury saw the building that Wolverine and the others had sneaked into, he couldn't sit still, and couldn't help but lean forward. This is the Pentagon. These people are too brave. He said aloud. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, I naturally know this office building of the American Department of Defense. These mutants are actually trying to enter the Pentagon to save people. The expression on Nick Fury's face was a little excited. They are desperate. I don't believe they can escape from the Pentagon. Tony Stark curled his lips when he heard that. Actually, to be honest, that guy named Quicksilver seems to be able to run straight in at his speed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nick Fury calmed down a bit, but still felt that Wolverine's actions were a bit fanciful. No matter how fast Quicksilver is, he can't be as fast as a gun. When the time comes, he will be pointed at in all directions, and he will also run. His tone was very firm. On screen. Beast, who was mixed in the crowd, took out the signal jammer he made, and followed him to press the switch. The surveillance screen in the entire building suddenly turned into a popular comedy show. The other side. Taking this opportunity, Quicksilver followed a staff member who was about to deliver food to the underground prisoners at an extremely fast speed, and entered the elevator in an instant. Then, with his own speed, he took off the other party's clothes and stuck them to the wall with adhesive tape. Quicksilver then changed into a staff uniform. Successfully took over the task of the other party's food delivery, mixed into the underground. Keeping calm on the surface, he walked past countless guards without any risk. During this process, Quicksilver noticed that there seemed to be no metal products in this underground prison. Even the guns on the waists of the guards are made of plastic. Thoughts kept coming. Quicksilver took the meal and quickly walked into the deepest part of the underground prison. Through the extremely strong tempered glass, I saw the goal of this trip. Magneto. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. The moment Shadowcat Katie saw the other party, she reacted, "Logan, it turns out that this operation of yours is to save Magneto." Then she remembered that in the scene before Wolverine traveled through, Magneto was also with Charles. Wolverine nodded. The people which Walker trusts the most are Charles and Magneto. To convince her, they need the two of them together. And Storm asked curiously, "This tempered glass is so thick, and metal products are not allowed to be brought into the ground, so how can we save Magneto?" While her voice fell, on screen, Quicksilver smiled at Magneto through the glass, and pressed his hands to the glass. The next moment, his hands trembled at a super high frequency. But after a few seconds, the tempered glass, tens of centimeters thick, was shattered into pieces just like that. Advertisement. DC Universe. Bruce Wayne nodded slightly when he saw Quicksilver's actions. This little guy chose to vibrate the glass with high-frequency vibrations, which is an extremely smart choice. It seems that in addition to his strong ability, he is also smart. At the same time as the voice fell, there was a little envy in Bruce Wayne's eyes. After seeing so many mutant abilities, even he couldn't help but fantasize that if he had these abilities, no matter how random they were, he would be able to develop them to the extreme. Alfred seemed to be aware of the other party's emotions, and he smiled immediately. "It's a pity that the young master doesn't have a super ability, he's just immortal. Although I always hope that you can give up the identity of Batman, I have to admit. Batman is great from a certain point of view." The other side. On screen, as Quicksilver ran to the elevator with Magneto. The guards also reacted, and raised their guns at them at the same time. Quicksilver looked at the dozens of plastic guns, and glanced at Magneto. "I remember they told me that your ability is to control metal, and it seems that you can only leave it to me." "Who are they?" Magneto asked curiously. "I'll talk about it later." Quicksilver put his hand on the back of Magneto's head. "This will prevent you from varicose carotid arteries later." Varied. Magneto hadn't finished talking. Whoosh. He was led by Quicksilver and turned into an indistinguishable afterimage, knocked over all the guards who were watching them, and rushed into the elevator. Vomit. Magneto recalled the terrifying speed he had just experienced, and retched in shock. Quicksilver on the side looked at him and couldn't help but said, "It's always like this the first time, but you'll be fine once you get used to it." Then he was a little curious. "What did you do to come in? You were imprisoned in this kind of place." "I killed the president." Magneto took a deep breath, recovered a bit, and stood up straight. Quicksilver was dumbfounded. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. This is what I said before, the threat that a mutant will bring. Even if only one mutant has a bad heart, it will affect the whole world. Nick Fury spread his hands. "But, ordinary people also have bad people. Some people are just uneasy and kind, and it has nothing to do with their race." Tony Stark didn't like the other party's remarks very much, and immediately retorted, "Similarly, we can't simply judge his good and evil based on his race." Nick Fury wanted to say something more after hearing that. But it was soon interrupted by the next magic screen. I saw it on the screen. Quicksilver and Magneto had already passed the elevator to the kitchen on the first floor. And Wolverine and Charles were already waiting here. "I didn't expect to see you here," Magneto said unexpectedly. Charles said goodbye to his old friend, but his expression was not good looking. "Believe me, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't come to rescue you." Advertisement. "But you have to promise me that you are not allowed to kill any more people, otherwise I won't rescue you." Magneto spread his hands. "I don't have a helmet now anyway, you can completely control me." Charles frowned. "I'll never get inside your head again." At this time, 7 or 8 guards with plastic pistols rushed in from the door. "Stay where you are." Magneto squinted at the pistols pointed at him. "Stop them, Charles." Charles shook his head. "I can't do it now. That's only me." Magneto sighed, raising his hand slightly. Instantly, the metal kitchen utensils in the surrounding kitchen shook. The kitchen knife in it flew up and was ready to shoot at the guards. "No." Seeing this, Charles quickly raised his hand and pressed Magneto's chest, ready to stop him. And Wolverine also clenched her fists, ready to eject the wolf claws that hadn't been replaced by adamantium 50 years ago. The guards on the opposite side immediately fired at the same time. Bang bang bang. Several bullets escaped from the gun chamber and burst out. Wolverine's wolf claws were just halfway out. At this time, Quicksilver moved. Whoosh. With a relaxed smile on his face, he rushed forward. The extremely tense scene just now, in his eyes, was like a movie slowed down 10,000 times. Even the bullets shot out of the air are no different from snails to him. He walked easily among everyone, and no one could react to his movements. In just a split second, Quicksilver has already adjusted the trajectory of the bullets in the air that were supposed to hit Magneto and the others, but they can't hit anyone again. He adjusted the arms of the guards and took down the guns in their hands. And with a slight push, the guards punched each other's fists in the faces of their companions. At the same time, the flying kitchen knives were returned to their original positions. The next moment, Wolverine's claws had just popped fully through the fingers. Whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Ah, all the guards' bullets fell to nothing. And they were punched hard by their companions, and they fell directly to the ground. As for the floating kitchen knives, they didn't seem to have moved. The crisis is resolved. Wolverine and the others looked at Quicksilver, who was standing next to them, and instantly shifted to the opposite side of the room. It was immediately clear that the young mutant made the move. 047. The stadium covering the sky. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Nick Fury's only remaining pupils reflected the expression of Quicksilver's triumphant brow raising in the magic scene. His eyes were full of shock. All the details of the latter's hands-on just now are slow motion through special means. But that was just what this young man with silver hair did in less than half a second. Is there really someone who can reach such a terrifying speed without relying on any external means? SHIELD director exclaimed in disbelief. No, even with our current technical means, it is impossible to do so many movements at such a terrifying speed. Mutant. At the end, Nick Fury's tone subconsciously sank again, and his eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. The little Pepper on the side was also surprised by Quicksilver's performance and couldn't say a word. Wei Yu covered his mouth, his eyes widened and his body trembled with excitement. And Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury and raised his eyebrows, who said just now that no matter how fast a person is, it's impossible to be faster than a pistol. It seems that even SHIELD director sometimes lacks knowledge. Hearing the ridicule, Nick Fury raised his eyes and glanced at the other party, opened his mouth, but said nothing. After all, Quicksilver's performance really slapped himself in the face. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard also looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The speed shown by this Midgardian, I'm afraid it can catch up with lightning. I think that even if I use my divine power, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent in terms of speed. It's too incredible. They let out bursts of exclamation. Thor was also a little surprised. If I face this guy Quicksilver, unless he doesn't run away, maybe even I can't do anything about him. Midgard has given me too many surprises. He murmured and sighed. Looks like my father said, you can't let pride cover your eyes. Odin on the throne heard his son's words and smiled in relief. Loki not far away grows jealous of this. Deadpool universe. He looked at Quicksilver's expression in the magic screen, and shook his head helplessly. It's too fake. This guy is too fake. Advertisement. How could the real Quicksilver dodge bullets so easily? He's questioning the weight of the Marvel movie universe. Deadpool complained meanly. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Wow. Even after watching Quicksilver's performance, Shadowcat Katie couldn't help exclaiming, this guy looks very strong, and he is also very fashionable. Kind of cool. The people around were also shocked by the speed shown by the opponent. If this kind of strength can be added to the X-Men, it will definitely become a huge amount of help. Charles sensed their inner thoughts, and said with some regret, it's a pity that he himself is a guy who likes to be unrestrained, and he couldn't be drawn to the academy back then. As he said that, he also laughed. When I saw his ability performance back then, the expression on his face can be said to be exactly the same as yours now. At this moment, Storm looked over suspiciously. Then what are you going to do next? Kill the witch. At the beginning of the 4th chapter, it has been mentioned that the witch is the key to reversing this tragedy. Charles shook his head lightly upon hearing this. Wolverine said what he was going to say instead, the professor doesn't kill anyone. A person may go the wrong way by being lost, but he won't stay lost forever. As his voice fell, the magic screen changed, came to a meeting room with people from different countries. When he saw Trask, a dwarf less than 1.4 meters tall, standing on the conference table. The X-Men immediately realized that this was the meeting where Witch Walker assassinated before reversing the future. They immediately raised their attention and looked at the screen. As expected, next second, on screen, the witch girl who transformed into a member of the conference suddenly sacrificed herself and raised her gun to assassinate Trask. At this time, Wolverine rushed in with Charles, Magneto, Beast and others to stop the witch. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. Magneto felt that stopping the witch was not enough, he had to kill her to ensure that humans would never use her DNA to create a sentinel. Fortunately, under the stop of Beast and Wolverine, the witch survived and escaped. Advertisement. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie watched this scene, and suddenly felt a little enlightened. No wonder the professor parted ways with Magneto back then. Storm also nodded and said, Charles advocates peaceful solutions to racial issues, while Magneto is too extreme. No matter what he does, he always thinks that he can solve the problem in one step and never cause future troubles. As for the witch girl, if I stood in her position and saw such a dwarf who kept mutilating his compatriots and captured mutant for experiments. And Cyclops Scott thought of the witch, I don't know that the future will cause a racial crisis, I'm afraid I will also think about getting rid of him and avenging the dead compatriots. Charles shook his head silently upon hearing this. At this time, Shadowcat Katie asked again, Then what is Magneto going to do next? He is going to kill people regardless of the professor's dissuasion. If he acts alone. Just finished speaking. The magic screen changed again. Came to a much anticipated Sentinel exhibition. The initiator was Tresk. The young Charles knew that the witch would not give up stabbing her opponent, so he gave up continuing to inject drugs that inhibited ability, recovered ability, and sat back in a wheelchair. With Wolverine and Beast, easily blending into the scene with his psychic ability. When the exhibition starts, the stage was full of high-level America, including the president, and behind the podium were several original Sentinels. At the same time, many reporters were present to record the important day. At this time, the ground suddenly started to vibrate, and those Sentinels were automatically activated. The air pressure between heaven and earth suddenly sank, and the air was filled with a dangerous atmosphere. After a few seconds, a group of huge amounts of shadow slowly shrouded from a distance towards the location of the exhibition. Everyone in the arena raised their heads, and then saw a scene that shocked them. On Skyrim, it turned out to be a huge gymnasium floating like a city in the sky, forming a sea of clouds and rushing towards the exhibition. Above the gymnasium, an incomparable figure stands out of thin air above the sky, with overwhelming power, just like a god overlooking the world. That is, Magneto. 048. Magneto kills Wolverine instantly. On screen, Magneto stands above the sky, like a god overlooking the world, exuding an extremely terrifying aura around him. The majestic momentum of the sea, like a substantial wave, hangs down from the deep sky, pressing down on everyone's hearts. At his feet, it is a huge building floating hundreds of meters in the air out of thin air, like a circular stadium in the city of the sky. This is a mutant. Many people present were stunned when they saw this scene. The theme of today's exhibition is how to effectively deal with the dangerous mutant. Where did they expect that mutant began to show his threat just after the meeting started? Run, run. In the extremely tense air, someone suddenly called out. The people who had just been stunned at the same place suddenly started running away like a fried ant's nest. At this time, caw caw caw, those first-generation Sentinels parked on the high platform suddenly started, and they all flew into the sky. Then, he raised the arm that loaded the machine gun and pointed it at the panicked crowd. What's going on? All the assembled dignitaries were frightened and questioned Trask one after another. Something went wrong. Kusk had done a lot of research on mutant, and immediately understood that Magneto controlled those metal robots, and quickly explained, I can control them. No, let's run for our lives. The president looked embarrassed, and began to lead a group of America's minds to the basement under the guard of the guards. None of them noticed that a politician with glittering eyes in the crowd got in together. A witch in disguise. As Charles thought, she had no intention of giving up on Trask. The other side. Magneto waved slightly. The ring-shaped gymnasium like a mountain bombed down towards the venue in an instant. Boom. When the ground trembled suddenly, a thick dust curtain rose into the sky like wolf smoke. Advertisement. Countless huge rubble splashed, and many people were injured. As a result, the area around the venue was surrounded by a circular gymnasium, turning it into a cage. Pause time. The people present are full of despair. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne watched this scene, his eyes slowly became serious. I'm starting to clear why Trask developed Sentinel to deal with mutant, even at the expense of destroying it. He took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, mutant is too powerful. If such a mutant were to make trouble, it would be enough to change the pattern of a country. Alfred, the narrator, is similarly stunned at this scene of a building Magneto easily controls. This ability is terrifying. He swallowed hard. A person with such an ability really wants to do something out of the ordinary. Ordinary people have nothing to do with him. Metropolis. Clark Kent watched this scene, and was secretly shocked in his heart. I don't know if you can gather chi for something so heavy. He couldn't help but wonder if he could have prevented Magneto from hurting other people if he had been there. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. The Thor people are numb, as this definitely a Midgardian. Such divine power, even in our Asgard, is enough to be at the forefront. Everyone in Asgard has no objection to this. I even think that except for a few people in Asgard, the rest of the people may not be Magneto's opponents. God King Odin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The X-gene left by the celestial group back then can be so powerful. Whoosh. At the same time, on screen, Magneto had fallen slowly to the ground. Surrounded by several original Sentinels up to 3 meters high. Damn it, Eric, do you know what you're doing? Not far away. Charles was crushed under a huge amounts of iron frame. Advertisement. He couldn't move but growled at Magneto. Do you think these people around me are afraid of me? The world should be like this. After Magneto glanced at his old friend, his expression became more indifferent. Whoosh. At this time, Wolverine and Beast on the side both entered a fighting state, popped out wolf claws or turned into blue beasts, and rushed towards him. But Magneto didn't panic at all. Just raised his hand. Whoosh. Instantly, Beast was surrounded by 2 original Sentinels. At the same time, several pieces of concrete with steel bars inside hit Wolverine from different angles. Puff. Wolverine's bones were cracked and she fell to the ground. 50 years ago, the bones in his body had not been replaced with adamantium. Magneto gave him a disdainful look. If your claws were made of steel, it would be much easier for me to deal with you. The voice fell. He raised his hand again. In the surrounding concrete, a dozen steel bars were pulled out immediately, piercing Wolverine's body like a dexterous snake, tightly winding and imprisoning her. Subsequently, the whole person was carried by those steel bars, flew out of the scene, and fell into the river not far away. After doing all this, Magneto raised his hand slightly towards the ground in front of him. Boom! The rectangular metal underground safe room, which was originally buried a few meters deep, burst out of the ground in an instant and landed in front of him. He continued to wave gently. Tear. The alloy wall of the basement, which is half a meter thick, is like a cardboard box, and a huge amount of hole was torn open by his ability. He exposed the leading politicians of America who were hiding inside. 049. The fourth chapter ends. On weekdays, these high-level officials who can control the destiny of a country are now like panicked children, pale and pale. Magneto watched them and smiled slightly. Pause time. The guns in the hands of the security guards in charge of the politicians got out of their control, floated into the air, turned their guns, and aimed at these people in unison. At the same time, several first-generation sentinels around also came over, and pointed the guns on their arms at the people in the safe room. Subsequently, Magneto waved again, pointing all the cameras at the scene to himself, so that what he said could be heard by the whole world. You made these weapons against us, mutant, why? He opened his mouth slowly. Because of our ability, we are different, humans are always afraid of what is different from them. I tell you now, tell the world, you should be afraid of us. We are the future. We are the ones who will inherit this land in the future. Magneto's tone became more and more agitated, while pointing at those politicians including the president. Anyone who stands in our way will suffer the same fate as these people. Today you are going to announce that you have the power to deal with us, so I need to give you some small reminders. Our race can deal a devastating blow to you. Talking. Magneto paused, his tone obviously softened a lot, and my mutant brothers, I want to tell you, don't panic, don't hide. You have lived in the shadow of fear and shame for too long, now, you can come out. As long as we are united, a new future starts today. Off screen. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Although I know that Magneto separated because of disagreement with the professor, I don't know much about him, and I didn't expect to go against him to such an extent. Shadowcat Katie frowned listening to Magneto's speech, it's too extreme. It's over anyway. Charles sighed, looking at the persistence of his old friend on the screen, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. At this time in the screen, a figure with a serious face came out of the safe house and walked towards Magneto. Do you want to make an example to others? Kill me and let others go. The man said in a deep voice. The people in the safe room looked at him with extremely worried expressions. Mr. President, you don't have to be like this. However, Kusk, who was located in the deepest part of the safe house, glanced in surprise at the president beside him with the same surprised expression. It is clear, it seems that the president, who walked out was not himself. But Magneto didn't recognize that the other party was a witch in disguise, and smiled cruelly. You want to be a hero. Then why didn't you think about letting us go? At this time, Charles, who was crushed under the iron frame not far away, changed his expression and roared, Eric. Don't go on a road of no return. Beast lifted a huge boulder at the same time and threw it at him. Whoosh. Magneto turned his head and raised his hand, controlling the boulders with steel bars inside. And the witch on the opposite side instantly changed back to her original shape, pulled out the plastic pistol she had prepared, and fired it with one shot. Advertisement. Boom. The plastic bullet shot out instantly, scraping Magneto's neck. The severe pain caused the latter to give up control of the sentinel and the mid-air gun for a short time. The witch girl seized this opportunity, rushed over and gave the opponent a flying kick on the head, kicking him to the ground. Revan, I remember that your marksmanship will not make mistakes. Magneto lay on the ground, dizzy. Not just now. The witch spoke coldly, and at the same time took off the helmet that Magneto used to defend against Charles's mental ability, then he will be handed over to you, Charles. Being pressed in the distance, Charles immediately activated his ability, controlling Magneto to remove the iron frame on his body. Beast rushed over to help him up immediately. The two looked at the witch at the same time. At this moment, the latter still seems to have not let go of his obsession with assassinating Trask. Backhand raised his hand and pointed the gun at him. Raven. Seeing this, Charles immediately used his psychic ability to communicate with her spiritually. Don't let us become villains. I am also sorry for the dead compatriots, but we still have a future. You just saved these people, you can guide them to a better path. I've wanted to control you since we met. Sorry, I should have more confidence in you. At this moment, the future of the world is in your hands. Charles said to the witch seriously, I believe in you. Hear this. The witch hesitated for a while, but finally put down the gun in her hand and gave up her obsession with assassination. At the same time, in the screen, the perspective of 50 years in the future appears. Sentinel has once again found the hiding place of the mutants. Just when they broke through the defensive lines, they were about to kill Wolverine, Shadowcat Katie, and Charles, who were undergoing consciousness travel. Everything disappeared in an instant from where it was, as if it had never happened. The timeline has changed, because the witch saved the president's good deed, and America abolished the Sentinel Project. Close black lens bracket. Trask was arrested and imprisoned for leaking military secrets, and Sentinel has not been developed. Close black lens bracket. A few lines of words slowly emerged. Whoosh. The screen changed. New timeline. Close black lens bracket. Wolverine slowly woke up from the bed, everything around her changed. He walked out of the bedroom blankly. Walking in the corridors of the college, all the mutants that had disappeared have returned. The college has returned to its former vitality, and the classrooms are full of young mutants who are seriously attending classes. When he walked to the door of Charles's office, he also saw Phoenix, who had been killed by himself. Haven't seen you for a long time. Wolverine greeted with a dazed expression. The other party was a little puzzled as to why he behaved like this, but he still greeted with a smile. Then, Wolverine found Charles. Logan, you're not going to take history class, what are you doing here? Charles wondered. Wolverine smiled, maybe I should relearn the history from 1973 onwards. Advertisement. Charles was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that Wolverine, who was conscious of time travel, had returned. Welcome back. He smiled and remembered what happened back then. Off-screen. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician looked at this scene, and slowly said, sure enough, they reversed the timeline, which is actually the time node that their universe must go through. There are things like this, which are really unexpected. Wong murmured and sighed. Modu also looked stunned. In fact, many things are already doomed, and I don't know if I can become a sorcerer supreme in the future. Dominion Asgard. The look in the eyes of God King Odin after seeing the time reversal is incomprehensible. However, it can still be seen that he was slightly surprised by the reversal of time. At the moment, the fourth chapter has officially come to an end. Against the dark background, lines of text immediately emerged. The fourth chapter, Race Wars, The Last Stand, ends. Close black lens bracket. Postscript. Wolverine successfully took on the future of the race, changed the original tragic ending, and opened up a new path for mutant, with a different ending. Close black lens bracket. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Shadowcat Katie stared at the reversed time, dumbfounded. I actually participated in such an important event. What's more important is that Logan, who has endured so much alone, has never told us before. Phoenix Jean Grey looked at Logan with some heartache. And remember, too, that there are days when Wolverine will be different from everyone else. It turned out that time had just been reversed, and only he and Charles had reached the truth. The eyes of the rest of the X-Men were grateful, to Wolverine and the Professor. At this time, Storm looked at Logan and said with a smile, however, thanks to Logan's efforts, the future of our race has been saved. Everything will start to get better next time, right? I'm really looking forward to the next chapter, in which we should be able to see our future. Say it all. Everyone looked at the magic screen with strong expectations. And the fifth chapter that everyone is most looking forward to is finally here. 050. Chapter 5 inches Toon Wolf, heroes are late, and time has passed on. The fourth chapter is over, and the fifth chapter is about to start. Twilight Wolf, desperate battle, close black lens bracket. The magic screen gradually dimmed, and then a line of words appeared on the dark background. Marvel TRN 414 New Timeline Universe. Meeting Room. After seeing the title of the fifth chapter, all the X-Men couldn't help but guess the content of the fifth chapter. Next, the content of the inventory should be the future, right? Shadowcat Katie blinked her big eyes, and said excitedly, I have to say, this magic book is really amazing. It can restore the past that Logan can't even remember, and the timeline before the reversal. Engraved. According to this progress, I am not surprised that it can present all the things that Logan will experience in the future. While saying these words, the little girl's face was full of anticipation. After all, she is very curious about whether the cause that the X-Men have been working hard for will succeed in the future. The rest of the X-Men had the same expectation on their faces. They really want to know whether in the future, with their continuous efforts, the mutants will no longer be looked down upon and rejected by others. You can choose the life you want with your own will. Among all the X-Men, the most anticipated person is naturally Charles. He has spent his whole life so that the children of mutant can show their smiles under the starry sky, and chase their dreams like ordinary human children without any scruples. After hearing the words of Shadowcat Katie, Storm sipped at the organization chart and couldn't help but said, at the end of the fourth chapter, with the efforts of Logan and others, the reversal of the future has a happy ending. All tragedies have been completely reversed. That's how we live today. As she spoke, she took a deep look at Wolverine. At the same time, all mutants and humans also understand the value of peace. Not to mention the future, ordinary people are becoming more and more accepting of our mutant, and many businesses are cooperating with us. Maybe in the future, the whole world has completely accepted our mutant. Following Storm's words, the voice fell. The eyes of the X-Men in the conference room became more and more intense. I'm really looking forward to what that day will be like. Phoenix Jean Grey murmured. I hope so too. Wolverine nodded in agreement. He's had a hard life. As much as I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Even his client was in agony when recalling everything he had just experienced. Wolverine's desire to live a peaceful life doesn't need to be superficial to anyone. And that's when the X-Men are speculating about what the future holds. Charles's eyes fell on the title of Desperate Battle. There was some bad premonition in my heart, and then this anxiety began to intensify in my heart. He frowned and scanned the surrounding children with expectant smiles on their faces, but didn't say anything. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. After the fourth chapter officially ends, in the magic screen, the mutants get a happy ending. Little Pepper's heart that had been hanging before it fell down smoothly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Wolverine was so pitiful in her previous life. Fortunately, the ending of this fourth chapter is quite satisfactory. She sighed sincerely. The next chapter is the last chapter, and I hope it can have a happy ending like this fourth chapter. Whoever has witnessed Wolverine's ups and downs in this life will hope that he can live out the rest of his life in peace. After hearing her words, Tony Stark immediately reached out and stroked the latter's long hair, and said softly, based on what I know about superheroes, they usually have a perfect ending. When Tony Stark said this, his eyes flickered. He didn't know whether he was talking about Wolverine or himself. He noticed that Nick Fury on the opposite side was looking at him strangely. After a pause, he continued. What's more, the ending of the fourth chapter is already good enough. Everything is on the right track thanks to his efforts. I think the ending of the fifth chapter will be better. Dominion Asgard. Thor looked at the text that appeared on the screen, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's finally the last chapter. I have to say, after witnessing Wolverine's life, I began to think that this guy is pretty good. If he can fight side by side, he will definitely be a good warrior. As he said that, he also expressed his expectation. In the end, I hope he can have an ending that satisfies everyone. Afterwards, Thor said confidently, then you can start to look forward to the picture when I'm on the list. When my story is presented in the magic book, people with the magic book will definitely think that I am extremely heroic, and everything will start. Worship mine. The voice fell. He flashed a bright smile full of confidence. And, by the time he's on the list, he'll be on the throne. Definitely, what Thor expects more is the approval of God King Odin. The latter has been a stalwart existence full of supreme glory since he remembered things. Being able to get the approval from the heart of his father is also what Thor pursues. As for the throne, he actually didn't care that much. The other side, everyone in Asgard is also looking forward to their prince being on the list. I have always believed that Prince Thor can lead us to a brand new great future. It is inevitable to be on the list. And when Prince Thor is on the list, the glory of our Asgard will spread along with it. It's like we met Mutant through Wolverine's story. Advertisement. And by then, our Asgard status as the Nine Realms God's court will be unshakable. I'm looking forward to it. Me too. They spoke out one after another, expressing their optimism about it. And God King Odin sat up straight when he saw the words of the last chapter on the magic book. Next is the last chapter. Let's take a good look at Wolverine's last experience. He said slowly. As for whether Thor can be on the list, the will of the Supreme God is beyond our guess, we just wait for the result. That's what it says. God King Odin's eyes also revealed a bit of anxiety, anticipation and tension. The other side, Loki, who was standing not far away, wasn't expecting that much. After all, after getting to know Wolverine, he felt that based on what he had done in the past, he didn't seem to be on the list. I also hope that Thor will not be on the list, otherwise I really have no chance at all. He thought with some anxiety. If he takes the throne, I'm afraid no one in the whole of Asgard will see me again. Kamar Taj. After Wong and Modu saw the words presented on the magic screen, the expressions on their faces suddenly became more and more expectant. A fight to the death. Looks like Wolverine's going to have another fight in the final chapter of his life. Modu narrowed his eyes, and slowly analyzed the title of this line. While speaking, he couldn't help becoming excited. Mordo has been fascinated by great powers since the day he chose to follow Sorcerer Supreme. And through Wolverine's previous life, he has seen the powerful forces from different races. Make it quite like it. Presumably this can be used as the ending of the final chapter. The opponent Wolverine will face should be very powerful. This way there will be a good show. Modu thought secretly. I don't know if there will be any problems with Wolverine in this final battle. Wong couldn't help but said. Modu glanced at him. Probably not, although Wolverine's life experience is quite tragic, but he has faced so many battles, and he can basically save himself from danger every time, and this time is probably no exception. Wang Wenyan nodded. Well, what you said is very reasonable, and I also think I'm overthinking. Finished. He couldn't help but glance at Ancient One Magician again. After Wolverine's chapter is over, I don't know if Sorcerer Supreme will be on the list. When Modu heard what Wang said, he immediately became interested, and looked over with his eyes shining. Ancient One smiled and shook his head. Compared to Wolverine, I don't think what I have done is enough to be on the list. Magician, you are too humble, you have paid so much to protect the timeline. Wang said. Ancient One still shook his head. No, in the time I have seen, there is actually someone who does better than me, and he is also my best disciple. He will succeed me in the future and become the best Sorcerer Supreme. Having said that, she stopped talking and did not continue talking. When Modu heard this, his heart moved. Best disciple. Best Sorcerer Supreme, isn't that me? As the thoughts progressed, a rich smile gradually appeared on his face, and he looked forward to it more and more. It seems that in the future, my strength and achievements will surpass that of Ancient One Magician. I'm really looking forward to it more and more, he thought. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. After those few lines of words appeared on the magic screen, Alfred looked up at Bruce Wayne. The last chapter. Master, are you looking forward to it? I definitely look forward to. I hope Wolverine can have a happy ending. Bruce Wayne laughed. Definitely. I look forward to that too. Wolverine's life does deserve a happy ending. Alfred nodded first, then added. I mean, though, would you expect Batman to be on the list? Bruce Wayne was silent for a while when he heard this. I don't know if he deserves to be on the list, but I don't think he will regret it. I think he's actually worth it. Alfred said softly. Thank you, Fu. Bruce Wayne said slowly after a long time. At this time, the magic book began to be touched, and it vibrated slightly. Next second, a burst of intense light suddenly shone from the pages of the book, and ocean-like runes slanted out from it, dancing, interweaving, and changing in midair. In a blink of an eye, in front of Bruce Wayne, a light curtain similar to a chat window appeared out of thin air. Lines of text quickly appeared on it. Open black lens bracket welcome Tony Stark to join. Beauty Man chat group. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket welcome Clark Kent to join the chat group. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket welcome Logan Howlett to join the chat group. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket welcome. Close black lens bracket. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Malibu Villa basement. Tony Stark looked at the light curtain of the chat window that appeared out of thin air in front of him with a look of surprise. Backquote. What's the matter, Tony? Pepper noticed his body trembling suddenly, and immediately asked with concern. What is this? Tony Stark tried to reach out and touch it, only to find that the palm penetrated directly. That light curtain didn't seem to exist. How strange. Could it be that I was drunk? He frowned and looked at the wine glass in his hand. I only drank one glass, can't it be like this? I'm not that bad at drinking. Then, Tony Stark thought of a possibility that made his mind tense. That is, the palladium poisoning of the chest reactor affected his nerves, leading to hallucinations. At this time, he turned around and noticed Little Pepper's concerned eyes, and immediately recovered his normal expression to comfort him. Maybe I was drunk and passed out just now. Nick Fury also looked at him suspiciously when he heard this. Seeing this, Tony Stark understood that he was the only one who saw the light curtain. Is it really hallucination, or is it a magic book trick? He couldn't help but glanced at the light curtain that had been floating there. At this time, I saw a message popped out of the light curtain. Thor, what is this thing? Thor, who is it? Tony Stark asked suspiciously. You know Thor, too. Hearing this, Nick Fury was surprised and said, he is from an alien named Asgard, and he is also a member of Avengers whom we have taken a fancy to. You said he was real. Tony Stark was dumbfounded. Definitely, didn't you just say his name? Why does it feel like you don't know him? Nick Fury was a little puzzled. Didn't I say that you are not the only superhero? He is one of the superheroes you don't know. Is he a superhero? Tony Stark was finally starting to realize something. It seems that this light curtain that only he can see is the superhero chat group created by the magic book. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony close black lens bracket. I think, this is probably similar to opening a chat group for superhero communication. Tony Stark tried it, and moved the idea of sending a message. Disappeared immediately sent out. Looks like it's not Huan's Wang Jiaowei. He raised his eyebrows and thought. In the chat group. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Chat group. What is it? Cthulhu Loki, stupid brother, haven't you been to the Earth? In short, it's a place where big guys communicate. Thor, are you in it too? Dominion Asgard. In Asgard, in addition to Thor and Loki, there are God King Odin and the 3 warriors of Asgard who have obtained the permission to join the chat group. After communicating, they determined that this is a place where superheroes can chat inside. And determine the usage of the chat group. At this time. In the chat group. Thor, look what I found. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. At Wolverine Logan. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Wolverine. I didn't expect you to be in this chat group. Dude, after I saw your life just now, I think you are a very good fighter. If you can come to Asgard, I think we'll be good comrades. Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. May I ask who are you? Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. I am. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Hello everyone, this magic book is really amazing. There is even a chat group. Superman Clark are all the superheroes in the group. Hello, I will try my best to become an excellent superhero. Asterisk. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the chat interface solemnly. Being cautious by nature, he didn't choose to join the chat right away, but kept thinking about the creator of the magic book, whether there was any deep meaning in this group. And just as more and more people came out of the group, they were chatting in full swing. A line of text emerged, interrupting everyone. Open black lens bracket chapter 5. Twilight Wolf. Desperate War. Begins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket forward. The hero's twilight and the inheritance of time are vividly reflected in this chapter. Close black lens bracket. 051. Old Wolverine, everything is going in a bad direction. Open black lens bracket chapter 5. Twilight Wolf. Desperate War. Begins. Close black lens bracket. Forward. The twilight of heroes and the inheritance of time are vividly reflected in this chapter. Close black lens bracket. In the dark and cold picture, these two lines of words slowly emerged. The lively chat in the group just now came to an abrupt end. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. In the conference room, it's started. We'll see Logan's future, and our mutant future. Shadowcat Katie saw the beginning of the 5th chapter. Her face was full of uncontrollable expectations. I guess we X-Men will all be able to achieve the life we want in the future. Before we were able to complete many tasks that humans entrusted to me. As she speaks, Jean Grey next to her read the preface, her pretty brows frowned, and there was a little surprise in her eyes. The hero's twilight, the inheritance of time. Those two words don't sound like something hopeful and wonderful. I always feel that the future presented in the magic book may not be as expected. She looked at the expectant faces of the X-Men around her, and didn't say this, but the worry on her face was visible to the naked eye. An indescribable oppressive feeling suddenly spread in her heart. When the thoughts come here, Phoenix Gray unconsciously glanced at Wolverine, only to find that Wolverine hadn't changed her appearance in the past 100 years, and the latter, who seemed to never age, had a few more gray hairs at some point in her fortune. Will Logan grow old too? After discovering all this, the worry in her eyes became more and more serious. Jean Grey had previously conducted research on Wolverine's ability, and found that all the bones in the body were replaced with adamantium. In fact, the opponent's cells have been repairing. After all, there is no marrow in Wolverine's bones. Such endless repairs might drain the potential of his self-healing ability ahead of time. Just when Phoenix couldn't stop thinking, Cyclops Scott patted her shoulder lightly, and said softly, "Shin, don't worry too much, I think the future should get better and better." Look, after Logan and the others reversed the future, nothing tragic happened, did they? Shin Grey heard this, took a deep breath, and said in a low tone, "I hope it's all my worries." And the other X-Men on the side all looked a little nervous at the moment. In any case, judging from the current situation, everything is starting to get better and better, and the future can be expected. But after 203, no one can tell for sure, and it is never certain which will come first, tomorrow or the accident. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you draw conclusions. Especially Wolverine, having experienced misery for half his life, no matter how far-fetched he is on weekdays, at the moment is also extremely tense. He looks forward to stability more than anyone. What's more, this 5th chapter is about his future. It's better not to have any accidents. Wolverine silently expected. At this time, a line of text appears. Open black lens bracket 2029. Close black lens bracket. In the dark magic screen, a few words of dialogue came. Be careful, if you break the tire again this time, I will definitely beat your A to pieces. The car looks great, and with the money we've made, we can go partying for 2 more days. Why are you still standing there watching? Pass the tool here, you can't break this thing. It looks like someone is stealing a car. Then the screen slowly lights up. Then Wolverine's vicissitudes and aged face appeared. His hair was already graying, his face was wrinkled, and he was lying on the back seat of the car and fell asleep. The shaking of the whole car woke him up. And those conversations just now came from outside the car. Fact. Wolverine opened her tired, bloodshot eyes and cursed under her breath. Off screen. In the X-Men meeting room. Does Logan get old too? Shadowcat Katie looked at the picture, and she was very surprised by the dull face. He has lived for more than 100 years before, and his face has not changed at all. How come he has become so old in the past 10 years? During the conversation, she couldn't help but glance back at the still young Wolverine. His eyes were full of puzzlement. Perhaps, my self-healing ability will reach its limit one day. Seeing this scene, Wolverine was also stunned for a moment, but her expression did not show the disappointment of Silk Tan. Even, inexplicably feeling a little relaxed. In his long life, he had seen too many former friends and comrades in arms die before his eyes, and he couldn't escape no matter what. Can only struggle in boundless pain. Now seeing that he has a day to start to grow old, he feels that he has the qualifications to be free. It also has the qualifications to experience a complete life. It's not a bad thing. Thinking about it, Wolverine smiled. After the rest of the X-Men noticed the change in Jin Aika, Wolverine's mood, they didn't continue to struggle with this topic. Cyclops Scott glanced at the picture, frowned and said, but the content in the picture now seems to be that someone is stealing Logan's car. Advertisement. These people are finished, really don't open your eyes. Poppy Iceman raised his brows, and said in a relaxed tone, Logan is so hot-tempered, why don't you beat them up? Hee hee. Wolverine smiled and didn't refute anything. He is aware of his temper, and if this kind of thing really happens to him, he will definitely not let him go easily. At this time, on screen, the old Wolverine stood up wobbly, her face was flushed, she was clearly drunk. He staggered and opened the car door. When the foot is on the ground, it is even a little unstable. Step by step, he walked half a circle around the car. Then I saw a few Mexicans, holding a flashlight, using tools to roughly screw the tires. Wolverine sighed and said in a low voice, hey, guys, those are chrome-plated cleats, and you'll peel off the plating if you do that. Those young people who were prying the car in full swing saw that the owner of the car was just an old guy who couldn't even stand upright. The ruthless expression on his face suddenly became more confident. These people are smuggled from America's neighboring countries, often wandering on the edge of crime. Yeah, a young man at the head came up with a frown. When the rest of the people saw this, they all showed gloating expressions that there was something to watch. Guys, I've rented this car to pick up and drop off passengers. It's not nice of you to do this. Wolverine sighed and continued. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie looked at Wolverine, who was discussing admonishment with a group of thieves in a helpless tone. Her eyes were so wide that her eyeballs almost rolled out. This surprised her so much. Has Logan become so good-tempered in the future? He didn't do it directly, but he followed the reasoning. She exclaimed in bewilderment. While talking, Shadowcat Katie turned her head frequently, glanced at the young Wolverine next to her, and looked at the elderly Wolverine in the picture. For a while, she only felt that the two sides were two people at all. And at this time, Phoenix Jean Grey said slowly, besides, the future Logan looks too decadent and sluggish, as if he has withstood huge amounts of blows. As soon as this statement came out, Katie Shadowcat's brow furrowed even tighter. If other people, after 10 years of experience, their temper has changed, in fact, there is nothing difficult to understand. But the picture is Wolverine. He has lived for hundreds of years, and he still has the X gene that determines the character of mutant. How can one's temper be changed at will? And just when Shadowcat Katie was puzzled. The rest of the X-Men also couldn't imagine what happened. The other side, after seeing herself in the picture, Wolverine seemed to have returned to the days when she was in the cage of the fighting animals. But he also couldn't figure it out. No matter how decadent he was before, he wouldn't be polite to those people who had offended him. What is going to happen to me in the future? He wondered. Perhaps what happened in the future is not as expected. Charles's eyes were also full of concern. It's hard to imagine that Logan will have such a day. Storm and the others also seemed to have noticed that the fragments about the future are somewhat inappropriate. In the end, what happened? Storm was deeply puzzled. Also, from Logan's words, in the future, he seems to be out of the car. Iceman Bobby suddenly realized something. Could it be because he was expelled from the academy? As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned their attention to Wolverine and Charles again. Wolverine spread his hands, he couldn't figure it out himself. And Charles shook his head and said, I wouldn't do such a thing. At this time, boom, on screen, the gangsters listened impatiently to the old Wolverine's chatter. Then, the gangster in the lead pulled out a shotgun and shot Wolverine in the chest. Blast it to the ground. The clothes on Wolverine's chest were soon stained red with blood, and her breath became weaker and weaker. The old guy who doesn't know how to live or die, bah. And those gangsters didn't care about this. After spitting, they turned around and prepared to continue to the wheel. There were even gangsters who looked at Wolverine who fell to the ground and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, Shadowcat Katie became indignant. Anyway, these people are too much. She looked at Wolverine, who was lying on the ground, and said, these people are finished. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Advertisement. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard couldn't help but exclaim. The bottom layer of Midgard is too dirty. These guys are more smelly than maggots. But how did Wolverine get down to reasoning with these people? It doesn't make sense at all. Could it be that he is performing some mission? For a while, all kinds of talk echoed throughout Asgard. Seeing Wolverine being knocked over, Thor couldn't hold back any longer and said, Wolverine, get up, hurry up and teach these reckless guys a lesson. This kind of rat in the gutter should suffer. In a villa on the coast of Marbury. Tony Stark shook his head. These guys really messed with the wrong person. They even found Wolverine. It is no different from courting death. Quote. Just Wolverine seen in those clips earlier, with his fiery temper. Nothing good will come of these car-stealing bastards. They are too much. Pepper also seemed very angry. If it wasn't for Wolverine, any ordinary person would have killed him with this shot. It's unreasonable to shoot like that. She clenched her fists and scolded. Nick Fury looked at the screen, frowning. In order to protect the safety of human beings in the face of foreign races, it can be said that he has worked hard. Seeing such mobs in the crowd, I was naturally in a bad mood. Wolverine, hurry up and teach them a lesson. Asterisk. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Alfred shook his hand and sighed. It seems that Wolverine didn't live well in her later years. How do you tell? This is just the beginning of a segment. Bruce Wayne felt a little puzzled when he heard this. Look at his face and eyes. No matter what he faced before, he would be in pain, but he won't be so tired. Alfred said seriously. Beast will be hurt, but not afraid. But I can't see any animal nature in the eyes of this vicissitudes of life. Not only his body, but his heart is also old. The voice fell. On screen, Wolverine had already staggered to her feet, took a deep breath and walked towards the gangsters again. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. In the conference room. Seeing this, Shadowcat Katie became excited. Logan is about to start. I believe that even after he arrives, his body will start to age, but his combat experience and skills will still be there, and he will still be able to fight very well. She said to herself. These flies must not be his opponents. For this sentence, the other X-Men also quite agree. On screen, panting heavily, Wolverine stared at the bastards and said in a deep voice, guys, we wouldn't want me to do this. He clenched his fists as he spoke. The gangsters on the opposite side saw that this guy was able to stand up, and even dared to provoke him, so they immediately approached him again, and at the same time, each of them skillfully picked up a steel pipe. Damn it. Seeing this, Wolverine shook her head, shook her fists, and the steel claws gleaming with coldness. 2/3 of them came out instantly, and even one steel claw only came out with a tip. Kill him. And the gangsters on the opposite side were also angered by him and charged over directly complaining. Several people waved the steel pipes in their hands, and beat Wolverine down without any effort. But in the past, he was as fast as the wind, but now he is like an old lone wolf. He didn't even have time to react, and was hit by those steel pipes one after another. Wolverine endured the attack in embarrassment, and cursed angrily, finally finding the right opportunity. The claws pierced through the arm of the gangster in front of her. Then, he waved his steel claws one after another, forcing the surrounding people back. At this time, the gangster who was stabbed in the arm became furious, pulled out his pistol and fired one after another. However, when he was agitated, he shot without aiming and raising his hand, and all the shots hit the car beside him. Wolverine was in a hurry when she saw this. "Don't take a taxi," he shouted eagerly, and rushed over to block the car with his body. Bang bang bang. Wolverine took several shots in a row. Huge amounts of pain made him pause, and he couldn't even stand still. The surrounding gangsters seized the opportunity to surround him again, throwing a steel pipe on his head and knocking Wolverine over. Kill him. Damn monster. Afterwards, several people cursed angrily, and frantically beat Wolverine, who was lying on the ground. The latter is like a rag doll, bearing the blows of countless steel pipes, rolling around under the feet of several people. Embarrassed to the extreme. Instead, it was a few years ago. No one could have imagined that Wolverine would end up like this. 052. The X-Men are gone, the lingering Wolverine. In the magic screen. Wolverine rolled over on the ground, facing the thugs, attacks with her back. Call. The veins in his neck burst out, his eyes were red, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Those gangsters didn't care about this at all, they still waved the steel pipes in their hands frantically, smashing hard one after another. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already died under such an attack. They swear all over the sky, which shows the underground quality of these people. Off-screen, Phoenix Jean Grey noticed Wolverine's eyes and squinted her eyes. She could sense the emotions in those eyes. Maybe it wasn't the anger towards those gangsters, but the dissatisfaction with her current situation. How did things come to this? I can't imagine. She murmured. Shadowcat Katie also froze. Logan, why did this happen? She couldn't believe that Wolverine, who used to look down on her, would one day be trampled on by a few bastards without any abilities at all. Storm clenched his fist even more. Something must have happened in the middle that we don't know about. Because Cyclops Scott was rescued by Wolverine back then, although he often teased each other on weekdays, he still had deep gratitude and awe in his heart. See this scene. He couldn't control his emotions. Do they know what they are doing? They are such disrespectful people, but they are the superhero who saved our mutant more than once. The rest of the X-Men were also angry, distressed, and puzzled by this. No one in the crowd could have imagined that Wolverine would have such a day. Even Wolverine herself saw this scene, the expression on her face changed. Even himself, he couldn't think of anything that could make him so powerless. As the person who knows himself best, he can see that when his past self faced tragedy, it was a kind of powerless sorrow. No matter how depraved, in fact, I still look forward to a better future in my heart. But when it came to the future in the magic picture, he lost all his spirit. Not only the body becomes old, but also the heart becomes exhausted. Charles on the side turned his head and took a deep look at Wolverine, then looked down at his hands. He seemed to have guessed something, his eyes dimmed suddenly, and he remained silent. On screen, Wolverine is still being beaten by the gangsters. Those people's strikes were extremely vicious, they didn't hold back when the steel pipe fell, and many even directly greeted Wolverine's back of the head. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of the steel pipe colliding with the flesh echoed back and forth on the edge of the night city. I didn't expect you, an old guy, to be really tough. Seeing this, some gangsters couldn't help scolding. You are a born BCH. At the same time, the movements of the hands did not stop. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. In the midair in the center of Asgard, the projection light curtain of the magic book showed all these in detail before everyone's eyes. All the people in Asgard stared blankly at this scene and fell into a long silence. There is no other reason. Compared with the Wolverine scene in the previous chapters, it can be said that the Wolverine is completely different. Wolverine, who looks so old at the moment, is a lamb at the slaughter. Where is the half point of the superhero demeanor who has turned the tide more than once and saved the race again and again? Such a gap seemed to be turned into a series of heavy punches, which slammed into their hearts. They couldn't say a word. After a while, someone finally couldn't help it. What the hell? What happened to Wolverine? Why does he look like he doesn't even have any energy now? Even a car, I tried my best to protect it. Back then, when he was conspired against, he would be angry and think about revenge. What do you think now that you feel wronged? All kinds of discussions came out. Take a look at the past. It can be seen that the expressions on the faces of the Asgard fighters in Asgard are very ugly. Thor was full of disbelief, and shouted, Wolverine, what are you doing? Why can even some bastards who don't know where they come from now dance on your head? The more he talked, the more angry he became, and even his face turned red later. Not far away, Loki saw his brother's appearance, and couldn't help mocking. Perhaps it will be more effective if you speak directly in the chat room. The voice just fell. On screen. Wolverine lying on the ground finally couldn't bear the successive attacks of the gangsters, and the unimaginably dirty ridicule from her mouth, and roared angrily. He finally stood up. A pair of red eyes flashed with boundless anger. Why? Fake. Fake. In the roar of a ferocious beast, Wolverine turned back into the bloodthirsty lone wolf in an instant, and the murderous intent diffused out of his body like substance. Swish. Pissed. In the violent roar. Advertisement. He swung his paw down. He tore off the arm of the B************ D closest to him, and the hot blood swayed in the night sky like rain. Pissed. That B********* D just wanted to utter pain. I don't think so. As soon as the mouth was opened, 3 sharp claws glowing with cold light rushed towards him. Insert it directly from its mouth, and come out from the back of its head. Damn it. Kill him. Seeing this scene, the rest of the gangsters were shocked in their hearts, and immediately became even more angry, waving steel pipes to hit Wolverine. And at this moment, Wolverine seemed to be inspired with fierceness in her heart. Her red eyes drew 2 dancing red lines in the dim night. He rushed forward, and the speed of his whole body was extremely fast. It completely exceeded the limit that an ordinary person should have, and his body turned into a vague afterimage, and there was a turbulent wind between his actions. The steel claws that shone with cold light stabbed forward. A gangster was about to raise the steel pipe in his hand and charge forward when Wolverine's steel claws pierced his head. Die. At this time, another gangster came from the side. Whoosh. The steel pipe pierced through the air and swept past. Wolverine leaned down, easily dodged it, and raised her steel claws to pounce forward. Pissed. A pair of wolf claws glowing with a cold light easily inserted into the D's chest from bottom to top, from both ribs. Ah! Wolverine was completely aroused at this moment. He roared and attacked the gangster's chest frantically one after another. It was not until the latter's entire chest and abdomen had become a bloody mess, with pieces of meat and bones, and blood mixed with internal organs, and then he gave up. And in the process, in the end, the remaining 2 gangsters had already been gutted, so how dare they continue to stay on the scene? Immediately, he seized the opportunity and hurriedly ran to the truck they drove. Off-screen. Seeing that Wolverine has finally regained some of her previous style, Thor couldn't help asking and applauding. That's right, Wolverine is like this. For these despicable guys, don't show any mercy, just tear them up and teach them a good lesson. The remaining guys, don't let them go, hurry up. However, as soon as he said a few words, his voice stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face froze. See it on the screen. Wolverine after violently killing 3 people. Seeing the rest of the people getting into the car in embarrassment, they got into the car and prepared to escape. The anger on his face didn't diminish at all, but he didn't catch up as the others expected. Fack. You bastards. Wolverine just bent down and picked up a steel pipe that the gangster had left behind, and threw it over. Boom. The window of the car driven by the gangsters was cracked, but they still stomped on the accelerator and fled from the scene. As for Wolverine, she looked down at the mess on the ground, and after a glance at the corpses of a few gangsters, but sighed and shook his head. At the same time, his chest heaved violently and he was panting wildly, appearing exhausted. Hoo. Not long. The fierce light in Wolverine's eyes seemed to dissipate, and when he looked at the corpses all over the ground, there was a bit of panic in his eyes. You have to leave here quickly, or you will be in trouble if you get caught by the police. He muttered to himself. With staggering steps, he threw away the tools that the bastards put beside his wheels. Then got into the car and drove away quickly. During this process, Wolverine no longer exudes a sense of decay and embarrassment all the time. Inside Mabry Villa, Pepper was crying. I never dreamed that Wolverine, who just reversed the future, would become like this just after more than 10 years. Wiping her tears, she choked up and said, obviously everything was under his desperate efforts before, and it started to get better. How did it become like this again? But Wolverine, he's in such a mess because of a few gangsters. Tony Stark also felt the sadness of this superhero, and frowned. What happened to make him look like this? Pepper said in a low tone. He is a hero and has been silently guarding the world. The ending should be happy. Nick Fury glanced at her with a somewhat indifferent expression. Not all heroes will be treated well, and not all of them will have a happy ending. Why? Actually, it's not that Pepper doesn't know this truth, but she still can't accept that Wolverine has fallen into such a situation. In the first half of his life, he sank in tragedy. Who would have thought that after reversing the future and changing the tragedy of genocide, it would still look like this? Well, when the thoughts reached this point, little Pepper sighed, and held Tony Stark's hand tightly. I only hope that you can have a bright future. Advertisement. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It is definitely that I am Iron Man, not Wolverine. My future must be Wei Guang's. When he was talking, he was smiling. However, there was an imperceptible gloomy flash in his eyes. 0. Seeking flowers. If the problem of palladium poisoning cannot be solved as soon as possible, I'm afraid his own ending will not be much better. But, Tony Stark would not tell this kind of thing to the person he cared about, and make the other person worry about him. The other side. On screen, Wolverine had already driven the car and entered a hotel with a change of clothes. He first pulled out the steel claw that was stuck on him, and even his hand was cut. Then, he reluctantly expelled the bullet casings in his body from the wound. During this process, Wolverine's face looked extremely hideous and extremely painful. Subsequently, he slowly retracted the steel claw between his fingers. However, no matter whether it is the fingers protruding from the steel claws or the bullet holes, they all heal with just one breath as before. At the moment, the wound on the old Wolverine's body had recovered to the point where the bleeding had just stopped at best, and the wound on her body was still grimly visible. Recovery was very slow. However, he seemed to be used to this feeling, his expression remained unchanged, and he put on a clean piece of clothing. Off-screen. Is his ability already so weak? Seeing this scene, Pepper felt even more distressed. Tony Stark was about to say something when suddenly new messages popped up in the chat room in front of him. Open black lens bracket Batman Bruce close black lens bracket. At Wolverine, are you looking at the inventory now? Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Brother, I didn't say that, how did you become this way? You shouldn't. Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. I don't know how things turned out like this. Because the things in the magic picture are my future. I'm at a point shortly after reversing the future, and I'm also wondering why I became like this. Superman Clark. Are you saying that the screen shown in the magic book is the future? Can it even see the future? Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. If this is the case, you should take a good look and find out the reason. Maybe you can avoid the risks that may arise in the future. Cthulhu Loki. What you said is very reasonable. I don't know if I will be on the list in the future, just to see my future. Kamar Taj. Looking at the magic screen, Wong sighed with emotion. It's really embarrassing that this superhero who used to be a hero ended up like this. The other side. Ancient One Magician noticed the topic of changing the future mentioned by everyone in the chat group, and shook his head. The time node of each universe cannot be changed, and it is usually difficult for mutant to end well. Hear the words of the Sorcerer Supreme. Wong and Modu immediately guessed that Wolverine's ending might not be too good. At the moment, on screen, Wolverine, who had been running all night, came to the mental hospital to buy medicine, and when she got in the car, she found a man with a mechanical arm following her. Hi, I'm Donald. The man wore sunglasses and smiled. I know you, Wolverine. Is there anything? Just get out of here. Wolverine knew that the other party was not her guest, so she didn't give him a good face. I know what 10 bald old men on the southern border you were hiding. Donald smiled unequivocally. What do you want? Wolverine's face changed when she heard this, and her eyes flickered. I don't mean anything else, I just want you to cooperate a little bit. Seeing this, Donald raised his eyebrows, and at the same time handed out a business card. Someone stole something that I am responsible for, and she will come to you sooner or later. I hope you can notify me. Seeing that Wolverine didn't answer, he threw his business card over. By the way, I'm your fan. As soon as the words were finished, Donald got out of the car. Subsequently, Wolverine looked gloomy, took a look at the business card, and saw that it said, Caliban Transgenic Research Institute. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Looks like Logan did go through something to become like this. It's just not obvious yet. Shadowcat Katie pursed her lips, her eyes full of doubts. Also, I don't know who the person Donald said was hidden by Logan. In the conference room, when the other X-Men heard this, they also showed a sense of incomprehension on their faces. Akali GMO Institute? Have you heard of this organization? Storm asked. No, I'm afraid it is an organization that appeared later, Cyclops Scott analyzed. While everyone was discussing with each other what happened to Wolverine, only Jean Grey turned to look behind Charles. The latter noticed her gaze and sighed deeply. The other side. The magic screen changed again. After Wolverine bought the medicine, she drove all the way south. Soon returned to an abandoned factory on the wasteland. It can be seen that there is a huge abandoned water tank with a height of several kilometers in the factory. In the middle of the uninhabited desert, this abandoned factory is like no man's land. Looking around, there is no life, and it doesn't seem like a place where people can live. 053. All X-Men are dead, there will be no new mutants in the world. This abandoned factory in the desert, except for the weeds that are as tall as a person, there is only endless Lois left. There is a wind blowing, rolling up large groups of yellow sand flying all over the sky. Not far away is a railroad track. When the train passes by, the ground trembles, and the whole factory trembles, as if it may collapse at any time. Wolverine drove the car all the way into the factory. I got out of the car, picked up the medicine I just bought from the hospital, and walked in. After a whole night, the injury from last night still didn't seem to fully healed, and his steps were still a little staggering. Off-screen. In the conference room, Shadowcat Katie saw that Wolverine lived in such a place in the future. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell happened to Wolverine? Although she had said this sentence several times since just now, she couldn't help but repeat it again. Where's the academy? Where are the other X-Men and mutants? Shadowcat looked puzzled. Could it be that he was really abandoned by the academy? Or did something happen to Wolverine, so she left the academy? According to Logan's personality and the style of the academy, no matter what, such a situation would never happen. Cyclops Scott weighs in. As for his words, the other people in the conference room had no opinion at all. They've all come this way. I have never done anything to abandon my partners, and I have always acted and supported each other. So, things like the academy abandoning Wolverine, don't even think about it, it's impossible to happen. So, the most likely possibility is that Logan left the academy by himself? Storm felt the seriousness of the surrounding atmosphere, pursed his lips, and then said with a smile. Could it be that Logan left angrily because I have been unwilling to accept him? She made a little joke. The other partners in the conference room laughed together, but the 423 emotions in everyone's hearts were still heavy. Poppy Iceman glanced at the X-Men around him, hesitated. Do you think there is a possibility that Logan was not abandoned by the academy, nor did he leave voluntarily? But in the future, where the X-Men and the Academy no longer exist. As soon as he said it, he couldn't help but slapped himself lightly. Well, this joke is not funny. How could such a thing happen? Yeah, we've been working hard for so long, how could the X-Men disappear? Shadowcat Katie glared at Poppy Iceman in displeasure and snorted, that's completely impossible to happen. The other X-Men also ruled out this possibility, but I couldn't help but think in my heart, what should I do if this kind of thing really happened? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain clearly how the future Wolverine would become so decadent. I'm afraid that this kind of blow is only caused by the disappearance of the Academy. And Wolverine's heart sank after hearing this topic. Then he laughed. Hey, guys, don't be so pessimistic, maybe it's because of my own problems that I finally left the Academy? Don't always think things are so bad. With that said, Wolverine paused for a moment, and then said, let's stop guessing wildly, keep reading, and we'll know what's going on. Well, the answer will be seen in Logan's future anyway, let's not speculate on such sad questions. Shadowcat Katie nodded. After all, even the Sentinel, which can destroy our race, didn't separate us, did it? Cyclops Scott smiled. Katie, it's rare to hear you say such a reasonable thing. The rest of the X-Men were then amused by Shadowcat's huffing reaction. The other side, Charles, had been silent all this time, became more and more depressed when he heard everyone's discussion. He had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the abandoned factory where Wolverine lived in the future, and sighed. It seems that trying everything to reverse the future did not bring hope to the mutants, but only prolonged the survival time of their race. He looked at the magic screen with complicated eyes. It's really regrettable. Alfred on the side spread his hands out after hearing his words. It is impossible for two races that threaten each other to exist at the same time. What's more, what mutant needs to face is human beings, and human beings cannot tolerate such a threat. Obviously, the experienced butler Alfred guessed something from the sporadic fragments at the beginning of the 5th chapter. Bruce Wayne nodded, his eyes lowered slightly, although I hope that Wolverine, a man who has experienced half his life, can have a happy ending. But it seems that the reality is always unsatisfactory. Disappointment is the eternal protagonist of life. He said in a deep voice. However, the current situation should also correspond to the suffix of the chapter name, desperate fight. I don't know how Wolverine will resolve the crisis she is facing this time. Metropolis. Country cottage exterior. The night was getting darker. Clark Kent was blowing the cool night breeze, seeing Wolverine's embarrassing situation, feeling very uncomfortable. He respects these superheroes who open up hope for those behind them. So hopefully Wolverine has a happy ending. I remember reading a sentence in an Oriental book, those who hold salaries for everyone should not be frozen to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for freedom should not be trapped in thorns. Clark Kent murmured. I still look forward to seeing Wolverine have her own happiness. At the same time, he was also very curious about what happened. Unexpectedly, even Wolverine, who has not conceded defeat after 100 years of suffering, has her edges and corners smoothed, and she lives in decadence all day long. Even when faced with the oppression of gangsters, they still choose and panic. At the moment screen. Advertisement. The aged Wolverine entered the factory following a mutant wrapped in shade cloth. The latter entered the room, and only then took off the shade cloth, revealing a bald head and pale skin. Appears to be a mutant with albinism. Everyone in X-Men recognized this person. His name is Caliban, and he has the ability to sense the location of others. Also a student at the Academy. With this discovery, everyone's mood suddenly became heavier. On screen. Caliban looked at Wolverine tiredly. He wasn't doing well today. Every day is bad. Wolverine glanced at the other party, with a heavy tone, and put the bag containing the medicine on the table. He should have taken his medicine 6 hours ago. Caliban opened the bag, took a look, and sighed. These may not be enough, at most it will last for a week. I'm trying to figure it out. The tired look on Wolverine's face was heavy too. But this time it's your turn. I was exhausted last night controlling him. Caliban took out a pill and handed it over. Poor you. Wolverine took the medicine, sighed, picked up the needle, and staggered out of the hospital. Caliban continued behind him. By the way, he told me last night that he will communicate with someone again. He didn't communicate with anyone. Don't be so sure. He can tell all the details. Isn't the tank shielding his telepathy? There are a lot of cracks in it. Oh, I see. Wolverine responded casually without looking back, and was about to open the door at the same time. He's asking why we're here again. Caliban continued. I feel like he's trying to read my mind. That's why we need to give him medicine. Wolverine glanced back at him, then opened the door and walked out. DC Universe. Metropolis. When Clark Kent heard this, doubts appeared on his face. Someone who needs to take medicine and communicate with other people? Who? Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Charles heard the conversation between the two people in the picture, and his face was slightly touched. Shadowcat Katie didn't notice any of this. She is now preoccupied with wondering what the future holds. Caliban and Logan left the Academy together because of someone who was sick and needed care. She analyzed. Who is that person? Why don't the other X-Men and the Academy come to help? While she was saying this, the others fell silent. They seemed to have thought of something bad. As for Phoenix, who was standing behind, his eyes flickered when he heard that the person taking the medicine could communicate with some people. She looked at Charles slowly, with a heavy tone. Professor, could it be you? As soon as this statement came out, all the people in the conference room immediately focused their gazes on her. Everyone's face was full of surprise and incomprehension. Phoenix Jean Grey met their gazes and explained, I think the person they're talking about is probably the professor. How can the professor need to take drugs? He has the smartest brain in the world. Cyclops Scott immediately retorted. The rest of the people also shook their heads repeatedly, thinking that there would be no problem with their most respected Charles. But soon, reality hit them in the face, on screen. Wolverine took the medicine into the huge water tank tens of meters high in the abandoned factory. As soon as the door was pushed open, he saw a haggard and shaven professor sitting in a wheelchair, circling back and forth. He muttered in his mouth, good boy, I was eating cheese, and then a big spider appeared, which really scared Lil Jasmine. When he saw Wolverine coming in, the expression on his face turned ugly. Changed the direction and continued to circle in the water tank, yelling, freshly baked pizza with hot dogs, cheese, tomatoes. Then, Wolverine stopped in front of him. Charles immediately frowned and glared at him, excuse me, I'm delivering food. Off screen. In the conference room, all the X-Men fell silent. When they saw Charles, who was unkempt and talking nonsense, their hearts were full of disbelief and shock. The professor is the most respected person in the hearts of all X-Men. But the opponent's performance in the future, all actions and words. Totally like a mental illness. They thought that Wolverine bought the medicine in a mental hospital, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Even Phoenix, who guessed correctly before, looked very dazed when he saw this scene. Advertisement their most respected mutant is Charles, who has the smartest mind in the world. In the future, became mental illness, for a while. All X-Men are unacceptable. Charles himself also had cloudy eyes. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. When Tony Stark saw Charles, he recognized Charles's identity. After all, it just appeared in the 4th chapter just now. I remember this mutant with a mind ability. Before that, he was a very intelligent, gentle and powerful mutant. His tone was a little surprised, but he looks so unbearable now. I didn't expect that apart from Wolverine, even such a powerful mutant would become so downcast in the future. Pepper also sighed unceasingly, it's really a trick of luck. Dominion Asgard. Thor and everyone in Asgard also recognized Charles's identity. Unexpectedly, the existence of one of the biggest leaders of mutant in the past has been transformed into this appearance. Too surprising. Thor frowned. No one likes a story about heroes dying and beauties falling. Not to mention the end of the other party's reduced mental illness. The rest shook their heads again and again, the other side. On screen. Wolverine rolled up Charles's sleeve, ready to spray him. The latter's tone was instantly aggrieved. Who are you? You know who I am, Wolverine said. You're the one who always makes me sleep. We both need some sleep. Wolverine sighed, and immediately picked up the needle and prepared to inject the other party. No, I don't want to. Seeing this, Charles struggled frantically. He yelled and pushed Wolverine away, even falling to the ground himself. The next moment, Buzz, what are you doing to me? Charles, who fell to the ground, lost control and erupted a sea of terrifying mental fluctuations, covering the surrounding kilometers. Everything in it vibrated crazily. Wolverine, who was closest to him, was even more miserable. But the latter still gritted his teeth and endured the pressure, and injected the opponent with drugs. Afterwards, the terrifying mental fluctuations gradually calmed down. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. The people in the conference room also realized why the professor should be given medicine, because the professor in this state is very easy to lose control and affect the surrounding 5.7. At the same time, everyone fell silent. They can't accept the professor they have always admired and become like this. And next, the conversation between Wolverine and the professor in the screen shocked everyone again. On screen, Wolverine carried Charles, who had regained his composure, back to bed. At the same time gave him some medicine. What are these? Charles asked. You know what these are. Wolverine handed him water again. The needle water can suppress your Alzheimer's and the medicine can delay the relapse. The professor looked at the medicine in a daze for a few seconds, then swallowed it slowly. Logan, you left me with that damned albino. He doesn't listen to me at all. It seems you remember me. Wolverine smiled while repairing the wheelchair that just fell down. F***KU. The professor cursed, and then slowly said, I can feel the new city of the species, the new mutant, very young, but powerful forces are hunting them down. Charles, there are no new mutants anymore, do you understand? Wolverine stood up unhappily when she heard this, and pulled up the quilt for the other party. There has been no new mutant for 25 years. We are God's plan, Charles said. Maybe we're just God's mistake, Wolverine said indifferently. You are such a disappointment. Charles reached out to hold Wolverine's face, frowning deeply. When I found you, you were still an underground boxer, living the life of a killer. Also addicted to drugs, a total beast. Wolverine shook his hand away, stood up, and began to tidy up the house by herself. And Charles continued, but we took you in and gave you a home. But they're gone now. Wolverine's eyes darkened for a moment, and she said in a low tone, they are all dead, and there will be no more mutants in another 10 years. 054. The hero is late, old Wolverine can continue to move forward? In the magic screen, Wolverine, who was standing in front of the door, looked dim for a moment, then turned around and said, they are all gone now, X-Men and mutant are dead. In another 10 years there will be no more mutants in the world. As soon as this statement came out, Charles lay on the bed stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of anger. "Logan, what did you do?" Hearing this, Wolverine gave the other party a complicated look with meaningful eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end. Just walked over and pushed open the door. Charles became more and more agitated, grabbed the railing beside the bed, and asked his back, "Answer me, why are we here? No one should live like this, being drugged in a broken water tank." Wolverine paused in front of the door when she heard these words. "This is for your own good." Finished. He stepped out of the tank and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Charles lay back on the bed weakly. "No, you're just waiting for me to die." Off screen. After the X-Men in the conference room heard the conversation between the two, their expressions fell into a dull state. The X-Men and the mutants are dead. Shadowcat Katie seemed to be punched hard by Invisible's fist, and she almost couldn't breathe. The usually bright eyes are full of sluggishness at this moment. "Why? We still don't know what happened," she murmured, feeling that all her strength was pulled out of her body, and she sat on the chair with limp limbs. "Why? I don't believe. We have made so much effort, and the current timeline is even owned after Logan reversed the future." Cyclops Scott shouted with an ugly expression. "Besides, everything is going in the right direction now. How could it be possible that the X-Men disappeared in just a few decades? Even the whole world will not have a new mutant born for 25 years? I can't take it." He couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up directly, and walked back and forth in the meeting room, expressing the sadness and disbelief in his heart. As for the other X-Men around, the expressions on their faces are also not good looking at the moment, and their hearts are even more agitated. Before the beginning of the 5th chapter, they have been looking forward to seeing what the future will look like. They expected that with everyone's efforts, the X-Men have completed the career they have been pursuing. Everyone in the world no longer rejects the 08 races, and the two races can live in harmony. Duh. Everything presented in the magic screen is so cruel. Wolverine, who will never grow old and is always cruel, has turned into an old wolf without the slightest blood. Charles, who has the smartest brain, has turned into a dementia who can talk nonsense if he doesn't take the medicine in time. Also, X-Men and mutant are dead. After a while, all the mutants in the world will disappear. Everything. For them, it was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the extreme. Do we really have no future? Shadowcat Katie murmured questions with an extremely bitter expression. Others in the conference room were also speechless. "No, Chapter 5 isn't over yet," Cyclops Scott said in a deep voice. "What we can see now is just the tip of the iceberg of what Logan will experience in the future. Maybe there will be hope. You don't forget that the title of this article has, Death to the Death." He analyzed. If Logan continues to develop according to the current situation, then his ending can only slowly rot in a corner where no one cares about. But obviously, the situation is not like this. He still has a battle to come, which means that there is still hope. Phoenix Gray on the side also nodded after hearing his analysis. "You don't have to be so pessimistic in a hurry. Maybe there will be a new reversal in the future." As soon as this statement came out, the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room was only slightly eased. But that feeling of sadness still lingers. All the X-Men looked nervously at the screen. Looking forward to what will happen next. Marvel 199,999 Universe. What? Wolverine says all but their mutants are dead. The X-Men no longer exist. After Pepper heard the conversation between the two, his face was full of disbelief. In the 4th chapter, Wolverine and the others changed the fate of the race being slaughtered by the mutant by reversing the future. How come in the end, everything I did before was still in vain? With a delicate mind, she immediately began to feel sad for what happened to mutant. They have already done so many things. Tony Stark was also a little surprised. What happened to lead to the demise of X-Men and mutant? And what stopped the birth of mutant's newborn? He knows that no matter what race it is, fresh blood is the foundation of the foundation if it wants to continue. If it is extinct, no matter how powerful the race is, it will eventually perish. The birth of mutant without newborns is much more terrifying than the crisis caused by the complete annihilation of the X-Men. When Nick Fury at the side heard this, the look of interest in his eyes suddenly became more and more intense. He felt that through the 5th chapter of Wolverine's life, he could find out how the humans in that world made it to this point. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D. can also get the solution to the mutant problem of their own universe from it. There are unexpected gains. He raised his eyebrows and thought with a smile. Kamar Taj. After hearing the conversation between the two of Wolverine, Wong looked at Ancient One Magician in awe. "Magician, it seems that what you said before has come true. Mutants may really not have any good ideas." Advertisement. When the Ancient One Magician heard the other party's words, his eyes remained calm. Because of similar things, she has seen too many. In the long cosmic timeline, it can be said that there are too many to enumerate. The demise of the race is embarrassing, but it is also in line with nature. But Wong continued on his own. However, maybe this universe can bring about a different ending. Just like in the previous chapters, no matter how twists and turns the process was, Wolverine was able to reverse the unfavorable situation in the end. He had just finished speaking. There is a sad scene on the screen. On screen. After leaving the huge amounts of water tank, Wolverine returned to her room in the abandoned factory. Boom, boom. Outside the abandoned factory, there happened to be a train passing by. All the walls in the room were driven to tremble and crumble. The half glass of water placed on the table was also rippled. The elderly Wolverine didn't care about this, and staggered to the edge of the bed. It seems to have long been used to such an environment. Call. When the train drove away, he took a long breath and raised his fist. Swish. The next moment, a series of still sharp steel claw blades protruded from between his fingers, and there was a sharp cold light in the air. It's just that the steel claws on his fist didn't show any squeeze. One of the steel claws was only 2/3 out and stuck. Damn. Wolverine cursed under her breath. Frowning, he pinched the stuck steel claw with his other hand, enduring the pain, and pulled it out until it was flush with the other 2 steel claws. He didn't even care if his palm was cut and blood was overflowing. After finishing all this, he took a long breath again, raised his blood-stained paw and looked at it for a while. Looking at the smooth steel claws, his own old eyes were reflected. Wolverine saw in a daze the difficult but hopeful times she had spent in the past, and her eyes dimmed. Withdraw the paw. After more than a dozen breaths, the wound on his hand still hadn't healed, but he barely stopped bleeding. He sighed, found a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his palm. Lie slowly on the bed. Everything seems to be quiet at this moment. Wolverine's whole body exudes a strong sense of twilight, lifeless. The injury from the beating last night has not healed yet. The slightest pain diffused from every corner of the body, and even breathing felt heavy. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, and the sky was getting dark. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, Wong couldn't help shaking his head. It's really embarrassing that the once powerful Wolverine has fallen to such a fate. Modu on the side has no interest in this at all. He pursues great strength, and he will show admiration for those with extraordinary strength. But he didn't want to see such a picture of a strong man falling. It's impossible for me to get to this point, he thought confidently. Marvel TRN Universe. Storm looked at the old Wolverine's steel claws that could not be stretched at all in the picture, his eyes dimmed, and he was touched. Logan is really old, she murmured in a deep voice. My heart felt like it was being pressed by a stone, my heartbeat became heavy, and even my breathing felt a bit suffocated. In the previous picture, the conversation between Charles and Wolverine still flashed in his mind over and over again. The other X-Men didn't speak, just staring at this scene raptly. They couldn't help but wonder what happened to the X-Men to disappear. Is everything I am doing now completely meaningless? After all, doomed. Even Katie the Shadowcat, at the moment, who had been very active before, looked at the screen, then at Wolverine, and her whole body sank. The charm of life is that the future is unknown. You never know what will happen next second. That is why there is hope. Sometimes it is not a good thing for a person to know his own death date in advance. As for Wolverine seeing the future like this, she also has mixed feelings in her heart. Not only his own aging, but also other mutants have disappeared. He was looking forward to what he could do to change this miserable situation. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that I couldn't start. At this time, advertisement Cyclops Scott saw the worry in everyone's eyes, took a deep breath and said, Everyone, although I don't know how the maker of the magic book did it, but he let us see the future. We can make changes when we know the outcome of the future and before tragedy strikes. Perhaps, this is also one of his intentions. He looked very serious. This is an opportunity. Hear this. Others in the conference room cheered up again. Phoenix and Beacon Grey said, Scott, what you said is very reasonable. After all the tragedies have not happened yet. As long as we can find the source of the tragedy in the following pictures, everything can be changed. Just like Logan once successfully reversed the future, we can still change our ending. Storm also nodded and said, Let's keep watching, maybe the old Logan can give us the answer. As several people spoke one after another, the other X-Men in the meeting room became serious, looking at Mion with all their attention. And Charles was lost in thought. Analyze the reasons why you may lose control in the future. More than anyone else, he didn't want to see tragedy happen. The other side. The screen changed. After a short rest, the aged Wolverine's tired look eased a little. It was dark. He walked out of the room. Caliban is ironing clothes in the workshop. Wolverine walked over, took a clean coat and put it on. At this time, I don't want to fight, but I think there's something we need to talk about, Caliban said as he continued with his work. What's the matter? Wolverine asked. I nearly died this morning when Charles lost control. With that said, Caliban put down the iron, walked up to Wolverine, picked up the medicine that the latter had brought back and said, The dosage of these medicines is not enough. Now we are not qualified to choose, and the hospital gave me these medicines. Wolverine 053 poured himself a cup of coffee. Besides, he was sick for less than a minute this morning. But I feel so long, I can barely breathe, maybe it just doesn't affect you much. Caliban also walked aside, poured coffee and said, We need to increase the dose of medicine. I know you have hidden money elsewhere. That money is to get us out of here. It's not us, it's you and him. Caliban turned around with his coffee in his hand, with an angry expression on his face. What you want to buy is the yacht, Sunday, Chaser. You know I can't bask in the sun. Then, he took out a bullet from his pocket. I found this thing in your clothes, adamantium. Caliban is usually responsible for the daily life of several people. Seeing this, Wolverine's expression changed and she snatched the bullet. If you plan to blow your own head, can you wait until you are at sea? I just mopped the floor. Caliban frowned. Stop talking nonsense. As if being exposed to suicidal thoughts, Wolverine spoke with anger. Caliban sat on the side with some decadence. A year ago, you asked me to help you. I think I did my best. But Logan, I can't really help you if you don't want to say anything. I can hear you can't sleep at night, but I don't usually talk about those and the festering wounds on your body that haven't fully healed and the bloodstains on your clothes. Caliban's tone became lower and lower. I know you don't want to talk about this either. You usually take painkillers. Boom. Hearing this, Wolverine slapped the cup in Caliban's hand to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Leave my business alone. Logan, inside you're sick, I can smell it. Caliban looked at him. Wolverine stopped talking, turned and walked out of the workshop. Wolverine looked a little surprised when she saw this scene. How much pain did my future self go through? How to be so decadent? You must know that the current self, even in the face of the pressure of reversing the future, has never flinched. Seeing Wolverine's performance in the future, other people in the conference room couldn't help but feel worried. Will there really be no turning point in the future? DC Universe. Metropolis. Clark Kent watched Wolverine walk out of the factory in the picture and was ready to start the car to receive orders. It's exactly like a poor person who gave up struggling after feeling powerless to fight against life. But he's a superhero. He thought sadly. Wayne Manor. It's hard to imagine, Wolverine will have this Anne. Bruce Wayne said in a heavy tone, however, I think the lone wolf who used to be will not be overwhelmed by despair so easily. Alfred sighed. I hope so. They are all looking forward to whether the old Wolverine will make any changes. Save everything from the current situation. 3TTO55, New Mutant Laura, the woman who died tragically in the hotel. On screen. Wolverine walked straight out of the workshop and started the car after her unpleasant chat with Caliban. Today he earns a living and saves money by driving a taxi. Soon. Wolverine took the order. It was a couple of girls who were obviously high, and they got in the car and asked Wolverine to play some loud music. At the same time with wine in hand, the destination of these girls is a bar. And before resisting their destination, they didn't seem to plan to rest for a while, and they were still dancing to the music and drinking in the back row. Wolverine is used to these things and concentrates on driving. At this time, a blonde-haired woman in the back row suddenly called out to him, and then pulled off most of her blouse, exposing most of her chest to the air. Look, Mr. Driver. The girls around screamed in unison. Wolverine glanced in the rearview mirror, smiled and shook her head. To be honest, he envied these people very much. It seemed that there was never anything to worry about, all he needed to do was have fun. Not long after sending these alcohol-smelling girls to their destination, Wolverine has another order. He put on his reading glasses and glanced at the address displayed on the phone, frowning. At this time, the screen changed. Open black lens bracket yesterday. Close black lens bracket. Wolverine took an order to pick someone up from the cemetery. It was raining heavily. He stood under a tree and waited for someone to come out. At this time, a voice of surprise came from behind him. Are you Wolverine? I finally found you. I need your help very much now. They're hunting me. Wolverine looked back with doubts and saw a dark-haired woman running towards her in the rain. I don't know you, and I'm not a Wolverine. Get out of here. He realized that no matter what motive this woman came to find him, she would bring trouble, so he shouted loudly. When the woman heard Wolverine's words, she froze for a moment, and then became more and more nervous. But I really need your help. She hadn't finished speaking, suddenly saw someone coming out of the cemetery and immediately ran away without looking back. Subsequently, the people in the cemetery came to Wolverine's side, and they were the customers of the latter's trip. Who is she? The client asked. I don't know, some crazy woman. Wolverine didn't care either. When he went to the mental hospital to buy medicine, it came to Donald. Off-screen. When Shadowcat saw this, he suddenly realized, so when Donald came to Logan before, it should be for this woman. Storm narrowed his eyes. She looks like she has something very important to do. Didn't Donald say this woman stole something very important? Cyclops Scott analyzed. It is estimated that she is being hunted down. I don't know what she stole, Poppy Iceman said curiously, and I must ask Logan for help. Could it be related to mutant? Phoenix Shin Grey suddenly thought of something. Otherwise, there is no need for this woman to come to Logan. As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of the X-Men in the conference room could not help but brighten up. Probably, Shadowcat Katie couldn't control it even more, and said pleasantly, it seems that Logan's future turning point will start with this woman. I don't know what will happen next. For a while, the X-Men suddenly seemed like drowning people grabbed the last straw, and put all their attention on the magic screen. On screen. After receiving the new order, Wolverine quickly came to the place given by the person who placed the order. It's an old-looking hotel. The letters on the billboard are half-pressed. When he stopped in front of the hotel, he saw a thin little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old playing pinball against the wall. The moment Wolverine saw the little girl, she inexplicably felt an indescribable sense of intimacy and familiarity with her. He stops the car. When you open the door and get off the car. The little girl seemed to notice his gaze, put away the ball and glanced at the ladder. Now, Wolverine suddenly felt the familiarity emanating from the other party was even stronger. I seem to have seen her eyes somewhere before, he thought silently. Those are the eyes of a lone wolf, dangerous and sharp. And this kind of look he had only seen before when making mirrors. It's hard to imagine that a girl who is only 7 or 8 years old can have such eyes. Definitely. Wolverine didn't think much of it, he just thought it was an illusion. Now he just wants to raise enough money to buy a cruise ship as soon as possible, and then go to sea with Charles and others to live a life that no one cares about. Advertisement. Just as Wolverine was thinking, a woman opened the door nervously and stared at him. Wolverine, are you here? It's you? The moment Wolverine saw each other, her face changed. Obviously, this woman didn't know what she did and was targeted by Donald. And the Akali Transgenic Research Institute, where the latter is located, is obviously not a simple institution, and he can easily find him. If you get involved with this woman in front of you, you don't even need to think about it, it will be very troublesome. Fact, ma'am, you're ruining my life, and your hunters are after me. If necessary, you should find another taxi driver. Talking. Wolverine frowned and turned to get in the car. Wolverine, wait, I can only trust you for this job. The woman was anxious, and quickly stopped him. As long as you can send the two of us to the Canadian border, then I can pay you 50,000 United States dollars as a reward. While talking, the woman took out a stack of thick banknotes. The 20,000 yuan is a deposit. As long as we arrive at the place, our friend can give you the rest. Wolverine looked at the money and stopped turning away. He took the banknotes wrapped in brown paper from the woman's hand and found an address written on it. Where did this money come from? Wolverine was tempted. He is very short of money now, my boyfriends. The woman took a deep breath, then pointed to the little girl who walked over with a blank expression. He wants to kill me and take Laura away. Laura is my daughter, I can't let him succeed. Wolverine hesitated, he knew the other party was lying. I know you are kind, you are Wolverine, superhero, you are willing to help us. The woman saw his hesitation and begged, I promise, as long as you leave before dawn, you won't have any problems. You know nothing about me. Wolverine felt a little complicated when she heard the word, superhero. Please, only you can help us, please, the woman said in a low voice, as long as we leave as soon as possible, there will be no problem. Wolverine fell silent for a moment. First, as the other party said, there is still some kindness in his heart. More importantly, he is really short of money. If he can complete this order, then the money to buy the yacht will be enough. Finally, he said slowly, I'll go back and arrange my companions, and I'll pick you up before dawn. Finished. Wolverine got into the car and was about to tell Caliban that she was going to the border. And the woman behind kept thanking her, in the conference room. Seeing this scene, Shadowcat Kitty felt very uncomfortable. I never thought that Logan would one day, when he wanted to put the kindness in his heart, he would still need to consider the matter of remuneration, and he would also look forward and backward. He's been through a lot. Cyclops Scott shook his head, maybe something happened in the future, defeated Logan. And made him just want to escape, you can see it from wanting to buy a yacht to live on the sea. After hearing these words, Storm turned to look at Wolverine. Logan, I'm afraid you didn't even think that you would become like this one day, right? She said with a heavy tone. I really haven't thought about it. Wolverine's eyes dimmed a bit, and then he took another deep breath and said, but I think things should turn around soon. Phoenix Jean Grey nodded, she's obviously lying, she's not trying to escape her boyfriend, but hiding other secrets. That little girl named Laura is obviously not a woman's daughter. Finished. The Shadowcat Katie next to her nodded again and again, yes, I can see it, the two of them are completely alike. As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and then took another look at Logan. I think Laura looks a bit like Logan, which is very strange. I thought I was the only one feeling this way, Storm said immediately. My daughter? I always find it impossible. Wolverine shook her head when she heard these discussions. He was flamboyant but always careful. Protective measures are taken every time. After all, no matter what, he felt that his whole life was a mistake, and he didn't want to continue his bloodline and give birth to a newborn to experience the pain like him. Just read it and you'll know. At this time, Charles, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke slowly. On screen. Wolverine drove back to the abandoned factory, and explained to Charles and Caliban, who had temporarily returned to normal. I have a big long-distance order. When I come back, we can get a yacht to live at sea. Charles, who had returned to normal, was playing with potted plants. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked casually, is it safe at sea? It should be much better than it is now. Wolverine curled her lips, then patted Caliban's shoulder. I'll go out for a few days, wait for me to come back. After finishing speaking, he received a message from the woman. Please hurry up. Don't worry, I'm already on my way back, Wolverine replied. Then I was going to drive to pick up the woman and Laura. Off-screen. DC Universe, Gotham City, Wayne Manor. In the magnificent hall, Bruce Wayne and the butler Alfred are watching every move of Wolverine in the future through magical screens. It looks like this Charles seems to know the truth. Bruce Wayne noticed that the other party was obviously stunned when he heard Wolverine say that he was going on a long trip. I remember that he could communicate with other beings, but he didn't say more to Wolverine. However, Wolverine doesn't seem willing to believe him either. Advertisement Alfred nodded when he heard this, and at the same time, his face showed a thoughtful look. A Kali Genetic Modification Research Institute. That woman was hunted down by this organization. Maybe she has a connection with the New Mutant. Bruce Wayne nodded and said, I think it may be very big. When Charles said that he felt a new mutant was born, he was sober, and he didn't lie. In addition to reaching the top level of human beings in physical fitness and fighting skills, he is also proficient in investigative analysis and psychology. Only in this way can we fight those monsters in Gotham with the body of an ordinary person. Analyzing a person's mental state is easy for Bruce Wayne. Backquote. Also, the little girl named Laura, the eyes are very similar to the former Wolverine. Thinking. He spoke slowly again. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. God King Odin also noticed the emotion hidden in Charles's eyes. It seems that this Midgardian man named Charles knows some truths in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He said slowly, I could tell he wanted to say it, but he knew Wolverine wouldn't believe him. Thor sighed when he heard his father's analysis. It's really sad, I didn't expect Wolverine to be unwilling to trust her former teacher because of some illnesses. If you want to say that, then I can only say that you were too simple. Loki shook his head when he heard his brother thinking so simply. Obviously, one illness wasn't enough to make Wolverine feel bad for Charles, but something else happened. Ah, is there such a thing? Thor was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he waved his hand nonchalantly. This kind of thing doesn't matter. I just hope that the future Wolverine won't continue to be like this. A state of depression. It's hard to see him in the future, and I remember what a fighter he was in the previous chapters. Hear the words. The other fighters in Asgard also felt a little sorry. As for Loki, he was a little speechless about Thor's reaction. At this time, Thor continued, but I always feel that this woman who suddenly appeared is not that simple. Just finished speaking. On screen. When Wolverine was still some distance away from the hotel, her complexion changed. He smelled a very strong smell of blood. Go back to the room where the woman was before. I saw that the other party had turned his back to the door of the room, his body was covered in blood, and he was lifeless. Damn it. Wolverine cursed in a low voice, walked over to pick up the woman's mobile phone, and saw a message on it that hadn't been sent yet. Help. They're already here. The message was for Wolverine, but there wasn't even time to edit a full sentence. As for the little girl, Laura has disappeared, only. Wolverine couldn't be bothered to bother about these women. What's dead, which meant the list was gone. At the same time, this is the scene of a murder. You can't stay for long, there will be trouble. Thinking. He quickly left the room. Asterisk 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 off screen. Thor was very proud. Look, I just said that the things this woman is involved in are not simple. The rest of Asgard said that they didn't want to talk to him very much. This is obviously an obvious thing. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Seeing this, Shadowcat Katie shook her head. What a poor person. The little girl, Laura, is missing, apparently taken back by their hunters. Cyclops Scott said, I don't know what the secrets are hidden in them. At this time, on screen, Wolverine has hurried back to the abandoned factory. Seeing this, Caliban came out wrapped in a shade cloth. Logan, what happened? He noticed that there was something wrong with the other party's mood. I shouldn't have accepted the order at the time, and I might have gotten into trouble. Wolverine was a little agitated, and walked quickly into the factory. Caliban, who stayed in place, noticed that Wolverine's trunk had been opened at some point. He walked over and took a look, and found that there was an extra bouncy ball and a backpack inside. Caliban could smell that these things did not belong to Wolverine. Logan, where did these things come from? Wolverine ran out when he heard the sound, and squinted his eyes when he saw the ball and the backpack. He recognized that these things belonged to the little girl named Laura. At this time, outside the factory, a black SUV drove over. Who are they? Caliban asked. Can you see the future? Wolverine asked. I can only locate the position of the mutant. Anyway, you go in quickly and keep Charles silent. Wolverine looked at the menacing off-road vehicles with a solemn expression. He feels as if, 056, Laura also has steel claws? Wolverine's daughter, Donald's capture. In the magic screen, the black off-road vehicle drove into the territory of the abandoned factory without any scruples. The car door opened. A tall man stepped down from it. Wolverine looked at the face she had only seen once yesterday, and frowned. You should turn around, this is a private territory. You're right, this abandoned steel factory belongs to a company from the Eastern Magic City. The man didn't care about what the other person said, and responded casually with his hands behind his back, looking left and right and looking at the whole factory. This person is Donald, who just visited Wolverine yesterday. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Meeting room. Shadowcat Katie saw the appearance of the other party, and her face collapsed immediately. This guy is the one who threatened Logan before, and he reveals a condescending state everywhere. She faced the other's face wearing sunglasses, frowning deeply. I hate him. I always feel that this guy looks down on mutant. This Donald has bad intentions. Cyclops Scott also sounded somber, such a frivolous tone. Obviously disrespecting Logan. Isn't that woman already killed by them? Storm suddenly noticed another point. It seems that the little girl disappeared, but they were not caught, so I came to find Logan. That little girl named Laura didn't look simple. Phoenix Jean Grey said so, at the same time, on screen. After Donald looked around the factory, his eyes paused on the huge water tank in the distance, and then he looked at Wolverine with a smile. Where did you hide the old man? While speaking, he took 2 steps towards the water tank. Is he there? When Wolverine heard this sentence, her eyes darkened for a moment, as if she was guessing the other party's intention. And Donald turned to face him. He's pretty smart. I'd love to meet him. I heard that the Science Bureau has now listed his brain as a weapon of mass destruction. As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really too tragic, what happened in the East. Hearing this, Wolverine's eyes grew darker. He's been dead for a year. Donald smiled and nodded, not continuing on the topic. I need that girl. Which girl? The owner of the ball in your hand. There are no girls here. I know you went to that hotel. Yes, there was an order for a taxi, but there were no girls there, only a woman. Only a woman? Isn't that right? 100. After hearing this, Donald's tone became frivolous and somewhat gloomy. So you saw her but didn't call me. I'm very sad. He shook his head, took a few steps closer to Wolverine, and his words became more and more eccentric. You didn't kill the poor man, did you? Wolverine looked at each other, and there was nothing. What Donald said was actually expressing one meaning. I know everything about you. You'd better be a little more obedient in front of me. Otherwise, I can completely destroy you. Meeting room. Shadowcat Katie also heard what the other party meant, and became more and more angry. This guy is so annoying, every word he utters despises Logan. She frowned. It can be seen that our previous feeling was right. Cyclops Scott narrowed his eyes, he looks down on Mutant from the bottom of his heart. If Logan were standing there now, this guy would probably die 10 times over. Poppy Iceman glanced at Wolverine inside, and Wolverine herself couldn't be more angry. I can't wait to enter the picture and give this guy named Donald a lesson. Just when other people were emotional about Donald's behavior. Phoenix Chin Gray and Charles did not speak at the same time. Both of them were thinking about the information revealed in Donald's words. The professor is listed as a weapon of mass destruction in the future. Tragedies in the East. What is it? Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Many fighters in Asgard watched Donald's continuous provocation, expecting Wolverine to teach this guy a lesson. Wolverine, what are you waiting for? This guy on the other side almost danced on your head, how can you bear it? A younger Wolverine wouldn't talk so much nonsense. I'm afraid it will be ready when we meet for the first time. They were a little annoyed to see Wolverine, who had dealt with Donald for so long and still kept her composure. Thor also seemed a little impatient at the moment, watching the picture and frowning. Wolverine, what are you talking about with him? K him. But in the screen, although Wolverine's face was slightly gloomy, she didn't get angry as they thought. She just said in a deep voice, women are shot. I don't like guns. I didn't kill her. Definitely. Seeing that the other party still didn't make any moves, Donald shook his head. I really hope you would take the initiative to contact me, Logan. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Wolverine on the shoulder, as I asked. Boom. Wolverine finally changed her face and grabbed Donald's outstretched hand. Advertisement, but I saw that it was a mechanical arm, and it had a mechanical metal texture in the palm. Look, you are not the only one who has been transformed and strengthened. Donald smiled. The fingers of the mechanical arm in Wolverine's hand moved dexterously, like a real flesh and blood arm. And his words are undoubtedly another challenge to Wolverine. You. Wolverine let out a low voice deep in her throat, like a volcano that was suppressed in her heart trying not to erupt, and finally leaked a trace of anger. At this time, the eyes also showed obvious cruelty. It's just that he still didn't make a move, showing obvious foresight. Off-screen. People in Asgard were a little disappointed to see this place. Wolverine is still old after all, he dare not do anything for fear of being implicated. I saw the invisible shackles in Wolverine, and sadly, the shackles he put on himself. In the crowd, many people sighed and shook their heads. Even Thor fell silent, it wasn't what he wanted to see. At this time, on screen. Boom. The sound of the head colliding with the metal steel pipe suddenly sounded. Donald rolled his eyes up and collapsed unconscious. A little girl appeared behind him, holding a hollow steel pipe half her height in her hand. It's Laura. She looked at Donald lying on the ground and then glanced at Wolverine. He casually threw the steel pipe in his hand into the latter's hand, turned around and walked into the shadow distance under the factory building. Off-screen. The Queen of God, Frigga, has a panoramic view of Laura's eyes and movements. It seems that all the details of this little girl named Laura are very similar to the former Wolverine. She murmured, like Wolverine's own daughter. Loki in the distance tilted his head when he heard these words, but this old wolf is not married, and no one has been by his side all the time, so where is the child? He paused for a moment, then looked at the back of Laura in the picture, but it's true that this girl is very bloody. Yes, I still admire this little girl, Thor nodded. The two brothers rarely reached a consensus, at this time. On screen. Logan, Charles moved out of the factory building in an electric wheelchair, she's Laura. As he spoke, he turned his head and greeted, Caliban, this is the new mutant I told you about, her name is Laura. When Charles said these words, his eyes were full of smiles and kindness. Laura, we've been waiting for you. He looked at the little girl with eyes as vigilant as beast, with a soft tone. Laura also gradually relaxed her vigilance, and slowly leaned towards the other party. It's okay, come here, it's okay. The professor kept soothing the other party softly. After taking 2 steps, Laura ran to Wolverine, grabbed the backpack in the latter's hand, picked up the small bouncy ball that had just dropped on the ground, and trotted to Charles. It's all right, Laura, you can stay here and follow me, it's safe here. Charles comforted the girl very patiently and led her into the factory building. Wolverine stood where she was, with many questions in her mind, but the most urgent task was to deal with the fainted Donald as soon as possible. He looks like a veteran. Caliban leaned forward. No, it's more troublesome than that. Wolverine took out the business card of Akali Transgenic Research Institute and showed it to the other party. I need you, AIFH, to take his car, find a ditch and drop him, and I'll go find out who that little capture is, and then I'll pick you up, he said. Then what if this guy wakes up halfway? Caliban hesitated. The voice just fell. Wolverine kicked Donald's head hard on the ground again, that's all right. Caliban gave him a speechless look, then loaded Donald into the off-road vehicle and drove away. And Wolverine entered the workshop and saw Laura munching on the milk oatmeal that Professor Inleys had prepared for her. He squinted, then took the medicine and handed it to Charles. We have to get out of here now, you must not get sick outside, understand? Clear. Charles took the medicine and took it cooperatively, however, she is the new mutant I mentioned to you, and she needs our help. She's not a mutant. No, she is. Wolverine took a look at Laura, then what is her ability? Eating? Or throwing things? At this time, Wolverine turned her head and saw through the window that a large piece of Lois was raised on the road in the distance, and off-road vehicles lined up and approached the factory at a fast speed. Aggressive. His expression changed immediately, and he immediately pushed Charles's wheelchair and walked out of the factory building, while looking back at Laura. "Stay here and don't run around." Charles sensed something was wrong. "Logan, where are we going? We can't leave Laura behind." However, Wolverine didn't listen to what he said, and went out of the workshop without looking back. DC Universe. Clark Kent looked at this scene. His expression became a little weird. Is Wolverine going to leave just like that? Don't even look at that, Laura? He started to feel a little bit wrong, and always felt that Wolverine's reaction was too out of touch. Spectrum. Advertisement. It's a far cry from what he used to be. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard was dumbfounded. Can't even believe my eyes. A person like Wolverine who once wanted to change the fate of the race, in the future, she can even ignore a little girl in order to avoid trouble. Soon, there was an angry expression on everyone's face. Thor even raised his fist in displeasure. "Wolverine, do you know what you are? How can you do such a hard-hearted thing? It has become a completely out and out. Cowards with tails." Loki, who was not far away, didn't have many indignant mood swings about this. Even some unexpected joy. He saw a meaner side of Wolverine. If it is not great from the beginning to the end and can be on the list, it means that Loki himself has a much higher chance of being on the list. Earth, Villa Mabry. Pepper was stunned. Wolverine can bear to leave a little girl alone to face the crisis. He has changed. She couldn't believe it. There is only one kind of heroism in the world, that is, when faced with the cruelty of reality, you still choose to face it head on. Tony Stark shook his head. The former Wolverine did this very well, but unfortunately the future version of him is still overwhelmed by the cruelty of reality. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Alfred watched as Wolverine ignored Charles's protest, quickly lifted it into the car, and was about to start the car to leave, shaking his head. Now Wolverine is no longer the selfless and loving superhero she used to be, but an ordinary person lingering on her last breath, afraid of getting into trouble. There was a hint of hatred in his tone. Bruce Wayne fell silent, did not speak, but his eyes revealed deep disappointment. He had watched Wolverine walk along the way, witnessed that the other party faced crises again and solved countless problems. Seeing the other party's current attitude again, my heart is filled with endless gaps. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Katie Shadowcat was already jaw-dropping, looking at the frame in disbelief, then at Wolverine. "Logan." She hesitated to speak. If it is said that at the beginning of the 5th chapter, the abjection shown by the other party made her sad, so now the hard-hearted heart shown in the picture is already a bit distressing. Wolverine is their X-Men comrade in arms fighting side by side. The rest of the X-Men looked at him with complicated eyes. They had no beauty for Wolverine's future act of such cowardice. Instead, I want to know very sadly, what kind of things the other party has experienced, so that there will be such a big change. Even Wolverine couldn't figure it out. He couldn't imagine what he would look like in the future. At this time, the picture displayed next in the magic book made him feel deeply shocked. On screen. "Logan, we can't do this. She's a mutant, we can't abandon Laura." Charles sat in the back of the car, shouting excitedly. And Wolverine obviously didn't want to care too much. Those were already approaching the factory building, and it would be too late if they didn't leave. Boom. He stepped on the accelerator and was about to drive away. At this time, bang bang bang, those black off-road vehicles actually smashed through the metal fence of the abandoned factory building and rushed in. All exits are blocked, and Donald walked down again with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Wolverine immediately got out of the car, her face furious. "What did you do to Caliban?" Result. In those cars, countless heavily armed special forces quickly got out of the cars and knocked him to the ground with a few blows. A dozen guns were pointed at Wolverine simultaneously, immobilizing him. And Donald glanced at him. Ridiculous Wolverine. Then, he ordered the surrounding soldiers, "Go, bring her back." The voice fell. More than a dozen special forces armed with guns poured into the factory building. However, a few seconds later, bang bang bang. The screams of the special forces and the sound of shooting were heard one after another in the factory building. Then, those voices fell silent in less than 3 minutes. Laura's hands were bloodied, holding a bloody human head, and walked out expressionlessly. Boom. She threw the head in front of Donald without saying a word. The air was suddenly full of tension. And Wolverine looked at the 2 steel claws protruding from Laura's blood-stained little hand with a surprised expression. Vaguely, he guessed something, but he was not sure. 057. Professor X's out-of-control illness, the way of escape for the elderly Wolverine. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Inside the meeting room. When the X-Men saw Laura sticking out the steel claws from between their fingers, the expressions on their faces were dumbfounded. Turn out to be, not only is Laura very similar to Wolverine when she was young in terms of temperament, but even her ability is exactly the same. Shadowcat Katie couldn't help exclaiming, "Logan, when did you have this daughter? Oh my god. I don't know what's going on. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have a daughter." When Wolverine noticed the same steel claws on Laura's hand as her own, the expression on her face also changed, and she was puzzled. Although he has lived for a long time, and has done many messy things. But every time Wolverine will be very careful, and there will be no surprises at all. B. Laura still looks so young. Judging from time, I will not have such a young daughter in the next few decades. At this time, the expression on the face of Phoenix Gray on the side was very serious. Everyone, do you still remember which organization that Donald is from? Cyclops Scott immediately grasped the point of what he said. You mean the Akali Institute of Transgenic Research? The name sounds enough to indicate that this institution has something to do with researching genes. Jean Grey nodded. Also, the reason why the woman with Laura was hunted down was that Donald said she stole something. And after the woman was killed, he came to Laura again. Then the stolen things were obvious. The thing that was stolen was Laura. When Wolverine heard these words, she froze for a moment. You mean? He hesitated to speak. Laura is most likely a clone with Logan genes integrated. Phoenix completed what he hadn't said, and said she glanced at the other party. In a sense, she is your daughter, Logan. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hear this. The expressions of the X-Men became more and more weird. They looked at Wolverine silently. After a few seconds, Shadowcat Katie scratched her head. Congratulations, Logan. Wolverine. Deadpool universe. Deadpool looked at the human head that rolled to the ground, and clapped his hands in amazement. It's really Wolverine's daughter. She's so cruel at such a young age. Awesome. I don't know if I have my own son and daughter in the future. Will they be half as good as me? He murmured. This is too difficult, mainly because I am too good. Marvel 199,999 universe. Marbury Villa. Little Pepper stared at the claws protruding from Laura's hand on the screen, and was taken aback for a moment. The sixth sense from a woman made him suspicious. I didn't expect this girl named Laura to have steel claws, and I don't know what relationship she has with Wolverine. As she said that, she glanced at Tony Stark. You mean, they can't be father and daughter, right? Wolverine has gone through so many things, and it's really not easy to have a daughter. The latter looked at the little girl in the picture, and squinted his eyes. I don't know, if Wolverine had a daughter, then he should have had it long ago after living so long. After finishing speaking, he paused, and then continued. I think there is a possibility that this girl is actually a clone created by scientific means. After hearing this analysis, Nick Fury on the side nodded and said, I think that Akali Transgenic Research Institute is very likely to manufacture humanoid weapons. It's the same as the original Stryker. As long as there are mutants, there will never be a shortage of such people. He had just finished speaking. See Pepper and Tony Stark questioning eyes focused on him. Don't get me wrong, I have never participated in such an inhumane project, and I have no such idea at all. Nick Fury said hastily. He just raised his head and saw two people still staring at him meaningfully. He hurriedly continued. I've seen this kind of thing a lot, but I really haven't. The other side. On screen. Looking at the head thrown by Laura on the ground, Donald was taken aback for a moment, then he raised his hand to tell the surrounding soldiers not to rush to shoot. Hey, honey, long time no see, you'd better put your paws away and come back with me. He tried to keep his tone as soft as possible. However, Laura was like a ferocious little beast staring at its prey, keeping her gaze firmly on Donald. Damn it. Do it. Life or death. Donald himself noticed this, and without hesitation, he ordered the soldiers beside him to start. Bang bang bang. The voice fell. Advertisement. Those soldiers didn't hold back their hands anymore, they just raised their hands and started shooting at Laura. The densely packed bullets suddenly slanted towards her like a torrential rain. It's just that Laura's speed was very fast, and her small figure suddenly turned into an afterimage, and ran into the factory building behind her. Seeing this, Donald immediately yelled at the soldiers around him, stop standing still and shooting stupidly. Didn't you say that life and death don't matter? Some soldiers couldn't help asking. Her self-healing is very fast, just a bullet hits her, it won't do much harm. You have to grab her directly. Donald explained impatiently. When the surrounding soldiers heard these words, they parted out and ran into the factory where Laura was hiding. Wolverine, who was suppressed on the ground, heard what Donald said just now, and her already dignified expression changed again. Steel claws. Self-healing ability. Laura's true identity has been vaguely outlined in his mind. Next second, Wolverine suddenly let out a loud roar, and her entire face instantly became ferocious. Clenching his fists with both hands, the sharp steel claws shot out instantly, and the murderous intent in his eyes soared. The old beast also suddenly attacked. The soldiers who had pointed their guns at him before could not react at all, and saw a dazzling cold light flashing past in the air. Swish. When he realized it again, several half-remained guns, as well as defective arms, had already splattered blood in the air. Some soldiers let out a heart-piercing cry of pain. Some were pierced by Wolverine's sharp claws as soon as they opened their mouths. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Donald's face changed drastically when he heard the movement behind him. He didn't expect that the old wolf, who was too embarrassed to resist just now, would suddenly start to resist. Wolverine, if you don't have anything to do, stop doing unnecessary resistance. He cursed angrily, waved his mechanical arm and grabbed it. Tell me, who the hell is she? Wolverine roared, all the muscles in her body were agitating, and she slammed her wolf claws hard. Jung. In the sound of gold and iron crossing, Donald's mechanical arm was cut into two pieces. At the same time, bang bang bang, gunshots sounded again in the factory building, as well as some soldiers, cries of pain. It is clear, Laura got to work too. Wolverine noticed the yelling in the factory building, and the gunfire started to fade away slowly. She immediately understood that the people inside were about to be dealt with by her. In an instant, he erupted with even more terrifying power, waving the wolf claws in his hands one after another, completely knocking down all the soldiers blocking in front of him. Then, stepping on the blood and corpses all over the ground, he rushed towards the car. He stepped on the accelerator and moved towards the factory building. At this time, Laura also rushed out with bullet holes all over her body. Ah ah, she also roared, with a ferocious expression, and tore apart all the soldiers who stood in front of her. Let the scarlet blood splash on him. Jumped onto the roof of Wolverine's car. Several people immediately increased their speed to the extreme, and went out of the factory building. Chase! Chase me! Seeing this, Donald roared crazily. Moment. All the soldiers got into the black off-road vehicles and chased after Wolverine and the others. At last, Wolverine rushed across the tracks next to the factory before the train came. The next second the train passed on the tracks. Let them temporarily get rid of Donald and their pursuit. This scene instantly conquered all Asgard people. The bloodiness that Laura showed during the battle just now was recognized by them. I didn't expect Wolverine to become depressed after old age, but this Laura became what he was when he was young. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. Yes, the little girl is fierce, I like it very much. Thor is amazed, this Laura is so cruel. Even when I was a child, I couldn't compare to her at all. I like this little girl very much. Loki on the side raised his eyebrows when he heard him say this. Indeed, I remember you were very weak when you were young, and you were bullied by me more than once. When Thor heard him say this, he was so angry and anxious, he wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason. As a child, he was indeed always bullied by Loki, who was more cunning by nature. Odin has already learned to ignore the bickering between the two brothers. Looking at Laura on the screen, he commented, "This little guy is very similar to the previous Wolverine, even his fighting instinct is stronger than Wolverine, he is a natural fighter." For his comment, everyone in Asgard nodded in agreement. Kamar Taj. Mordo, who had always been indifferent to the future Wolverine before, saw Laura's cruelty, and finally his eyes turned cold. "This little mutant is a bit handsome," he commented with great interest. He likes this kind of people who have strength and dare to explode their own strength. After hearing his words, Ancient One Magician frowned. Don't get too addicted to violence, it's not a good thing. Modu immediately restrained the expression on his face. Understood, Magician. Definitely. God knows what he was thinking. 0. In the at the moment screen, it was plunged into darkness. Lines of text emerged. Open black lens bracket. Wolverine got rid of the hunt, and after learning that Laura was a clone created by the Akali Transgenic Research Institute, with her own genes, she decided to send her to the Canadian border as agreed. Close black lens bracket. Now, the group's road trip officially begins, and no one knows what will greet them next. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Chat room content. Close black lens bracket. The screen changed. Wolverine and the others came to a hotel to rest temporarily. After he settled Charles and Laura, he was going to go out alone to buy a new car. The original new car was already full of bullet holes, and the car shell was distorted, the glass windows were broken, and it could no longer be opened. The other side. Caliban actually fell into Donald's hands. I know your ability, where you can go after mutant, and it seems like you've worked with us before. Donald smiled and said to him, "Now, I will give you another chance to be a good person and help us catch that little girl." "Impossible, I won't betray my friend." Caliban is firm. "Oh, that's a pity." Donald was not anxious when he heard the other party say this, and said slowly, "I think your mother must have told you when you were a child, be careful of the light." The voice fell. Crash. He opened the blackout curtains. The sun was shining directly on Caliban. Ah, moment. Dense red blood vessels emerged from under his pale skin. The parts hit by the sun turned crimson. He looked miserable all over. "If you don't agree, you will die." Donald looked at the other party viciously. And Caliban's eyes began to waver. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie watched this scene and couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "It always feels like something bad will happen." The expressions on the faces of the rest of the X-Men also became serious. Speak the truth. Seeing now, they really don't have a good impression of these people from the Akali Transgenic Research Institute. At this time, on screen, Wolverine had just settled the car matter, and when she returned to the hotel, the building was full of people from the Akali Research Institute. Damn it, how did they find it so quickly? His face immediately changed. He was afraid that these people would throw Charles out of control. This is a crowded city center. Immediately wanted to rush upstairs. Next second, a sea-like wave of mind suddenly erupted from upstairs, covering the surrounding area of several kilometers. Everything was shaking like crazy. Several. 058. Tragedy on the farm, Wolverine's clone. Buzz. The majestic spiritual fluctuations like the tide and the sea diffused out from the depths of the hotel. But in an instant, several kilometers in radius have been enveloped in it. People in this range immediately feel an invisible electric drill stirring their brains crazily, and everything they see in their eyes begins to twist crazily. Everyone was in so much pain that they couldn't even move a finger, and the expressions on their faces were distorted. Damn, Charles. Wolverine gritted her teeth against the oncoming terrifying mental fluctuations and walked upstairs to the hotel with great difficulty. Along the way, you can see many people who are so painful that they can't make any movements because of the wave of their hearts. Among them, there are also soldiers from the Akali Transgenic Research Institute. Off-screen. X-Men meeting room. When Charles saw the magic screen, where everyone around him was affected by mind fluctuations, he immediately recognized that he was out of control. Before the timeline changed, Stryker wanted to use this ability to kill all the mutants in the world. Definitely, for those of you who haven't lived through the old timeline, don't know about it. But, he now seems to have guessed why the X-Men would disappear. At this point in his thoughts, Charles's emotions suddenly became agitated, and his eyes flickered indefinitely, showing a sense of loss. Phoenix Chin Gray, who also has telepathy ability, is naturally keenly aware of this. Such a scene appears on the screen, because the professor's mental ability is out of control. She said. Also, judging by what Logan will look like in the future, such a thing shouldn't have happened once. When Charles heard these words, he closed his eyes in pain. If I'm right, the X-Men will disappear in the future, it's because I got sick later and lost control of my mental ability. 400. He said rather lowly. Professor. In the conference room, the X-Men all looked at Charles with some sadness. They knew in their hearts that it was Charles himself who was hit the hardest by this incident. X-Men and Xavier Talent Academy are the result of his life's efforts. Who would have thought that the reason for their final destruction was because of Charles himself? Professor, don't blame yourself too much, nothing has happened yet. Shadowcat Katie hurriedly comforted her. Storm also said, things happen in the future, and everything has actually not happened yet. We can take precautions and avoid tragedies. Indeed, it is a good thing for us to know in advance that a tragedy will happen in the future. Cyclops Scott nodded along. Charles, we reversed the future once, and it doesn't hurt to do it again. Wolverine spoke in a low voice. For a while, the other X-Men in the meeting room began to comfort Charles. The latter is their guide, leading them along the way. Naturally, he would not blame him. More importantly, nothing has happened yet, and everything is still too late. Charles looked at the faces of the X-Men, his eyes touched. Well, thank you, I will pay attention to these issues in the future. Then, he turned his attention to the screen again. I want to see how the future Logan will solve the crisis of losing control of my ability. As soon as the words came out, others in the conference room also turned their gazes. They also want to take a good look at how to effectively control Charles's cavity. On screen, I saw Wolverine, with a ferocious complexion, walking slowly, step by step, into the depths of the hotel under the endless mental fluctuations like a stormy sea. Even with huge amounts of pressure, he still needs to stretch out his claws and insert them into the wall to borrow force before he can continue to move forward. Along the way, Wolverine saw a lot of soldiers holding guns, standing in place unable to move because of the impact of psychic fluctuations. In this regard, he will naturally not soften his hand. When passing by, they would insert steel claws into their chests or heads. These immobile people are like sculptures, unable to resist at all. At last, Wolverine finally returned to Professor Wang's room. The door is open. When I entered, I saw several Institute soldiers with guns standing in the room. Wolverine walked all the way into the room, and dealt with the soldiers as she passed by. In the end, Charles, who was lying on the bed and constantly releasing a steady stream of mental fluctuations, was injected with medicine, and everything calmed down. In the conference room, it seems that these people should have disturbed the professor, which caused the ability to go out of control this time. Shadowcat Katie analyzed. Storm heard this and nodded. She knew in her heart that most of the reasons why the professor lost control should be due to self-blame in her heart. The other side. In the screen, after Charles regained his senses, Wolverine took him and Laura non-stop, and embarked on a journey of escape again. Advertisement. Their hiding place has been exposed now, so naturally they can't stay for long. Marvel 199,999 Universe. What a trick of fate. Little Pepper saw the former superhero, but now he is running around like a mouse crossing the street, with pity written on his face. Tony Stark suddenly remembered what Nick Fury said to himself. In fact, there have always been countless superheroes in the world, but they have never been as public as themselves. The latter turned his head and said after hearing Little Pepper's exclamation, this is the way of survival, a war between races. Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician looked at the picture and shook his head. Anyone who tries to change the future through practice will be played by time after all. When Wong and Modu heard this, they knew that Wolverine's store was probably set. The road ahead for them may be difficult to go on. DC Universe. Metropolis. Clark Kent sighed heavily. I always feel that Wolverine's voice shouldn't be like this. Should heterogeneous people be excluded? This could not help but remind him of his own identity. Clark Kent's uniqueness began to show at a young age, and then he has always been regarded as a monster, and others are afraid to avoid him. Therefore, seeing what Wolverine is going through now, it is a little bit of empathy. Thinking, Clark Kent looked up at the screen. I saw Wolverine driving a vehicle on the road, and suddenly a truck carrying horses encountered an accident, and the horses in the carriage ran out in fright. Wolverine didn't want to interfere, but at Charles's insistence, he got out of the car to help the family. At the same time, Charles was also sitting in the car, using his mental ability to calm the horses. The helped family was overjoyed and warmly invited Wolverine and the others to have dinner on the farm. Wolverine was about to refuse, but Charles agreed. Off-screen, Clark Kent's eyes flickered when he saw such a familiar scene. He also remembered that in the past chapters, Wolverine was invited back to the farm by a well-meaning couple for a night, and then it ended very sadly. For a while, Clark Kent had some bad thoughts in his heart. I hope nothing will happen. Gotham City, Wayne Manor. Alfred suddenly smiled. Perhaps fate likes to play tricks on people so much. Why do you say that? Bruce Wayne was puzzled. I think you will know if you continue to read. Alfred pointed to the picture. From the old man's intuition, God will not let Wolverine end well. Perhaps, the life of a hero is not originally perfect. The voice just fell. The magic screen changed. Came to a van in the dark. Caliban was lying on the back seat with a sluggish breath. His pale skin was covered with dense red bloodshots. The body was trembling uncontrollably. A doctor in a white coat came over and opened the door. Caliban, the weather forecast says it will be sunny tomorrow. Caliban glanced at someone. The other party was Dr. Rice from the Akali Transgenic Research Institute. Dr. Rice showed a meaningful smile. You should think about whether you want to help us track down Wolverine, or you can enjoy the sun for a whole day after dawn. Hearing these words, Caliban's body trembled even more terribly, and his eyes became more tangled and painful. After closing the door, Dr. Rice walked to the passenger seat of another car and sat down. On the seat behind, there is a figure that is very familiar to all those who read the content of the magic book. Off-screen, Bruce Wayne's eyes changed, and he murmured, "Unbelievable. The person sitting behind Dr. Rice looks exactly like Wolverine. Literally a younger version of Wolverine. Deadpool universe." Deadpool looked at the face on the screen, scratched his head and complained speechlessly, "There's Logan number 2 here, it's really terrible." Then he started sending messages to the chat group. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. No wonder this institute has no interest in Wolverine herself. In addition to making a little Wolverine, even a young Wolverine was made. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Wade. Aren't you dead? Resurrected. It's amazing. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. Are you polite? I'm not Wade from Wolverine's universe. That guy has nothing to do with me. Open black lens bracket Batman Bruce close black lens bracket. I think this clone who is exactly the same as Wolverine will probably bring them all troubles. Open black lens bracket Superman Clark close black lens bracket. I'm also a little uneasy. Marvel TRN 414 universe. Wolverine was also stunned. These guys actually ed my clone. Shadowcat Katie showed sarcasm. These guys racked their brains to get rid of mutant, but in the end they still want mutants' power. Another batch of mutants was built. Phoenix Jean Grey sighed. People never reject power originally, but they fear that power is not in their hands. Even between humans and humans, wars will constantly break out, let alone another race. Advertisement. Cyclops Scott added. From the very beginning, Charles fell silent. Because what he is thinking now is how to make the race continue in the future. At this time, Storm was a little worried. Logan had an accident on the farm before. I have a bad feeling. This sentence has just been said. Immediately. Into a strange atmosphere. At this time, the screen came to a farm. Wolverine and her group sat at the dining table with the farmer Will's family and had dinner together. On the table, it was the first time for Laura to eat at the dining table with other people, and her behavior seemed a bit reckless, grabbing the food directly with her hands. Seeing this, Wolverine reluctantly picked up a spoon and put it in her hand. Use this. Where is your family going? Mrs. Will looked at them and asked with a smile. We're planning a road trip to see different places and meet different people. Charles laughed. In a normal state, he has the smartest brain in the world, and he can answer questions fluently. That's great. I also hope that I can go on a trip sometime. Mrs. Will said enviously. But we are gone, who will take care of the farm? Where will the income come from? Farmer Will shook his head. God will help us. Mrs. Will laughed. If I have to travel, can I drop out of school? Their son Nate suddenly excited. Nate, you have to be careful. Charles also ran a school before. Wolverine also smiled rarely. When you say that, you'd better avoid him. Have you ever opened a school? That would be great. The Will family was a little surprised. Well, I once ran an academy for special children. When Charles said this, his eyebrows were smiling, very proud. Then he looked at Wolverine. He used to be a student there too. Yeah, Wolverine raised an eyebrow, but I've been kicked out a few times. Hearing this, Charles couldn't laugh or cry. I was going to praise you for being a good student, but if you say that, I won't be able to boast. For a while, the whole dining table was amused by the conversation between the two. Even Laura looked around at the smiling faces and listened to their laughter. She was also infected and burst out laughing unconsciously. The air that has been suppressed has been temporarily relaxed at this time. Off-screen, Shadowcat Katie and the others definitely know that the academy Charles mentioned is actually the current Xavier Talent Academy. They noticed the pride in each other's eyes when they said they had run a college. Everyone is touched. The pursuit of professors is also their pursuit. There will be no future tragedies. The X-Men all thought silently. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. God Empress Frigg said with a smile. I can see the longing in Charles's eyes. This old man is still longing for the continuation of the race. 3.3 inches perhaps, that's why he's been motivating Wolverine. Thor has witnessed Wolverine's life of ups and downs, and naturally hopes that the other party can stand up again. I also want to see this friend get rid of this decadent state. So are the other sons of Asgard. They're both natural fighters, and it's hard to accept Wolverine looking so lonely. At this time, on screen, Wolverine's group was ready to leave after dinner, and the Will family enthusiastically kept them overnight. The nearest hotel is about 10 kilometers away from here, Mrs. Will said. And the environment is surprisingly poor, Farmer Will added. Just at Wolverine hesitation, Nate, who was about to wash the dishes, suddenly said that the water was cut off. Fack, must be the sons of ABCH, messing with the water pump again. Farmer Will cursed and frowned deeply. Someone tampered with. Dr. Charles wondered. Laura lay drowsy on the chair, but didn't care too much. Will said that a beverage company wanted to buy their farm, and they had been looking for trouble if they didn't agree. No, I have to deal with it. There are guests, so I can't even have water for bathing. The farmer took a deep breath, and at the same time explained the reason to Logan and others, then stood up and walked out the door. Let's go together, maybe we can lend a hand. Quote. Seeing this, Wolverine chose to follow because of the family's warm hospitality. On screen, the two pushed open the door, and the figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. The night was getting deeper and deeper. The cold wind was blowing hard, and there was the scraping and rustling of leaves in the cornfields around the house. In the silent jungle in the distance, several black crows flew by, as if there were evil spirits hiding in them. 059. Confession in a Nightmare, The Death of Professor X. On screen, Wolverine and Will walked through the large cornfield in front of the house. The latter pointed to the huge machine that was still working in the distance. These things belong to a beverage company called Canwood, and the nearby land has been bought by them, and only our family's farm is left. Quote. I've always disagreed with selling to them. Our dog was poisoned a few months ago, and the water was cut off more than once tonight. The fully automatic truck on the road today will suddenly crash into us, and it is probably their fault. As Will said, he sighed heavily. Usually, we just need to sleep to usher in a new day, but our days have been bad. After hearing the last sentence from the other party, Wolverine also sighed, her eyes dimmed unconsciously. Off-screen, seeing Logan's reaction, Pepper also sighed. It can be seen that Wolverine actually longs for a peaceful life, otherwise she wouldn't want to buy a yacht to live at sea. Tony Stark stroked his forearm lightly. At the moment, the forearm under his clothes was already covered with a network of blood vessels that had turned black due to palladium poisoning. He said meaningfully, actually, if given a choice, I think the vast majority of people would choose to sleep peacefully, and then get up to bathe in the sun the next day. Nick Fury at the side glanced at him. Relax bro, maybe there is no way out. Quote. Tony Stark shook his head and chuckled lightly when he heard this. In this case, let's read on for a while and see how Wolverine's final outcome is before talking about other things. Dominion Asgard. Thor looked at the screen. Wolverine, whose mood became a little dignified, took a deep breath and said, to Wolverine, the life of a normal person is a luxury now. His greatest wish now should be to sit at the dining table with the family and eat like just now. As he spoke, he spread his hands. It's not like some people are not satisfied even if they have family members. Loki heard that the other party was obviously angry at himself, and immediately glanced over him coldly. Thor's fiancée Sif shook her head. Wolverine has never really experienced the life of a normal person in this life, because people will be born, old, sick and die, and 08 he only has a long 89. And the sad memories that never cease to torment him. Her eyes are as clear as gemstones, reflecting soft light, and the life between Silverfox and him was his salvation at the time, and later became the buru in his heart. The god Empress Frigg also expressed her opinion at this time, looking back on the past for 100 years of life as painful. Perhaps, it is precisely because of these things that he has been suppressed in his heart for a lifetime, that made him so embarrassed. Say it all. Everyone in Asgard fell silent. All of them also have a long life, even much longer than Wolverine. But that's the case, most of the people in Asgard have experienced less than a tenth of what Wolverine has experienced. If I were to face this kind of life, I'm afraid I would have collapsed long ago. No wonder Wolverine sometimes regards her immortality as a curse. I hope it doesn't end in tragedy. Everyone in Asgard also expressed their views. DC Universe. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. After Bruce Wayne saw this, his serious face also showed some touch. This word is so familiar to him, yet so far away. In memory. In that sinful alley when I was a child, the 2 shots fired by the robber are still fresh in my memory. That feeling of helplessness is still lingering today. Even when he was the Batman that criminals feared in the dark, that feeling stayed with him. Well, at this point in his thoughts, Bruce Wayne looked a little lonely. I think I can understand Wolverine's thoughts now, longing for real peace, longing for a family, and getting the care of her family. After Alfred heard what he said, he was also a little moved. Master, because you. Batman has always faced many dangers, so I really look forward to the day you can escape from the bottom of my heart. However, it must be admitted that the things he did have protected many families and more beautiful things. He comforted him slowly. As he said that, a smile appeared on Alfred's face. Master, I also hope that one day you can bring your wife and children and live peacefully without stress. Bruce Wayne nodded. His mood eased. He took a deep breath and said, I'm looking forward to that day too. Metropolis. Country cottage. Clark Kent looked at the rare relaxed smile on Wolverine's face, and immediately sighed. a peaceful life, for many ordinary people, is so common that it may even be turned a blind eye. However, for an existence like Wolverine who has experienced countless sufferings, it is so out of reach. He shook his head. I hope that next time, they can send Laura to the border smoothly, and if they wish, they can buy a yacht to live at sea. Compared to recreating the glory of mutant, Wolverine can have such an ending. In fact, I can accept it. Just when his voice just fell. On screen. Under the dark night that is as thick as ink. The lights of a few black off-road vehicles pierced the quiet darkness, like fire points flickering on the black curtain, and they were rapidly approaching the Will family's farm. Advertisement. In those cars that took the lead. Dr. Rice looked at the painful Caliban in the side cage under the fluorescent light, and said expressionlessly, "You said Wolverine and the others are in the farm ahead, you should know the consequences of saying the wrong thing." "I promise, they're up ahead." Caliban covered his face with his hands and said in a trembling voice. "It's better that way." Dr. Rice snorted coldly, raised his hand to turn off the fluorescent lamp, and at the same time picked up the walkie-talkie. "Get X-24 ready. Our most perfect and stable work is about to start work." X-24 is that young clone of Wolverine. Seeing this scene, Clark Kent's eyes changed suddenly, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. He realized that the situation was not good. My previous idea actually came true. The Research Institute found it so quickly, and also brought a clone of young Wolverine. The voice just fell. Clark Kent clenched his fists even more. He thought that in the house, there were only Charles and Laura left, and a few ordinary people. Facing the raid on the Institute, will they be safe and sound? Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. My God. People from the Research Institute tortured Caliban and used his ability to find him. Pepper also panicked immediately. What should I do? What should I do? Now that Wolverine is going out again, ordinary people must not be the opponent of that clone. What should I do? Seeing this, Tony Stark and Nick Fury also frowned. They realized the urgency of the at-the-moment situation. Dominion Asgard. When Thor saw this scene, he immediately exploded and cursed. This Dr. Rice is simply a sinister villain. It's too much to even use such a method. It's not a man. Loki on the side, after hearing what he said, shook his head. Thor, I can only say that your thoughts are too simple, but no one will come to you on the battlefield. Loki said it well. God King Odin nodded after hearing his words. On the battlefield, only life and death and victory and defeat remain. As for any insidiousness or stalwart, it doesn't make any sense. That's what needs to be demonstrated after the war is over. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, the war will only end when life and death are divided. Loki didn't listen to what God King Odin said later. At this moment, his heart was filled with the first words of praise for himself, and his smile was extremely bright. Father has approved my words. If there were no such people in Asgard now, he even doubted that he would start dancing and celebrating on the spot. But Thor said in a deep voice, after I become a king, I will never give any enemy a chance to set me up. Similarly, all enemies will only be defeated by me head on. The voice fell. God King Odin frowned, turned his head and took a deep look at his son, but finally fell silent. Before he thought that after training, Thor could already take charge of the entire Asgard. But after the stocktaking began, the various opinions expressed by the latter seemed to indicate that the time had not yet come. I don't know if he will be recognized by the gods in the end. God King Odin shook his head, and returned his gaze to the magic screen. On screen, Wolverine and Will didn't know what was going on the other side. They passed through the iron nets and finally entered the waterworks, where they tightened the water pipe screws that had been deliberately loosened. Will wiped his sweat. This way we can go on for a few more days. At this time, outside the water plant, there was a sudden sound of parking. The two went out to have a look, only to see an old man with a beard walking over with three strong men showing displeasure. Will, you should know that this is a private territory, the bearded man said in a bad tone. The former owner of the water plant gave me the right to use water. Will's expression was rather ugly. The other party is the person from the beverage company who has been making trouble for their family. You also know it's the former owner. The bearded man frowned, then noticed Wolverine. Are you way? Wolverine is not afraid at all, a person who tells you to get back in the car, wants to play hooligans, and go somewhere else. Looks like Will hired a muscular bodyguard. The bearded man and his companion looked at each other and smiled. Unfortunately, you will have to pay the price later. I've heard that a lot. Wolverine was expressionless. Will noticed that the visitor was holding a shotgun in his hand, his expression became solemn, and he tightened his homemade field gun in his hand. The bearded man didn't care about the opponent's performance at all, he raised his shotgun and loaded it. Click. The sound of loading echoed in the night. Have you heard that voice? He challenged Wolverine. This one is more familiar. Wolverine took 2 steps forward. The bearded man raised the gun in his hand. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Advertisement. The voice did not fall. Wolverine moved. Whoosh. The figure is like the wind. Instantly snatched the gun from the opponent's hand, and then smashed it hard on the bearded stomach with the butt of the gun. Boom. In the dull sound of collision. The latter bent over like a prawn. And Wolverine broke the shotgun in her hand with her knees, threw it on the ground, and continued to count down. 3. Do you want to continue playing hooligans now? Wolverine is extremely fast, and everything happens in a flash. While speaking, he exuded a killing intent that was as real as it was. The people on the opposite side looked at him, and then at the bearded man who was bending over. They suddenly felt shuddering, and the whole body trembled accordingly. Next second, he didn't dare to say anything, dragged his beard that was still screaming, ran back to the car, and left quickly. Will on the side watched this scene, and fell into a sluggish state. He almost felt suffocated when Wolverine let out a killing intent just now. Have you practiced? Will asked dryly. A little bit. Wolverine glanced at him, withdrew her killing intent. Let's go, it's time to go back. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Shadowcat Katie watched Wolverine and will rush back after finishing the drinks, feeling extremely anxious. Although I know that nothing has happened yet, my heart is pounding. She clenched her small fists and said with an ugly expression, I always have a bad premonition. Cyclops Scott next to her glanced at her and showed a consoling smile. Don't worry too much, I think everything will be fine. I don't believe that Logan's original life was a tragedy from beginning to end. Indeed, I think so too. Storm agreed, and at the same time glanced at Wolverine. Logan, to be honest, if I hadn't seen the picture of the magic book, I couldn't even imagine that you would bear so much pain. I even feel that I love you a little bit. If it's not possible, I will promise you. Wolverine shook her head dumbfounded when she heard this. Don't make trouble. He knew that the other party was because the current atmosphere was too dignified, so he deliberately joked to relax everyone's emotions. The other side. Phoenix Jean Grey nodded and said, at least the people of the Akali Genetic Transgenic Research Institute should not kill ordinary people like the previous striker. There's no reason for them to do that either. The Will family will not be implicated. This is also a very kind family. Poppy Iceman nodded in agreement. The previous striker was too insane. Next second, the scene on the screen instantly made everyone in the conference room hold their breath. On screen, a figure who looked exactly like the young Wolverine slowly opened the door and walked upstairs. It's Clone X-24. He walked up the stairs step by step, and pushed open the door of Charles's room. Click. Logan, are you back? The latter was awakened by the sound of the door opening. His eyes were blank at first, and then a deep sadness soon emerged. Logan, tonight was the best night of sleep I've had in a long time, but I don't deserve it, do I? Some tears welled up in Charles's eyes, his voice trembling. I did something, all the unspeakable things. He spoke slowly, his tone getting heavier. He didn't realize that the figure slowly approaching him was not Wolverine. Everything that happened in the East, I think about it. Charles looked more and more distressed. I lost control more than once, right? But you don't want to tell me, we've been avoiding reality. He raised his eyes, looked at the figure who walked to his bed, and said with a heavy tone, I finally began to understand your good intentions. You were right. Charles regretted that he had been blaming Wolverine for being timid and keeping himself out of the light because he didn't know the truth. Until now, he didn't understand that the culprit of everything turned out to be himself. At this time, X-24 put a hand on his shoulder. Charles thought Wolverine was comforting himself. Logan. Next second, X-24's other hand clenched into a fist and placed it on his chest. Pissed. The sharp wolf claws shot out from between the fingers in an instant, piercing through Charles's heart. 060. Witnessing the death of an old friend, Wolverine is completely rage. On screen. Because Charles recalled what happened back then, he realized that he was the culprit who made the X-Men disappear. The source of all the tragedies turned out to be himself, who fell into irrefutable melancholy. Logan. Charles felt the big hand that had always been warm, pressing gently on his shoulder. At this time, only then did he realize that Wolverine, who was standing next to him, looked at him with a blank face and cold eyes, like a machine. The opponent squeezed his other hand into a fist and pressed it to Charles's heart. Next second, pissed. The extremely sharp steel claws are ejected from the fingers in an instant. Pierced through the heart of Charles. He raised his eyes, met the other's gaze in disbelief, and countless thoughts flashed in his heart. Sadness, anger, helplessness, relief, and incomprehension. However, as body temperature begins to drop rapidly, all thoughts began to become blurred. Charles's breathing quickly became sluggish, his eyes dimmed, and there was only a whisper on his lips, Logan. Off-screen, the X-Men conference room fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere became particularly heavy. It's like a huge boulder with no limit, pressing on everyone's heart. Their heartbeat speeded up, their breathing was unconsciously heavy, and they even trembled. Charles looked at himself dead on the screen, a flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes, but he was relieved immediately. In fact, he didn't worry about being killed. In my thoughts, I have been circling the few words I said before I died. Things turned out as they had expected. It was the self after getting sick and out of control, ability went berserk, which caused the demise of the X-Men. It's ironic. Charles shook his head with a wry smile, and the expression on his face covered with grooves gradually became complicated. There are thousands of thoughts in my heart, but I can't say anything. What I tried my best to maintain, ended up being destroyed in my own hands. It's unimaginable. In the past years, Charles has conceived countless possible endings of the X-Men. But never expected, the real ending will be like this. As the thoughts progressed, this old man, who had also experienced a long time, seemed to be at a loss when he was a child. At the beginning, he felt that he had the opportunity to fight for a bright future for mutant, and with such a beautiful idea, he called everyone together and founded the Xavier Talent Academy. As a result, he ruined everything with his own hands. For a while, Charles became more and more silent. Shadowcat Katie looked at him, feeling a little distressed in her heart. Normally, as the parents of the children, the other party will show it with a calm attitude no matter what kind of things they face. Then use your own wisdom to come up with solutions one by one. But now Charles, like a child who made a mistake, bowed his head, remained silent, remained silent. Professor, you don't have to do this, we all know your original intention, and we have spent so many things together. Shadowcat Katie saw that Charles's mood became more and more depressed, and quickly comforted him. Everything we have now is taught by you, you are our best parent. You don't have to. Phoenix Chin Gray also came over. Professor, what's more important is that nothing has happened yet, and we still have enough time to change everything that can happen in the future. Yes, Professor, don't be so downcast. Storm also nodded. As long as we figure out these crises, we can resolve these matters in advance. Professor, we have always believed in you. Cyclops Scott said. At this time, Wolverine's rare tone softened. Charles, there is still time for everything. As long as we are prepared, we can completely avoid the future that appears in the picture. It's like we once changed the future together. This time, we can still do it. His tone was firm, and Charles heard that the children around him didn't have any grudges against him because of what was supposed to happen in the future. The complicated emotions in my heart also eased a little at this time. Perhaps, this is the salvation that the owner of this magic book bestowed upon me. He said with a moving tone, and you are all my salvation. At the same time, on screen, the moment Wolverine clone X-24 stabs the steel claw into Charles's chest. Laura, who was lying beside her, woke up with a start. Just because the aura on X-24 was almost exactly the same as Wolverine, so she didn't notice anything unusual. Only now did she realize that the old man who had been treating her gently and wanted to protect her from the bottom of her heart was killed. That guy who looks like Wolverine is a murderer. Ah, Laura is angry. She quickly stood up, and the steel claws popped out of her two small hands, and rushed towards X-24. Advertisement. However, the opponent has the physical fitness and ability of a young Wolverine. Even when caught off guard, Laura pierced the aorta in the neck with steel claws. It's a pity that X-24 just threw it to the ground with a backhand. The wound on the neck healed instantly. At the same time, X-24 easily locked Laura's hands and feet with the arresting movement restrainer. At this time, the farmer's son, Nate, heard the movement and rushed over with a metal baseball. Seeing the mess in Laura's room, without any hesitation, he gave X-24 a head-on blow. After the latter had a bruise on his forehead, he recovered within a few breaths. The next moment, X-24's steel claws easily pierced through the chest cavity, falls in a pool of blood. Nate, what's up? Mrs. Will was also awakened, and ran upstairs with a shotgun. Marble 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. No, my god. Looking at the scenes presented in the magic book, Little Pepper couldn't control his emotions, and fell into anger. Damn, these people from the Akali GMO Research Institute are actually so cruel that they even kill innocent people without hesitation. She angrily accused, can such an act be considered human? It's too cruel. It's too cold-blooded. Also, it hurt the professor, but Wolverine's dependable friend. How could this happen? At the end, the eyes of this sensual woman were already filled with tears, and her whole body was trembling. Tony Stark embraced him with complicated emotions, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. In this world, there will always be such pure villains, and the reality is so cruel, so there must be superheroes. Unfortunately, in Wolverine's story, as a superhero, he can't resist the cruelty of reality. Nick Fury on the side shook his head after hearing his words. That's why I'm always worried about the future of the Earth. Dominion Asgard. There were sighs on many faces. It seems that the story is still full of tragedies at this point. Just looking at it like this, I feel a little out of breath. To be honest, I would rather face an invincible enemy head-on and fight to the death on the battlefield than face so many tragedies. It's really too sad. Looking at the magic screen, Charles's aura became more and more sluggish. The atmosphere in Asgard suddenly became more and more heavy. And Thor glared at X-24 on the magic screen, with an extremely ugly expression. I despise this guy so much. Although he is a clone of Wolverine, he has the ability of Wolverine when he was young. But when it comes to character, it can't compare to the latter's star when he was young. How can a real soldier hurt innocent people? It's too disgusting. He cursed. Wong Odin and God Empress Frigga, both of them looked a bit unattractive because of this. Only Loki didn't seem to care that much about what happened on the screen. After all, he is the god of evil, and what X-24 did is common to him. DC Universe. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. Seeing this scene, Bruce Wayne frowned deeply, and said in a deep voice, it seems that human beings' pursuit of power will always be much more terrifying than I imagined. Human nature can be so cold that you can do anything that breaks the bottom line. As he spoke, he shook his head. Therefore, in order not to let himself fall to the bottom where there is no difference from others, Batman will always adhere to the principle of not killing. No matter what the extreme situation is, don't kill if you can. He was fighting criminals, not becoming another criminal. Alfred on the side looked at his young master's serious face, and said with a slight smile, the sea of people is vast, some people sink in the swamp of desire and cold blood, and some people will light the last lamp with their bodies. It is precisely because the world is not pure black or white, but a touch of delicate gray, that we can see hope from it and protect it. Bruce Wayne heard the words, looked at the screen and fell silent for a while. I don't know if this old wolf's future hope will be crushed. Metropolis. Countryside. When Clark Kent walked into the room smoothly from X-24 and was recognized by Charles as Wolverine, he couldn't stand it anymore. The thing I was worried about before actually happened, and it can be so accurate. He sighed sadly. If possible, I really don't want to have such a strong premonition. I really don't want to see the tragedy happen. So familiar. Another killing in the countryside. Clark Kent shook his head. At the same time, on screen, Wolverine and Will, the farmer, have finished dealing with the hydropower station and are back outside the house. Wolverine goes to the car. Farmer Will walked in first. Then, he heard his wife's screams and gunshots. Will, are you back? You don't come up. Run. Mrs. Will's voice came down from upstairs with a desperate voice. Farmer Will's complexion changed immediately when he heard the sound. Next second, upstairs, Mrs. Will's voice stopped abruptly. Advertisement. The farmer ran up the stairs in a panic. However, he has just stepped on the last level 1 stairs and is about to walk up to the second floor. Pissed. 3 bloody steel claws pierced his chest directly. The farmer raised his head and saw the familiar and different face of X-24, his mind went blank. Plop. After X-24 pulled out the steel claw, he rolled down the stairs. Backquote. Laura, whose hands and feet were bound, was held in the hands of X-24. In this scene, a heart-piercing scream was made. At this time, Wolverine also ran in. Charles. He asked about the strong smell of blood, and his complexion changed drastically. At the moment, he was most worried about Charles. After all, he was his last friend in the world, and he might lose control at any time and cause damage to the surroundings. Wolverine rushed into the room through the back door, and didn't meet the X-24 who had already carried Laura out, but saw the farmer Will lying on the ground dying. Damn it, he cursed secretly, rushed to the second floor, and saw Mrs. Will with a bloody chest, and the boy Nate lying at the door of the guest room. Then rush into the room. Wolverine saw Charles whose chest was stained red with blood. The latter's consciousness is obviously blurring rapidly, his eyes are half closed, and he doesn't know what he is muttering to himself. Wolverine rushed over, picked him up, and ran downstairs to take Charles to the doctor. And just as he put the ladder on the car, Charles suddenly opened his eyes, and he seemed much more rational. Such a discovery did not make Wolverine happy. He knew that this was clearly the last reflection. Charles seemed to know this too, and looked at Wolverine kindly. Logan. I'm sorry, you must buy a yacht. Charles, what are you talking about? I can't hear you, tell me after you're cured. Wolverine pressed her hands tightly to Charles's chest, and the blood couldn't stop. I said, remember to buy it, daily, and get out of here. Charles said with a final laugh, and then his last breath dissipated, and all the expressions in his eyes dimmed. Off-screen, Clark Kent was very sad to see this scene. He already knew that no one in Chapter 5 would end well. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Meeting room. Although they knew that everything in the picture hadn't happened yet, all the X-Men couldn't help but worry about what happened above. Professor of Shadowcat Katie couldn't control her body trembling. And in the screen, Wolverine felt that Charles's body was freezing rapidly, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. The X-Men back then, now he is the only one left. He roared and popped out the steel claws, and headed towards X-24. Pity. The opponent has the self-healing ability of his youth, no matter how severe the injury is, he only needs a few breaths to recover. And every time Wolverine is injured, she cannot self-heal for a short time. But after a few rounds, Wolverine's body surface is already covered with scars, and she X-24 looks completely unscathed. Off-screen, no matter who it is clear that if it were the young Wolverine who was omnipotent, it would not be so unbearable. For a while, whether it's Pepper or Clark Kent, these kind people can't bear to watch it anymore. And Thor felt extremely aggrieved. On the contrary, Loki and Deadpool watched with gusto. At this time, on screen, Wolverine was knocked down by X-24 again, and a car rushed over from the side suddenly. Boom. The latter was directly hit by a forklift, and numerous spikes pierced his chest. It was Will, the farmer. He dragged his increasingly weak body, raised the earthen shotgun in his hand, and shot the X-24 in the head 3 times in a row. His head was blasted to a bloody mess. Then, he walked up to Wolverine and was about to shoot Wolverine. However, all the bullets have been emptied, and in the end, the gun was not fired. Monster. Towel. After Will took a deep look at Wolverine, he couldn't support the wound in his chest anymore, and fell to the ground and lost his life. At the same time, boom, Caliban saw that his friend was killed because of himself, and the guilt in his heart made him snatch 2 grenades, and blow them to pieces together with the 2 soldiers in his car. Reflected by the firelight, Wolverine took a deep look at the farmer on the ground. Then, he took Laura and took Charles's body and left quickly. 061. Wolverine's ending, plans for the future. On screen. Because Caliban felt guilty after witnessing Charles's death, he suddenly got into trouble and snatched 2 grenades and detonated the vehicle. The rest of the people had no energy to take care of Wolverine and Laura who left. They drove all night without stopping, and when the sky was bright, they arrived at a place at the foot of a mountain with a river flowing through it. Wolverine chose to bury Charles in the woods not far from the river. After filling the last shovelful of soil onto the soil bag in front of you. Wolverine seemed to have lost all her strength, and put her hands on the shovel wearily, scanning her surroundings. This is also a good place with mountains and rivers. Charles. He murmured in a low voice at first, his tone became more and more lost, and then he roared angrily, fake. Fake. Charles was Wolverine's last living friend. Until the moment the other party loses vitality, he feels a great sense of loneliness surrounding him. Throughout Wolverine's life, there were times when she lived alone. But at that time, he had never had such an experience. Because no one knew at the time. But later it was different. He joined the academy and became a member of the X-Men, surrounded by people who understood him and fought side by side. And now, they disappeared one by one. The cruelest thing is not never having it, but having it once. Now, I'm alone again. Wolverine looked at the ground where Charles was buried and felt more tired than ever. Although the X-Men disappeared before, he still has Charles to take care of. And now, it seems like there is nothing left. At this time, Laura also bowed her head and walked to Wolverine's side in a very low mood. Her small figure only reached the waist of the ladder. The little hand lifted up and gently grasped Wolverine's thumb. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard fell into a brief silence as they watched two figures, one big and one small, standing side by side on the magic screen. If it's just life, old age, sickness and death, then as natural fighters, Asgard people have seen many of them. Even the tragedies in the world are no longer rare. But Wolverine was different from everyone else they'd seen. Everything this superhero has experienced is too bitter. It is simply a collection of tragedies. Even if he occasionally experiences all the good things during this process, those good things will be like bursting bubbles in the back, and instead turn into spikes and pierce his heart. Now, the people of Asgard witnessed such a tragic scene, even if the other party was immortal in Midgard, they couldn't help feeling sympathetic. I imagined how I would feel if I went through what Wolverine went through. No, I can't even imagine. Everything, no matter how hard you try, it will disappear. Such an experience is too sad. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. The so-called tragedy is to shape a beautiful thing and then tear it into pieces. If he is suffering from the beginning to the end, I will only think that he is too miserable to be pitiful. But what Wolverine went through, it was all downright tragic. For a while, in Asgard, various sighs came and went. Even Thor, who had been so passionate before, looked a little gloomy seeing Wolverine's sad look. Wolverine's life is really too miserable. Family, friends, clan, have one after another, and then lose one after another. He sighed, and his eyes slowly glanced over his family members and comrades in arms. Thor imagined what it would be like if one day, these people who were important to him left him one after another. No, I will never let this happen to me. As soon as his thoughts started, he instantly felt an indescribable suffocation that surged up from the bottom of his heart, causing him to interrupt his imagination. Immediately, he made a determination in his heart to improve his own strength and not let the people around him get hurt no matter what. And all the movements of Thor's hands are seen by Odin and the Queen Frigg. It seems that after watching Wolverine's life, Thor is not completely without gain. God King Odin nodded, with a trace of relief in his brows. Playing this magic book inventory, in addition to wanting to see if Thor has been approved by the Supreme God. Advertisement. He also has an idea, that is, to let his son learn some qualities from those superheroes who are recognized by the Supreme Gods. Now it seems that there are indeed some effects. A smile appeared between the graceful eyebrows of the God Empress Frigg. As a loving mother, it is natural to feel happy to see her children grow up. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the picture presented by the magic Aichi. Looking at the lonely backs of Wolverine and Laura. Can't help but feel sad for what they went through. I hope my children don't have to go through these things in the future. She thought silently. Midgard, Maybury Coast Villa. From the time Pepper was penetrated by X-24 in Charles's chest, his mood dropped all the way. At the moment, the sighs never stopped. Eyes flushed, tears welling, Wolverine and Charles's life wasn't worth it. Her voice trembled a little due to emotional fluctuations. They have spent their entire lives working hard for the peaceful coexistence between the two races, but this is the result. It's really sad. Tony Stark, who is usually an optimist, lowered his eyebrows when facing these words. It is undeniable that they have really tried their best. One has been involved in countless wars for the country, and the other has provided shelter for the children of mutant. Later, the X-Men also cooperated with humans to do a lot of things in order to change the status of the race. Having said that, he paused for a moment, then sighed softly. Unfortunately, they have done so many things, but the reality is so cruel. Maybe this is life. There will always be things that are not as good as people after a lot of hard work. At this time, Tony Stark noticed that Pepper's mood became more and more depressed because of his words. He took a deep breath, embraced the other party, and changed into a relaxed tone. Definitely, a superhero as miserable as Wolverine is an exception, and most superheroes have good endings. At least with us, that doesn't happen. Pepper watched Tony Stark return to his usual sunny demeanor, feeling relieved, and lightly rested his head on the other's shoulder. Nick Fury on the side knew that Tony Stark was talking about himself a lot. He already felt that his palladium poisoning was irreversible, and even secretly prepared to transfer the entire Stark group to Pepper. But in order not to make the other party worry too much, so I have been controlling not to say anything. And Nick Fury came here this time to find a temporary and effective solution for him. However, since the other party didn't want to let Xiao Zhao know about it, they didn't say much. It is planned to wait until this matter is over, and then use any solution in exchange for Iron Man to join the Avengers. As for Wolverine's tragedy, to be honest, Nick Fury was somewhat touched after watching it. But on weekdays, what he considers is the survival of the entire human race. He didn't take the individual tragedy too seriously. Howling Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician finally saw some fluctuations in his eyes when he saw this sad scene in the picture. As for the Disciple King, the backs of Wolverine and Laura were reflected in his small eyes, and he sighed again and again. It's hard to imagine how sad Wolverine from at the moment is, she has worked so hard for so long, and has gone through so many thrilling battles. He said with a heavy tone. As a result, the last old friend has also left him. This feeling of desolation is too heavy. Modu raised his brows and said, now Wolverine has completely become a lonely hero, tisk. He wanted to continue, but unfortunately, it was because Wolverine's strength was still somewhat insufficient that such a tragedy would occur. But thinking that the Ancient One magician is still by his side. On weekdays, her education to her disciples is not to let herself get too lost in the pursuit of power. Therefore, Modu stopped immediately and did not continue talking. This moment, the magic screen has gradually dimmed. Taking advantage of this gap, the messages in the chat room increased. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket, brother Wolverine. I have to say, your future is really sad. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Ahem, I think what Thor means is, have you figured out how to change the tragedy after that? It should be too late now, right? Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. I'm still thinking. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. Wow, this magic book is indeed an incredible thing, your future seems to be rewritten because of it. I don't know which big shot made it. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. I also began to look forward to seeing my life in the future. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. If I can make it, I will definitely catch your attention. I have to say, I am so cool. Open black lens bracket Batman Bruce close black lens bracket. Wolverine's inventory looks like it will be over soon, and I'm also looking forward to the people who will be on the list later. DC Universe. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. Advertisement. In the luxuriously decorated hall, Bruce Wayne glanced casually in the chat room, and after finding that there was nothing noteworthy, he said something casually and then backed out. He glanced at Alfred. They are all discussing whether Wolverine can change the ending presented by at the moment after watching her life inventory. Alfred is not a superhero, so he is not eligible to enter the chat room. But after Bruce Wayne confirmed the existence of the chat room and observed it carefully to make sure there was no problem, he informed Alfred of its existence. After all, apart from everything very private, he hardly needs to keep any secrets from the housekeeper who grew up with him. Alfred nodded upon hearing this. Then do you think he can succeed, young master? I am not sure. Bruce Wayne shook his head, but what is certain is that from his original life, the answer he can draw is, and not. Not all superheroes will be recognized by most people. Quote. Alfred nodded in agreement, and Wolverine is one of them. After all, he is separated from most human beings by race, which is why all the tragedies he has experienced. Source of drama. Quote. Prejudice in the human heart is like a mountain. Bruce Wayne said slowly. It's very easy for this mountain to rise from the ground. It only needs a little doubt and suspicion, and prejudice can become a lofty mountain. And wanting to move it, who knows what it will cost. At least the mutant paid the price of an entire race's life and death, and none of them did. The voice fell. The master and servant looked at each other and shook their heads. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent, who was still young, didn't think as deeply as Batman did. After seeing the tragedy, he didn't think about race and prejudice. Just plain sorry for Charles's death. I didn't expect that Wolverine still fulfilled history, once again witnessed the tragedy on the farm. Clark Kent sighed again and again, and at the end the farmer looked at Jin Henglang, it was completely looking at a monster. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no bullet in his gun at the end, I'm afraid he would shoot directly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt sad. At the same time, the determination in my heart to become an excellent superhero began to become more and more firm. In any case, I just don't want to see such a tragedy happen, and I don't want to see those kind people being hurt by evil people. Clark Kent clenched his fists, his eyes became more determined. No matter where I can go in the future, I will do my best. Perhaps, the reason why I am different is here. A. Deadpool Universe. Deadpool chatted happily in the group. At the same time, he couldn't help complaining. It seems that these guys haven't grown up to the later stage, they are still very young. Especially that Thor, who has really low EQ and is always annoying. Finished. Deadpool suddenly laughed again. I don't know, if I let them know that in one of the universes, I slaughtered them all, what would they be like? Expression. Hee hee. I just hope that the makers of the magic book can let me be on the list, and let them see my heroic appearance. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Following the back view of Wolverine and Laura holding hands, the magic screen gradually faded. Needle drop can be heard. Everyone fell into contemplation, and their race would still inevitably perish in the future. Everyone, I don't think we need to be so nervous, just like we could reverse the future before, and now we know in advance the difficulties we will face in the future. After a while, Shadowcat Katie scratched her head and said, I think, everything will not be so bad, there will always be a way, right? Cyclops Scott showed a little anger on his face. Why? What did we mutant do wrong? How could we be treated like this? We have clearly. So much hard work has been put in. Why don't they try to respect us? His tone became more and more agitated. If they are afraid of us, it's fine, but in fact, those people like Dr. Rice just want to use us as tools and weapons. Phoenix Chin Gray noticed that the emotions of other people in the room began to fluctuate. He hurriedly released the fluctuations in his mind and comforted them. Everyone, don't let impulse control our emotions, we must calm down and think about the future. As Katie said, there is always a way, she said in a deep voice. The voice fell. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed again. Charles recovered from the silence at this time. All I have done in my life is to peacefully coexist between the two races, but I am also unwilling to end up with such an end. He raised his old eyes. Perhaps, it's time to make a change. As he spoke, he set his sights on Wolverine. Logan, what do you think? Wolverine nodded her head and pondered. I want to read my original ending before giving my answer. 062. On the Canadian border, a new danger is coming. Logan, what do you think? Charles asked, looking at Wolverine. I want to read my ending first, and then make other plans. Wolverine raised her eyes, thoughtful. Besides, I also want to find out the reason for my aging. After all, because of my X-gene self-healing ability, it is impossible to suddenly age so quickly. Indeed, Logan lived for more than 100 years before, and he hasn't aged at all. Shadowcat Katie was also quite curious about his question, how can you be so old after only 10 years? Maybe it has something to do with the adamantium in Logan's body. After all, the current Logan has no bone marrow, and all the bones have become metal. Phoenix Jean Grey has spoken out her guess. Probably, after all, the biggest difference between the first 100 years of Logan's life and the following decades is the adamantium, metal in his body. Cyclops Scott nodded in agreement, that is to say, after the skeleton is replaced with adamantium, Logan gains stronger combat power, but also starts to age. I don't know. Wolverine shook her head when she heard the words, I don't know if this is the case, but there is a high probability that it is true. In short, let's read my original future ending first, and then make a decision. Finished. All the X-Men nodded, then turned their attention to the magic screen. On screen, Wolverine's whole body was already covered with deep invisible bone scars because of the battle with X-24. After burying Charles, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted directly. When he woke up again, he found himself in a small clinic. Are you awake? Your daughter sent you to me last night. The doctor is a fat middle-aged man with a benevolent face. I used to have contact with people like you, you are special. Wolverine didn't reply immediately, but looked at the scars on her body. Even after one night, they were only half healed. At the same time, he also noticed that the doctors in this clinic were not hostile to him. At this time, the doctor continued. However, you are badly injured. It seems that something is poisoning you inside. You need to go to a major hospital for treatment if you can. 11. If you really don't want to, it's okay to stay with me. Wolverine took a deep look at him, and then pulled out the infusion needles on her body. I know you are a good person, but for your own good, you'd better act as if we never came to your place. After he finished speaking, he got off the hospital bed, and when he walked to the door of the clinic, he saw Laura waiting for him there. The two looked at each other. Laura came to him obediently and walked out with Wolverine. Off-screen, it seems that Logan's aging is indeed related to the adamantium in his body. Cyclops Scott rubbed his chin and analyzed. After all, the current Logan, as Chin said, does not have bone marrow in his body. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed true. For Logan, adamantium is completely a foreign object, and the body no longer rejects these metals all the time. Storm thoughtfully, and frowned at Wolverine at the same time. Ah, what should we do then? If we want Logan not to age, do we have to take out all the adamantium? Shadowcat Katie exclaimed suddenly. At the same time, he imagined in his mind the picture of pulling out the metal bones in Wolverine's body one by one. Immediately felt shuddering. However, according to Logan's current self-healing ability, it is not impossible to do so. Poppy Iceman scratched his head, showing hesitation. However, if you do this, it will obviously be very painful. After hearing what they said, Wolverine looked down at her fist. Swish. The cold steel claws shot out from between the fingers in an instant. Even if the cause of my aging is really because of these adamantium, in a short time, I don't think I will take these things out. He murmured. After all, he still needs this power now rather than not getting old. Charles on the side spoke at this time. Actually, I have considered whether adamantium will harm Logan's body before. Don't worry, I will try my best to solve this problem. Extend the peak of your ability without reducing your combat power. Hearing Charles, the smartest brain in the world, made a promise to himself. Wolverine also nodded seriously. DC Universe. After Bruce Wayne heard what the clinic doctor said, he fell into deep thought. Something is poisoning Wolverine's body. If nothing else, it should be those adamantiums. He slowly analyzed. Actually, when the bones in his body were replaced with adamantium, I thought about this issue. A normal human body relies on bone marrow to make blood, both white blood cells and red blood cells. And when Wolverine's body was replaced with metal, he had already lost his bone marrow. However, at that time, I didn't know how powerful his self-healing ability was, so I couldn't make a conclusion. Bruce Wayne glanced at the picture. Wolverine's body, half of the scars healed after a night, it seems that he is still affected. After replacing all the bones in Wolverine's body with adamantium, she gained strength several times stronger than before, but it also greatly shortened her lifespan. Alfred on the side couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, when a person gains great power, he often needs to pay a terrible price. All the gifts of fate are secretly priced. The voice fell. The master and the servant fell into a brief silence. Advertisement. A few seconds passed. Alfred couldn't help but let out a long sigh, but if you think about it this way, Wolverine is indeed too miserable. This sentence. Bruce Wayne hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I have no objection. Even Batman, who has been exposed to many dark sides, feels that Wolverine's life is miserable enough. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. It seems that Wolverine transplanted adamantium in order to obtain her current strength, which is why she is aging rapidly. God King Odin also quickly guessed the truth. For power, but paid the price. It made him think of himself. In the beginning, God King Odin also paid a price for one eye in order to obtain the current power in the World Tree. As for the other Asgardians, after hearing his words, they reacted differently. It turns out that Wolverine started to age because of something like this. It was unexpected. Wolverine is so pathetic. All the reasons came together and it became a huge amounts of tragedy that weighed on him. All kinds of sighs and emotions came from the venue. Midgard Earth. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark shook his head after listening to the conversation between Wolverine and the doctor in the clinic. Not only is the bone marrow in his body replaced by metal, but also the metal elements are buried in the body, and they are also constantly integrated with the cells to become toxins, affecting the vitality of the cells. Having said that, he narrowed his eyes. I guess there is another reason in it. The loss of bone marrow, and at the same time a steady stream of toxins, affecting his cells, that's why his self-healing ability began to weaken. When Pepper heard this, he didn't show any expression of sudden realization, but stared at the reactor on his chest with an ugly face. So, the reactor on your chest has been poisoning you, right? Her voice was urgent, full of worry. If the person who made this reactor wasn't me, I'm afraid it would be like this, but I'm Tony Stark, and this kind of little trouble won't bother me. Tony Stark looked at the worried Pepper, paused for a moment, then deliberately made a confident expression, and prevaricated. Nick Fury at the side gave him a meaningful look after hearing his words. But he didn't say much. Anyway, as long as the time comes, the more desperate Tony Stark is, the more he will be grateful to himself when he tells the other party the solution. In this way, letting Iron Man join the Avengers is a certainty. At this time, Pepper wanted to ask something more. But the content in the picture caught her attention. On screen, led by Laura, Wolverine came to a van she had never seen before. You can't do whatever you want, you know. Wolverine followed the keys that Laura handed over, realizing that the latter might have stolen someone else's car, and then sent her fainted to the clinic, and spoke a little speechlessly. Laura ignored him. The two were silent for a while. Wolverine took a deep breath. Okay, although I don't know how you sent me here, but, thank you. You're welcome. Quote. You can talk. Wolverine's eyes widened in surprise. Laura nodded. We drove more than 2,000 kilometers together before that, why didn't you say a word? Wolverine asked. Laura took one look at him and began to say, Jonah, Gideon, Rebecca, Delilah, Rebecca. Stop, who are these people you're talking about? Wolverine asked. Laura immediately took out the address that the woman gave her before. Here, Garden of Eden. Wolverine looked at the address and was silent for a moment. He had confirmed it before. The so-called address is actually a fictitious address, Eden, in the X-Men comics. Now that even the X-Men are gone, how can the so-called Garden of Eden exist? I tell you, there is no Garden of Eden. Those things are made up by people who draw cartoons. Wolverine was a little annoyed. Laura glanced at him. They're waiting for me, help me. If the real thing is real, I'm willing to help you, but it's obviously fake. Wolverine began to get impatient. 0. Ask for flowers. Jonah, Gideon, Rebecca, Delilah, Ribbit. Laura stared at him, repeating the names over and over again. Okay, I'll take you there to have a look, otherwise you won't give up. Wolverine took a deep breath. She didn't know whether she was soft-hearted or angry, and started the car. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, Pepper sighed and shook his head. Now Wolverine actually has nothing, without Charles, for him alone. The idea of buying a boat to live at sea before is no longer important. Advertisement. It's really embarrassing. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows watching this scene, then took a sip of his wine with an unnatural expression. Who would have imagined that superhero would end up like this? Become nothing. Quote. Nick Fury on the opposite side glanced at him, and said with a half smile, do you think Iron Man will end up in such a state? What the hell are you talking about? Definitely not. Tony Stark curled his lips and took another sip of his wine. I don't know how the other superheroes will end, but Iron Man will definitely usher in the most eye-catching superhero among the endless glory. The purpose of the perfect ending. Then let's wait and see. Nick Fury smiled. I wonder if Iron Man will make the list. I think it will. Pepper held Tony Stark's hand and smiled confidently. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. Meeting room. It seems that after arriving here, the 5th chapter is about to end. After seeing this, Shadowcat Katie said, the story is coming to an end. Next, let's see if the so-called Garden of Eden is real. 0. Cyclops Scott nodded, I don't know what will happen to Logan in the end. I think, maybe the so-called Garden of Eden is actually real. Laura's partners escaped from the Institute. Storm said. Then, they agreed to meet at the location in the comics, and then Logan joined them as an elder to give them guidance. This ending is not bad. I hope so. After seeing this, Wolverine couldn't help becoming nervous. The rest of the X-Men also raised their attention. On screen, Wolverine, who was driving, became weaker and weaker, and even fell asleep a few times and forgot to turn the direction. Fortunately, Laura turned the steering wheel back in time. But seeing that she was still young, Wolverine didn't let her drive. Until later, Wolverine couldn't hold on any longer, and parked the car on the side of the road to sleep for a while. Laura quietly got into the driver's seat. When the car is slowly driving along the road. In the superhero chat room. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. I can't stand it anymore. It's too miserable. It's too miserable. Mr. Wolverine was so cruel before, but now he looks so sad. Open black lens bracket Superman Clark close black lens bracket. I didn't expect that the ending of a superhero would be like this. Alas. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. Tisk tisk tisk. Damn the author of this magic book. I really want to kill him, but let me see such a tragedy. Open black lens bracket God King Odin close black lens bracket. No matter who you are, please respect the supreme god. Open black lens bracket Deadpool Wade close black lens bracket. Too much. The author of this magic book is too much. Deadpool universe. After venting in the chat room, he backed out and shook his head. Wolverine was really miserable in his later years, and he has a chance to change his history. Talking. Deadpool pulled out his own knife. I don't know if I can beat the author of this book, or I want to kill him, it's really hateful. On screen, Wolverine woke up again and found that she had arrived at her destination. Laura was growing on the mountainside in the distance, beckoning towards him. There are several wooden houses on the top of the mountain. There are quite a few new mutant kids out there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Marvel TRN 414 universe. In the conference room, looking at the new mutant children in the picture, Charles felt quite emotional. It seems that the end of the old era means the beginning of a new era, but the alternation of new and old does not. It doesn't mean the end of everything. Quote. Well, it seems that it's not just Laura, the mutants and other handovers. Phoenix Chin Gray also saw that the children in the picture are all new mutants. The other side. On screen, Wolverine has followed Laura into the New Mutants' stronghold to rest. At the same time, the leader of the New Mutants took out a hormone, which is a medicine to temporarily squeeze the mutant potential. He said he took it when he escaped from the research institute, and there was not much left. Finished. I just gave Wolverine a little injection, and in the next second, his injuries quickly recovered. Then, night fell and gradually dawned. Wolverine felt inexplicably dazed. He hadn't lived with so many mutants for a long time. At the same time, he felt that there was a new danger coming. 063. Wolverine at the end of the battle, Donald's siege. On screen, the night passed quickly. Wolverine felt that she had slept for a long time, and before she opened her eyes, she felt that her body was filled with endless exhaustion. The surroundings are very quiet, except for a little wind. I can't hear any sound. Laura. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, only to find that there was no one else in all the huts. People go to the empty building. On the small table next to the bed is a tube of potion that can stimulate the potential of ability, and a stack of 30,000 United States dollars bills. There was also a note on it. We have to cross the border before noon. Here is the reward we agreed on earlier. Thank you for sending Laura over. The Akali GMO Research Institute is hunting us down, so it won't drag you down. The font is crooked and crooked, obviously it was written by a child. Wolverine picked up the note, staring at the words on it in a daze. Then he held the genetic potion in his hand, staggered out of the hut, and the wad of banknotes was placed on the table. He didn't look at it much. In the past, he was in urgent need of money because he wanted to buy a boat and take Charles to live at sea. The old friends are gone now. Wolverine basically doesn't have much need for money anymore. He walked heavily to the top of the hill, looked into the distance, and saw the backs of the little mutants leaving in a line across a valley. For a moment, Wolverine's eyes looked complicated. At this time, his eyes suddenly changed, because Wolverine, who was standing at the highest point of the mountain, noticed that on the mountain road not far away, there were rows of black off-road vehicles speeding towards the direction of the little mutants, quickly approaching. Those are the cars of the Akali GMO Institute. Damn. Seeing this, Wolverine cursed in a low voice, and immediately took a step towards the direction where the little mutants were. Off-screen. In the conference room. 400. Shadowcat Katie noticed Donald's figure on the lead off-road vehicle, and immediately frowned. I didn't expect that Caliban didn't blow up this bad guy at that time. Her tone was extremely gloomy. I hate this Donald so much. This guy is too self-righteous and looks down on mutant at all. He always thinks that he can easily control the fate of others in every word and deed. And it's very hypocritical. As she said that, the voice of Shadowcat Katie showed obvious anger. If those children fall into his hands, I can't even imagine what will happen to them. Katie, don't be too nervous. Cyclops Scott comforted from the side. Look, isn't Logan still beside them? With him, relying on his hundreds of years of combat experience, he will definitely be able to give the children the correct guidance. As he spoke, he pointed to the potion in Wolverine's hand. Also, Logan can use the thing in his hand to restore his strength for a short time. This is completely an insurance policy. If Logan can regain his full strength, no matter how many of those guys come, there will be no problem at all. The voice fell. Most of the X-Men in the room thought Cyclops had a point. Yes, I don't think there will be any major problems. Iceman Bobby nodded. We all know Logan's peak strength, and he has solved so many problems. This time I think he can easily get through the difficulties. Indeed. Storm also agrees with Cyclops' statement. Phoenix Chin Gray on the side listened silently to the words of the other companions in the conference room, and did not speak. Because although she also wanted to agree with her comrades, she still felt a little flustered looking at the old Wolverine in the picture. As for Charles, he didn't say anything. He also had a bad feeling. DC Universe. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Wolverine, who was crazily approaching the little mutants in the picture. He looked at the black off-road vehicles approaching from the other side, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that from here on, the last chapter of Wolverine's life is coming to an end. The desperate battle is about to begin, and I don't know what the final outcome will be like." After hearing the young master's words, Alfred said slowly, "I think there are so many little mutants around, and with Wolverine's guidance, there shouldn't be any problem in dealing with these pursuers." As he said that, he glanced at the picture on the magic book. After all, they have already stepped on the border, and they only need to climb another mountain to enter Canada and it will be safe. After Bruce Wayne heard these words from the old butler, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the three people who were gradually approaching in the picture, and finally sighed, "I hope it will be like this in the end. But it's embarrassing to say, Wolverine's life, in the end, is still to save herself fight against race." Just when a master and a servant are talking. On screen. The people from the Akali Transgenic Research Institute have already driven the car to the position where they are about to catch up with the little mutants. After the latter discovered that the pursuers had arrived, he quickly chose to run towards the mountains and forests where the car could not drive up. It's a pity that besides the vehicles, there are also a large number of infantry on the Research Institute side. Little mutants are kids after all. And the Akali Genetically Modified Research Institute is full of well-trained soldiers, and they quickly caught up with the former. Advertisement. The little mutants showed their abilities one after another, using psychokinesis to control objects to hit people, open their mouths to emit sound waves, spit out frosty breath, control plants, etc. In a short time, all the soldiers who were chasing up were blocked. However, the children's combat experience is too poor, and the soldiers at the Research Institute are large and powerful, so many little mutants were caught in the process of escaping. At the same time, Donald even drove two armored vehicles and followed them. Meanwhile, Wolverine's young clone, X-24, is also in the car. Things quickly became difficult for the little mutants. And Wolverine also rushed to the position not far from where they were, panting. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent frowned tightly watching the tense scene on the screen. It looks like Wolverine should be able to catch up to help, and the little mutants will be fine. He said in a deep voice, "But for no reason, I just think that this time Wolverine will be more dangerous." Having said that, Clark Kent paused for a moment, raised his hand to hold his forehead. Damn it. I really hate my inexplicable premonition. Superman has an innate sense of justice, coupled with the teaching of the farmer's father. He firmly believes that he was born to protect the good and change the mistakes. Therefore, he was very unwilling to have a tragedy happen before his eyes, and he had no other way to change it. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Kamar Taj. It seems that Wolverine's life, there are not many unexpected places. The Ancient One magician looked at the Wolverine who was madly rushing towards the little mutants on the screen, and murmured in a low voice. His eyes still didn't change much, just like a calm lake, the ancient well was still. It seems that Wolverine's ending has already been guessed. However, she, who has seen too many things, did not show her emotional changes because the ending was sad or happy. On the other hand, Wong and Modu couldn't guess how Wolverine's final ending would be. Brother, do you think that after this trip, Wolverine will be able to save herself from danger like before? Wong looked at the screen and couldn't help asking. I don't know. Modu lost interest. Ever since seeing Wolverine grow old, he's always looked this way. There was only a little emotional change when seeing Laura showing some wildness. After all, what Modu loves is power. When Wolverine was young, everything she showed could still interest him a little bit. But after seeing the other party's powerless appearance, he had no mercy, only felt bored. After gaining strength, I will make myself old instead. I will never let myself fall into such a situation. Modu thought silently. However, Wolverine's life also taught a lesson, that is, not all powers are good. In the future, we still need to carefully distinguish the source of a kind of power. Deadpool Universe. Come on, little wolf. Seeing Wolverine rushing towards the little mutants with all his might, Deadpool raised his fist and began to cheer for him. In this battle to continue the future of the race, you will show the greatest highlight of your life. You will be remembered by the entire mutant race. There was some appreciation in his tone. You are totally worthy of the title of superhero. Even if you compare with me, your highlights are not much worse. After finishing speaking, Deadpool couldn't help shaking his head again. It's just that the ending is much worse than mine. However, I think I'll be there to save you soon. At the same time, on screen, the soldiers of the Akali Transgenic Research Institute are still fighting with the little mutants. A soldier quickly caught up with a little mutant girl, grabbed her by the neck, and pinned her to a tree. And the little girl also opened her mouth to activate her own ability, exhaled cold air, and instantly froze the soldier's arm into ice. Smash it hard again, and it will be smashed into pieces. It's a pity that the little girl was caught by other soldiers just after she escaped from the trap. The other side, there was a little mutant girl surrounded by two soldiers. Her expression froze, she controlled the fallen leaves around her, turned into flying darts like a torrential rain, and stabbed the two of them. In just a few breaths, the two soldiers around him were chopped into pieces. Pity. Soon other soldiers surrounded him. This kind of thing is happening constantly in the mountains and forests. Although the abilities of the little mutants are powerful, even a single well-trained adult soldier is no match for them at all. However, the number of soldiers in the Akali Research Institute is really too much. Even if the little mutants can temporarily gain the upper hand when they activate their abilities, they can defeat the soldiers in front of them. But immediately there will be new soldiers catching up. They simply don't have that much energy to face so many enemies. At the same time, in the back, Dr. Rice, who was sitting in the car, kept calling out, "Hurry up. We must catch them all before crossing the border." Advertisement. As for Wolverine, she also ran close to the last group of soldiers. Pity. To this extent, now that he is old. He was out of breath, and his old body seemed to have exhausted his physical strength only by reaching this level. Damn it, he cursed in a low voice, looking at the soldiers not far away with red eyes. Then he set his sights on the potion in his hand, which can extract mutant abilities. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Seeing this scene, Thor couldn't bear to watch anymore. Damn it, I can't bear it anymore. Now Wolverine is an old man who has fallen into twilight. He said in a complicated tone, "Such a powerless state makes me feel unacceptable even thinking about it. Sigh, I didn't expect him to reach this level, and he still needs to work hard. I hope the final result is good." Wait until his voice falls. The surrounding Asgard people also showed a feeling of unbearable on their faces. Honestly, we've watched Wolverine's whole life. Seeing him fall into this situation, I feel a little bit sorry for this Midgardian. Be safe in the end. Quite a few people started cheering for Wolverine in low voices. The kind god Empress Frigga tightly held her hands together nervously. Odin praised. I think although the current Wolverine, although his combat effectiveness is far inferior to when he was young, he can be called a fighter from the beginning to the end. It goes without saying that when he was young, even if he learned not to be impulsive before, it was all to protect his good partner Charles. And now, seeing children need themselves, it is still not the past of hesitation. No honor and disgrace, know how to advance and retreat. Not bad. Finished. Odin nodded. Loki, who was not far away, heard his comment, almost drooling with envy. When will my father use so many words to praise me? He thought sourly. Midgard Earth. I didn't expect adamantium to bring such harm to Wolverine. Looking at the weak Wolverine, little Pepper couldn't help sighing. The Wolverine now is really different from the young him before. I can only hope that he can bring. Once the kids get through this, don't get hurt again. Quote. Fortunately, he is Wolverine and has the self-healing ability, otherwise he would have been poisoned to death long ago. Nick Fury said slowly after hearing the words, if most metals enter the blood, they will be fatal poisons to ordinary people. Tony Stark fell into silence when he heard the conversation between the two. Marvel TRN 414 Universe 0.5 Universe. In the conference room. Shadowcat Katie watched as Wolverine didn't even start fighting, tired from running a few steps. I couldn't help but glanced at Wolverine again. I can't get rid of the adamantium in Logan's body. If it doesn't work, can I just take out all the metal bones bit by bit? When the other X-Men heard this, they also had mixed feelings in their hearts. Charles's tone was also a little low, at least until now. I haven't thought of any solution yet, but don't worry, I will definitely start to age obviously in Logan. Think of the calendar in advance. Quote. Don't be too nervous. Wolverine herself was very relaxed. I'm used to it, and we don't need to rush this moment. Hear this. The X-Men were silent, then sighed and returned their eyes to the screen. On screen, Wolverine leaned against a tree trunk, took a deep breath, and injected all the potential inspiring medicine into her body. But after a few breaths, in an instant, he felt the exhaustion in his body was swept away, and all the abilities in his body returned to their peak in an instant. Ah! Wolverine roared suddenly, and with a shake of both hands, she shot out sharp steel claws, and even broke out at a speed beyond the peak. Whoosh! The whole person caught up with the Research Institute soldiers in front of him in an instant. Swish! Silver cold light flickered in the air. As soon as the last soldier realized it and was about to turn around, his head rolled off his shoulders. And Wolverine didn't stay by his side too much, and focused on the other soldiers. Bang bang bang. The dense gunshots sounded at the same time. Wolverine didn't choose to dodge at all, her body resisted bullets hard, and her figure was like the wind. Every time the claws fall, a soldier will have his neck crushed. Blood spray. 064. Heroes Twilight, Wolverine's death. On screen. In the forest some distance away from Wolverine, most of the little mutants were restrained in a hurry due to lack of combat experience. Among them, Laura is naturally not included. Before that, she had experienced several battles with Wolverine. Facing the siege of those Institute soldiers, she was very dexterous, avoiding countless gun points. The steel claws on the two small hands are not inferior to Wolverine's sharpness at all, tearing through the bodies of soldiers one after another. Just after Laura roared and used steel claws to tear the throat of the last soldier in front of her, she looked around and found that almost all of her partners had been arrested by the people of the Research Institute. Thick movement restrainers were worn on the hands and feet. She is more anxious. Standing there was a little helpless. In the final analysis, no matter how fierce Laura was in the previous battle, at the moment she was only a child of 7 or 8 years old. At this time, a roar filled with great anger suddenly came from not far away, resounding through the entire mountain forest. Laura's helpless eyes suddenly lit up. She recognized Wolverine's voice. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. In the conference room. Hurry up, Logan. Be sure to take Laura to teach those institutes that don't respect our mutants as human beings at all. Seeing this scene, Shadowcat Katie couldn't help but stood up, raised her fist and waved excitedly in the air, then take the little mutants to 10 to Canada. Live. When she said these words, although the other X-Men did not speak, everyone's clenched fists and gradually heavy breathing showed their nervousness. And the expectations in my heart. You know, in the picture, those little mutants and Wolverine are already the last of their tribe. As a mutant rejected by humans, they naturally hope to see their people get a good ending. Charles, who sat at the back, also looked deeply at the grave. His mood seemed rather complicated. He had devoted his whole life to making the two races live in peace. As a result, in the future, the mutants still have not been able to gain freedom, and they still have to face human guns. 08. Thoughts are mixed. Charles increasingly felt the need to start changing. Marvel 199,999 Universe. After Pepper saw Wolverine injecting the potion, he frantically rushed towards Laura's position, and immediately tightened all his thoughts. He stared straight at the magic screen with nervousness on his face. Come on, Wolverine. She clenched her fists and cheered on Wolverine. She has witnessed all the experiences of the other party along the way, and knowing the misery of the latter's life, she naturally hopes that in the end, the other party can turn everything around and get a happy ending. Tony Stark on the side also hugged Pepper tightly, looking at the magic scene with a serious face. Don't know if he was nervous about Wolverine, or something else. Nick Fury also fell silent. Dominion Asgard. Seeing the fierce battle, Thor immediately became excited and waved his fists. Yes, Wolverine. That's right. Tear these enemies apart. Because Wolverine kept moving forward and defeated the enemy, there was an expression of excitement on his face. Go ahead, Wolverine. You are unstoppable with a fighting spirit in your heart. The other warriors in Asgard were also encouraged to see Wolverine finally showing her bloodthirsty attitude again after a long absence. Start spontaneously cheering for it. Wolverine, go. The children are still waiting for you to give them guidance. For the glory of mutant, teach those who have bad intentions a hard lesson. Countless shouts began to echo in the Asgard venue. After all, although they have never initiated it on their own initiative, the people of Asgard know what war is best. They were in blood as the battle began. Moreover, Wolverine is participating in a battle for the survival of the race in the screen, so they are naturally looking forward to the other party's final victory. As for God King Odin and God Queen Frigg, they are also seriously watching the desperate battle presented in the magic book. DC Universe. Bruce Wayne and Alfred, as well as Clark Kent, who was selected in the Metropolis, fell silent at the moment. Quote. The eyes of several people were all looking seriously at the picture presented by the magic book. Waiting with bated breath, I want to know, in this last chapter of Wolverine's life, whether this old wolf who has experienced hundreds of years of turbulent life can finally protect everything he wants to protect. We must work hard. Clark Kent quietly clenched his fists. On screen. Wolverine's face was ferocious, with killing intent in his eyes. His body was stained with red blood, and he couldn't tell if it was his or from the soldiers of the Research Institute. But at this moment, neither he nor the people opposite him have the energy to care about these things anymore. At this moment, Wolverine looks like a terrifying beast with eyes full of murderous intent and full of blood. Unstoppable. Whoosh. His figure is like the wind, and wherever he passes, there are corpses that have been pierced through the head, or whose limbs and necks have been torn to pieces. The warm and viscous blood splashed everywhere like a torrential rain, dyeing the surrounding mountains and forests red. As for facing the soldiers who shot, Wolverine also chose to resist directly and did not dodge at all. After the bullet penetrated his body, the wound healed instantly. Advertisement. But when he rushed over, he was able to kill the other party with one paw. Not long. Wolverine was quick to kill Laura where she was. At that time, the latter was being controlled by two soldiers from the Research Institute. Laura. Next second. With a roar, Wolverine rushed over and waved her paw. Whoosh. The blood-stained steel claws flashed a crimson luster in the air. Then, the upper bodies of the two Research Institute soldiers controlling Laura slipped from their waists to the ground like mud. Laura stood up slowly and took a deep look at Wolverine, her eyes flashing with pride. However, the next moment. 012505508 Filu 0235732241. Stop. Give up resistance. More Research Institute soldiers surrounded them from all directions. Wolverine and Laura looked at each other and nodded in unison. The next moment. Whoosh. One old and one young, two bloodthirsty bears and wolves are dispatched at the same time. Wolverine leapt out, swung the steel claws, and directly tore apart the soldiers closest to him. Just when the soldiers who were farther away wanted to aim their guns at him. Laura's little figure is hidden in Wolverine's shadow, taking advantage of the unpreparedness, culling it out, and cutting the throat of the soldiers aiming at Wolverine. The two of them had such a tacit understanding and quickly dealt with the surrounding soldiers. Perfect fit. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Oh, looks like Wolverine and his daughter are doing well together. Bruce Wayne looked at this scene and nodded. It seems that they really have a great chance to kill them all. And Alfred put his eyes on him. Master, I think if you really can't get out of the night of Gotham, maybe Batman can also consider finding a partner who can fight side by side. Partner. Bruce Wayne heard this, thoughtful. If someone can really understand Batman and have ability, I don't mind. It's a pity that so far, no suitable one has been found. He frowned. Let's talk about it later. Let's see how Wolverine ends up first. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent watched as Wolverine and Laura worked together to defeat soldiers one by one. The furrowed brows never relaxed. Until I finally see that Wolverine and the little mutants are really successful, I still can't rest assured. He murmured. After all, there was a short period of peace before, but in the end there will still be tragedies. Only when the real ending is reached, can everything be inconclusive. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Kamar Taj. The Ancient One magician looked at the battle in the picture calmly. It was in stark contrast to the tense Wong. As for Mordo. After seeing that Wolverine had returned to her peak strength after injecting the potion, he finally became interested again. Dominion Asgard. After everyone in Asgard saw that the situation had improved, the expressions on their faces became more and more excited. Thor couldn't help shouting, Wolverine! Wolverine! That's it! And in the process, not far away, Loki noticed the expression on God King Odin's face, but he was not so excited. It seems that the father is aware of the development of the matter, and it may not go so smoothly in the end. He thought, and secretly glanced at Thor, who was in agitation, and immediately dismissed him. Look at this stupid brother, who can't notice these details at all. Only I know how to observe. At the same time, on screen, Wolverine and Laura fought side by side, and quickly cleaned up the soldiers around them. Just at this time, 3 soldiers with rifles rushed out and pointed their guns at them. Wolverine glanced at them and said to Laura without looking back, hide behind me. Finished. Just rushed towards the face of the gunman. Whoosh. His speed is still very fast, but it is obviously much slower than before the medicine was injected. Bang bang bang. Several gunmen looked at him, and suddenly became extremely nervous, and fired in unison. Wolverine's already scarred body suddenly had many more bullet holes. But he didn't care about it at all, rushed in front of those gunmen, waved his wolf claws, and directly tore the throats of these soldiers. After doing all this, Wolverine couldn't help standing still, panting heavily, and her whole body suddenly became much weaker. And the few bullet holes that had just been hit on his body did not recover immediately. Advertisement. Laura noticed this and walked over with an ugly expression, the medicine you injected is about to expire. If you get seriously injured again, you will die. Cough cough. Wolverine coughed dryly twice, coughed up some blood foam, and turned her head to look at the place where other little mutants were being held in the distance. You hide aside first, wait. Come out when the time comes. He stooped to pick up a pistol and hid it behind his back, then walked towards where Donald and the others were. Laura gave Wolverine a deep look, but didn't say much. Soon, Wolverine appeared alone in front of Dr. Rice and Donald. The surrounding soldiers were about to make a move. Dr. Rice raised his hand to stop them. At the same time, walking towards Wolverine with a smile. Wolverine, I know you. He looked at Wolverine, who was getting more and more depressed, and smiled more and more. Let me introduce myself. My name is Les, and I am the son of Stryker. Quote. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. What? Didn't expect this guy to be Stryker's son. Shadowcat Katie couldn't help shouting, Stryker is the guy who injected Logan with adamantium. I'm just saying this institute is so annoying. Damn it, I'm still the origin of this Akali GMO institute. Cyclops Scott was obviously a little angry when he heard the name of Stryker, but he didn't expect that it was founded by that D's son. Their father and son really exude the same stench. X-Men, the look on the face is not good at the same time. Even Wolverine narrowed her eyes slightly. At this time, Katie Shadowcat said worriedly. However, the effect of the medicine on Wolverine is gone now. Will he be fine? It's okay, Katie. Don't scare yourself. Phoenix heard the words and comforted me gently. But that being said, the X-Men are still full of worries. 117 screams. I already killed that guy. Wolverine looked at Dr. Rice seriously. Donald on the side heard the words, raised his gun and pointed at the bound little mutants. Be respectful, mutant. The man in front of you is the one who killed all the mutants. Upon hearing this, Dr. Rice chuckled and shook his head. Don't listen to him. You know, I don't hate mutant. I researched a drug that can be put into all foods to limit mutant genes, not to get rid of mutant. It's to make the mutant's ability come under my control. When he talks, it's easy. Since Wolverine doesn't have much power now, and they're still some distance apart, he feels safe. Off screen. When the X-Men heard these words, the anger in their hearts became more and more intense. Damn it. It turns out that no new mutant will be born for 25 consecutive years in the future because this damn Dr. Rice has developed a drug that can be placed in all food. Shadowcat Katie's expression became unusually ferocious. Logan, kill him. Cyclops Scott couldn't help shouting too. The rest of the X-Men's expressions were also ugly. And the next second, on screen, I know, go to hell. Wolverine suddenly raised the pistol she had just picked up, and shot through Dr. Raya's forehead. Seeing this, Donald ran away in a hurry, only to be hit by the mechanical arm. Then, he released the X-24. When the latter saw Dr. Rice lying on the ground, he suddenly fell into anger. In X-24's view, Dr. Rice is his father. He jumped at Wolverine in an instant, and the two wrestled. Laura, who was hiding aside, took the opportunity to release the little mutants. Together, they release ability and kill Donald and the other soldiers. At this time, Wolverine was pierced through the shoulder by X-24 with wolf claws, dragged all the way to a huge amounts of wood pile. However, X-24 directly lifted Wolverine up, allowing the stake to come out from Wolverine's chest and abdomen. Laura was furious when she saw this scene. She picked up a pistol from the ground, then put the adamantium bullet she found on Wolverine into it, and it shattered X-24's head. Adamantium bullet, it can kill him. X-24 dead. Except, Wolverine looks, too, dying. Seeing this scene, Laura ran over instantly with tears streaming down her face, and chopped open the wooden stake spit out from Wolverine's chest with steel claws. But Wolverine's breath was still visibly sluggish. He looked at Laura. Laura, don't be what they want you to be, live well. Laura held Wolverine's hand tearfully. No, Daddy. It turns out, that's how it feels. Wolverine heard this, and after saying such a sentence, she lost all vitality. No idea, he was talking about the feeling of death. It still feels like being called, Dad, by my daughter. 065. Chapter 5. Twilight Wolf, Desperate War, ends. Boom. On screen. The sound of gunfire echoed in the open space among the forests, and everything trembled accordingly. Laura put the adamantium bullets found on Wolverine's body when he was in a coma into the pistol, and smashed X-24's head with one shot. When she first met Charles, Laura learned from him that Wolverine had suicidal thoughts again. And adamantium bullets can kill him. The same is true for the X-24. After the bullet passed through his head, it exploded into pieces and splashed all over the ground. The ruthless clone just now lost all life force and collapsed to the ground without life. Only, Laura watched this scene, but there was no joy in her heart that the enemy died. She dropped the pistol, her cheeks stained with tears, and ran quickly to Wolverine's side. At this moment, Wolverine's aura has become extremely sluggish. The wooden stake running through his chest and abdomen was already stained red by his blood, and the huge amounts of wound kept bubbling hot blood, and Wolverine's face also became paler and paler. Laura panicked when she saw this scene. He completely lost the ruthlessness he had when he dealt with the soldiers of the Research Institute before, and completely turned back into a helpless child. No, she was in tears, and held Wolverine's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Wolverine looked up at her with difficulty, and said angrily, "Run, they are still chasing you. Ahem. You have to live a good life in the future. Don't be what they want you to be." He said every word very reluctantly, but also very seriously. In the end, Wolverine's consciousness had begun to slacken, pupils dilated. Laura. When his consciousness was about to fall into darkness and was in a blur, he didn't continue to say more, but repeated the name of the little girl beside him over and over again. No, Dad. Seeing this, Laura gently pressed Wolverine's hand on her cheek. It turns out, that's how it feels. At this time, Wolverine's eyes, which had already started to look dull, lit up with an undetectable light, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. For a while, I can't tell the feeling he is talking about is the imminent death. Still in my lifetime, I can hear my daughter calling myself, Dad. Just, after finishing the last sentence, Wolverine's eyes dimmed completely, and her slightly smiling smile froze. Dad. Laura could feel that his body temperature was dropping rapidly, the beating heart in his chest was also quiet, and the tears on his face became more and more. The little mutant standing not far away looked at this scene with complicated eyes. Wolverine, a superhero whose life is full of misery, has made endless struggles for the future of the race, the X-Men. 563. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Seeing the moment Wolverine stopped breathing, little Pepper was stunned for a moment, staring at the picture presented by the magic book with wide eyes. She couldn't accept such an ending for a while. So I wonder if there is any possibility of Wolverine being resurrected later on. After all, in the previous life experience of the other party, there were also many situations where he was seriously injured and near death, but in the end he was still safe and sound. He'll be fine, right? Pepper held Tony Stark's sleeve tightly, stared at Laura who was crying in the picture, and couldn't help asking. At the same time, her eyes were already red, and there were tears swirling in her eye sockets, which might fall down at any time. Even if she is just a spectator, she is not a hard-hearted person. Having witnessed so many life experiences of Wolverine, watching the other party go through one tragedy after another, it is natural to want to see the other party have a happy ending. And now, if Wolverine really didn't wake up later, it wouldn't be a happy ending. It can be said that his life is a complete tragedy. That would be so sad. It must be safe and sound this time. Pepper looked at the picture and prayed silently. The expression on Tony Stark's face at the moment was not relaxed either. He also wanted Wolverine to have a happy ending. After all, as a superhero, he can easily be compared with himself. And at this moment, he is also troubled by the palladium poisoning on his chest. Tony Stark wants Wolverine to have a happy ending. I hope the superheroes who have contributed to the world, including himself, will have a happy ending. Gee, reality is cruel. The image of the magic book quickly dimmed. When it lights up again, it was a few little mutants working together to dig a grave in the woods, while Wolverine lying beside her was completely cold. Advertisement. Off screen. He's still gone. Is there no hope? The moment Xiaojiao saw this scene, the tears that he had been holding back before finally couldn't hold on any longer and burst out of his eyes. The whole person leaned against Tony Stark's chest weakly, sobbing. Obviously Wolverine has basically never been sorry to anyone in her life. She has always made contributions to the race and the country. Why? How did it end up like this in the end? It's just so sad, so sad. Pepper's voice is trembling. It's hard for me to accept that it will end like this. When she was speaking, she didn't notice at all that the moment Wolverine was dead, Tony Stark's eyes dimmed. Although the latter has delicate emotions, he basically doesn't write his emotions on his face on weekdays. However, Tony Stark couldn't help being disappointed when he saw Wolverine end up in such an ending. As for Nick Fury, he shook his head helplessly. I admit that even in Mutant, there are good people, such as Wolverine, other X-Men, and Charles who was out of control. To be honest, seeing such a tragic ending, I also feel a little sorry. Tony Stark glanced at each other and sighed silently. Kamar Taj. The howling wind at the foot of the Himalayas outside seemed to become more and more noisy at this time. Compared with the scattered ones just now, more snowflakes fell. In the dojo room, the Ancient One magician looked at Wolverine who had lost all vitality on the magic screen. Sighing lightly and shaking his head, although I have already guessed Wolverine's ending, it may not be happy. Even, I have seen too many tragedies in the world when I was guarding the timeline. It's just that such a tragic figure like him is still rare. She never seemed to have any fluctuations in her tone, and it was rare to bring a trace of sadness. After Wong heard the evaluation of Sorcerer Supreme, the expression on his face was quite sad. Indeed, I have heard many stories and legends. He hesitated to speak, but to be like him, in his long life, the things he experienced are basically tragic superhero. I haven't heard of many. Apart from that misunderstanding as a child, Wolverine hasn't even done anything bad in her life. When Wong said these words, the regret in his eyes deepened. It can even be said that he has made outstanding contributions to the entire race, the country, and all human beings. It's a pity. The reality is so cruel. His hope is destroyed time and time again. Finished. Wong gave a long sigh. As for Modu, he was too lazy to say anything. After all, in his opinion, all the tragedies Wolverine has experienced can, in fact, be summed up in just 2 words. #BT. He's still not strong enough. Modu thought disdainfully in his heart. If he is strong enough and possesses the power to change the status quo, then why did so many tragedies happen later? Just like when he finally faced the Genetically Modified Research Institute, if he hadn't become old and powerless, how could he have died? Between thoughts, Modu couldn't help thinking again. After he became a Sorcerer Supreme, it would be impossible for this kind of thing to happen to him. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard fell into absolute silence. They looked at Wolverine, who had lost all vitality in the picture, with mixed feelings in their hearts, and they couldn't say a word. Even Thor's eyes looked a little sad. After a few seconds, he finally let out a long sigh, a born warrior, but he ended up with such an ending. Sigh. He hesitated to speak several times, but in the end he couldn't say anything, just sighed again and again for a lifetime. Wolverine, in his eyes, was a born fighter. Except for a period of time, I will spend my days in a daze because of confusion. All the battles of the opponent are quite appreciated by Thor. Where do you think? Wolverine has experienced a lifetime of hard work, a lifetime of searching. But still came up empty-handed. After hearing Thor's sigh, everyone in Asgard gradually came to their senses. It's all so sad. He has clearly done everything he can, and even changed the time in order to save his own race. It's a pity. It all came to nothing in the end. Perhaps, Wolverine has only one enemy in this life, and that is tragic fate. It's just that he struggled against it all his life, but in the end he was still no match for fate. If I were in his position, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do better than him. For a while, various voices of regret came from the mouths of everyone in Asgard. God King Odin listened to their various speeches, and tapped the armrest of the throne lightly. The knocking sound wasn't too loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Asgard immediately fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to him. Gentlemen, maybe Wolverine's ending wasn't perfect, but we shouldn't just be in mourning. God King Odin stood up slowly, looking around the audience. We should see that he never retreats in the face of battle. When I see him encounter difficulties, he will always choose to fight to the end. Advertisement. He is a born fighter. Even at the last moment of his life, he is still fighting to preserve the fire of the race to the end. His voice became more and more passionate, and at the same time it stirred up the emotions of the people of Asgard. Ceremony for the first superhero on the list. Thumbs up. After the God King Odin finished all this, he looked at Wolverine on the magic screen with admiration. Everyone in Asgard, including Thor, also paid attention. They feel sad because of Wolverine's final ending, naturally because they have fully recognized the superhero on the list. As mentioned at the beginning of the inventory, perhaps his ability is not super strong. But Brother Ping is incomparably excellent. Approved by almost everyone. Only Loki stared at Odin standing up with great anticipation, thinking silently, if I can be on the list, I can also be praised by my father. I will definitely be on the list. Top of the list, DC Universe. Bruce Wayne and Alfred both heaved a long sigh after seeing Wolverine's final ending. It's a pity, Bruce Wayne murmured. Master, are you afraid? After hearing what the other party said, Alfred pondered for a while, and then asked slowly. Afraid of what? Bruce Wayne asked. I'm afraid I'm like Wolverine, who obviously worked hard all her life and put in all her efforts, but left such an ending in the end. Alfred said in a low tone. After seeing Wolverine's voice completely, he respected this superhero from the bottom of his heart, and felt sad for his slightly sad ending. At the same time, I couldn't help worrying whether Batman would end up like him. And this situation is exactly what the old housekeeper has been worried about. No, Bruce Wayne thought about it carefully. I have always believed that the path I adhered to is correct. Gotham needs to be purified. But Gotham has always been like this. You shouldn't be the only one to bear it. After watching Wolverine's ending, Alfred wanted to persuade the young master to give up. It's gotta start, isn't it? Bruce Wayne smiled. Just like Wolverine, if he didn't choose to fight at the beginning, he might not even have the short-lived beauty later. Regardless of the outcome, the ambiguity of the future should not be an excuse for us to hold back. I won't regret it, he said firmly. Alfred fell silent. After a while, he said in a low voice, Master, I hope you can be on the list, like Wolverine. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent sighed when he saw his ominous premonition come true again, and Wolverine finally ended up with a bad ending. Money is good, how could this be? He was dejected. The superhero who brings hope to others can't get a happy ending. Marvel TRN 414 Universe. X-Men meeting room. All the X-Men also fell silent. They looked at each other, then set their sights on Wolverine. No matter who it is, they never expected the final outcome to be like this. As for Wolverine herself, after seeing his final end in the future, she narrowed her eyes slightly, wondering what she was thinking. And Charles was lost in thought. At the same time. In the magic screen, the little mutants have already buried Wolverine. The grave was piled with stones. In front of him is a cross made of branches. Laura took the little mutants and stood in front of the grave, whispering the eulogy. A man must be true to himself, Joey. You can't go against your own nature. It is very difficult to live with killing, and there is no retreat on this road. Right or wrong, you have to bear it for the rest of your life. Now go back to your mother and tell her everything is fine. There will be no more gunshots in the valley. The voice fell. The little mutant bowed to the grave. It was this former hero who saved them. Then, the little mutant couldn't stay any longer. Because the people in the Institute are still hunting them down. Burying Wolverine, in her tribute, had taken great risks. And when the others walked away quickly, Laura, who was walking at the end, turned her head 3 times at a step, and finally ran back to put down the cross in front of the tomb. Put it into an X, Mao. Then, he quickly ran to catch up with his companions. After getting here, the magic screen gradually dimmed. A few lines slowly emerged. Open black lens bracket chapter 5. Twilight Wolf. Desperate War, is over, close black lens bracket. 066. Give out rewards, a new start. On the pitch black screen, a line of words slowly emerged. Chapter 5. Twilight Wolf. Desperate War, ends. Open black lens bracket conclusion. Wolverine, a lonely hero whose experience is full of tragedy, has always regarded fate as her enemy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He sacrificed everything for the race, even at the cost of his life, and finally guarded the last fire of mutant. Close black lens bracket. In the conference room, all the X-Men, looking at the epilogue that emerged on the magic screen, took a deep breath. When he looked at Wolverine again, his gaze was even more mixed. Logan. Shadowcat Katie looked at him and opened her mouth several times, but she didn't know how to express the myriad of thoughts in her heart. Under Wolverine's desperate struggle, the mutants finally left their last glimmer of hope. And their older generation of X-Men also lost all traces. The rest of the X-Men are also full of words at the moment, and don't know where to start. And at this time, Dr. Charles raised his head slowly, and set his eyes on Wolverine. Logan, now that the inventory of your life is over, what are your thoughts? 523 Wolverine took a deep breath after hearing this, although I don't know if the maker of this magic book has such an idea, but since he told us all this in advance, then we naturally cannot remain indifferent. As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of other people in the conference room brightened up. And Wolverine continued, we are now turning back time again for the future of the mutants. Right, Shadowcat Katie also said excitedly, we want to change the tragedy of the future. Let's start with that Dr. Rice. Cyclops Scott also put forward his own ideas. He is the son of Stryker. The two fathers and sons have never seen us mutants as equal existences. They have always wanted to transform us into weapons and accept control. Iceman Bobby added, Furthermore, in the future, it will be Dr. Rice who founded the Akali Transgenic Research Institute and developed a drug that can be placed in food to change the genes of human mutants and prevent the arrival of new mutants. He must get rid of it. Lose. I have no problem dealing with Dr. Rice, but I still have to find a way that won't directly break out with the entire human race. Phoenix Chin Gray thought. After all, if the war involves two races, perhaps the whole world will not be peaceful for a long time. I think what everyone said makes sense. There was also a rare tangled expression on Charles's face, no matter what. Dr. Rice must be removed. Advertisement. As soon as this statement comes out, everyone in the conference room had surprise on their faces. Because, like his father, Stryker, he is hopeless. Charles noticed the children's gazes, and laughed immediately, and no matter what, they won't respect us mutant. In this case, don't say that we are mutant, no matter what race we are, we should no longer treat him as an equal person. Along with the words, Charles's tone became more and more firm. After witnessing the tragedy of mutant in the future, he wondered if he should make any changes. And now, he understands. Maybe blindly begging for perfection, you can't get the equal ending you want at all. There must be a combination of hardness and softness, and when it is time to be tough, you have to be tough. And just when he blurted out the words, a voice that made his body tremble came over. Very good, Charles. You are finally starting to understand the world and are no longer a mere idealist. Very good. Hear this sentence. All the X-Men had serious expressions on their faces. Chi Shushu turned his head and looked in the direction where the voice came through. The person who came was none other than Charles's old comrade in arms, Magneto. He looked at the X-Men, all focused their eyes on himself, and smiled. At the same time, he raised the magic book in his hand that exudes mysterious energy. We, mutant, will reverse the future again, and all this. He said slowly, let's start with Dr. Rice. At the same time. In addition to the mutants of the Marvel TRN 414 universe, it is time to start preparing to reverse the future again. All the other people who pay attention to the world and the universe of the magic book inventory, when they saw the epilogue of Wolverine's life, more or less felt regretful. Almost no one is unimpressed. After all, Wolverine's life was too miserable. Marvel 199,999 universe. Advertisement. New York. In the home of an ordinary person. Wow, I didn't expect that the story experienced by the first superhero on the list could be so touching. High school student Peter Parker, watching the epilogue emerge from the magic screen, has not recovered from Wolverine's life just now. Can't help murmuring exclamation. But, no matter what, Wolverine perfectly fits my criteria for a superhero. He nodded heavily. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He did it. He did really well. Wolverine has the entire mutant race on her shoulders. During the conversation, Peter Parker glanced at the photo of himself and Uncle Ben on the table beside him. Uncle, I don't know if I can do it. Now he has just gone through the stage of losing Uncle Ben because he didn't care about the robbers running past him. He officially became a Spider-Man, and soon began to punish and eliminate evil. Therefore, I am still quite confused about the future. At the same time, in another corner of New York City, in a study. After Zian finished editing the contents of the magic book and released it to all the comic world, he has been wandering back and forth anxiously. I don't know if the inventory of beautiful comics I made can arouse the emotions of those spectators and bring rewards to myself. It should be fine, it should be fine. He comforted himself in a low voice. But still can't let go. Walking back and forth in the study. At this time, the unprecedented space in front of him suddenly created space ripples out of thin air, and then, the original magic book, entwined with endless magic energy, and mysterious runes on it constantly flashing, appeared in front of Zian. This is, the first inventory is over. His eyes widened, and the tension in his heart increased to a higher level. Next second, on the magic book, a strong magical light burst out, covering his whole body in it. There are so many rewards. An extremely strong look of joy appeared on Zian's face. 067. 9th place, good neighbor Spider-Man. There are so many rewards. The moment the light on the magic book shone on Zian, a series of rewards emerged in his mind. He only felt streams of heat bursting out from the depths of his body, circulating among the internal organs, limbs and bones. Just a few breaths, Zian's body got a leap, like strengthening. Next moment, there was a majestic sea-like mind wave that swept towards the 8 laws like an endless surge, but in an instant, everything on the earth was reflected in detail, in his mind. He feels that everything is under his control, with just one thought, all creatures will obey his command. This is Omega-level mind manipulation. From X-Men, Charles's ability. At the same time, it is the superposition of all Charles' abilities in different worlds. In addition, his strength has reached an unbelievable level. Zian feels like he can lift a whole planet. This is the super strength of all mutants from different worlds. At the same time, there are also Wolverine's super self-healing factor, Phoenix's Phoenix Force, flickering space shuttle, Cyclops, etc., etc. All the X-Men's mutant abilities are embodied in him at the same time. At this moment, he has a combat power that almost surpasses that of an Omega-level mutant. That's what it feels like to have power. Zian lowered his head, looked at his hand, looked at the energy surging in his palm, and murmured softly. At the moment, although his appearance didn't seem to have changed much, his temperament has improved drastically. Just standing there, looking from a distance gives people a sense of vast majesty, mysterious and incomparably stalwart. In the moment of the first inventory, Zian has become one of the people on Earth whose strength is closest to the peak. It's just that now, although I am facing most of the big Marvel events, I already have the power to protect myself. Zian quickly controlled the joy after the rapid increase in strength, and thought seriously, but this strength is not top-notch in the entire Marvel universe. There are still many powerful existences standing above me. I am still not free until I have the strength to absolutely counter everything. He murmured, continuing the stocktaking. I'm starting to look forward to the rewards that the magic book will give me later. Read down. Zian snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, invisible magic energy fluctuated, spreading from where he was standing, spreading to all universes and worlds. Dominion Asgard. Call. Looking at the gradually dimming light curtain, Thor let out a long breath. Anyway, the first inventory is over. Between murmurs, he opened the previous chat room. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Brother Wolverine, now that the inventory is over, what are your plans? Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. All our mutants have assembled and are ready to reverse the future again. We want to change our destiny. Thor, that's right. A real warrior should be like this. I admire you. Open black lens bracket Superman Clark close black lens bracket. Come on. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Yes, Wolverine, you have to work hard. I don't want those miserable endings to happen to you again. Open black lens bracket Batman Bruce close black lens bracket. When you act, you should pay more attention to details and plan well. Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. Well, thank you, we will prepare first. After saying this, Wolverine stopped appearing in the chat room for a short time. Others chatted casually, speculating about who will be on the list in the future. And at this moment, Loki looked at the content in the chat room, a cunning flashed in his eyes, and a smirk curled up at the corner of his mouth. Thor, do you think you can be on the list next time? He stared at Thor and asked slowly. The voice just fell. Everyone in Asgard became interested immediately after hearing the news. I am the Prince of Asgard, and it is inevitable that I will be on the list. After all, even compared with Wolverine, Prince Thor is only strong but not weak in terms of strength, contribution, or integrity. Prince Thor, as the successor of the God King, will naturally be recognized by the Supreme God. Next, there are still 9 seats left, and there must be Prince Thor. For a while, various voices supporting Thor came from the crowd. As for Thor himself, although he didn't say anything after hearing Loki's question, there was still a confident expression between his brows. Loki looked at him and raised his eyebrows. Oh. It seems that brother is very confident, so let's wait and see, whether it is you or me on the list in the end. Loki, do you want to be on the list too? Thor laughed. Advertisement. You think, I naturally want to. As Loki said, he set his sights on God King Odin. Father, I request that if I can be on the list and get the approval of the Supreme God, I hope to give me a chance to compete for the successor. Hearing what he said, God King Odin slowly frowned, as if he was in deep thought. And Loki just looked at each other directly, his eyes full of anticipation. At this time, the Queen of Gods, Frigga, smiled and said, I have agreed to this matter. If Loki can be recognized by the Supreme God and included in the list, then he can naturally compete for the position of successor. As she spoke, she glanced at Odin. After all, they are all our children, aren't they? The latter nodded slowly when he heard these words. If you can obtain the approval of the Supreme God, then naturally you can also compete for the throne. Really? Thank you, Father. Thank you, Queen. Loki is overjoyed. But Thor didn't care too much. Loki, don't worry, even if you can make the list, you will definitely not be my opponent, I have that confidence. Just wait and see. Because Loki was in a good mood at the moment, he didn't say anything harsh, but just relaxed a little. Midgard, Earth, Marbury Villa. After Tony Stark told Little Pepper what Wolverine and the others had exchanged in the chat room, the latter's emotions were eased by huge amounts of. You mean, the events of Chapter 5 haven't happened to Wolverine yet, and now he's going to reverse the future again. Pepper's previous sad emotions weakened a little bit, and he reached out to wipe away his tears, feeling a little pleasantly surprised. Did the X-Men get a chance to change their fate because they saw the contents of this magic book? Her mood began to pick up a little bit. That's really great. Tony Stark responded softly, stroking her hair. I don't know if Iron Man will be on the list, so I can see your future. Xiao Zhao's mood became much better. The tone is cheerful. I'm also curious about my future. Hearing this, Tony Stark's gaze dimmed unfathomably, and then he said slowly. Naturally, he also wanted to know if he had a future. Nick Fury on the side showed a masterful smile and smiled without saying a word. Kamar Taj. After the first inventory, Ancient One Magician didn't show any other expressions on his face. Still kept calm. After seeing enough scenery and things, there is not much that can make her emotions fluctuate violently. Wong and Modu stared at the magic screen expectantly. Brother, do you think that next, in the inventory of magic books, will there be people we know? Wong asked nervously and curiously. I don't know. Modu replied like this, but the bottom of my heart is also full of expectations. After all, the Ancient One Magician has said it before. If nothing else, the next Sorcerer Supreme, her most outstanding disciple, will have a chance to be on the list. And who this person is, in Modu's view, is already self-evident. I am the most outstanding disciple of Ancient One Magician. I really want to see the moment when I become the Sorcerer Supreme. Modu was lost in thought. A smile unconsciously formed the corner of his mouth. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Alfred glanced at Bruce Wayne. Master, are you nervous? What are you nervous about? Bruce Wayne didn't care. Although he was somewhat looking forward to being on the list in his heart, he was not that urgent. And when everyone was discussing who would be on the list next, there was a lot of discussion. The magic book floating in front of everyone shook again. As vast as a sea, magic runes shining with mysterious luster flowed out from the pages of the book. Those billions of magical runes danced, intertwined, and changed in the air, condensing into characters full of magical colors, and then quickly dispersed. 0. Seeking flowers. Subsequently, a picture of the universe filled with countless stars once again appeared before everyone's eyes. Coming. Advertisement. They all gathered their minds and knew that the second inventory was about to start. Next second. On screen. Against the background of the endless universe, lines of words slowly emerged with a low voice. Continuing the inventory of the top 10 superheroes in multi-universe and multi-universe. 9th place. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Reason for the list. He is a good neighbor to everyone, punishes evil and promotes good, and is a bright light in the dark. From time to time, he has protected the lights of thousands of families and the smiles on the children's faces. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent looked at the name, Spider-Man, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Looking at the preface given in the magic book, Spider-Man seems to be the most standard superhero. He laughed. Looking at it this way, he shouldn't be as miserable as Wolverine, right? Marvel 199,999 Universe. Holy area. Asgard. Everyone in Asgard, who was quite excited before, saw the 9th place that emerged. Immediately froze. It's not me, Prince Thor. How is it possible? What a surprise. And when they expressed their dissatisfaction, Loki said slowly, everyone, don't worry, the rankings are 10 in total, and the rankings are in no particular order. It is estimated that our Asgard's list will appear later. As soon as this statement came out, the people of Asgard were a little quieter now. Including Thor saw that the 9th place was still not himself, and opened his mouth as if to say something, but after hearing what his brother said, he still felt that it made sense and temporarily controlled his temper. And after Loki managed to control the scene, he gave Odin a slightly inviting look. Expect the other person to compliment your demeanor. It's a pity that God King Odin didn't see it, but frowned because of Thor's reckless behavior just now. Loki noticed this, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Father, just wait, you will recognize me when I am on the list. Midgard. Marbury Villa. Spider-Man. When Tony Stark saw the name, he raised his eyebrows. I saw his name in the chat room, but I didn't know him before. Nick Fury took one look at him. I know him, a young superhero who just came out of New York. A universe with us. Tony Stark heard the other party's implication, showing surprise on his face. Yes. Nick Fury nodded. It's just a fledgling kid. I didn't expect to be on the list. It seems that he will have something special in the future. Is it actually the superhero of our universe? Tony Stark's complexion began to turn ugly. You may not be able to make the list. Nick Fury gave him a teasing look. It's not clear yet whether the criteria for being on the list is that one universe goes directly to the next. Don't worry. Tony Stark took a sip of his wine with an unnatural expression. And the little pepper on the side gently held his hand, and said with a smile, no matter what, you are the best superhero in my heart. Hearing this, Tony Stark lightly touched the tip of the other's nose with his wine glass. Seeing this, Nick Fury on the opposite side didn't want to continue talking. New York. In a residential building. Ah, high school student Peter Parker exclaimed in disbelief, how am I supposed to be on this list? I'm just getting started. The voice did not fall. He stood up and walked around the room restlessly. It's over, my identity is about to be exposed. If everyone knows that I am Spider-Man, wouldn't it mean that I am still living with my classmates and Aunt May? To be imaged. During the conversation, the corner of Peter Parker's mouth couldn't help but rise again. After all, he is just a young man now, so he is naturally very happy to have such a great honor to be selected as one of the top 10 superheroes. But, on the other hand, the troubles after his identity was exposed bothered him again. So, in his current situation, worry and surprise coexist. Thinking of the end, Peter Parker shook his hand. It doesn't matter, let's look at my life first, and see what will happen in my future, so that I can be selected as one of the top 10 superheroes. 068. A different Spider-Man, pulling the train by himself. Spider-Man universe. It's actually me, Peter Parker, looking at the words floating on the magic book, was slightly surprised. He just got off work tonight, just finished dinner, and was about to go out for a stroll, when the air suddenly twisted, and then this magic book flew into his hand. Subsequently, Peter Parker was also attracted by the inventory of the top 10 superheroes in the magic book. And watched Wolverine's life in full. His interest in magic books has grown stronger and stronger. I want to know which superhero will be on the list next, but unexpectedly I saw my name just like that. Previously, he successfully solved the Green Goblin who was the father of his friend, Dr. Octopus who was also a teacher and friend, Sandman, and the alien visitor Venom. In addition, there are countless criminals. However, in the process, he received endless praises and experienced countless indifferences. At the same time, many times he will also question his heart, whether he has regretted it. But now, when he saw his name appearing on this list, he was quite surprised and delighted. But, Peter Parker scratched his head, 847, with a thought. He opened the chat room that popped up before. Looking at Spider-Man Peter, who had been speaking in it before, he couldn't help scratching his head. I don't know what's going on, but the Spider-Man speaking in the chat room is not me. He pondered, maybe the person on the list is not me, but a Spider-Man from another world. The Amazing Spider-Man world. Am I actually on the list? Peter Parker hid in the shadow of the room, his clear eyes reflected the words that appeared on the magic book, and his mood seemed extremely low. I am like this, do I deserve to be on the list? He thought a little depressed. The Amazing Spider-Man's Peter Parker just finished his battle with Electro. That is, during the battle, he failed to protect his girlfriend Gwen. When the latter fell from a high place, although the cobweb was wrapped around the opponent's waist, the inertia of the fall still broke her spine. Caused Spider-Man to lose his first love forever. He has been immersed in deep self-blame, unable to get out. Except Gwen. And Gwen's father also lost his life in the process of dealing with the Lizardmen together with him. Their father and daughter died in front of Spider-Man. Died in front of Peter Parker. And there was nothing he could do. Therefore, the extraordinary Spider-Man feels that he does not deserve to be called a superhero at all. Thinking, Peter Parker took a look at open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket, who was very active and had been speaking in the chat room. Perhaps the one on the list is the Spider-Man from another world. He silently thought, otherwise, if it's me, Spider-Man, I'm not qualified to be on the list. And just when everyone had different ideas because the second person on the list was Spider-Man. In the magic screen, in the dazzling boundless galaxy, one of the planets began to enlarge and enlarge. Advertisement. In the end, the camera was fixed on an extremely prosperous city. Open black lens bracket 2004, America, New York close black lens bracket. Marble 199,999 universe. Marbury Villa. This is New York. When Tony Stark saw this scene, he raised his brows, looked back and forth on the screen, and then frowned deeper and deeper. It seems that it's not in our universe. I couldn't find my home Stark building in this New York. He glanced at K. Fury. Hearing what he said, the latter spread his hands. I didn't expect that Spider-Man from another world was on the list. It seems that you still have a chance. It does appear to be so. Nick Fury nodded, but in the gap between the two conversations. On screen, whoosh, a figure intertwined with red and blue is passing through the high-rise buildings through the cobweb at high speed. The whole person turned into an afterimage in midair, very fast. New York. M coming out. High school student Peter Parker was shocked, with excitement on his face. However, being naturally intelligent, he quickly noticed something was wrong. It seems that the uniform worn by this Spider-Man is not the same as mine. Could it be a picture from the future? Some doubts arose in his mind. However, Peter Parker is not prepared to delve into it. Anyway, just look at it and you will know the answer. On screen, whoosh, Spider-Man was rippling among the buildings at high speed, and soon landed on top of a high-speed train. And at this moment, there is a scientist with 4 silver mechanical arms on his back, waiting for him. Spider-Man, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before I control the whole city, I must get rid of you. The scientist spoke slowly. Dr. Octopus, I will not let you succeed. The artificial sun you want to create will destroy the entire city. Spider-Man's tone was equally dignified. Soon, the two were wrestling together. When Dr. Octopus was short, he fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, he didn't intend to continue to entangle with Spider-Man. There are 4 silver mechanical arms on the back, one of which grabs the train, the other 2 attack Spider-Man, and the last one reaches under the train, easily destroying the brake system of the vehicle. After doing this, Dr. Octopus glanced at Spider-Man, and said coldly, HMPH, let's see if you want to chase me, or save the person in this car. Finished. Dr. Octopus jumped off the train without looking back. And Spider-Man glanced at his back, and then looked at the end of the train track, where there was a high bridge in midair. If the train is not stopped soon, a whole carload of people will fall from midair and eventually smash into pieces along with the train. Think here. Spider-Man is no longer hesitation, jumping directly to the head of the train. Advertisement. I want to stop the train with my body. It's a pity that the high-speed train was not stopped by his small body at all. Damn it. Seeing this, Spider-Man started to spray the cobweb crazily towards the buildings on both sides, and then pinch the other end firmly in his hand. For a while, the speed of the train has slowed down considerably. However, Spider-Man's body was under huge amounts of pressure, and the uniform on his shoulders was torn apart due to the excessive tearing force. Even so, Spider-Man still gritted his teeth and refused to let go. Eventually, the whole train stopped, but he too passed out. Off-screen, Peter Parker looked at this scene, and he was stunned. Will I be able to do such a great thing in the future? It's incredible. Marbury Villa, Tony Stark, Pepper and Nick Fury stared at the unconscious Spider-Man on the screen, and nodded again and again. Just by taking stock of the scene at the beginning, I already recognized him. Tony Stark raised the wine glass in his hand and gave a toast from the air. Little Pepper's eyes were full of worry. Spider-Man is amazing. But he is about to fall off the bridge. What to do? The high bridge where the train stops is a few meters away from the ground. Quote. The voice just fell. On screen. After the Spider-Man blocked the entire train, he lost his strength and fainted at the same time, and was about to fall to the ground precariously. At this time, in the carriage, other people who were terrified before immediately ran to the front of the car and stretched out their hands to hold him. At the same time, the door on the front of the train was opened, and everyone held the Spider-Man over the heads of one person after another and placed it in the middle of the carriage. Off screen. Seeing that he's fine, I'm relieved. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. This 3.2 Spider-Man is also a great superhero. He dares to stop a high-speed train by himself. Really. Tony Stark and Nick Fury also praised his statement. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard was wondering why Thor wasn't on the list yet. Until I saw Spider-Man blocking the high-speed train with my own strength, I was immediately attracted by him. I wouldn't even dare to stop the high-speed train in Midgard. I have to say, I was conquered by him just by such a scene. The faces of the Asgardians showed a sense of shock. Even Thor didn't say anything more, only clapped his hands. God King Odin nodded, expressing his appreciation for Spider-Man. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at this scene with shocked and lonely eyes. Did I do this? It's great. So many people were saved. At this time, on screen, inside the compartment, Spider-Man's mask fell down. 69. Surprising picture. A second Spider-Man. On screen, when Spider-Man was lifted above his head by passengers one by one and placed in the center of the carriage. The mask that had been covering his face suddenly slipped off. A delicate and tired young face suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. My God, he's so young, about my son's age. Is it just such a young man who saved us just now? It's really so great, so incredible. Pause time. Passengers who saw the true face of Spider-Man in the carriage all exclaimed in disbelief. It has been a long time since the other party appeared in New York City. In the process, everyone is guessing his identity. At this moment, they realized that the other party was just a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. However, it was just such a young man who saved an entire train just now in the face of the danger of losing his own life. Besides, in the past, all the things Spider-Man did were seen by everyone. All of a sudden, the feeling of coldness in their hearts was aggravated. Off screen. 08. When Chaofan Spider-Man saw the face in the picture, he froze for a moment, and then a self-deprecating feeling appeared on his face. Sure enough, it seems that the Spider-Man on the list is not me. He shook his head. After all, I'm not worth it. The voice fell. Suddenly, the extraordinary Spider-Man Peter Parker seemed to see Gwen's beautiful face. He sighed in frustration. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Pepper looked at the young face in the picture, and couldn't help exclaiming, my God. I didn't expect this Spider-Man to be so young, but so brave. It's amazing respected. She covered her mouth with her hands. Sure enough, she deserves to be included in the top 10 superheroes. Tony Stark also nodded. Indeed, at his age, I'm afraid I didn't have the courage to do this kind of thing. Advertisement. However, it's a pity that this Spider-Man doesn't seem to be the Spider-Man in our universe. Nick Fury felt a little regretful after seeing this scene. Otherwise, I think he would be happy to join us to protect the peace of this world. Hearing these words, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask, so, the Spider-Man in our world, have you already contacted S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury nodded. This is definitely, for these people with special abilities, our S.H.I.E.L.D. will do some filings and pay more attention to them. The Spider-Man in our universe is still quite young. Even, a little naive, definitely, he is not a bad guy, and he is also a warm-hearted kid, but in some things, he still needs some guidance. I see. Tony Stark nodded and said, it seems that because of this, he didn't make the list. Pepper heard the conversation between the two, and immediately said, not necessarily, after all, this superhero inventory has only just begun. No one can be sure whether only one Spider-Man can be on the list, or all Spider-Man can be on the list. Both Tony Stark and Nick Fury agreed with her statement. Indeed, Nick Fury nodded and said, let's keep watching to see if the Spider-Man of our universe has a chance to appear in this inventory. Finished. He thought from the bottom of his heart, if the Spider-Man of their universe could be on the list, then no matter what the price was, he would have to lure him into the group. Kamar Taj. After seeing Spider-Man's performance, Wong clapped his hands again and again. It's amazing. This boy gave this kind of surprise just at the beginning. He really deserves to be a superhero on the list. And one more thing worth mentioning. As he said that, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I found that the treatment experienced by this Spider-Man is different from that of Wolverine. That is, the people around him don't seem to reject him, and they recognize what Spider-Man has done. Quote. This may mean that Spider-Man will not experience the disgust from the whole society like Wolverine, and maybe his ending will be much better than Wolverine. And when he said these words, Ancient One Magician also looked at the Spider-Man in the picture, and nodded slightly to show his approval. But Modu didn't have so many ideas. Because the current Spider-Man, although he has shown impressive strength, is still lacking in his eyes. Compared to looking at other people, he still looks forward to the moment when he can be on the list. A generation of Spider-Man universe. This is actually me. Peter Parker looked at the screen, feeling a little speechless after fainting. He thought it would be another Spider-Man on the list just now, but he didn't expect it to be him at the beginning. Advertisement. It's amazing. Peter Parker raised his eyebrows slowly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, revealing obvious joy. No way. Although his motivation for becoming a Spider-Man is not for fame and fortune, otherwise he would not have to live an ordinary life, but he can get a world that covers countless worlds and universes. It is still a gratifying thing to be recognized by the magic book inventory. Uncle Ben, did you see that? I did. For a while. Peter Parker felt some tears welling up in his eyes. It has to be said that no matter what happened later, when he was young, Uncle Ben was killed at the gunpoint of the robber because of a fit of anger, which has always been a thorn in Spider-Man's heart. It is precisely because of this that he took up the saying, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So, see yourself recognized for your whole life. It is inevitable that there will be some feelings. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. The bitterness on Peter Parker's face grew heavier. Then, he picked up a photo of himself and his girlfriend Gwen not far away. I'm sorry, Gwen. I shouldn't have violated the agreement with your father and dragged you into everything about Spider-Man. His tone became more and more depressed, otherwise, you wouldn't have left me. And while Peter Parker was muttering to himself, the screen on the magic book changed again. On screen, a bridge stuck in a traffic jam slowly appeared. The people on the bridge, with panic on their faces, ran around. And the source of all panic comes from a ferocious monster on the bridge. A huge lizard with a height of more than 2 meters and green scales all over its body. Off-screen. See this scene. The expressions on the Spider-Man faces of all three universes changed. Especially Peter Parker of the Marvel 199999 universe and the Spider-Man universe. They all thought, this is, the second Spider-Man on the list. 70. Mighty Cobweb. Tony Stark's surprise. Is there a second Spider-Man on the list? For a while, the faces of the first-generation Spider-Man and the third-generation Little Spider-Man all showed unexpected expressions. DC Universe. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the Spider-Man that emerged from the screen. It seemed that the uniform he was wearing was different from the Spider-Man that came out before, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this Spider-Man is not the Spider-Man that just emerged from the magic scene. He analyzed. Because in addition to having more blue stripes on the uniform, it seems that there are also differences in body shape and behavior. In these directions, there are differences, and it is almost not the same person anymore. Could it be that there is more than one Spider-Man on the list this time? Bruce Wayne can rely on his mortal body to become a Batman who subdues all kinds of criminals. In addition to relying on financial resources, he can have sophisticated equipment far superior to ordinary people, as well as fighting skills that have reached the limits of ordinary people. There is another very important reason, that is to have an extremely smart mind. Able to perceive a huge amount of information in many details and make use of it. That means being brave. Otherwise, it would not be possible for one person to deal with the major criminals in Gotham, defeat their plots time and time again, and send them to prison. Alfred on the side squinted his eyes after hearing his analysis. Perhaps, it's also a Spider-Man at a different stage. After all, even if the same person is at a different stage, the things they encounter are different. They are different, and the personalities that can be formed are also different. That possibility is not ruled out. Bruce Wayne nodded upon hearing the words. Anyway, let's take a look first. Okay, chew, Alfred replied. Metropolis. Down. Here it comes. Spider-Man can be seen making a move again. Clark Kent looked at the screen, and the Spider-Man appeared a little excited. The second inventory seems to be different from the previous one, as if it is no longer an inventory of a superhero's life from beginning to end. It will show us the highlight moments in his life. He couldn't help giving a thumbs up. In this way, I can continuously see how these superheroes on the list make shots. I just watched Spider-Man carry the whole train down with his own strength. Can we see his performance again now? Finished. Advertisement. He stared at the magic screen in front of him with bright eyes. Marvel 199999 universe. Marbury Villa. He doesn't seem to be the Spider-Man just now. Is there a replacement? Tony Stark also found the problem. As he also has huge financial resources and built sophisticated equipment, he also has a very high IQ, and he also noticed the difference in the Spider-Man that appeared in the second screen. He is different from the previous Spider-Man in many details. This Spider-Man seems to be more like a spider in the way of action. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. Have it. After Pepper heard his words, he seemed a little surprised, and looked carefully at the Spider-Man who appeared for the second time in the screen. Why don't I seem to see any difference? Tony Stark paused when he heard her words. Then, have you noticed that this Spider-Man's uniform has more blue stripes on his body, especially the blue stripes on his palm? At the same time, his hands and feet are also more slender. Quote. Ah, is there such a thing? Pepper looked at the Spider-Man who was constantly approaching the bridge in the picture, blinked his big eyes. There are more stripes on his body. I really don't think I noticed these details. Tony Stark was speechless and didn't say much. It's okay. Let's continue reading and find out. Don't want to continue to entangle these things. Nick Fury said from the side. Tony Stark. Good offer. Dominion Asgard. Thor looked extremely excited. I didn't expect to see Spider-Man continue to shoot so soon. Yes, he said loudly. And everyone else in Asgard also became abnormally excited at this moment. As for Odin, he also noticed that the Spider-Man came out twice, and there seemed to be differences. He just turned his head and found that everyone else in Asgard, except Loki, seemed only excited that Spider-Man was going to continue his attack, and didn't notice these things. Then he sighed. But Loki noticed the look in his father's eyes, and immediately understood why the latter sighed. I feel even more proud in my heart. Quietly glanced at Thor. Thor, didn't you expect that? Before you noticed, I have already won the praise of my father again. He thought happily. Kamar Taj. The three masters and apprentices of Ancient One magician didn't say much. Advertisement. Look at the screen carefully. Deadpool universe. Unexpectedly, there are more than one Spider-Man on the list. When Deadpool saw this picture, he seemed a little surprised. However, Spider-Man is quite likable. I had a great time cooperating with him, but I don't know if he will be included in the inventory by the author of this magic book. He couldn't help thinking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the same time. On screen, Spider-Man has rushed to the bridge at an extremely fast speed. Now, the people on the entire bridge have almost run away, and many cars have been thrown on the bridge in a mess. And that lizard monster with huge amounts overturned a car constantly. Its strength is terrifying, and it can easily grab a car and throw it away. And in some cars, some people still had no time to get out of the car and escape, but the doors were blocked by other cars, and they couldn't be opened at all. Then, they can only, good jow, watch their car being thrown over the bridge by the lizard monster, ready to fall into the river. Fortunately, Spider-Man is here. He used cobweb to pull the cars that were about to fall, and then glued to the bridge first. Then go pick up another car. Soon, beside the bridge, there is already a row of cars hanging. Each car is simply hung from a bridge by a slender Spider-Man. But that cobweb is very solid. It can bear the weight of a car and several tons. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Tony Stark couldn't help admiring. I don't know what material his cobweb is made of. It's so thin, but it can bear such a heavy weight. It's incredible. As expected of a superhero. And at this time, Pepper exclaimed, Spider-Man is going to fight the lizard monster. 071. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This superhero is different. Spider-Man fought that lizard monster. Pepper's exclamation brought everyone's attention to the screen. On screen, after Spider-Man caught all the falling cars, the whole red and blue figure turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the lizard monster on the bridge. Both are very fast. It's just that Spider-Man's speed seems to be even better, just like a dexterous spider. Constantly tossing and turning among the cars parked by the roadside, the huge amounts of lizard monster couldn't touch his body at all. After all, the opponent's size is too big. Afterwards, after Spider-Man's continuous teasing, the lizard monster suddenly realized that he might not be Spider-Man's opponent. So, it quickly gave up fighting Spider-Man head-on, and jumped directly into the river under the bridge. Just when Spider-Man was about to catch up with huge amounts of lizard monsters, a man with nervousness written all over his face walked up to him. Can you save my son? The man's tone was full of tension and powerlessness, and at the same time he pointed towards the bottom of the bridge. I saw one of the cars just hung on the bridge by Spider-Man using the cobweb, and there was a child in one of the cars. The kid was terrified, but couldn't get out at all. Good. Spider-Man glanced at the other party, and agreed without any hesitation. Then, he got to the car by cobweb, identity or land. The slender arm stretched out, exerted light force, and directly removed the trunk door of the entire car. However, the child sitting in the co-pilot in the car was terrified when he saw that the figure behind him was Spider-Man. Kids can't believe Spider-Man at all. And the latter also saw the worry hidden in the other party's eyes. Hey, it's okay. We're the same. I'm a normal guy too. Spider-Man said immediately. At the same time, he also took off the hood on his head. He directly exposed his youthful face to the child. When the child saw this scene, he was sure that the other party was not some strange creature, but a human being like himself. The other side, Spider-Man also threw the hood in his hand. Come on, please trust me, put on your seatbelt and climb out of the car. Don't be afraid, he comforted softly. The current state of the whole car is 500, the front of the car is facing down, facing the raging river, and the rear of the car is glued by Spider-Man with cobweb and hung on the bridge. In addition, when the entire car was just thrown down by the lizard monster, some flames had already appeared on the body. But now, he needs to let the kid sitting in the co-pilot climb up by himself. To ensure that when the whole car is in an accident, he can have enough time to take countermeasures. And just when the children have begun to believe him. Whoosh. When the lizard monster threw the car down before, the whole body of the car was already distorted. As a result, gasoline flowed from the fuel tank and flowed onto the flames. Moment. Raging flames spread from the car body. Most of the car was turned into flames. Tongues of red flame kept beating. But in an instant, Spider-Man's cobweb was directly blown. Damn it. Seeing this, Spider-Man quickly grabbed the rear of the car with one hand. The other hand shoots out the cobweb, suspending itself on the cobweb. And he himself becomes the link between the cobweb and the vehicle. But, Spider-Man knows in his heart that this state cannot last for too long. As a result, the vehicle may explode at any time during the burning process. Secondly, the position of the vehicle that his hands can grasp is not very large. That place bears the weight of a car, and shapeshifting has already begun, and the whole car may fall down at any time. Noticing these points, he began to comfort the child in the car. Son, put my mask on your face, he can give you strength. He smiled and tried to keep his tone as kind as possible. Definitely. Let the child wear the Spider-Man mask. In addition to making him a little braver, there is also a point that can help the child not be stunned by the flames produced when burning. Advertisement. Quick. Come on. I know you can do it. Just help me. Spider-Man was still admonishing the child in the car in a peaceful tone. And the other party heard Spider-Man's words. I also tried to put the Spider-Man mask on my face, and at the same time opened the seat belt on my body, and started to climb towards the rear of the car. Off-screen. When Tony Stark saw Spider-Man take off his mask, he raised his brows. I didn't expect this little Spider-Man to be kind enough, and to make a child feel at ease, he would directly take off your mask. However, it looks like we guessed right, it's another Spider-Man. There's more than one Spider-Man on the list. After Nick Fury heard his words, he also nodded. This kid is really kind. I remember the evaluation of him in this inventory is, he is a good neighbor to everyone, no wonder there are such evaluations. If it were Iron Man, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to comfort a child like this. Tony Stark gave the other side a blank look when he heard this. As for Pepper, he was full of worry. Spider-Man should be successful, right? Their current situation looks so dangerous that they may fall at any time. Don't be too nervous, it should be fine. Tony Stark comforted her from the sidelines. New York. After high school student Peter Parker saw that the second Spider-Man that appeared was not himself, the expression on his face became weird. Isn't it? Isn't the second Spider-Man that appeared me? He scratched his head. However, since there are several Spider-Man on the list at the same time, I don't know if I still have a chance to be on the list. Peter Parker has just become a Spider-Man not long ago, and he is not too old, so it is quite normal to be more concerned about this kind of thing. He is very much looking forward to the scene where he can be on the list. Deadpool universe. Oh, don't be afraid, I'm an ordinary person just like you. Deadpool shook his head and imitated Spider-Man's words, climb up quickly, if you can, just help me. Really? This guy always has the face of a good old man, no wonder he is the most popular guy in Marvel Comics. As a being that has the ability to break the fourth wall. Deadpool also understands things beyond the story. At the same time, on screen, Spider-Man has been patiently comforting and encouraging the child in the car, although he can feel the obvious shapeshifting of the position of his hand on the car. At the same time, the flames lingering outside the car were constantly burning him. But Spider-Man's tone didn't look eager at all, and he comforted the child softly. And the child in the car climbed halfway and was about to climb out of the car soon. Boom. The place where Spider-Man was holding on to the car before, such a small place, can no longer support the huge amounts of pressure, so I started shapeshifting, and then collapse. The whole car broke away from Spider-Man's hand, and fell towards the raging river below. Everyone inside and outside the screen tightened their hearts. And at this time, Spider-Man made a move. He raised his hand. Shot cobweb. Stick the weightless child in midair directly. Save his life. Off-screen, Pepper, who had been hanging on his heart before, was relieved when he saw this scene. He did it. She is sincerely happy for Spider-Man's success. This Spider-Man is indeed different from the previous Wolverine, and even different from most superheroes. Tony Stark nodded and said, other superheroes will more or less have a divinity in them, aloft, but this Spider-Man is like a big boy next door, with a very friendly humanity. Nick Fury was surprised when he heard words of praise from the other party, and then nodded. It's true, if he can join SHIELD's plan, he will definitely be a great help. Unfortunately, he is not the Spider-Man of our universe. After Tony Stark heard this, he thought about it. I don't know if the Spider-Man of our universe can make the list, but if so, I'd be interested in getting in touch with him. I don't know, let's wait and see. Maybe he can make the list. Nick Fury replied. Holy area, Asgard. After Thor saw that Spider-Man successfully rescued the child, he also heaved a sigh of relief. This Spider-Man is really capable. I didn't expect to be able to save that child in such a dangerous situation. Save the child. At the same time, he is also a very friendly person, which is very remarkable. On the side, Thor's fiancée said, being able to have such a powerful force, but he doesn't seem to put himself in a high position, but he feels that protecting everything should be what he should do. It's really rare. Advertisement. The Queen of God, Frigg, also recognized this point of Spider-Man very much. Odin nodded too. At the same time, I hope that my son can learn some good qualities from Spider-Man. This makes him a more qualified king. I hope Spider-Man can give me some surprises later. He thought silently. And in the magic screen, after Spider-Man rescued the child and sent it back to the father of the other party, he gained the other party's gratitude. At the same time, the screen gradually dimmed. At the same time, lines of text began to emerge on the screen. Open black lens bracket. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When a disaster happens, and I have the ability to prevent it, but I don't have time to do it, then I will feel that it is my responsibility. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When you have the ability, you should do something. That is not an honor, but a responsibility. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, there are also different juvenile voices, slowly speaking these words along with these words. Anyone who reads the magic book can recognize that this is the voice of a different Spider-Man. And when they heard these words, he couldn't help but be in awe of the Spider-Man who said these words. Off-screen, Marbury Villa. I didn't expect this spider. Hero, I still have such awareness. I thought I was the only superhero with such thoughts. Tony Stark nodded repeatedly. As I said, you are not the only superhero who has been silently contributing in this world. Nick Fury frowned when he heard that. It doesn't otherwise have the weight of Iron Man as a superhero, though. It is precisely because the other party has always had the idea of protecting the world, so S.H.I.E.L.D. has the idea of cooperating with it. Anyway, I think Iron Man is the best superhero. Pepper on the side expressed solidarity with Tony Stark. Nick Fury looked at their tightly holding hands and fell silent. Asterisk. Kamar Taj. Ancient One Magician looked at the Spider-Man who was so friendly with the people around him on the screen, and nodded slightly. The Spider-Mons of the other two universes are also very good. Indeed, looking at the comments given to him in the magic book, I also think this Spider-Man is a great superhero. Wong thought about the few words that just surfaced, and fell into deep thought. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and it can almost be the motto of all superheroes. Modu didn't speak at the side. Because he feels that he doesn't care about these so-called greatness, or the so-called affinity. In his eyes, having enough power is the foundation of everything. The rest are just empty talk. Dominion Asgard. Thor was also a little touched after hearing the life motto about Spider-Man that emerged from the magic book. When I have ability and I fail to prevent a tragedy, I feel it is my fault. He murmured and repeated this sentence with some touch. That's a great way to say it. It can be said that I think so too. After finishing speaking, the expression on Thor's face became a little tangled again. I just hope that the things that Spider-Man will experience afterward don't be so miserable. Wolverine's previous life left a deep impression on him. He really didn't want to see those powerful superheroes come to a tragic end due to various reasons. As for other people in Asgard, they also began to think about the few words Spider-Man said. It has to be said that a person who can say such a thing will definitely not be a mediocre person. I began to look forward to what Spider-Man's life will experience in the future. To be able to create such a hero, 10 ways to do an extremely wonderful experience. They start to speak their minds. The other side. The picture on the magic book began to change. Open black lens bracket. All great things grow out of small things, close black lens bracket. One sentence emerges first. Immediately after. In the picture, colors gradually appeared. 72. Initial hero. The rich rely on technology to become stronger, and the poor rely on mutation. Open black lens bracket. All greatness grows out of smallness, close black lens bracket. As such a line of words appeared on the screen. People in all worlds and universes immediately began to gather their attention, staring wide-eyed at the picture presented by the magic book. They knew that the official inventory of Spider-Man would be next. Next second. On screen. 2002, New York. Close black lens bracket. A line of words emerged. Then a school bus on the way appeared, and a hurried figure was trotting along the road, chasing after the school bus. The school bus driver glanced at the late student impatiently, and stopped the bus speechlessly. And the student also got into the car with a look of embarrassment. Walking in the carriage, the other students didn't even look at him. It seems that the popularity of this late student is not very good. No one took him seriously. It is no different from other ordinary students. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the young man's embarrassed look in the picture, and raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the Spider-Man who stopped the train first? Looking at his current appearance, he looks very ordinary. He pouted. If I didn't know that he has done such a remarkable thing before, otherwise I would never have thought that such an ordinary person could become a Spider-Man. That's why he has a different temperament from other superheroes, right? Pepper analyzed at the side, because Spider-Man's life at the beginning was no different from that of ordinary people, and there was no great ups and downs. That's why Spider-Man became a friend and a good neighbor to all ordinary people, and only then did he have a good life. Such a strong affinity. I think your analysis makes sense. Nick Fury echoed at the side. Only such a person can truly understand the essence of the world, and I don't know if the Spider-Man of our universe can appear in the inventory. I have some good feelings. However, he looks so ordinary now. Tony Stark looked at the picture of Peter Parker and other classmates taking the school bus to school together, and raised his eyebrows. I can't see at all that he can actually have the ability to carry a high-speed train by himself. How did he do that? Peter Parker doesn't seem to be born with extraordinary abilities like Wolverine. Some doubts arose in Tony Stark's heart. We'll know when we look at it. The little Pepper agreed. Kamar Taj. Modu also had doubts. The current Spider-Man looks like an ordinary person without power. Why? As he said that, his eyes became uncontrollably frenzied. Because obviously, the current Spider-Man does not have the extraordinary power behind. Then he can use the picture presented in the magic book to know what method the other party used to gain power. Strength. That is what Modu has been pursuing. As for Wong and Ancient One Magician, they were not in a hurry to express their opinions. After all, Spider-Man's story has only just begun, and there's nothing to be amazed about yet. The other side. On screen, Peter Parker reveals his ordinary day. Because his parents were not around him since he was a child, he lacked self-confidence, and he didn't even dare to pursue a girl he liked. At the same time, there are not so many friends. When I got home, I got along with my Aunt May and Uncle Ben normally, nothing unusual at all. Then, time soon came to the next day. Peter Parker's class was invited by Osborn to visit their company's latest technological research results. And when showing a mutant spider, the technician introduced, "This is a mutant spider newly researched by our company. The cobweb that can be ejected at the same time with a force thousands of times stronger than its own body weight is completely comparable to a steel bar." No one noticed that a mutant spider had already escaped from the glass cabinet. Then, it fell to Peter Parker. When I went back to bed at night, that little mutant spider bit Peter Parker. That night, he felt very sad throughout, constantly had a fever, and dreamed of some strange things at the same time. And wait for him to wake up. He found that his original myopia had healed. Moreover, the originally thin body has become very strong. At the same time, the five senses have become very sensitive. In addition, Peter Parker also found the mutant spider that had lost its life after biting him on his own neck. It seems that my change is because of this guy, thought Peter Parker. After that, he still went to school as usual. Advertisement. During this process, he found that both his strength and reaction ability had become very terrifying. In the past, the bully he dared not provoke at all threw his fist at him again. In the eyes of Peter Parker, it is no different from slow motion at all. And he can easily defeat the opponent. At the same time, Peter Parker also found that his hands seemed to have a strange stickiness. For example, when eating in the cafeteria, a girl slipped on a banana peel. He quickly hugged each other in his arms. At the same time, the food thrown by the girl into the air was received firmly in the hands. Women are also very grateful to him. Where do you think? Next, when Peter Parker was about to let go of the girl, his hand stuck to the girl's body, and he tore off all of the girl's clothes. See, Peter Parker didn't dare to stay where he was. He ran straight away and ran towards the outside of the school. Off screen. Watching this funny scene, Wong laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. I didn't expect that this Spider-Man would make such a ridiculous thing when he just got the ability. He laughed. As for the Ancient One magician, as usual, he didn't have any mood swings. He just looked at the picture in front of him calmly. And Mordo is recalling the process of Spider-Man gaining his power before. Are you going to get the mutated ability after the mutated spider bites you? He silently thought. I don't know if this method of gaining power can be used on me. Dominion Asgard. After Thor saw the series of mistakes made by little Spider-Man, the expression on his face seemed a little unnatural. It's no wonder that the previous inventory wanted to show us the heroic figure behind Spider-Man. He scratched his head speechlessly. Otherwise, judging from the performances he made when he first gained strength, I would never have imagined that there would be such greatness behind him. It's just a panicked child who doesn't know how to control his sudden power. The Asgard people on the side also reacted in the same way. And Odin sighed. Thor, all heroes also need time to grow. Just like when I taught you how to fight back then, you didn't know how to control your own power from the beginning. Let's watch quietly first, and don't rush to express your own opinions. The voice fell. Thor on the opposite side scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard his father mention his childhood. As for Loki, after hearing his brother being reprimanded, he seemed very proud. Thor, you should know, which one of us is the best? He thought proudly. My father praised me just now. But for you, there is only admonishment. I think, as long as I can be on the list at that time, you will no longer be in the eyes of my father. At that time, he will know that I, Loki, is the best kid for him. At the same time, DC Universe. Bruce Wayne couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw Spider-Man acting so recklessly when he first gained power. It seems that at the beginning, he didn't know how to control his own power. However, this is also a very normal thing. Alfred said on the side. After all, everyone will have a growth process, and now he may not have thought that he will be a Spider-Man in the future. Before that, he was just an ordinary person without abilities. After hearing Alfred's opinion, Bruce Wayne nodded in agreement. Actually, I also have the same idea, and you are quite right. Metropolis. Down. It's so familiar to see him panicking about his own strength. Clark Kent was a little dazed when he saw Peter Parker's jokes in school after he gained power. Because when he was a child, he was so panicked when he found out that he had power that no one else had. Moreover, the feeling of being at a loss is exactly the same as Peter Parker in the picture. It was later, under the education of his parents, and after discovering the Fortress of Solitude hidden in Antarctica later, that Clark Kent began to formally control his own power. 0. Seeking flowers. At the same time, I gradually understood my mission. It's just that before that, Tay always felt that he was alone. Only after reading Wolverine's story and seeing Spider-Man now, he understands that he is not alone. Also, there are also superheroes, who are exactly the same as when they first gained power, and they will panic because of this. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Clark Kent's face. I'm starting to look forward to what I've experienced in the Spider-Man store. Spider Universe. Peter Parker couldn't help laughing at the funny scenes he experienced back then. I was still so young back then. Advertisement. He murmured and sighed. However, at that time, I was also very happy. Marvel 199,999 Universe. High school student Peter Parker scratched his head after looking at the performance of a generation of Spider-Man in the picture. His performance seems to be no different from when I just got the ability. He thought with some anticipation. In this case, since he can be on the list, then I should be able to be on the list too. Look forward to it. The other side. On screen. Peter Parker looked at his hands after running into an alley. But he found that on his fingers, there were barbs like spiders. The number of those barbs is very large, but also very small. If you don't look carefully, you can't see clearly at all. 0. It seemed that this was the reason why his hand was so sticky just now. Figured this out, Peter Parker set his gaze on the wall in front of him. He began to try to press his hands on the wall and try to climb. Then, he succeeded. Peter Parker started to climb the walls like a spider. It was easy to climb to the roof. At the same time, he found something different on his wrist. Click it. Whoosh. Immediately, the white Spider-Man shoots out. He immediately realized that he actually possessed a Spider-Man-like ability. It's incredible, he exclaimed, off-screen. The little Spider-Man of the Marvel 199999 universe, Peter Parker, a high school student, also exclaimed. It's incredible, his cobweb was actually born from his own body. Also, the principle of our crawling is not the same. He couldn't help sighing. The amazing Spider-Man universe. When the extraordinary Spider-Man Peter Parker saw this picture, the expression on his face was also full of surprise. The principle of my crawling is that my body can emit electromagnetic waves, allowing me to absorbent on anything. And this Spider-Man is actually like a real spider, with spikes appearing on his hands and feet. He muttered to himself. At the same time, his cobweb was actually produced by his own body. Anyway, I remember that at that time, after being bitten by a spider, a mysterious formula suddenly appeared in my mind. I formulated cobweb through that formula, and at the same time, to shoot cobweb, I also have to rely on web shooters. It can't be launched directly through your wrist like this Spider-Man. It's unbelievable that there are such differences between Spider-Man in different universes. The other side. On screen. After Peter Parker discovered that he had an extraordinary ability, he was extremely excited. At the same time, he, who was very inferior at first, also began to gain self-confidence because of his difference. Start thinking about going after the girl you like. And before, he just watched the girl he likes, MJ, being driven away by other boys. So, the first priority is to own a car. So, he found a job. Fight in the underground boxing market. In this way, you can raise enough money to buy a car in a short period of time. But when he was about to go out, Uncle Ben began to advise him to study hard. This D off Peter Parker. After a few words of argument with Uncle Ben, he slammed the door and walked out. Get ready for an underground boxing match. Off screen. A generation of Spider-Man universe. After Peter Parker saw this scene, his face was very sad. Next, something that I regret for 10 lifetimes will happen. Finished. He sighed heavily. 4TT73. This is the baptism of heroes, eternal inheritance. A generation of Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker watched himself go to the game in the picture, and at the same time had an altercation with his Uncle Ben before going out. The expression on his face unconsciously seemed a bit lonely and sad. Do you want to see that scene again? While muttering to himself, the expression on his face became more and more lonely, and revealed a bit of unconcealable regret. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker, wearing a red mask, went to the underground boxing match he saw online as planned. Then, he entered the cage. He fought with one of his opponents, a boxer who looked very strong and brutal. At first, because Peter Parker lacks fighting experience, he is not the opponent of that professional boxer. He could only dodge reluctantly by relying on his extremely fast speed. However, as the battle progressed, he gradually became familiar with the rhythm of the battle, and quickly reversed the battle on the scene. And the spectators around, seeing Peter Parker as just a thin young man, didn't think much of him. Didn't bet much on him. When they saw that Peter Parker was beginning to gain the upper hand, those around looked anxious. Shouting frantically, let Peter Parker's opponent hurry up and beat him. Unfortunately, in the end, Peter Parker relied on his own strength to win the group arena. Then, amidst a burst of boos, he went backstage to prepare to receive his bonus. It's a pity that the person in charge of the boxing match saw him as just a fledgling young man and looked down on him at all, so he found a 070 contract fist that you are not from our company, and he couldn't get the general contract that he said when he signed up, tens of thousands of dollars. There is only 200 yuan for hard work. When Peter Parker heard these words, the expression on his face was very ugly. It's just that because he is still very young, he hasn't experienced too many things, and he doesn't want to make a mess of things. Just at this time, a robber with a gun came over and pointed the gun at the person in charge of the boxing match, and directly snatched all the tens of thousands of dollars in banknotes from the latter's hand. Peter Parker watched the other party get his comeuppance so quickly. There was no hatred on his face when he saw the criminal. On the contrary, he felt very proud. Even, when the robber passed by his side, he turned sideways to make way for the other party. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of the boxing match was very upset. You obviously have the ability to stop this robber. Why didn't you take care of him? I'm not a contract fighter for your company, am I? Peter Parker responded to the other party with the words that the other party played on him just now. Then, he took a deep look at the other party's deflated expression, and walked out of the place where the boxing match was held very proudly. Marvel 199999 Universe. Marbury Villa. After Tony Stark saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes and frowned unconsciously. It seems that the Spider-Man at this stage has not yet awakened to be a superhero. Just a child who hasn't grown up yet. He took a sip of whiskey and said slowly. Pepper on the side also nodded after seeing this scene. That's true, although the person in charge of the boxing match was too much, but now he would actually let the crime happen in front of him. It's true, can't be called a qualified superhero. Nick Fury raised his brows and said, I don't know what happened to him later, so that he has the awareness of, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Now he is far away from a superhero who has that awareness, far from it. Who knows? Tony Stark raised his eyebrows. Anyway, we'll see later. Could it be that Spider-Man will experience some tragedy next? Pepper said with some concern. I really don't want to see any tragedy happen now. The situation you mentioned is very likely to happen. Tony Stark raised the wine glass in his hand. After all, suffering is the best catalyst for another person's rapid growth, and if the current Spider-Man doesn't experience any accidents, I can hardly imagine what he has experienced. There's going to be such a big change. Oh, after Pepper heard what he said, he wanted to refute, but felt that what the other party said was very reasonable. In the end, he didn't say anything, he could only sigh heavily. Just read it and you'll know, Nick Fury said silently. Dominion Asgard. After Thor saw the picture of Spider-Man ignoring the robbers, the expression on his face immediately collapsed. I didn't expect that Spider-Man was just a kid at the beginning, and he let the crime happen in front of him. There is no air at all, he said with a strange expression. Other people in Asgard also have a considerable view on this. Loki said, so, everyone needs room to grow, few people can be as good as me, from the beginning, until now, I am impeccable. Loki, save yourself, who doesn't know how naughty you were when you were young? Thor glanced at his brother. Advertisement Loki's complexion changed when he heard this, and he was immediately ready to retort. However, when he was about to speak, he noticed that God King Odin had unconsciously frowned. So, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. And the other party noticed this, and the frown was relaxed. Loki sensed these details and glanced at Thor. I am very proud of myself. You see, I still understand the heart of my father. He began to understand that I am the one who is better than you. Thor on the opposite side naturally doesn't know what's going on in Loki's heart. It's just that I was a little surprised to see that the other party stopped bickering with me suddenly. In the end, the closed mouth was still lacking in interest and continued to focus on the surface presented by the magic book. In the magic screen, after letting the robber go, Peter Parker had a spat with the ringleader. Seeing that the other party is overwhelmed with anger, but he can't say anything and the language is stagnant, Peter Parker walked out of the arena of the boxing match very proudly. Just at this time, he suddenly heard an extremely loud gunshot from the street not far away. Go over and have a look, but I saw a familiar person lying in a pool of blood. It's my own Uncle Ben. He ran over with a panicked expression and hugged the other party in his arms. Uncle Ben's breath faded very quickly. I just saw a robber and wanted to stop him, but he had a gun in his hand. Peter Parker's face turned pale when he heard this sentence. Robbers. Uncle Ben met the robbers, and he just let go of a robber. Even the robber, when he left, turned around and said thank you to himself. In this way, I became the accomplice of the robber who hurt my Uncle Ben. Thinking of this, the expression on Spider-Man's face became very ugly. Just at this time, Uncle Ben held Peter Parker's hand tightly. Peter, I don't regret it. As long as we live in this world and have the ability at the same time, we should do something for others. This is not an honor, but a responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I don't know what you've been worrying about recently, but I hope you can remember these words. As the talk progresses, Uncle Ben's breath became more and more sluggish. But every word fell into Peter Parker's heart, but every word turned into a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Let his whole body, as well as his soul, tremble. When you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do something. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Yes, if Peter Parker had stopped that robber, then Uncle Ben would not have been hurt. It's all my fault, Uncle. Peter Parker apologized to Uncle Ben with tears in his eyes. However, Uncle Ben in his arms collapsed very quickly. Please call an ambulance for me, someone will help me. Peter Parker is like a helpless child at the moment. And soon, when the ambulance arrived later, Uncle Ben had lost consciousness in his arms. Even if it was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, it failed to bring it back. That's it. Peter Parker learned one of the most important lessons of his life on this day. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Uncle Ben taught him such a lesson with his life. Off screen, Pepper stared at this scene in a daze. Even before seeing this scene, he had already conceived the young Spider-Man and he had to go through some things before he could grow. But when the real accident comes, it is still so sad. No wonder, Spider-Man has such a deep understanding later, when he feels that he has the ability, he should do something. It seems that this lesson is very heavy for him. After Tony Stark saw this scene, his mood was also affected. After all, in fact, he is actually a sensitive person. It's just rarely shown directly. Nick Fury on the side also sighed. I can believe that Spider-Man is full of justice, but he is not the superhero of our universe, otherwise I must know him. Advertisement, however, I'm not sorry for his upbringing. I just don't want to see people encounter such or that kind of tragedy, so I will work hard to devote myself to the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Finished. Nick Fury shook his head again, sighing. Dominion Asgard. Thor and everyone else in Asgard sighed sadly after seeing Spider-Man's experience. No one wants to see the tragedy happen. However, they also believe that the young Spider-Man has gained sufficient growth through this mistake. Everyone can already trust in his sense of justice in his heart. Kamar Taj. After Wong saw this scene, the expression on his face was also shocked. Is it another superhero that started from a tragedy? Losing a loved one, and because of his own fault, the current Spider-Man should. Is it very uncomfortable? He muttered to himself. Growing through pain, more weight. Ancient One magician said slowly, just like in the Oriental legend, there is a magical beast, the phoenix. Every time it dies, it will put its body into the flames and then let the flames burn your whole body little by little. In the end, it will be reborn in the flames and become even stronger. Spider-Man is also going through this process. As long as he doesn't get knocked down, he will become even more powerful. The voice fell. Wang Shen nodded approvingly. On the side, Mo Du secretly remembered the truth that this matter was about getting stronger. DC Universe. After Bruce Wayne saw that Spider-Man lost his family, the expression in his eyes dimmed a bit. There is an inexplicable and complicated feeling in my heart, which is spreading. It seems that there are similarities between myself and Spider-Man. Experienced a similar baptism. Alfred on the side also saw the change in his young master's mood. Sighed silently. He reached out and patted Bruce Wayne on the shoulder lightly. I'm fine, Fu, Bruce Wayne said softly, I know. 4.3 Alfred also responded softly, Metropolis, countryside. Clark Kent looked at Spider-Man, experienced such a tragedy, and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. If it is possible, he really didn't want to see any tragedy happen. Deadpool Universe. Deadpool saw the sad Peter Parker in the picture and sighed. It seems that when most superheroes are young, they always have to lose something, and then they will become strong. Fang. It's rare for me to be a strong person since my debut, and I don't need to experience many tragedies. Spider-Man Universe. Peter Parker stared at this scene in the picture and was stunned for a moment. Because he felt very familiar. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker was dumbfounded when he saw Uncle Ben died. Can't say a word. The other side. On screen. After losing Uncle Ben, Peter Parker went through a long period of confusion. Then, he began to reflect on the education his book had taught him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In order to prevent more tragedies from happening, he is going to make good use of his ability to do something. Don't waste this God-given ability. Then, he started designing his own battlesuit. And began to determine their own name, Spider-Man. Then, officially began to walk in New York City in this capacity. Clean up one crime after another, Spider-Man officially began to enter people's field of vision. 74. What is a real superhero? On screen. As Spider-Man's fledgling officially began in New York City after starting to fight those criminals. Soon, Spider-Man's name will be known to everyone. The crime rate in the city also began to decrease rapidly following Spider-Man's actions. Soon, the name of Spider-Man has become a hot name. Most people think he is a superhero, protect the future for the city. Definitely, many people think that he is actually no different from other criminals, a violent law enforcer who is completely free from the law. However, most people still like Spider-Man off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Oh, this Spider-Man did a good job at first. Tony Stark took a look at the other party's act of becoming a Spider-Man and felt very appreciative. Meanwhile, couldn't resist taking a sip of whiskey. It's just that some people will always question the motives of superheroes. When he said this, he pouted. Because before that, when he first became Iron Man, the official people had court-martialed him. His Iron Man battlesuit should not only be controlled by an individual. I feel that Tony Stark is challenging the official authority. It's just that he solved this problem through a series of means later. It's definitely gone. After hearing his words, Nick Fury glanced at the other party. After all, if a person with a super ability doesn't know what his motivation is, everyone will worry about whether he will hurt himself. And if something like that really happened, ordinary people would have absolutely no room to resist. So, it is completely normal for superhero to be questioned. No one can guarantee that people with super abilities will always be righteous. That's something that's hard to prove. Speaking of this, Nick Fury paused, and said slowly. After all, no matter whether he has super abilities or not, no one can guarantee that '08 alone will be justice forever. Tony Stark glanced at him. Let's count you in, what you said makes sense. It's just that one thing that people in the world always ignore is that their doubts can actually only hurt those superheroes who have a conscience. If a person with a super ability wants to be a bad person, then no matter how many people question him, he will not be able to cause him a single bit of trouble. Speaking of which, there was a playful smile on Tony Stark's face, and he shook his hand lightly, and the wine inside was covered in it. Look, this is the ridiculous place in this world. People always dare to question those kind people, because they know that even if they question, the kind superhero will not hurt them, and even prove that he will not hurt those ordinary people. As for the so-called bad people, they dare not question, because questioning is useless. Those evil people will do what they want to do. If you dare to question me, I will directly hurt you. 11. Even without you questioning, evil people will directly hurt you. Finished. Tony Stark shook his head, taking a sip of his drink. As for Nick Fury on the opposite side, after hearing what he said, he fell silent. I couldn't say anything for a while. I fell into deep thought. As for Pepper, he raised his head and took a deep look at Tony Stark, his eyes sparkling. Dominion Asgard. After seeing the discussions about Spider-Man, everyone in Asgard also fell into deep thought. Thor, who usually thinks about fighting no matter what problems he faces, didn't say much this time. Just scratched my head. Human nature is really complicated. He sighed, and then, after seeing the Spider-Man in the screen successfully killing a criminal again, a smile appeared on his face again. Well done, Spider-Man. That's right, he started cheering for Spider-Man. Not far away, Loki shook his head speechlessly when he saw Thor's innocent appearance. I thought silently in my heart, as expected, I am still better. I will understand human nature better, thinking. He glanced stealthily at Odin on the throne. Finding that the other party was expressionless, Loki raised his eyebrows. Father should also understand who is more outstanding, right? Kamar Taj. Both Wong and Ancient One fell into silence. After all, the proposition about human nature is too complicated. No matter who it is not easy to say why. As for Mordo, he doesn't care about these things at all. He never paid attention to other people's opinions. In Modu's view, the power you have is your own business. As for what you want to do after you have power, it has nothing to do with others. As long as you don't become my enemy, I won't do anything to you. Advertisement, but if you don't open your eyes, you can only say sorry. The other side. The magic scene continues, on screen. Spider-Man soon encountered a very difficult opponent. That's the Green Goblin. The opponent has extremely sophisticated equipment, as well as a skateboard that can fly in the air. Even Spider-Man suffered from him several times, until the back. As for the time to solve Green Goblin, only then did Spider-Man discover that the other party turned out to be his friend's father, Norman Osborn. Such a discovery made him very sad, but I have never dared to tell my friends. Dare not tell the truth to Green Goblin's son, Harry Osborn. Because such a truth is too sad and too difficult to accept. His own father was actually a big villain, and it was solved by my good friend. Everyone who saw this scene also sighed. They didn't see anything wrong with Spider-Man. After all, the other party was just trying to uphold justice. And the Green Goblin is one hell of a wreck, too. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. It's really sad to encounter such a thing. Pepper sighed. If I were standing in Spider-Man's position, I wouldn't know what to do. Perhaps it's the best way for him to choose to bury the truth. About this question, Tony Stark and Nick Fury cannot give their own answers. Other spectators were also unable to give their own answers. And in the process, on screen, Peter Parker soon ended his student career and entered the society. When he needs it, he will still put on his own battlesuit and become everyone's favorite superhero, Spider-Man. Fight those criminals. Even, some people wrote songs specially for him and sang them in the streets and alleys. However, on weekdays, Peter Parker is just a small photographer for a newspaper office, with a very low income, and can only live in a small rental house. From time to time, I rely on giving the newspaper some selfies, Spider-Man selfies, and sell them to the newspaper to get some compensation. But most of the time, his income is not high. Even Aunt May, who later lost Uncle Ben, sold her house and went back to live in the countryside because of insufficient income. Spider-Man can't help anything. After all, he even messed up his own life. And at this time, more than once, Peter Parker missed an appointment with his girlfriend MJ because he wanted to be Spider-Man and fight criminals. In the end, MJ was no longer dissatisfied with Peter Parker and broke up with him. Later, when Peter Parker met MJ again, it was at the home of his good friend Harry Osborn. They are together. Moreover, because Harry Osborn's family is very rich, MJ can even get many gifts that he didn't get when he was with Peter Parker. Live a life you didn't experience when you were with Peter Parker. Peter Parker wanted to say that he was actually pretty good, but the reality made him unable to say it at all. Under such a blow, once, after fighting criminals, Spider-Man wanted to swing home through the cobweb. But on the way, he fell directly from the alley, because Spider-Man found that he can no longer shoot cobweb. At the same time, even the climbing ability is also given away. In order to go home, he had to wear the Spider-Man uniform and walked into the elevator. And in the elevator, there was another young man. The young man looked at Peter Parker and smiled. I like Spider-Man too. Young thinks Peter Parker is cosplaying Spider-Man. Well, me too. Spider-Man said helplessly. I see. The smile in the young man's eyes was even bigger. Finally, Peter Parker returned home, looked at his Spider-Man uniform for a long time, and finally went to work the next day. Subdue the Spider-Man and throw it into the trash can. He wants to give up this identity, because, although this Spider-Man brought peace to New York City, Spider-Man himself also gained a lot of love. However, Peter Parker did not get any benefits because of this status. Even lost a lot. At the same time, not everyone in the city likes Spider-Man. Advertisement. There are also many people who have been attacking Spider-Man. They are obviously not policemen, but they have been doing outrageous things. Totally a criminal. Think here. Peter Parker is becoming more and more sure that he wants to give up on Spider-Man. He is going to work hard. The next day, the Spider-Man uniform, found, was delivered to the Daily Bugle where Peter Parker worked. Editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, who used to hate Spider-Man. Think the latter is nothing more than a criminal. So, when I first got the news, I was very happy, only. Later, with the disappearance of Spider-Man, the crime rate in the city has begun to increase rapidly. The editor-in-chief of the Bugle Daily also began to feel lonely. It turns out that he has always liked Spider-Man. ***** off screen. After Pepper saw Peter Parker giving up his Spider-Man identity due to repeated blows, the expression on his face also became lonely. Did not expect Spider-Man would experience such a thing later on, she said sadly. No way, Peter Parker is just an ordinary person other than being a Spider-Man. Nick Fury shook his head. As for Spider-Man, nothing changed him. Tisk, if I were in his universe, I would definitely support him well. Tony Stark sighed, I definitely wouldn't let something like this happen to a superhero. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, and continued. However, later on, he should still understand his responsibility and stand up again. I also hope that he will stand up again, 560 Pepper said. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. After seeing what happened to Spider-Man today, the old butler Alfred fell silent for a while. Then he set his sights on Bruce Wayne. Master, I have to say that Spider-Man's encounters at this stage are actually very similar to Batman's. He also encountered a lot of problems. Do not understand. At the same time, because of the identity of Spider-Man, I lost a lot. The most terrible thing is that he doesn't even have other wealth. Even his aunt's life is difficult and he can't do anything to sell the house. After hearing these words from the other party, Bruce Wayne also sighed, indeed. However, it is precisely because of this that when Spider-Man stands up again later, he can demonstrate his greatness. Alfred nodded silently after hearing the other party's statement. After a while, he said slowly, however, if you are a close person, you may prefer Spider-Man to live an ordinary life, at least it won't be so thrilling. Maybe. Bruce Wayne understood that the old housekeeper was persuading him to give up on a daily basis. But he didn't say much. Metropolis. Down. Clark Kent saw that Peter Parker lost his ability and gave up his Spider-Man identity after repeated blows. Can't help but sigh again and again, however, he couldn't say much. Because, Spider-Man does take on too much, however, I still hope that Spider-Man can stand up, he thought silently. He's a great superhero no matter what, at the same time. On screen. Inside New York City. With Spider-Man gone, the crime rate started to soar again. At the same time, a supervillain also appeared. A failed experimental creation, Dr. Octopus. His consciousness was occupied by the mechanical claws behind him, leaving only one obsession, to build an artificial sun. And as long as this thing is created, the whole of New York will be destroyed. For a while, everyone panics, no one can even stop him. And Peter Parker encountered a fire on his way from get off work. Despite losing his ability, he couldn't control himself and rushed into the flames. Helping the firefighters, one individual was rescued. When being thanked by a little girl, Peter Parker feels that he still can't really give up the identity of Spider-Man. Then, the Spider-Man uniform in the editor's office of the Daily Bugle disappeared the next morning. The editor-in-chief of the daily newspaper is furious and denounces Spider-Man as a thief. But when he said these words, there was a smile in his eyes. Because he knows. Spider-Man is back, 75. The Venom comes, bully Spider-Man. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Thor saw Spider-Man put on his battlesuit again and stood in front of Dr. Octopus. The excitement on his face couldn't be controlled at all. The whole person became excited. Yes, Spider-Man, that's it, it's time for you to find your original intention. He put away the disappointment in his heart before, with a smile on his face. He is such a person, never shrinking from the battle, and going forward bravely. Therefore, Thor hopes that the superheroes he sees are all the same as himself. And the expressions on the faces of the other Asgard warriors are similar. They are born fighters at heart. As for Loki, he felt that this kind of thing was not that important. All this time he just wanted someone's approval, it's something he's always dreamed of. As for God King Odin and God Queen Frigg, they also looked at the picture presented in the magic book and nodded with a smile. Marbury Villa. Seeing Spider-Man understand his heart again, Pepper stood up again and appeared as Spider-Man. The whole person also became excited. He found his heart, all the details of her body were excited. And Tony Stark and Nick Fury also brightened up. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the Spider-Man who regained his ability after finding his own heart, although there was no Oedo expression on his face. But there is a strange luster in the bottom of his eyes, which is constantly flowing. He was also at a loss because of various things before, but then he began to understand what he really wanted in his heart. Then, it began to become more and more firm. Alfred stood beside him, glanced at Spider-Man and then at his young master. In a trance, he only felt that the two people were similar in some places. There is a great temperament projecting from a certain corner of its body. The other side. On screen. After Spider-Man found his heart, he soon found Dr. Octopus. The two wrestled together. At the same time. Those people who were disappointed because of the disappearance of Spider-Man before saw the familiar figure appearing in the city again, and suddenly became excited. Keep chanting Spider-Man's name. Then, Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus after the end battle. The former staged the scene of stopping the train alone. Off-screen. Metropolis. Countryside. Advertisement. When Clark Kent saw this scene again, he was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. Although when he saw it for the first time, he felt that this Spider-Man was very overwhelming. But now, watching it for the second time, I understand Spider-Man's inner journey. Know what kind of things the other party has experienced, and then make such a great move. This makes his admiration for Spider-Man even deeper. I didn't expect that Spider-Man's greatness is far beyond my imagination. There are far more things on his shoulders than he seems. Clark Kent looked at the picture with respect in his eyes. The Spider-Man fainted from exhaustion after stopping the train alone. At the same time, on screen, the passengers on the train were also surprised that Spider-Man was so young. Looks exactly like a neighbor's kid, and it is such a young person who can bear so much pressure and make so much contribution to a city. This made their respect for Spider-Man even deeper. Then, when the police and reporters came to the present, the passengers in the car helped Spider-Man put on a mask, and together they concealed Spider-Man's true identity. Because they know that if Spider-Man's identity is revealed, then he will face a lot of trouble. Therefore, whether to announce his identity or not depends on himself. Subsequently, Spider-Man woke up, quickly left the scene. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. After seeing this scene, high school student Peter Parker couldn't help sighing. I, in another universe, was able to experience so many problems and continue to stick to the thoughts in my heart, which is really amazing. While speaking, he frowned again. However, I think I should not lose to him, and I don't know if I will be on the list later. At the same time, on screen, the final battle between Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus on a bridge in the night. At the same time, the ex-girlfriend of the former, MJ, also knew the true identity of Spider-Man at this time, and it turned out to be his ex-boyfriend Peter Parker. At this time, she began to, understand that she had misunderstood the other party so much before. At last, with the efforts of Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus was finally freed from the control of the mechanical arm, and learned what he had done before. Suddenly awakened, Dr. Octopus and the artificial son he made died together. And Peter Parker and MJ are back together, off-screen. Marbury Villa. So good. Seeing that Spider-Man and MJ have finally settled down and got back together, Pepper couldn't help sighing. Advertisement. It's really good. At least Spider-Man has not been living in misunderstandings like Wolverine. I hope he will get better and better in the future. Tony Stark looked at this scene and nodded. The other side. The picture continues. After Peter Parker reconciled with MJ, the latter began to understand Spider-Man and the two rarely had conflicts. And at this time, a meteorite fell from the sky. On it is a strange alien parasite that finds Spider-Man along the way by attaching itself to a police car. Peter Parker didn't know it at first, just one night. As a Spider-Man, he just solved a criminal while resting on the bed. The parasite suddenly covered the surface of his body. The Venom Spider-Man with a black appearance is born. Spider-Man found that after being attached, his strength became infinitely stronger. However, he didn't realize that after being attached by the Venom, his heart became more and more violent, and he was completely dominated by instinctive desires. He did a lot of things that he would never have done in the past. Kissed in public with the mayor's daughter who admired Spider-Man, taught a lesson to colleagues who had conflicts with him in public, and caused the latter to lose his job. Moreover, what he did on weekdays also made his girlfriend MJ jealous and broke up with him again. At the same time, the way of fighting is becoming more and more brutal. In the past, when Spider-Man made a move, he wanted to catch those criminals more, but after turning into Venom Spider-Man, he wanted to kill those criminals. And in the process, in New York City, there is also a criminal who can turn into Sandman. Spider-Man learned that he was the criminal who killed Uncle Ben. He found the other party directly and wanted to kill him directly. However, Sandman managed to escape by his own means. And Spider-Man also began to understand that this Venom battlesuit is eroding his will. He has to take it off. After thinking about this, Spider-Man ran to the roof of a church, next to a big clock, trying to take off the Venom clothes on his body. At first, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it off, because the Venom battlesuit had life. Later, he began to hit the big clock next to him in pain. The sound waves produced made the Venom battlesuit very painful, and then it was stripped from him. Only, Spider-Man didn't know that the Venom battlesuit that took off from his body fell into the church at his feet. And his colleague Eddie, who lost his job because of being taught by him, happened to repent during teaching. FFLX. He and Venom battlesuit integrate, gained an enhanced Spider-Man ability. Became the villain. Venom, 76. The story of Spider-Man ends, approved by everyone. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark watched Spider-Man finally make up his mind, after taking off the Venom battlesuit on his body. The brows that were originally furrowed gradually relaxed. I thought Spider-Man would always be drowning in the power that the Venom battlesuit gave him. He said. Unexpectedly, I finally recognized the influence the other party brought to me, and got rid of that weird thing. That's definitely it. Pepper said with a smile. After all, he is the superhero selected by the magic book inventory, and his character must be noble enough. That's true. Tony Stark nodded, between the two of them talking. Nick Fury on the side didn't say a word, his expression was quite dignified. His focus is different from Tony Stark's. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he is more concerned about the parasitic venom from aliens. Adding such a parasitic organism to our universe, I am afraid it will also bring great disasters. Nick Fury thought silently. It seems that after going back, we still have to make relevant preparations. Dominion Asgard. Thor was also disappointed when he saw Spider-Man sinking in the power brought to him by the Venom battlesuit. When I saw that the other party finally recognized the reality and took it off later, I couldn't help but applaud it for the other party. You're right, Spider-Man, that's the right choice. He cheered loudly, this kind of power that will make you lose yourself, magnify your desires, and let yourself be dominated by instinct, you should give up decisively. As for the people of Asgard, after seeing this scene, they couldn't help talking about it. Spider-Man really deserves to be the superhero selected by the magic book. His character is still trustworthy, he won't always be that bully Spider-Man. They also breathed a sigh of relief. Kamar Taj. Wong also heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Spider-Man give up the Venom uniform. There is lightness between the eyebrows. Ancient One magician looked at Spider-Man, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Only her eldest disciple, Modu, frowned and shook his head again and again. This Spider-Man is so stupid, he thought to himself. Obviously that battlesuit can bring him more power, but he just gave up when he said he would give up. Because you are worried that the other party will amplify your desire? What a ridiculous reason. Advertisement Modu disagrees with Spider-Man's behavior very much. Living beings are originally a collection of various desires. When they have the power to satisfy their own desires, what's the point of letting go of desires? Anyway, if it's me, I won't give up the Venom battlesuit. Thinking of the end, Modu pouted, I think Spider-Man will definitely regret his actions in the end. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the picture and nodded. The old butler Alfred on the side also showed a smile on his face. It seems that as the superhero selected for the list, Spider-Man's character is still believable. Indeed. Bruce Wayne agreed. Metropolis, countryside. Clark Kent sat in front of the country house, and was also delighted that Spider-Man had resisted the temptation of the Venom battlesuit. This is the superhero, he said sincerely, the Amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at the screen, another Spider-Man's choice, and nodded accordingly. I know what it's like to give up your power, it's hard. He thought silently, however, if it were me, facing this kind of power that would make me lose myself, I would make the same choice. Venom. Deadpool looked at the black alien parasite that was stripped off by Spider-Man on the screen, and his face showed a sense of amazement. I remember that in a certain story, I was also entangled with this thing. He suddenly fell into memory. I remember that in that universe, I also killed all kinds of enemies very fiercely. Thoughts go here. Deadpool spread his hands proudly. I can't help it, I'm still too good. No matter which universe or possible storyline, I'm unstoppable. I just don't know when this magic book will let me be on the list. At that time, all the people in the world and the universe who read the magic book will surely drop their jaws in shock because of my experience. Deadpool rubbed his hands excitedly. I'm really looking forward to that time. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker's friend Harry Osborn suddenly asked Spider-Man to meet. After you went to see each other, the latter reveals that he already knew that his father, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, died at the hands of Spider-Man. At the same time, Harry Osborn also inherited the equipment of Green Goblin and became the Little Green Goblin. Advertisement. The two fought. During this process, Harry Osborn discovered that Spider-Man was his good friend Peter Parker. This made him fall into shock. So much so that the bomb that was originally thrown at Spider-Man was not thrown, but exploded next to his own cheek. Subsequently, Spider-Man sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Off-screen. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Watching this scene, Peter Parker also fell into a sigh of relief. Backquote. I feel that Harry in this universe still retains the friendship for his friends in his heart. And the Harry in my universe is so sad, as the thought progresses. Peter Parker thought of the past scenes again, and became more and more sad. At the same time, on screen, Venom joins forces with Sandman, who escaped before, to start the destruction here. At the same time, because Venom knows Spider-Man's experience, he also understands that his true identity is Peter Parker. So, he and Sandman also kidnapped the latter's girlfriend MJ. Fortunately, later, Spider-Man arrived in time, well done, and rescued MJ. And, there is a battle with Venom and Sandman. It's a pity that two fists are hard to beat four hands, and Spider-Man is not their opponent. And at this time, the Little Green Goblin still couldn't let go of his friendship with Spider-Man and came to help out. The two joined forces and finally solved Venom and Sandman. Subsequently, the screen began to gradually dim. A line of words immediately appeared. Open black lens bracket. Spider-Man's story is far from over. He will continue to be a good neighbor to the citizens. A guiding light in the dark. W close black lens bracket. The first act, the Generation Spider-Man, is over. Close black lens bracket. Off screen. After everyone saw the story of a generation of Spider-Man, they immediately fell into excitement. Up to now, they have been completely convinced by this superhero who came out of the ordinary. At the same time, start to look forward to the second Spider-Man story. 77. This is the time node of Spider-Man, must grow. After that line of words appeared on the screen, everyone was immersed in the previous Spider-Man story. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the picture gradually dimming, and directly raised his head and drank a whole glass of whiskey. This Spider-Man is a respectable superhero. In any case, I have not changed my original intention, and have been making my own contribution to protect others. He raised his eyebrows. It's comparable to Iron Man. With that said, Tony Stark turned his attention to Nick Fury. You said that in our universe, there is also a Spider-Man, and you have paid attention to it a long time ago. If you have a chance, let me get in touch with him. If possible, I hope to give him some help. I don't know if he has seen the screen of the magic book this time. Nick Fury nodded upon hearing this. Well, Your ability is also recognized by our entire shield. Isn't it a certainty that my ability will be recognized? After Tony Stark heard what the other person said, he smiled triumphantly, and then poured himself another glass of whiskey. Dominion Asgard. After seeing the end of the story of a generation of Spider-Man, Thor couldn't help applauding. Yes, Spider-Man is a real hero. But it seems that he is not the superhero of our universe, otherwise, I have an idea to be friends with him. Thinking. He opened the chat room. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. At ye die Spider-Man, dude, I don't know if you have heard of the legend of Thor in your universe. Generation Spider-Man Peter, I haven't heard of it. It seems we are not a cosmic superhero. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Wow, you can actually think of what I mean by asking this sentence, what a superhero. Cthulhu Loki, please don't be ashamed, I'm really embarrassed that you can say such a thing. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Loki, we are brothers, how can you say that about me? Open black lens bracket Cthulhu Loki close black lens bracket. I'm just telling the truth. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Dude, I have read your story. As a Spider-Man, I am still full of respect for your deeds. It's amazing. Generation Spider-Man Peter, haha, are you a Spider-Man from another world? Hello, I think you will be on the list too. Of. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. I hope so. To be honest, after reading your story, I'm not sure if I can make the list, I haven't experienced that much. Generation Spider-Man Peter, I think you can do it. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Good. Thank you, Superman Clark. Come on. Whether we can make the list or not, as superheroes, we must do everything we can. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. I think what you said is very reasonable. After all, as superheroes, we do it for responsibility, not for glory. Superman Clark. Well, I agree with your words very much. Just when a few people were chatting, soon, more and more people joined the chat. It can be said that the chat was in full swing, right here at the moment. There were some changes in the picture presented by the magic book. I saw the picture that had been dimmed before and suddenly began to have colors. A young face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And this person is the second Spider-Man who appeared before. Amazing Spider-Man, Peter Parker. His story begins with little difference from a generation of Spider-Man. That is a high school student living in the house of his uncle and aunt. At the same time, he doesn't have much sense of presence among his classmates, and he looks like an extremely ordinary person. Off-screen. Everyone who looked at the screen of the magic book had a warm feeling when they saw him. I feel that this Spider-Man is somewhat similar to the previous Spider-Man. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark carefully watched everything presented on the screen. However, there are some differences between this Spider-Man and the previous Spider-Man. He said slowly. That is, the extraordinary Spider-Man knows the whereabouts of his father. Yes. Pepper nodded. The extraordinary Spider-Man's father is an excellent scientist who used to work in Osborn Corporation. At the same time, on screen, the extraordinary Spider-Man Peter Parker is also the same as the previous Spider-Man. The class was invited by Osborn Company to visit the scientific research products. Then, Peter Parker was bitten by a mutant spider. But unlike the previous Spider-Man, he started to become drowsy on the tram back. Just at this time, there are punks ready to T the girl in the car. Accidentally bumped into Peter Parker. His whole body suddenly tensed up. He jumped up and bounced to the ceiling. The other gangsters stared at Peter Parker dumbfounded, and then they were ready to teach him a lesson. However, despite facing the siege of several people, advertisement Peter Parker, however, showed an extremely quick response. Defeat everyone around you in one fell swoop. Subsequently, he began to notice the difference in himself. The next day, facing those bad students who used to bully others at school, he directly stood up and taught them a lesson. Later, during physical education class, Peter Parker was provoked by those students. He directly picked up the basketball and jumped up from under the basket on one side. Jumping across the court, he directly dunked the ball in his hand into the opposite basket, directly dunking the entire basket into pieces. This time, he began to realize that his changes were beyond his imagination. He couldn't help but ran to a small alley where there were basically no people and began to test his ability. Then, I discovered that I actually had a magical crawling ability. I can't believe it's me. Peter Parker easily clung to the wall with his limbs and climbed up dozens of floors of high-rise buildings like a spider. He spread his arms, facing the strong wind on the tall building, and shouted wantonly. A young Peter Parker reached out, felt the wind on his skin, and felt as if he had grasped the world. Previously, the world had nothing to do with him. At the same time, he also felt that there was a mysterious chemical combination in his mind, which was the formula of the steel spider. Feeling those mysterious cobweb recipes, Peter Parker was very excited to return to the home of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. His childhood experience has cultivated his personality of being sensitive and inferior, and he likes to attract others' attention by talking too much. It's a pity that such behavior always ushers in the rejection of others. Only a few people are willing to make friends with themselves. Among them was Gwen. But in the face of the girl he likes, Peter Parker has never had the courage to tell the other party his feelings. He feels that he is not worthy. After seeing the boy chasing Gwen, driving him to and from school in a luxury sports car, Peter Parker kept this feeling in his heart, But now, he feels that everything is beginning to usher in a turning point. For a long time afterwards, Peter Parker is immersed in the basement, researching Cobweb and designing his own battlesuit. During this time, those famous mutants became the targets of his pursuit. He wants to stand up in front of the girl he likes. After several days of continuous research, Peter Parker finally produced a launcher that can spit out Cobweb and a set of red and blue color matching battlesuits that satisfy him. The moment he puts on the battlesuit, he feels like he's starting to win the world. Then, he took off his clothes and was about to go downstairs. At this time, but I saw Aunt May and Uncle Ben sitting in the living room with gloomy faces. Peter, it's so late, where are you going? Uncle Ben said in a deep voice, and stopped Peter Parker. After you came back recently, you have always been obsessed with your own research. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but have you lately forgotten that your Aunt May, a lady, walks 12 blocks alone every day? Uncle Ben's tone was serious, obviously angry. While speaking, he stood up and walked in front of Peter Parker. Listen to me, kid. I'm listening, let's talk. The expression on Peter Parker's face also became serious. You're very much like your father, very much, and that's a good thing. Uncle Ben took a deep breath and looked seriously at the child in front of him, but your father is a man with ideas and principles. He's a firm believer that if you can do something good for someone else, you have the moral right to do it, and that's what matters. He looked at Peter Parker seriously, obviously annoyed by the latter's indifference to anything these days. This is not a choice, but a duty, he said solemnly. And Peter Parker's eyes were red when he heard what his uncle said. He suddenly felt the grievances accumulated in his heart, which suddenly turned into a fountain and gushed out. In the past, he felt that what he said in his heart was not important, but now, he wanted to say it. It's really well said, awesome, and I was enlightened by what I said. Peter Parker's eyes were red with tears, his voice choked up. Then where is he now? What? Uncle Ben was puzzled. Where is he? Where is my dad? Peter Parker also looked at his uncle seriously. Didn't he feel it was his duty to tell me this himself? He said, his voice trembling a little. My God, how dare you say such a thing? Uncle Ben stopped. Why don't I dare? What qualifications do you have to say these words? Peter Parker wiped away tears, turned and ran out. This is the first time he has expressed the grievance in his heart. 0. Seeking flowers. Peter. Uncle Ben looked at Peter Parker's back, feeling a little annoyed at how he had let his childishness go. Off-screen. Marbury Villa. Looking at this scene, Tony Stark's eyes were touched. His empathy with the amazing Spider-Man is even more. Because when he was a child, he also knew that his father was a great person. Unfortunately, Tony Stark never had the chance to meet his father. In a way, my experience with this extraordinary Spider-Man is very similar. He opened his mouth slowly. Advertisement, definitely, you are also different from him, that is, you have wealth that he never had. Small spicy Pepper glanced at him. Otherwise, with his IQ, he might be able to become an Iron Man like you even if he wasn't bitten by that mutant spider. Haha, you have to know that no matter how many other superheroes there are, who possesses wealth and can become Iron Man and become a superhero, I am the only one. Not necessarily. Nick Fury answered. We'll just wait and see. Not all rich people are as kind as I am. Tony Stark pouted. Those who control wealth, because some don't care about the lives of others. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne frowned. I have a bad feeling that even this Spider-Man will experience the same tragedy as before. Tragedy is hard for people to accept, but it is the fastest growing person. Alfred on the side took a deep look at Bruce Wayne, then sighed. Definitely, I still don't want to see any tragedy. 0. Me too. Bruce Wayne's eyes were also a little dim. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker entered a supermarket. Seeing his poor appearance, the salesperson couldn't help mocking him a few words. Just at this time, a robber walks in. Get ready to grab your money. Peter Parker glanced at him, but didn't stop him, allowing the robbers to grab the money and run out. Off-screen. Bruce Wayne couldn't help sighing when he saw Lee. It seems that this Spider-Man still can't escape that tragedy. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker was walking out of the supermarket. Boom. An extremely loud gunshot suddenly came from the next street. That direction is exactly the direction that Uncle Ben's house came from. But generally Uncle Ben and Aunt May won't go out at this point. Peter Parker thought about it, but didn't think too much, and walked over there briskly. However, it was discovered that a large group of people had already surrounded the street. He wasn't going to care about anything. It's a pity that with his powerful hearing, he heard an extremely weak voice calling, Peter, in the crowd. This voice. Peter Parker was stunned. Isn't that exactly Uncle Ben's voice? Is he the one who bears the heavy burden? How could he go out at this hour? Could it be because of me? For a while, Peter Parker was in a mess. Although he said that Uncle Ben can't replace his father, he has been with him for so many years. It is impossible not to be grateful from the bottom of my heart. It's just that when he said harsh words tonight, it was just the hot blood of the young man. Thoughts are chaotic. Peter Parker quickly pushed away the crowd, and saw Uncle Ben lying on the ground, shot in the stomach, and pale. Uncle. He rushed over in a panic and knelt directly beside the other party. He grabbed his uncle's hand. How could this happen? How could this happen? It was a robber with a silver revolver. I tried to stop him, but unfortunately, ahem. Uncle Ben's voice was languid and he was coughing up blood. When Peter Parker heard his words, he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Robbers with silver pistols. So close, except for the person who just walked out of the supermarket, he couldn't think of the second one at all. I killed Uncle Ben. If I had stopped him, then my loved ones would not have been hurt. Peter Parker felt a little broken, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Boy. I don't regret it. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ben held his hand tightly and said weakly, I only hate that I am too weak. You have to remember, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You protect not only other people, but also those you care about. The voice fell. Uncle Ben's breath quickly became sluggish. Peter Parker's heart also fell into the bottom of the valley. He felt that his whole body was wrapped in endless regret. Off screen. Everyone fell silent when they saw this scene. 78. The saddest Spider-Man, sad ending, Kamar Taj. Wong saw in the picture that Peter Parker, who looked extremely sad because of the loss of Uncle Ben, was at a loss for words for a while, unable to speak a word. After a long time, he sighed heavily. It seems that such a tragedy is inevitable. After all, when Spider-Man first acquired the ability, he felt extremely inferior and suddenly started to be arrogant. If there hadn't been such a tragic baptism, maybe he wouldn't have become the later Spider-Man at all. He said slowly, although in general, such baptism is a good thing, but in the final analysis, it is still a tragedy. If possible, I really don't want to watch tragedies. The Ancient One magician at the side glanced at him after hearing his words. No one in the world would be willing to watch tragedy, but it is so inevitable. 670. When she said these words, her eyes looked extremely calm. Because the Ancient One magician has seen countless tragedies after becoming the Asgardian of the timeline. Fortunately, Spider-Man is not a weak-hearted person. He was not knocked down because of such a tragedy. On the contrary, he stood up later. This tragedy has become the direction of his life. Otherwise, those who are weak in heart may start to sink and degenerate after facing such a tragedy and never stand up again. After saying this, Ancient One magician took a deep breath and calmly glanced at the big disciple Modu beside him. Definitely, it's also because there is justice in Spider-Man's heart. So this tragedy became a catalyst, making the justice in his heart stronger. But it is a person's heart. If there is only darkness, then facing the catalyst, it is only a small thing for the whole person to become weak, and it may even become evil. Just like the enemies of those superheroes. The voice fell. Wong fell into deep thought. As for Modu, he didn't care. He doesn't care about the growth of Xinxing at all. This kind of thing is nothing to him at all. In the world, all the truths are meaningless. It's all nothingness. Only power is real. It can change one tragedy after another. The source of all tragedies is because of insufficient power. And not being able to gain power, such a thing originally, is also a tragedy. However, the story of Spider-Man is also a good reference for me. Modu thought. I can learn how to make my strength stronger through his story. In addition to Spider-Man, there are other villains, and I can also learn from them how to gain more powerful ways. Advertisement, this is also a good thing for me. As the thoughts progressed, Modu's eyes became brighter and brighter. After all, in his opinion, he is the future Sorcerer Supreme, and he is also an excellent disciple of Gu Yi. It must be able to control enough power. Holy area. Asgard. All the people in Asgard, seeing the tragedy in the picture, fell into silence. They never expected that such a tragedy would still happen to the second Spider-Man. It's so sad. Thor sighed. However, it was also this incident that made Spider-Man grow. Maybe he was sad, but it was the most important lesson in life. Odin, who was sitting on the throne not far away, after hearing these words from Thor. I froze for a moment. Then, he glanced at Thor with relief in his eyes. Before, he wanted people from Asgard to watch the inventory of magic books together, so that his son could learn something from this inventory. In the process of watching movies in the past, Thor always showed his immature side. But now, Odin finds that Thor has learned to face tragedy after watching so many superhero stories. Instead of blindly thinking that fighting can solve all problems. For a while, God King Odin was also very relieved. The God Empress Frigga beside him also noticed this. Gently took Odin's arm. The two looked at each other with a smile. 5. Others don't pay much attention, but Loki is different. Half of his attention is on Odin. Therefore, seeing the father and mother showing such obvious smiles because of Thor's small growth. It made him very upset. However, I'm not in a hurry, soon. Loki thought with an ugly expression, soon, after I'm on the list, Father, you will see my excellence. I believe that by that time, you will realize the fact that I am better than Thor. And at that time, it is not very far away from now. Advertisement The Amazing Spider-Man World. Peter Parker looked at his sad self in the picture and sighed silently. After this incident, I thought I had grown up. After that, I will definitely do my best to prevent those tragedies from happening. His eyes began to become more and more lonely, but I didn't expect that Uncle Ben's departure would not be the last tragedy in my life. The tragedies in the future are like migrating flocks of birds, coming to me one by one without stopping. It's really, fate tricks people. Finished. Peter Parker sighed heavily uncontrollably. At the same time, Deadpool universe. Deadpool looked at the picture, bursting into tears. Peter Parker, who was holding Uncle Ben in his arms, shook his head with a strange expression. Well, this Spider-Man is too miserable after all. It's safe to say, the final Spider-Man battle, he shook his head and sighed. It doesn't have half of my style at all. With that said, Deadpool looked at the portrait that had just been spent. I saw it in the drawing paper in his hand. 0.4 on the top of the drawing paper, there's a Deadpool holding a knife and looking very airy. And at his feet, there are countless fallen superheroes, as well as supervillains in the Marvel Universe. On the drawing paper, in his other hand, he was holding a purple head. The owner of the head is one of the great villains in the Marvel Universe, Thanos. Deadpool looked at Thanos on the drawing paper, with only one head left, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. After all, because of Deadpool's undead ability, he often walks on the brink of death. Therefore, he often had contact with the goddess of death, one of the 5 great gods, and even had some feelings for him. And Thanos, an old guy, has always had a crush on the goddess of death. Yes, very hostile to Deadpool, at the same time. The picture presented by the magic book is still going on. 79. Superhero or criminal? Batman vs. Spider-Man puzzles. On screen. After losing his Uncle Ben, Peter Parker was heartbroken and began to wake up. I deeply realized the truth that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Start designing your own uniform. Tackle one thing after another in his New York City as Spider-Man. New York's crime rate began to drop, at the same time. Because after owning ability, Peter Parker's self-confidence has also been greatly improved. Dare to pursue the girl who I once thought was elusive, Gwen. The relationship between the two quickly heated up. The latter soon invited him to his home and had dinner together. And at the dinner table, Peter Parker meets Gwen's father. He was a sheriff of the New York Police Department. Through the conversation, the other party feels that Spider-Man is a violent law enforcement officer who walks outside the law. In the final analysis, in fact, there is no difference with the so-called criminals. Peter Parker naturally became upset when he heard the other party's remarks. There was a conflict between the two. Later, under the adjustment of Gwen, the two talents temporarily calmed down. Subsequently, Gwen pulled Peter Parker outside the door, and 08 said, "It seems that my father will not welcome you in the future." After speaking, he was ready to turn and leave. At this time, Peter Parker fired a cobweb, pulled it back, and held it in his arms. "You are a spider." Gwen suddenly understood the identity of Peter Parker, and was very surprised. It's just that the words are not finished. It was gagged by Peter Parker. Off-screen. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. After Bruce Wayne heard the two debated issues, the expression in his eyes also became cloudy and uncertain. Because the topic that Spider-Man discussed with Gwen's father also happened to him. Even, until now, it has been bothering him. In Gotham City, there has always been such a topic. That is the existence of Batman. Is it legal? Lots of people are arguing about it. Most people who have been protected by Batman feel that the existence of Batman is necessary. Because of his high ability, advertisement, it even solves a lot of problems that Gotham police have never solved. However, some people also believe that Batman's unofficial actions are completely illegal. Maybe one day he will become a criminal and cause harm to others. Definitely, Bruce Wayne himself did not waver in his determination to cleanse the darkness in Gotham City because of such arguments. But the doubts from the outside world still tormented his heart more or less. So, when he heard the conversation between Spider-Man and Gwen's father, he was still touched. Master. Alfred naturally also noticed the psychological fluctuations in Bruce Wayne, and took a deep look at him. Actually, I think Batman's existence is very great. He weighed his words carefully, hesitating to speak, but, in my opinion, if someone else becomes Batman, I will definitely support him. But I don't want that guy, Bruce Wayne, because what Batman did, it was too dangerous. I really don't want to see my young master again after the night is over. At this time, Bruce Wayne raised his hand. "Ah Fu, stop talking, you know I don't like to hear this." Alfred opened his mouth upon hearing this, but did not continue speaking. It's just that his eyes became more and more downcast. The air between the two of them suddenly became quiet. After a while, "Thanks." Bruce Wayne's eyes were still on the light curtain presented by the magic book. He spoke suddenly and lowered his voice. However, this sentence was still captured by Alfred. His eyes flickered, with mixed feelings. For a while, I couldn't say anything else. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent also sighed after hearing Gwen's father's doubts about superhero. Why do these people always speculate on the hearts of those superheroes? He was a little puzzled. Obviously what Spider-Man does is to make the city better. Clark Kent didn't know. In the future, he will also face such speculation. However, later, relying on Superman's power that is comparable to the gods, such doubts were dispelled. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker left shortly after dinner at Gwen's house. And on the second night, advertisement, he went to meet his mentor, Dr. Connors. The other party has been researching genetically modified technology. I want to extract the genes of lizards to restore mobility to disabled people who lack limbs. After Peter Parker knew this, he told the other party the technical information he had mastered. Later, Dr. Connors actually succeeded in extracting the lizard gene, allowing his broken arm to grow back. Dr. Connors was originally a veteran who lost an arm because of participating in the war. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe, Marbury Villa. Tony Stark saw Dr. Connors grow a brand new arm after being injected with the lizard gene serum. Can't help but praise again and again. This technology, no matter where it is placed, is a remarkable achievement, he said with emotion. But soon, Tony Stark realized something. But, the lizard. Could it be that the lizard monster we saw before is related to this technology? He frowned. Based on my years of experience dealing with those supernatural threats, it's quite possible. Nick Fury looked solemn. Some scientific methods can bring benefits to 973 human beings, but they can also bring threats and endanger the future. Can such a thing happen? Little Pepper didn't think about it at first, but after hearing what they said, he also reacted. I thought it was a good thing. I didn't expect such a monster to appear. Science is originally right, just for fear of falling into the wrong hands. Nick Fury sighed with emotion, and just when his voice just fell. On screen. Night fell, and as expected, the lizard monster he had seen before appeared on the bridge with a huge traffic meteor. Start wreaking havoc. In the end, it was the Spider-Man who came to the scene to save one person after another. Only, because of his energy, more on saving lives. So soon let the lizard monster run away, and the next day. That lizard monster actually came directly to Peter Parker's school. To deal with him, because the monster identified people by smell, it directly identified Spider-Man as Peter Parker. After two people experienced a battle, half the campus was destroyed. And Dr. Lizard also escaped through the underground pipe again. This made Spider-Man decide to go to the underground pipeline and investigate this guy carefully. The other side. Gwen's father looked at the half-destroyed campus, and his opinion of Spider-Man suddenly climbed to the top. 80. Wrath of Superman. Heroes should not be misunderstood. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes after seeing this scene. A hero is sometimes alone. Times that no one can understand have to be lived. Walk in the dark. To carry what others cannot carry. Anyway, from the day I decided to be Batman, I never thought of giving up. He whispered. After hearing his words, Alfred on the side took a deep look at his young master with complicated eyes, but in the end he just sighed lightly, but didn't say anything. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent saw that Spider-Man was misunderstood by his girlfriend's father, and his face was a little ugly. Heroes should not be misunderstood. They are obviously so great. It shouldn't be. He clenched his fist slowly. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Seeing the misunderstood Spider-Man, Tony Stark shook his head. It's really pitiful. Looking at this second extraordinary Spider-Man, how can I feel like seeing the previous Wolverine? There is always some tragic color on her body. You better stop talking. Pepper glared at him. I still hope that there will be fewer tragedies in the end. Obviously these superheroes have made so many contributions to others, but in the end they will always be misunderstood for one reason or another, is really too much. Here two people talking. Nick Fury expressed his opinion. Perhaps, it is because these superheroes are too powerful, with abilities that ordinary people can't understand. So, it's hard for them to believe that these superheroes are really just there to protect them. If you want to prove your complete justice, it will take a long time. After all, to be a bad person, maybe you just need to do one bad thing. But you want to prove that you are a good person to people who don't trust you, and it may take a lifetime. During this process, if you show any unkind side, the suspicion in their hearts will be instantly magnified. The voice fell. Tony Stark showed surprise. I never thought that you, who are as cold-blooded as always, would say such philosophical words. It's incredible. Hear him say that. Nick Fury curled his lips. I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally. I have to have a certain depth of thought and wisdom to reach where I am today. Really? Advertisement. Little Pepper nodded. A person who can stand in the leadership position, no matter how unbearable he looks on weekdays, must have something extraordinary about him. Forehead. When Nick Fury heard this, a few black lines suddenly appeared on his dark forehead. Although it sounds like you were praising me, why do you feel that what you said is not a good thing? At the same time, on screen, Spider-Man has already brought his camera and is ready to go into the sewer to investigate what kind of secrets the lizard monster hides. And at this moment, the lizard monster suddenly rushed out and fought with him. During this process, Spider-Man's back was severely scratched by the lizard monster, leaving a deep bloodstain. In the end, Spider-Man looked a little embarrassed and left. However, he also found out that this lizard monster is Dr. Connors from the school. And his goal is to release a potion that turns everyone into a lizard monster at the highest point in the city. Definitely. With Spider-Man's current state, it is impossible to stop him for the time being. You can't go home easily. He couldn't reveal his identity to Aunt May. There was no other way but to knock on the window of his girlfriend Gwen. Gwen knows Spider-Man's identity and takes care of him wholeheartedly. Off-screen. Seeing this scene, little Pepper couldn't help covering his mouth. It's great, Spider-Man has such a girlfriend who is willing to understand him. Talking. But she frowned slowly. I really hope their beauty can continue, and there will be no more tragedies. Will do. After hearing her words, Tony Stark's eyes flickered. I thought of my own situation again. Immediately my mood sank a little. Nick Fury on the side noticed his mood change, but didn't say much. Still looking at the screen intently, on screen. After one night, the injury on Spider-Man's back immediately began to recover a lot. He was going to explain Dr. Lizard's plan to the police. As Peter Parker. Subsequently, the police are getting ready. And Peter Parker himself began to research the reversal antidote of the lizard monster gene medicine. Advertisement at night. Dr. Lizard appears. Carrying a potion that can be splattered on an entire city to turn everyone into lizard monsters. Prepare to appear towards the tallest building in the city and transform everyone in the city into their own kind. And all the preparations of the police could not stop him at all. The lizard monster is too powerful, also has amazing self-healing ability. Guns can't stop it at all. It overturned the police cars all the way, carried their shooting, and approached the highest building all the way. And at this time, Spider-Man appeared. He got into a fight with the lizard monster. Only, because the police also regarded Spider-Man as an enemy before, he was also besieged by the police. So, the lizard monster jumped away because Spider-Man was restrained by the police. Run all the way to the highest point in the city. Seeing this scene, Spider-Man was very anxious, but there is absolutely no way. He can't resist bullets like a lizard monster, and he can't directly attack the police. Otherwise, he would really be a criminal, and just as Spider-Man was struggling to get rounded up by the police, he was caught by Gwen's father. He was holding a gun and pointing it to his forehead. Spider-Man, Li Lijiao, is extremely entangled in his heart, but he doesn't want to attack the police. So, he was approached by Gwen's father and directly took off the hood on his head. Backquote. It's you. Gwen's father was stunned to see Peter Parker under the Spider-Man mask. Now that lizard monster is heading towards the highest building, and now only I can stop it. Peter Parker said something. Then, he took back his mask and put it on, swung the cobweb and charged towards the lizard monster. And at this time, the other policemen didn't know his identity, and still pointed their guns at Spider-Man. Stop. Gwen's father spoke immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. Still a young cop shoots Spider-Man. Because the latter is swinging in the air through the cobweb, there is no time to dodge. 81. The bridge between superhero and the public, man's promise. Boom. On screen. Under the night. The gunfire echoed. Spider-Man got shot in the foot. The policeman who fired the gun also heard Gwen's father's instructions after the shooting. Suddenly looked extremely panicked. Spider-Man did not blame the other party. But when he came to the roof of a building, he hesitated when he saw the injury on his foot. With my current state, I'm afraid it's too late, and at this time. Between cities. Those huge amounts of cranes are up and running. A series of huge amounts of robotic arms began to rotate, building a bridge for Spider-Man. It's the workers of the city, supporting Spider-Man. Spider-Man sensed their hearts, gritted his teeth immediately, and sprayed a bunch of cobweb on the wound on his leg, barely stopping the bleeding and preventing the wound from tearing. Then, he started to pass the bridges that the workers built for him and rushed towards the place where the lizard monster was. Off-screen. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at the scene he had experienced, his eyes flickered, and he felt a little emotional. At that time of the year, I suddenly felt so much support, so it made him more determined to be a Spider-Man. But, the person closest to me was injured because of Spider-Man. At the end of his thoughts, Peter Parker sighed heavily. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Seeing the scene where so many people started to help Spider-Man, Pepper immediately became excited. That's the right thing to do. Spider-Man is the superhero who protects the city, and it's because he works together with everyone. She exclaimed loudly. On the other hand, Tony Stark glanced at Nick Fury. It seems that not everyone is like you and always likes to suspect superheroes' kindness. At least Spider-Man doesn't spend his whole life justifying himself. Hearing this, Nick Fury looked a little helpless. How could I have thought that I was slapped in the face as soon as I said the words? However, he didn't have much thought about the picture presented in the magic book. Holy Area. Asgard. Advertisement. Thor looked at all the people in the city and began to work together with Spider-Man, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, that's it. All the people should stand on the side of the superhero together. Really, that's right. I was so d off when I saw the police start besieging Spider-Man. Their behavior is so chilling. Same time, everyone else in Asgard also began to express their opinions. I think it was a bit too much for the police to regard Spider-Man as an enemy. At the same time, on screen, Spider-Man passed the bridges built for him by those workers, swayed through the cobweb all the way, and walked to the highest building. However, during the final jump, Spider-Man made a mistake and failed to catch the building in front of him. All activists, Spider-Man's heart is not, all follow the heart. And at this time, a police helicopter slowly took off. And Spider-Man also came to the building through that helicopter. When seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. And Spider-Man also climbed all the way to the top of the tallest building and tower in the city. The lizard monster has installed its spraying equipment on the top of the tower. The countdown will start in 3 minutes. Spray the potion that will turn everyone into lizard monsters over the whole city. And at this time, Spider-Man rushed up, got into a fight with him. It's just that the previous Spider-Man couldn't easily deal with the lizard monster, and now he has a foot injury. In battle, there are not many advantages. Even later, he was directly grabbed by the lizard monster and crushed the spider web ejector in his hand. At the same time, the equipment on the top of the tower has only 10 seconds left before it is activated. By that time, people in the whole city will turn into lizard monsters. Right at this critical moment, Father Gwen is here. Take a shotgun and shoot the lizard monster several times in a row. Although the self-healing ability of this monster is super strong, it still hurts, so after being shot, he quickly let go of Spider-Man. And Spider-Man seized the time, rushed directly to the top of the tower, and put the antidote into the potion gap. Advertisement. Next second. The instrument located in the tallest building is activated. Countless liquid medicines began to spray around. However, because Spider-Man put the antidote inside in time, what was sprayed out was not the antidote that would turn the lizard monster into a human. A big crisis is finally resolved. Unfortunately, in the process, Gwen's father was pierced through the chest by the lizard man's claw. Later, Spider-Man came down and defeated the lizard man. And the lizard monster, because of the antidote, turned back into Dr. Connors and regained his sanity. After realizing the mistake he made, he fainted directly. And Spider-Man came to Gwen's father. The latter looked at the immature face in front of him, and his breath became more and more sluggish. Peter, I'm beginning to understand you. You did none wrong. This city needs Spider-Man, and you need this mask, too. Now, with countless responsibilities on your shoulders, you will continue to make enemies, and at the same time, you will also be constantly injured. You are truly great, said behind. Gwen's father's breath was even weaker, and every word sounded very weak. As for Spider-Man himself, he already had tears in his eyes. Even if ordinary people were killed, he couldn't bear it. The other party just saved himself, another girlfriend's father. How can he not be sad? And at this time, Gwen's father looked at Peter Parker very seriously. However, as a policeman, I understand very well that our family is all being targeted by those bad guys. So, you need to promise me one thing. Hearing this, Peter Parker looked at each other seriously. Uncle, tell me. 27. Don't drag Gwen into Spider-Man's world, leave her. Gwen's father said with serious eyes. This is to protect her, do you understand? Can you promise me? When Peter Parker heard this, the expression on his face became more and more complicated. Why didn't he understand what the other party said? After taking a deep breath, Peter Parker said slowly, I promise you. That's good. After getting a response, Gwen's father slowly closed his eyes, and his body temperature began to drop rapidly. Off-screen. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at himself who made the oath at the beginning. His expression became more and more ugly. 82. The tragedy of Spider-Man. This is a responsibility and a curse. Peter Parker looked at the picture, and the expression on his face became more and more ugly. After all, he promised Gwen's father, but he still failed to do it in the end. A generation of Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker himself took a deep breath. His eyes were constantly shining with a strange brilliance. This Gwen's father, even though he was against Spider-Man before, I didn't like him. His expression darkened, but what I have to admit is that for the sake of Gwen's safety, it is obviously correct for him to make such a request to Peter Parker of that world. Spider-Man is like this, with the ability, he is destined to keep making enemies and face endless challenges, and everyone related to him will eventually be implicated. It's a responsibility and a curse. Thoughts fell. The first generation Spider-Man also remembered his past, and once again sighed heavily. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. After high school student Peter Parker heard Gwen's father's request, the expression on his face became extremely weird. At the same time, I thought of my friends in school. For a while, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Obviously, although he hasn't reached that step yet. But it is entirely conceivable that if his Spider-Man identity is finally exposed, those friends around him will inevitably be implicated by him. That kind of situation is exactly what I don't want to see. And when high school student Peter Parker's thoughts kept going. On screen. After Spider-Man solved Dr. Lizard, he finally decided to break up with Gwen as agreed with Gwen's father. The latter was heartbroken. I really don't understand why Peter Parker would do this. Peter Parker took a deep look at the other party. I am Spider-Man, and if you are with me, then you will always be accompanied by danger. After saying these words, he walked away without looking back. Off-screen. Marbury Villa. Pepper looked at Gwen who was crying in the wind and rain, and the expression on his face was moved. How could this happen? Spider-Man is too indifferent. Tony Stark on the side gently hugged her waist and didn't say much. Advertisement and Nick Fury glanced at him. You have to know that in this world, not every superhero is in existence like Iron Man, who can unscrupulously reveal the identity of Iron Man. I just thought you were praising me. Hearing this, Tony Stark raised the whiskey in his hand. No, Nick Fury shook his head. Actually, according to Tony Stark's identity and the wealth he possesses, even if he doesn't reveal his identity as Iron Man, he will not have too many enemies to face. That's why he can say his identity as Iron Man so capriciously. Under such circumstances, even different companies will come to him for cooperation because of his status as Iron Man. It can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. Having said that, Nick Fury paused, smiled lightly and shook his head. Spider-Man is different. In his daily life, he is just an ordinary person, and the people around him are also not affected by the slightest bit. Attention. If they got involved with Spider-Man, obviously there would be a lot of unnecessary involvement. So, breaking up with Gwen, more often, is to protect each other. The voice fell. Pepper also sighed. It's not that she doesn't understand these things. As an executive of the Stark Group, Pepper naturally knows a lot. It's just that as a woman, and she is still reading other people's stories, she still can't help but feel sad for what Gwen has experienced. After hearing what Nick Fury said, she didn't say any more. Kamar Taj. Looking at the tragedy in the picture, to protect his lover, he had to separate from him. Wong couldn't help sighing. Ancient One is as calm as ever. As for Modu, he was somewhat disapproving. After all, he doesn't care about these things at all. What lover? Family? Those are unnecessary things, as long as they don't hinder yourself from gaining strength and love. He doesn't care. As for the so-called emotion, it is nothing but nonsense. It is completely an obstacle on the way to gain strength. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker after separating from Gwen. The latter understood what was in his mind. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. When a little girl is in love, she doesn't care about any danger, and she feels that she is also someone who is afraid of danger. Therefore, I have been refusing to give up on Peter Parker. As for Peter Parker himself, he was still a young boy after all. Although there are many truths in my heart, but seeing the girl he loves right in front of him, it's hard for him to hold back his feelings for her. Although later he insisted not to be with the other party. But he still couldn't help holding the girl's hand. At this moment, Osborne Company said that it has developed a new energy power system which can generate almost unlimited electricity through biopower generation. However, no one thought that when the power system started to start. But there was an accident. The engineer, who is the core developer of this power system, accidentally had an accident, and was turned into an energy body whose whole person was turned into electricity by the electric energy. Turned into an electric man who can discharge and swallow electricity. After turning into an electric man, he rushed directly to the street. Because he had just become an electric man, he couldn't control the power on his body, causing many people to be injured. And at this moment, Peter Parker put on a Spider-Man battle suit and rushed in front of the electric man. The moment Electric Man saw Spider-Man, he instantly calmed down. Spider-Man, you are finally here, I'm so scared. I have no idea why it happened like this. The Electric Man said tremblingly. You are the hero in my heart, not long ago, I was saved by you. I believe you are the embodiment of justice, you can help me, right? I'm an electrical engineer at Osborne Corporation. The Spider-Man on the opposite side, after hearing his words, immediately understood that he didn't have any bad intentions. It was entirely by accident that it became like this. At the same time, he couldn't control his own calendar because of panic. Now that he has calmed down, the electric energy on his body has stopped rioting. And just when Spider-Man was about to have a good talk with the other party. Boom. The police who had been hiding in the corner before felt that this was a good opportunity. Directly fired 3 shots at the Electric Man. 83. The hero in my heart has disappeared. Nick Fury's strange thoughts. On screen. 6. The sound of police gunfire on Electro echoed constantly in the empty square. Off screen. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help calling the New York police officers stupid. The situation is so obvious that the disc cannot be seen at all. Just shoot. Electron Man's mood had obviously calmed down because of Spider-Man's arrival just now. After he fired this shot, no one can be sure what the other party will do in the end. As expected. Next second. On screen. After experiencing that accident, Electro-Optical Man's body has become a complete energy body. And the bullet, as the essence, can't hurt him much at all. On the contrary, it directly angered him. Moment. The Electro-Optical Man's eyes locked on the 5-0 policeman who had shot before. Whoosh. As he raised his hand suddenly, in an instant, a thick electric snake directly bombarded that policeman. The latter was directly turned into a mummy by the dense electric current. At the same time, Electro-Optic Man turned his gaze to Spider-Man. Spider-Man, you lied to me. I trust you so much, you lied to me together with the police. You cheated on my feelings. His voice was unusually hysterical and extremely indignant. No, what the police did just now is not what I directed at all. After Spider-Man heard the other party's words, he obviously knew that the Electric Man had been provoked. After all, now the emotions in the latter's heart are not so difficult to guess. Suddenly encountered such a big change, he was very helpless in his heart. Like a panicked drowner. And the arrival of Spider-Man is equivalent to the only straw that he can grasp in his heart. Advertisement finally, because of the appearance of Spider-Man, Diongguang gradually calmed down. But the next second he was shot, although, Spider-Man does not necessarily have to cooperate with the police. But now the Electro-Optic Man has obviously fallen into an extreme emotion. There is no extra reason to think more, just feel like I've been cheated. After finally calming down some emotions, they suddenly became agitated. There was a real anger in his eyes. He roared, and shot out a dense electric current in all directions, turning the surrounding square into dazzling white. Terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly spread and tumbling in the air, looking extremely terrifying. Makes people shudder. Even the web shooters on Spider-Man's wrist were directly scrapped due to the sputtered electric light. At last, it was the police who cooperated with Spider-Man. By using the water gun, all the electricity on the Electro-Optic Man's body was diverted away, and only then was it possible to dissipate all the electricity on his body. Electron is under control. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Pepper saw that Electron was controlled without any risk. Can't help but let out a long breath. The Electric Man's ability is so terrifying that even Spider-Man can hardly do anything about him. Fortunately, in the end they still found a way to hit him with a water gun to control him. It worked out in the end. While speaking, she still had lingering fears, and kept patting her chest with her hands. The other side. Both Tony Stark and Nick Fury were lost in thought. I don't know what kind of ability reaction this electro-optic human body will look like. It looks very interesting. This is the former idea. After all, Tony Stark is also a scientist. When seeing this interesting phenomenon, I always unconsciously consider the scientific principles behind it. Want to know how to control such a scene? This Electric Man looks very dangerous. If such a dangerous person appears in our universe, various protective measures must be taken. At the same time, we have to consider that under various circumstances, we are facing the threat of terrorist voltage. Make all the thorough preparations. It's the latter, S.H.I.E.L.D. director's idea. Ever since he established S.H.I.E.L.D., he has been thinking about the safety of the Earth. Advertisement and inventory of the magic book this time. In addition to being in various superhero experiences. In fact, Nick Fury is also collecting those factors that may threaten the safety of the entire Earth if they appear. Then in the bottom of my heart, if the other party appears, then how should the other party consider? Kamar Taj. So stupid, those policemen are so stupid. Wong was still immersed in the stupid operation of the police before. If that policeman hadn't fired a shot, maybe the Electron Man could have resolved it in a peaceful state. After all, Electro-Optic Man doesn't seem to have a bad nature, it's just that he was a little agitated because of an accident. If you calm me down, maybe with Electron's ability, a new superhero will appear in the city. He said a lot in one breath. After the words fell, Wong was still panting heavily. The whole person looked quite angry. After hearing his words, Ancient One Magician said lightly, "It is precisely because reality has such unsatisfactory places that reality always has unexpected surprises." At the same time, Modu was silent. He didn't speak, but his eyes were shining. He could feel that Electric Man's ability is very powerful. Even the potential is endless, because he can absorb electricity endlessly. The reason why he can solve it so easily is because he hasn't absorbed enough electricity. And Electron Man's original body has also turned into an energy body, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of normal physical damage anymore. This ability, the more Modu thought about it, the more excited he became, and the greedy look in his eyes became more and more intense. 1.7. He really wants the power of Electric Man now. He began to think about the feasibility of obtaining this kind of power for himself. After all, Electron's power is too perfect. It can be said that there are almost no side effects. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker's friend Harry Osborn found him. The latter indicated that his family had a genetic disease that was difficult to resolve. Harry Osborn's father, Norman Osborn, had already lost his life because of that genetic disease. Before Chi's father died, he said that the previous project of mutant spiders was actually to research a solution that could prolong their lives. It's a pity that the mutant spider project was still unsuccessful. However, there is a glimmer of light at the end of this project. That's Spider-Man, 84. The sigh of a generation of Spider-Man has not changed after all. On screen, Harry Osborn said that there is a last glimmer of light for the mutant spider project, and that is Spider-Man. He suspected that the other party was the only successful person in the mutant spider project. So he needs the mutant gene of Spider-Man to save his life. And Peter Parker has taken pictures of Spider-Man many times before and sold them to his part-time Daily Horn. So, Harry Osborn hoped that this friend of his would be able to help him call the Spider-Man over and have a good negotiation. After hearing the other party's request, Peter Parker said that he needs to think about it carefully. Then he left the Osborn home. After this, Peter Parker went to meet Harry Osborn as Spider-Man. It means that the mutant gene in his body cannot be given to Harry Osborn. After all, no one can be sure whether those mutated genes will cause rejection among different individuals. It ended up directly killing Harry Osborn. After saying this, Spider-Man left. After that, Peter Parker used the clues left by his father to find O8 laboratory hidden in an abandoned underground station. In the end, it was learned through the experimental diary left behind. The mutant spider project back then was established by Peter Parker's father based on his own genome. In the end, only the genes of Peter Parker's family could successfully adapt to the genes of the mutant spiders. Others will lose their ecology because they reject the genes of the mutant spiders. This discovery made Peter Parker know that his previous decision was not wrong. Unfortunately, the other side, Harry Osborn didn't know about this situation, and immediately hated Spider-Man from the bottom of his heart. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe, Marbury Villa. Oh my god. When little Pepper saw this, he couldn't help covering his mouth with his hands, and let out an exclamation. Because she can guess what will happen next. Two good friends, because of some misunderstandings, finally became enemies. Advertisement: such a tragedy will soon be staged on Spider-Man. And these things, Tony Stark and Nick Fury can also see it naturally. I don't understand. Why can't I just say it clearly? It's obviously a matter that can be said directly, but in the name of doing the best for the other party, I hide it from you, which eventually leads to tragedy and misunderstanding. Tony Stark shook the glass in his hand and shook his head at the same time. After Nick Fury heard his words, a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's true, but I think you also have some secrets that you don't want to tell directly? While speaking, he glanced at the reactor on Tony Stark's chest that poisoned the latter, and then at Pepper next to him. After Tony Stark noticed the other person's gaze, he raised his eyebrows. Immediately wondered where Nick Fury knew his secret. However, thinking of the presence of Pepper, he didn't say it. New York. High school student Peter Parker also scratched his head curiously after seeing this scene. I don't know this other universe, so why don't I openly explain the situation to my good friend? Anyway, it's all for his own good. There's no need to hide it, it won't save the other party's life, and at the same time, he will hold grudges. It's completely unnecessary. Talking. He also shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Peter Parker, a high school student, doesn't understand what the other party is thinking. The Amazing Spider-Man Universe. Peter Parker looked at the picture that once his best friend, a complex look flickered in his eyes. A generation of Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker suddenly felt a little surprised. It seems that there are similarities between different universes, but there are also differences. He couldn't help expressing emotion. It turns out that in the universe of the extraordinary Spider-Man, Norman Osborn did not become Green Goblin, but died of illness directly. While speaking, the expression on his face seemed a bit helpless, but it seems that the extraordinary Spider-Man has not been able to be friends with Harry until the end. What a pity. At the same time, on screen, after Harry Osborn was rejected by Spider-Man, he still didn't give up looking for clues about mutant spiders. After all, this matter is related to whether he can continue to live. Later, he checked through the top secret information in the company, and it turned out that some of the venom of the mutant spiders was specially preserved during the experiment. Since this is the case, then I still have a chance to obtain the ability of mutant spiders by relying on those venoms. Harry Osborn's eyes lit up. Advertisement in at this time. The senior management in the Osborn Group directly expelled Harry Osborn from the board of directors. After all, the Osborn Group was a fat meat with a market value of hundreds of billions. After Norman Osborn died of illness, they would not sit back and watch such a large fortune fall into the hands of such a hairless brat like Harry Osborn. But after Harry Osborn was betrayed, his heart became ruthless, and he decided to kill and kill. He went directly to the basement of the Osborn Group, released the imprisoned Electric Man, and promised that the two would cooperate and give him half of the wealth. Then, with the help of the Electric Man, Harry Osborn took control of the Osborn Group again. At the same time, he also found out the Venom 783 of the mutant spider that was stored back then, and injected it into his body impatiently. And at this moment, an accident happened. The moment Harry Osborn was injected with the gene Venom, his whole body felt excruciating pain, and all the blood vessels in his body turned green, protruding from under the skin. And all the muscles in it began to expand, and green hair grew on the body surface. This is a sign that the two genes are mutually exclusive. He is dying. Last resort. Harry Osborn deserves to be included in the survival armor built by the Osborn Group before. Subsequently, his thoughts became extreme. The Green Goblin of the Amazing Spider-Man universe is born. In his opinion, he became like this because of Spider-Man. So, Green Goblin is ready to take revenge on Spider-Man. Then, he summoned his Electric Men and prepared to deal with Spider-Man. Night is coming soon. At this time, Peter Parker also began to face up to his feelings for Gwen. He really couldn't give up his beloved girl. And the other party has been waiting for him, so they get back together again, and made up my mind, no matter what happens in the future, we must face it together. However, just when the two were holding hands and shopping in the dark, Electro is coming. 85. Bruce Wayne suppresses his emotions, the weight of a hero's name. On screen, Peter Parker has been through a series of psychological struggles, and Gwen has been reluctant to give up. I still feel positive about my feelings for the one I love. At the same time, the two decided that no matter what happens in the future, they must face it together. Never be separated by other things again, off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Pepper saw that the two finally broke through the previous estrangement after a long time, and held hands firmly together again, feeling deeply moved. It's great to have such a person who loves me by my side. She held her hands together unconsciously, her eyes shining brightly. It's just that I always feel that there is an ominous premonition that has been lingering in my heart. At this time, Tony Stark looked at the two people holding hands in the picture, but he frowned unconsciously. I always feel that something tragic will happen. Tony, can you think of something good? The extraordinary Spider-Man has been through so much tragedy before. After hearing what he said, Pepper immediately gave him a dissatisfied look. I don't think there will be any tragedy this time, right? I meant that I had an ominous premonition, but I didn't say that my premonition would definitely take effect. Tony Stark froze for a moment, then said helplessly, if possible, I would be more reluctant than anyone else to see a tragedy happen. No, I'm even more unwilling, Pepper said angrily. Okay, you're right. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, and the helplessness in his words became more and more serious. Nick Fury on the side listened to the conversation between the two, pursed his lips tightly, and didn't say a word. Holy area. Asgard. Seeing this scene on the screen, Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. Tisk. Peter Parker doesn't seem to have followed the promise he made to Gwen's father. At this time, Thor's fiancée said, but it's normal to think about it. Peter Parker is just a teenager. How could he give up his love so easily? Moreover, it is still under the circumstances that the other party has been unwilling to give up. Thor heard this and scratched his head. Although what you said makes sense, I don't think he is persistent enough. Hearing what he said, the fiancée sighed and didn't continue talking. Although she admired Thor's heroism and talent in battle very much. Advertisement, however, it seems that in terms of feelings, the latter is a noob after all. However, surprisingly, there are also many Asgard fighters who feel that there is nothing wrong with Thor's idea. Now that you have promised others and made a promise, you should do it well. There is no reason to violate it because of one's own selfish desires. For a while, there are different voices in Asgard. Started discussing whether Peter Parker was right to end up with Gwen. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the screen, and Peter Parker, who was holding hands with Gwen, shook his head slightly. Although he appreciates the morality in Spider-Man's heart. But regarding the handling of this matter, he still doesn't quite agree with the other party. It seems that compared to the first-generation Spider-Man, the extraordinary Spider-Man's awareness of the one he loves is not enough. He whispered. The first generation of Spider-Man, when faced with his beloved MJ, although it seemed very painful, he finally refused without hesitation. Because he knows that as a Spider-Man, he will make countless enemies in the future, and those close to him will be affected. This is the curse of the superhero, and so is Bruce Wayne. Before becoming Batman, I also had a true love, and I still love each other until now. Jessica. However, Bruce Wayne knew that Batman was not qualified to fall in love. Those who are close to him are easily swept into darkness. Actually, Bruce Wayne has always had an idea in his mind. That is to wait for the day when there will be a bright knight in Gotham City who can attack those criminals through legal means under the sun. Batman, the Dark Knight, will exit the night. However, Bruce Wayne can be with Jessica. This is also his promise to his beloved woman. It's just that now it seems that the night of Gotham is so thick that it can't be dispelled no matter what. Therefore, he could only keep that love firmly in his heart. Advertisement. And when Bruce Wayne saw the extraordinary Spider-Man knowing that he would bring danger to those around him, he still couldn't suppress his emotions. But he couldn't help but shook his head, feeling that the other party was too young. I just hope that in the end, the extraordinary Spider-Man doesn't experience any tragic things. He murmured. Master, I find this matter very difficult. Alfred glanced at Bruce Wayne. You have to know that Batman and Spider-Man, except for their different identities under the mask, are similar in a sense. Batman pulls those around him into darkness, and so does Spider-Man. He said slowly. Unless he gives up his identity as a Spider-Man, or he gives up getting close to the one he loves, otherwise accidents will inevitably happen over time. I know, ah fu, so Batman has no one close to him, until he disappears, no. Bruce Wayne smiled bitterly. Master, you know that I want you to get rid of Batman's identity. Fu sighed. This matter, don't talk about it anymore. Bruce Wayne paused. Then he turned his attention to the picture presented by the magic book. See it on the screen. Peter Parker and Gwen are shopping hand in hand. Suddenly, a thunder light occupied their field of vision, Wong Qian's. The Electric Man strikes. Peter Parker quickly changed into Spider-Man's clothes and fought with him. But the opponent's ability to absorb electricity indefinitely makes Spider-Man unable to deal with him for a while. Later, with the cooperation of Gwen, Spider-Man led Electro-Optical Man into a nuclear power plant and restrained him with the improved cobweb. Then, Gwen starts up the machines in the power station. A huge amount of nuclear power was crazily imported into the valley of the electro-optic human body. Only then will Electro-Optical Man explode. Solve it. And at this time, Harry Osborn, who became Green Goblin, also stepped on a skateboard that can fly, and came to Spider-Man. He wants revenge on the opponent. At this time, Green Goblin noticed that Gwen next to Spider-Man shouldn't be there. Pause time. He understood the identity of Spider-Man, and became more and more sad and angry. Peter Parker. The person who betrayed me turned out to be you. 86. Gwen's death. You can't even protect me, what kind of hero are you? On screen. After little Green Goblin Harry Osborn realized this, the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. He has always regarded Peter Parker as his best friend. When the other party obeyed his request and found Spider-Man for him, even though the latter finally rejected him. But Harry Osborn is enough to thank Peter Parker. But looking at it now, I didn't expect that the Spider-Man who rejected me now is actually Peter Parker himself. How can this keep Harry Osborn from being angry? For a while. His face, which was originally extremely ferocious, became even more distorted to the extreme after the anger rushed into his heart. Whoosh. Then as the little Green Goblin let out an angry roar, he directly rushed over the pressure. He grabbed Gwen, who was standing in front of him, looking at a loss, in his hands, and then turned around in an instant, and carried Spider-Man's girlfriend to the highest point of a clock tower. Peter Parker, do you know what it meant when you rejected me? Green Goblin looked at Spider-Man, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. It means you gave up giving me a chance to live on, so, from now on, you are no longer my friend. It's my life and death enemy. As he spoke, he casually threw Gwen to the highest point of the clock tower, with an increasingly ugly expression on his face. Now I plan to let you experience a wave of painful feelings. Except for you, I will not let go of anyone related to you. Because, you didn't want me to live. In the end. Green Goblin's voice has begun to sound hoarse, every word is full of endless anger. And the expression on Peter Parker's face under the Spider-Man mask, also at this time, looks extremely ugly. Harry, listen to me, things are not what you think. He spoke hastily. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning Gwen in panic. At the bottom of my heart, I began to recall what the latter's father had said to me before he left. I recognize your identity as a Spider-Man, this city needs your presence. Single quote. But being a Spider-Man means that in the future, you will make countless enemies, and everyone around you will be involved in danger because of you. Quote. So, promise me and leave Gwen. Don't put her 540 in danger. When the thoughts reached here, the expression on Spider-Man's face became more and more tense. Harry, you must never do anything that people will regret. Gwen is also your friend, isn't she? Spider-Man continued to persuade. Off-screen. DC Universe. In Wayne Manor. After seeing this scene, Bruce Wayne fell into a long silence. Let me just say that although this extraordinary Spider-Man has done a good job in most of the responsibilities as a superhero, he is still careless in the end. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "As a superhero, you shouldn't be unable to control your emotions, and then expose the people you care about to other enemies." Alfred didn't deny his young master's statement, but he took a deep look at him and said, "Superhero. You shouldn't show your emotions, let the enemy know, and become your own. Do you have any weaknesses? So, as long as Batman exists, the day I think I see will never come." Alfred did not say the following words, but secretly sighed in his heart. Sigh, I really hope that the young master can live an ordinary life without worrying about whether he will see the sun the next day. You can have your own wife, just like thousands of other ordinary people, have children, and live an ordinary life. Thoughts fell. Alfred sighed heavily again. Metropolis. Countryside. When Clark Kent saw this scene, his eyes were also uncertain. After a while, he sighed deeply. Now he is just a young boy. Therefore, he thought that if he was placed in the position of Peter Parker, would he really be able to completely let go of the girl he loves and not touch her? And still under the premise that the other party insisted so much. I'm afraid it's hard to do too. Clark Kent finally came to such a conclusion. However, after reading the story of Spider-Man now, I should also understand that as a superhero, I must protect the people around me. Because superhero is great and a representative of justice, but it also means that when superhero protects the justice in his heart, he will also make countless enemies. The people around me will also be implicated, so I must protect the people around me. Think here. Clark Kent couldn't help clenching his fist slowly. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark raised his brows, and glanced at the little pepper beside him. It seems that you are lucky enough that you haven't been implicated because of me yet. Perhaps your enemies think that I am not important to you. Little Pepper glanced at him quietly, his eyes full of resentment. After all, Iron Man's true identity is well known. On weekdays, he also appears in front of the world as a playboy. Advertisement. Although he has a deep relationship with Pepper. However, the woman beside Tony Stark has been changing all the time. Ahem. In fact, I have been protecting you all the time, you should understand my good intentions, right? Tony Stark suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and then quickly found a topic to perfunctory the past. Nick Fury on the side looked at the flustered look of the other party, smiled and said nothing. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to cooperate with Iron Man, they naturally investigated all the relevant materials. Definitely grasps how many love stories Tony Stark has had. Which naturally includes the so-called "it happened one night." As for the women that Tony Stark has experienced, even Nick Fury, the well-informed S.H.I.E.L.D. director, couldn't help being amazed when he saw it. Holy area, Asgard. They don't see a problem with Spider-Man wanting to be with the one he loves. Including, after Gwen knew the identity of Peter Parker Spider-Man, he still did not give up following him. All applauded by the people of Asgard. FFLX. When seeing Gwen in danger. They didn't think much of it either. I just hope that Spider-Man can solve this problem as soon as possible. Kamar Taj. When Wong saw this scene, his entire brow furrowed uncontrollably. It seems that Gwen's father's previous worries have come true. He murmured in a low voice. Spider-Man will encounter many enemies in this life. There are countless of them. He is naturally very great, but this also means that people related to him will be involved in one trouble after another. Over the long haul, that's pretty much what's going to happen. The voice fell. Ancient One magician raised his eyes, glanced at Wong, and nodded slightly. Perhaps this is the unavoidable fate of heroes. When they shoulder more responsibilities, they will bring more sorrow to those close to them. Danger. And all superheroes actually know about such things. But for the sake of righteousness, they still chose to devote themselves to the cause of superhero. From this perspective, the greatness of superhero has opened up a new level. After the Ancient One magician finished speaking, Wong couldn't help but nodded again and again. I think what the other party said makes sense. As for Modu, he doesn't care about such things at all. Who cares? He doesn't care about anyone. As long as AIFJ has enough strength, it will be fine. A generation of Spider-Man world. Peter Parker looked at himself in another universe. What he did was not mature at all, and he couldn't help sighing. It seems that this little guy is still not mature enough to compare to me. He shook his head. At the beginning, I could firmly understand that as a Spider-Man, apart from responsibilities, he would actually also bear a curse. So, for a long time, I refused Mary Jane to be with me. The voice fell. A wry smile appeared on Peter Parker's face. However, in fact, I still know him. After all, I'm still with MJ, Mary Jane, in the end. It's just that I will be more careful in the future. And the extraordinary Spider-Man doesn't seem to be doing well enough in this regard, directly bringing Gwen to the front of the enemy. Finished. Peter Parker couldn't help sighing again. At the same time, on screen, after the little green goblin kidnapped Gwen atop a tall tower, Spider-Man followed quickly, got into a fight with the little green goblin. Because at the beginning, Peter Parker harbored guilt towards his friend Harry Osborn in his heart, so he couldn't fully exert his full strength. However, he felt that the other party, as a former friend and a classmate of Gwen, should not do too much. Where do you think? While Spider-Man has been chasing little green goblin, the latter found the right moment and threw a bomb directly at Spider-Man. Spider-Man looked at this posture, he had no choice but to dodge. And at this moment, the little green goblin actually pushed Gwen down from the top floor of the clock tower. No, when Spider-Man saw this scene, his heart was about to break. However, next second, exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The bomb that was thrown at him exploded directly, and he couldn't save the falling Gwen in the first place. The impact of the explosion made him pause on the spot. Advertisement. By the time he started chasing down the clock tower, Gwen had already landed halfway down the clock tower. Such a distance. Spider-Man himself can't keep up at all. There is no way. He can only choose to shoot the cobweb directly, sticking Gwen. Pissed. The snow-white cobweb burst out from the web shooters on his wrist. At an extremely fast speed, it has crossed many spaces. Finally, when Gwen was about to fall to the ground, she stuck to her slender waist. And Spider-Man also stretched out his hand and hung himself on top of the clock tower. Pity. Boom. Click. Although Spider-Man's cobweb, before Gwen hit the ground, stuck to her waist. But the huge amounts of inertia have not disappeared. It directly broke Gwen's spine, and all the internal organs were also horribly squeezed. Spider-Man was in a clock tower-like position, looking at the girl connected to him through the cobweb, and lost his breath. The whole brain fell into a blank in an instant. Gwen. He murmured in a low voice, and glued the cobweb in his hand to the wall of the clock tower beside him. Then the whole person jumped directly from the clock tower. He jumped over half the height of the clock tower and landed beside Gwen. But it was found that blood was flowing from the latter's nostrils, which was obviously a manifestation of internal organ damage. At the same time, Gwen is out of breath too. A real person. A man loved by Spider-Man Peter Parker. Just like that in a second. Asterisk. T. Spider-Man. No, Peter Parker took off his hood, revealed his boyish face, and hugged him into his arms. I'm sorry Gwen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Peter Parker's face was flushed with tears, and he pressed Gwen's face to his own. Hold it tightly in your arms. Constantly apologize. The whole person fell into great sorrow. He apologized for not being able to save Gwen. I even apologize for not being able to keep the promise I made back then. Gwen, sorry. Peter Parker apologized over and over again. The bottom of my heart was tortured by pain over and over again. Pity. He knew it was too late. Everyone outside the screen also felt great sorrow for this scene and fell into silence. No one wants to see tragedy happen. But fate always plays tricks like this. Everything is not good, it will always suddenly show up in front of you. Next second, Spider-Man raised his red eyes, staring fixedly at the Green Goblin who was hovering on a skateboard on the top floor of the clock tower. Ah! He roared and rushed up. Full blast. The terrifying power far beyond ordinary people, the swift speed like a spider, and the dexterous posture are fully displayed by Spider-Man at this moment. Since you have forgotten our previous relationship and killed Gwen, then I will make you pay the price. Just a few breaths. Spider-Man has beaten Little Green Goblin to no avail. Only, off-screen, all the people watching this scene fell into silence. Because they knew that no matter how Spider-Man beat Green Goblin, Gwen would never come back. Dominion Asgard. Everyone fell into silence. Even Thor, who was always belligerent before, didn't say a word. He also felt heavy for the tragedy. Thor deeply forgot Gwen in the picture. Is this story going to end in tragedy? Will there be a turning point? 87. He let go of his pain for the world and shouldered the responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Silence, silence, silence. It started the moment I saw Gwen die, death. Everyone in front of the magic book screen fell into unspeakable silence for a moment. This tragedy was too unexpected. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Pepper watched the tragedy in front of him, and his eyes turned red instantly. Why do such unexpected tragedies always happen in the lives of these superheroes? Isn't there any superhero story that is beautiful from beginning to end? Wiping her tears, she questioned. Now Pepper, after seeing Wolverine's tragic life, has actually improved his ability to bear these tragedies to a certain extent. So, seeing Uncle Ben's death twice before, she didn't cry anymore. But when Gwen died, she couldn't control herself anymore. Not long ago, Gwen and Peter Parker understood each other's mind, thinking that no matter what dangerous things happened, they would never leave. Result, not even one night passed, and Gwen actually left. Peter Parker will also fall into deep pain because he was able to fulfill his promise before. It's so sad. Pepper's voice trembled a little. Tony Stark on the side gently embraced her. In fact, Tony Stark wanted to tell her that maybe Iron Man's life wouldn't be such a tragedy. But looking at his palladium-poisoned chest and feeling the tingling pain in his body, he still couldn't say these words. On the other hand, Nick Fury looked at the men and women who were hugging each other, opened his mouth, but finally didn't say a word. SHIELD can provide a way to keep palladium poisoning. But he is not sure whether Iron Man will not face any tragic events in the end. People of the rest of the world. Basically, the reaction is the same as that of Pepper and Tony Stark. Even the Spider-Man in the picture had already beaten the little green goblin so badly that he couldn't even stand up anymore. But the spectators still didn't feel any joy. There is still only sadness in my heart. On screen, little green goblin was quickly sent to jail. Gwen was also buried next to her father. New Yorkers have noticed that Spider-Man seems to have disappeared since the events of Electric Man and Green Goblin. Just like a generation of Spider-Man. The whole of New York City ushered in a superhero-free vacuum. Those criminals who started to behave themselves because of the appearance of Spider-Man started to move around again. Soon, New York's crime rate is skyrocketing. All the soldiers began to howl. They're all waiting for Spider-Man's return. Pity. Peter Parker was disheartened. As long as he is free, he will stand in front of Gwen's grave in a daze. I think carefully about the tragedy caused by my failure to accept the promise. The meaning of Spider-Man, what the hell? He couldn't help thinking, even my beloved girl can't protect well. Under the torment of these thoughts, Peter Parker also became increasingly depressed. He spent a lot of time with Gwen's grave. Autumn and winter come. The entire tomb was covered in silver by Luoxu. And Peter Parker returned home and began to be the same as before. Looking at the video of Gwen's graduation ceremony and the group photo of the two of them, his face was full of tenderness. It is also full of pain. And the newspaper on the side. It can be clearly seen that the crime rate in New York City has increased by 75% in the 5th month after Spider-Man disappeared. Everything started to go crazy. Off-screen, Marbury Villa. Pepper looked at the depressed Peter Parker in the picture, and his heart was full of worry. Do you think Peter Parker can come out in this fight? She couldn't help asking. After all, although the first generation of Spider-Man was at a loss, what that Spider-Man encountered was unsatisfactory life, but he didn't lose anyone more. But the extraordinary Spider-Man lost his beloved because of his own reasons. After speaking, Pepper couldn't help sighing again. She imagined what choice she would make if she put herself in the position of an extraordinary Spider-Man. It is clear, faced with such pain, Pepper may never forgive herself. After hearing her words, Tony Stark took a sip of his wine. I think he will stand up again, because he is a superhero. But the superhero recognized by the magic book. However, everything he faced is too regrettable. Advertisement. He sighed. Forget it, I don't know if the extraordinary Spider-Man can come out again in such grief. It's too embarrassing for Peter Parker to wear the Spider-Man battle suit again. It takes a lot of courage to face such demons. Nick Fury on the opposite side also participated in this discussion. I hope he can stand up. Kamar Taj. Wang's expression was quite complicated. Magician, do you think this Spider-Man can stand up again? If I were in his position, I'm afraid I'd be knocked out too. Finished. He took a deep look at the Ancient One magician at the side. In his eyes, the other party said, Yongshuan is an omniscient existence. No matter what kind of things you face, there will always be a kind of temperament that will not change in front of the landslide. I don't know. Everything he has experienced is enough to knock down most people in the world. The Ancient One magician was silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at the downcast Peter Parker in the picture. However, even so, he is already great enough. Really? Wang nodded. As for Modu on the side, he raised his eyebrows and didn't say a word. It's just that in the bottom of his heart, he began to plan. From the extraordinary Spider-Man, I have gained nothing. Actually, I learned a very important thing from this Peter Parker. Quote. That is, feelings will only affect my mind, and I can completely abandon them directly. Don't let feelings become the shackles on my pursuit of strength. Follow the thoughts hereafter. The luster in Modu's eyes began to become deeper and deeper. And in the process, he didn't notice at all. In the process of sinking into contemplation. The Ancient One magician who stood aside looked at him calmly, then sighed. New York. Somewhere in a residential building. High school student Peter Parker looked at the experience of the extraordinary Spider-Man in the screen, and couldn't even say a word for a while. Jaw dropping. After a long time, he looked at the extraordinary Spider-Man in the picture, and gently stroked him when he took a photo with Gwen. High school student Peter Parker couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect Spider-Man from another universe to experience such a thing. It seems, if I have a girl I like in the future, I must not let her get involved in the danger that Spider-Man will bring. This is responsible for Spider-Man, but also responsible for the beloved. Think here. He thought of Aunt May who has always taken care of himself and still has a charming charm, and Aunt May, you must not let him be influenced by me. At the same time, on screen, Peter Parker has been grieving the loss of Gwen. Whenever I have free time, I will stand in front of the other party's grave, silent for a long time. Or just stay at home, staring at the photos of two people in a daze. And at this time, he suddenly heard a piece of news popping up on the TV beside him. On TV, the host's expression looked abnormally flustered. In Times Square, a criminal with a super mechanical armor suddenly appeared. He was wearing a thick mechanical armor like a rhinoceros, and all the bullets couldn't pierce it. The gangster has already caused a huge amount of damage, and the police have tried all kinds of methods but are at a loss. And now, it's the 5th month since Spider-Man disappeared. Hear voices from the TV. Peter Parker raised his head in a daze, his gaze swept across the TV. It can be seen that in Times Square at the moment, a bald man is operating a silver armor in the shape of a rhinoceros, destroying everywhere on the street. That armor is more than 2 meters high, and it can even fire huge amounts of missiles. Run wild. The populace panicked. At the same time, they kept shouting the name, Spider-Man. Peter Parker took a deep breath, staring at the Spider-Man's fighting spirit that he randomly threw into the box, dazed. Off-screen, Marbury Villa. Seeing this scene, Pepper couldn't help clenching his fists. Spider-Man, the whole city needs you now. You must stand up again. Come on. Even Tony Stark couldn't help but cheer for Spider-Man. As for Nick Fury, although he didn't speak, there was a strong sense of hope in his eyes. Because all of Spider-Man's experiences were watched by him. Nick Fury knew that this young man had infinite justice in his heart. It's just that he was temporarily oppressed by the heavy reality. But, as long as one day, Spider-Man can find his own fulcrum again, then he will stand up again. Spider-Man. 0. Nick Fury couldn't help clenching his fist secretly. Dominion Asgard. Spider-Man. We believe in you. You will stand up again. You are a superhero who has brought hope to countless people. You won't be defeated so easily. There are thousands of lights waiting for you to protect. Everyone in Asgard couldn't help but started to cheer for Peter Parker in the picture. Advertisement. Thor also raised his arms. Spider-Man. Come on. Just at this time, on the magic screen, the camera turned. Came to the square where the rhinoceros wreaked havoc. Police have cordoned off the surrounding area, facing the rhinoceros head-on. As for the faces of the surrounding people, they were also full of panic. And the rhinoceros looked at the picture in front of him, and he was not in a hurry to continue destroying it. Instead, he stood where he was, opened his visor, revealed a ferocious bald head, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Look, who is it now, who is so pitiful? Without Spider-Man, you have nothing to show. When the policeman on the opposite side heard his words, his face instantly became ugly and he felt very upset. He wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason. Can only have a black face. At the same time, in their hearts, they were also terrified. Because the big guy in silver armor in front of him is really hard to deal with. The police have no bottom. At this time, a figure in a red and blue uniform crossed the sea of people and ran between the police and the rhinoceros. The audience fell silent instantly. His eyes focused on that figure. Only, he is not Spider-Man. It was a little boy not more than 1 meter tall, wearing a Spider-Man uniform. When everyone is panicking, with such stubbornness, he stood in front of the rhinoceros. No, my child. The child's mother, standing outside the cordon, panicked. Others have mixed feelings in their hearts. The little boy in the Spider-Man uniform doesn't care. Spider-Man is the hero in his heart. The other party does not come. Then he stands up. He was thinking so innocently. Just at this time. Hey, Spider-Man, a gentle male voice came from behind the boy. The boy turned around, took off his mask in surprise, and smiled happily. I knew you would come back. Yes, standing behind him, it was Spider-Man, Peter Parker. From the boy's point of view, the midday sun hangs just above Spider-Man's head, giving Spider-Man a golden rim. Thank you for helping me stand up, Spider-Man said. Now, leave this big guy to me, and you can take care of your mother, okay? Good. The smile on the boy's face grew wider. Satisfied, he ran all the way back outside the cordon, and flung himself into his mother's arms. Spider-Man is back. Yes, he's back. Our hero is back. The boy's mother also shed tears. And everyone around cheered, Spider-Man. 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 Spider-Man looked at the smiling faces of everyone and nodded. Then he raised his hand, and a policeman cooperatively handed him a horn. Spider-Man put the trumpet to his mouth. Hey, big guy, on behalf of the citizens of New York and Spider-Man, I advise you to get caught without a fight. The moment Rhino saw Spider-Man appearing, he became excited. Can we fight now? To be honest, I am also looking forward to your appearance. Rhino Humane said. Are you coming to kill me? Spider-Man said with a loudspeaker. Exactly. The Rhino man controlled the mech and waved his fist excitedly. Then come on. After Spider-Man finished speaking, he threw back the horn in his hand, and the policeman behind him took it with a cooperative smile. It still feels good to be home. Spider-Man moved his hands and feet. The inch-faced Rhino also closed his armor and rushed towards him. The next moment, whoops, whoops, several missiles detached from the Rhino armor and flew towards Spider-Man. And Spider-Man also shoots the cobweb, pulls a manhole cover, and shoots those missiles. One by one, the flying missiles are easily knocked into the air. Boom boom boom. The flames of the explosion rose. Spider-Man has easily rushed in front of Rhino. The confrontation between the two is imminent. At this time, the magic screen suddenly freezes, and a line of words slowly emerges. Open black lens bracket. He let go of his own pain for the world and took responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He is an extraordinary Spider-Man. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. His story is still going on. He is a forever good neighbor Spider-Man, the Spider-Man who guards the lights of thousands of houses. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The Amazing Spider-Man ends. Close black lens bracket. Off screen. All the people who saw this scene immediately reacted in various ways. 88. The Amazing Spider-Man ends. He is great. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. After Pepper looked at the words presented in the magic book, he took a deep breath, and the expression on his face was even more mixed. Definitely. The emotions in his eyes are more excited. He still stood up again from the sadness of the past. She murmured. The words that emerged in the end are very correct. He let go of his pain for the world and took responsibility. It's really amazing. Tony Stark nodded when he heard the words, his eyes were sincere. That's right, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These words are vividly displayed in him. His eyes were full of appreciation. That's right, this superhero really deserves to be included in the list with the generation of Spider-Man. After speaking, Nick Fury on the side questioned, Super Spider-Man is really good, and deserves to be on the 697 list, but the inventory of magic books has not yet said that Spider-Man's enemies have come to an end. Could it be that Spider-Man can be on the list? Hear this sentence. Both Tony Stark and Pepper were immediately interested. What, can Spider-Man still be on the list? Little Pepper blinked and asked with interest. I'm curious what the next Spider-Man will look like, she continued. Me too, Tony Stark nodded. As for Nick Fury, he didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the light curtain projected from the magic book with great interest. At the bottom of my heart, I thought to myself, if the next Spider-Man is the Spider-Man of their universe. So in any case, no matter what price he pays, he must include it in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the superhero who can enter the leaderboard, they have seen Wolverine now, and there are 2 Spider-Man. These superheroes are all worthy of the word high character. Yes, now Nick Fury is quite looking forward to Dominion Asgard. After Thor saw the end of the story of the extraordinary Spider-Man, he was also filled with emotion. Sure enough, the extraordinary Spider-Man did not disappoint us in the end. After experiencing such pain, I can still let go of my pain and stand up again for my superhero responsibility. It's great, it's great. As he said that, he couldn't help recalling his past experience. Even if compared to my previous actions, this Spider-Man is not inferior to me at all. It's even better. It has to be admitted. I still want to learn more from him in the future. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Finished. Advertisement. Thor couldn't help raising his fist excitedly. And in the process, all the people in Asgard looked at their prince with a smile. Prior to this, all the combat power of Prince Vale had been recognized by all the people of Asgard. Therefore, Odin will finally feel that he is qualified to succeed the king of Asgard. Definitely. It is undeniable that no one in this world is perfect. Although Thor has been recognized by almost all Asgard people before this, otherwise he would not be qualified to succeed the throne. But on top of some details, Thor actually has a little flaw of his own. And now, after the inventory of magic books begins, everyone in Asgard noticed that the prince of his family started to follow the stories of those superheroes, and gradually learned some qualities that he didn't have before. The opponent's performance like this, let them also start to defend Prince Thor more and more firmly, and become the future. As for Loki, this was also discovered. This made him very unhappy. His whole face darkened. However, when he glanced at Odin, he quickly restrained himself. After all, he knew that Odin didn't like narrow-minded J. Well, think here. Loki sighed. My lord, oh my lord, when will you find out that although Thor is okay, he still has many shortcomings. But I'm perfect. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. When Bruce Wayne saw the words that emerged above, he couldn't help but took a deep breath. Because, in the process, he got too much resonance. During the process of growing up, Spider-Man experienced those entanglements and the choices he faced. Bruce Wayne was all in him, seeing his own shadow. Especially the last few words. Let go of my own pain, and shoulder the responsibility that belongs to superhero. No doubt zero. Bruce Wayne also feels that he has done this perfectly. Even, he is better than Spider-Man. I don't know if I can make the list. No reason. Advertisement. Bruce Wayne had such an idea in his heart. It's not that I want any honor. He has no shortage of these. But, as Batman walking alone in the dark, he still wants all the real recognition. And a list, until now, there is no doubt. It has proven to be full of gold. At the same time, I also want to go through this list to know whether my perseverance has been proven in the end. Bruce Wayne thought silently. At the same time, Alfred also took a deep look at Bruce Wayne. In a way, he can also feel the other person's mood. After all, he has served the Wayne family for half his life. And spent the rest of his life in Alfred with Bruce Wayne. Actually, I have been discouraging Bruce Wayne from becoming Batman, also for the good of the other party. And now, it is true that he expects Bruce Wayne to be on the list from the bottom of his heart. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent jumped up excitedly when he saw Spider-Man let go of the pain in his heart. It's great. It's great. The Amazing Spider-Man is 3.52 great. He shouted. He was very clear in his heart, how much Spider-Man had to bear when he stood up again. Clark Kent himself also thought in his heart, if he encountered something like Spider-Man. So can I withstand the pressure from the bottom of my heart? Stand up again. The answer in Clark Kent's heart is yes. However, there is no doubt that it will be very tortured. So, this makes him very respectful. Before I fantasized about whether I would be on the list in the end. Clark Kent thought. But, looking at it now, both Spider-Man and Wolverine are too great. What chance do I have of being on the list? It's better to read other people's stories. However, I will try my best to do everything a superhero should do. 89. Multi-Universe Spider-Man Total Inventory. Gwen Spider-Man. Peter was in tears. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. In the residential building. After reading the story of the extraordinary Spider-Man, high school student Peter Parker felt a little dazed for a while. Looking at it now, Whether it's a first-generation Spider-Man or an extraordinary Spider-Man, they are all so great. He thought sadly. They have all gone through so many things, such painful experiences, and now I don't seem to have experienced any difficult things. Now it seems that not letting me on the list is the right thing to do. After all, I don't have the wonderful ups and downs of their experience at all. Looking at it now, my experiences in the past were too ordinary. Talking. High school student Peter Parker's expression was downcast at first, and then he gradually began to gain fighting spirit. However, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. While no one else has told me these things before, I have witnessed their experiences through the stories of two Spider-Men. So, as a Spider-Man, I won't let them feel ashamed. Oh 8. I also want to take on the identity of Spider-Man, to prove me. I will work hard. The Amazing Spider-Man Universe. Peter Parker looked at the picture, and finally rushed to the Rhino himself, smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, my final evaluation was not bad. Talking. He reached out and put the photo of Gwen beside him into his hand. Gwen, have you seen it? I've been recognized. Into a list that encompasses countless universes and worlds. Actually, after you left, I also dealt with countless powerful enemies and dealt with criminals one after another. Since you left, I haven't hurt anyone, everyone has been protected by me. In my life, when you fell from the bell tower, it became the only miss in my life. Sorry. During the conversation, Peter Parker was already in tears. He put the photo on his cheek and rubbed it lightly. His eyes were red. I'm sorry, Gwen. I've been thinking, I can't even protect you well. What kind of superhero is I? Actually, now I still feel that I am not a qualified superhero, because I can't even protect the people I love well. However, I will continue to work hard, and I will definitely not let your expectations of me back then fail. I will continue to be Spider-Man. Advertisement. Just look at me from above heaven. Until my life comes to an end, until I enter hell. I can't protect you well, so it is impossible to enter heaven. In the end, I think my ending is only going to hell, right? And when the extraordinary Spider-Man fell into deep sorrow, the picture on the magic book suddenly began to dim. Then, a line of words slowly emerged. Spider-Man's story is still not over. Close black lens bracket. In this universe, there are countless Spider-Man, and those Spider-Man, some are great, some are interesting, some are magnificent. So life is so diverse. Close black lens bracket. And among these Spider-Man, there are some Spider-Man that can enter the list to be determined. Next, soon, one Spider-Man after another appeared on the screen. For example, in one of the parallel universes, there is a Spider-Man who is not Peter Parker, but his girlfriend, Gwen. When the screen appears, the Amazing Spider-Man Peter Parker is stunned. Unexpectedly, in other universes, his own Gwen did not leave. Instead, he replaced himself and became the Spider-Man that everyone loves. This really surprised him. However, Peter Parker was also very happy. Because he saw that after Gwen became Spider-Man, he was much better than himself. However, soon he began to feel lonely again. Because Peter Parker discovered that in Gwen's universe, after Gwen became Gwen Spider-Man, he protected himself more than once. Oh, Gwen. A wry smile appeared on Peter Parker's face. Unexpectedly, he failed to protect her well. But after she became Spider-Man, she was able to protect herself well. Subsequently, in the bottom of Peter Parker's heart, there was infinite fighting spirit. Don't worry, Gwen, although I won't have the chance to continue to protect you in the future, I will continue to protect other people's one. After all, whether you become a Spider-Man or not, you will continue to protect others. Advertisement. And if the disaster didn't happen to you beside me, would you still miss me continuing like this? And now I have the same thought in my heart, so I will continue 1 inch. In Peter Parker's eyes, the fighting spirit became cosmically bright. Then, in the screen, other Spider-Man began to emerge. Black Spider-Man, Piggy Spider-Man, Middle-aged Spider-Man, Detective Spider-Man. One after another Spider-Man emerged one after another. It can be said, each of the following Spider-Mons had a great experience. Let everyone watching Spider-Man's experience be dazzled. At this moment, the picture presented by the magic book suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, a line of text slowly emerged. The Great Spider-Man has countless numbers of 970. Close black lens bracket. In the past Spider-Man, besides the first-generation Spider-Man and the extraordinary Spider-Man, the most outstanding one also has a young Spider-Man. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. High school student Spider-Man, Dutch younger brother Spider-Man, looked at this scene, and on the cheeks that were a little bit lost before, some expectations suddenly began to appear again. His eyes flickered constantly. I didn't expect that besides the other Spider-Man who won excellent rewards but didn't get on the list, is there another Spider-Man that can be on the list? He immediately began to look forward to whether the last Spider-Man on the list would be himself. Eyes began to look forward to constantly. Marbury Villa. Oh, after counting so many Spider-Men, isn't it over? Tony Stark was also a little interested immediately. Nick Fury on the side also frowned. I don't know if the next Spider-Man will be the Spider-Man in our universe. After all, he had been looking forward to it before, if the Spider-Man from their universe could be on the list. S.H.I.E.L.D. will do whatever it takes to bring him into the fold. And in the process of two people talking constantly, the picture on the magic book began to change. 90. The battle suit given by Iron Man. The envy of other Spider-Men. On the screen presented by the magic book. On the screen presented by the magic book. A line of words began to slowly emerge. Perhaps many people at the beginning are not perfect, but after experiencing all the growth, they still show infinite potential. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Perhaps, no one can be perfect from the beginning, but he will gradually get better. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then, take on everything he should bear. Close black lens bracket. Just after these subtitles disappeared, a brand new Spider-Man began to appear on the condensed screen of the magic book. Everyone immediately began to hold their breath, looking forward to the performance of this Spider-Man. This time, this Spider-Man didn't start out with everything he went through in the first place. It didn't start when he wasn't a Spider-Man, but a regular Spider-Man. But, everyone who read the magic book didn't find anything strange. There will be no doubts. Because they've seen a lot of stories from when Spider-Man first started. It is already clear how Peter Parker became Spider-Man. Moreover, seeing that the latest Spider-Man has some immature aspects at the beginning, I don't feel any puzzlement. Because they know that Spider-Man is a hero emerging from the common people. At the beginning, he was just an ordinary person who was extremely ordinary. After experiencing some accidents, he began to become mature and reliable as Yin Fuxia. It is precisely because of this that it has become his great place. Therefore, no matter which universe or world a person is in, when he saw the third Spider-Man, the first two Spider-Man became the pavement for his growth. Everyone looked at him, but he didn't lose his patience because of his childish performance. And as the screen progresses, Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Oh my god, Tony, it's you, you actually appeared in the picture. Pepper looked at the familiar face on the screen, looking extremely surprised. He also covered his mouth with his hands. His eyes widened and he glanced at Tony Stark beside him. It can be clearly seen. Advertisement. After Peter Parker obtained the ability, the person who came to him was Iron Man Tony Stark. The eyes of Nick Fury on the side brightened. I never thought that the Spider-Man of our universe is already on the list. He seemed in a good mood. Because his expectations had been confirmed before. The Spider-Man in their universe was finally recognized by the superhero list and became a famous hero on the list. At the same time, what is certain is that eventually Iron Man also went to Spider-Man. It can also explain one thing. Perhaps, Ney Stark ended up being a part of their God Arm Avengers program. Moreover, there is another possibility that Tony Stark may not be on the list in the end. After all, just like Wolverine's story before, after Wolverine was on the list, other X-Men with the same ability were not on the list. That is, Iron Man, Tony Stark's chances of making the list are slim. The combination of many reasons led to Nick Fury's good mood. And Tony Stark on the side naturally also thought of these points that Nick Fury thought of. The mood became obviously not very good. However, at least one thing can be confirmed, that is, in the end, he did not lose his life due to palladium poisoning. In this case, it is also a blessing in misfortune. So, for a while, Tony Stark didn't know whether he should be sad that he might not have any chance to be on the list, or feel relieved that he could save his life in the future. Pepper on the side took a deep look at Tony Stark, feeling very strange. Why did Tony Stark show so many expressions the moment he saw himself appear? Only Pepper could feel Tony Stark's body obviously relaxed after seeing his face on the screen. It seems that there should be more good things. Think so. Pepper had a beautiful smile on his face. On the other side of the screen. Advertisement. The story of the third generation Spider-Man continues. 012505508 Filu0330333571. After Iron Man found him, he discussed that superhero needs guidance, and he can help him become a qualified superhero. The three generations of Spider-Man said that Iron Man is a superhero that everyone knows and everyone knows in their world. Therefore, naturally, he readily agreed to the other party's invitation. Off-screen, Pepper smiled and glanced at Tony Stark. Tony, it seems that you will be very famous in the future. I didn't expect the Spider-Man of our universe to worship you so much later. Backquote. No one knows, no one knows. Nick Fury also looked at Tony Stark with a half-smile when he heard Spider-Man say this on the screen. That's true. In fact, in our world, you already know everyone I don't know. And now, you can still take the opportunity to appear in the screen with the help of Spider-Man, and now all the worlds and universes will know your existence. It's really good, although what he said was congratulations. But it's obvious that Tony Stark can't make the list in the ironic view. And Tony Stark can naturally hear the meaning of Nick Fury being on the list. Who said that if he appeared in the screen, he can't be on the list? I still feel like I can make the list. It's just that, because Spider-Man is on the list and then shows his life, I have appeared in the process of his life, so I can't avoid appearing in the picture. However, I believe that in the end I will still be on the list. Finished. Tony Stark took a sip of the whiskey, Wang Dejiao proudly. Regardless of whether he can be on the list in the end, but after confirming that he did not die young due to palladium poisoning, his mood has obviously improved a lot. The other side. On screen. After Spider-Man accepts Iron Man's instruction. Iron Man prepared a battle suit with countless functions for him. When the third Spider-Man was experimenting, he found that those functions were all locked. But he is a technical nerd. But it was quickly unlocked. Then start experimenting with those functions. It can shoot various cobwebs, battle suits and night vision, thermal scanning and other different functions. Off-screen, the expressions on the faces of the other two generations of Spider-Man became extremely complicated when they saw this scene. Because they never expected that a battle suit could produce so many flowers. Looks totally dazzling. 91. Be different. The little Spider-Man guided by Iron Man. A generation of Spider-Man world. Peter Parker looked at the screen. When little Spider-Man kept debugging the functions of his battle suit, he was completely dumbfounded. And when he saw that little Spider-Man could even shoot a cobweb with an electric current, he even widened his eyes. My God, the battle suit funded by Iron Man for this Spider-Man has so many functions. For a while, a trace of helplessness and wry smile appeared on his face. So many functions, I think, don't even need Spider-Man's ability. But that Iron Man looks like an ordinary person, yet he can design such a battle suit. Or, his super ability is rich. Definitely. In addition to being a Spider-Man, Peter Parker is also a person with an extremely high IQ, so he quickly understood the importance of it. However, that Iron Man should also be an excellent mechanical scientist, otherwise he wouldn't be able to design so many things. In this world, not everyone has the ability to utilize the resources they have to the maximum. Think here. A generation of Spider-Man couldn't help opening the chat room. Generation Spider-Man Peter Iron Man is an excellent scientist. Moreover, with such a powerful ability, 983 still wants to become a superhero, and at the same time lead other superheroes on the right path. Truly an amazing man. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony Close black lens bracket. Ha ha ha. Although I feel very happy when you praise me, we still need to keep a low profile. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. However, now that Iron Man has appeared once in Spider-Man's life screen, will there be a chance to be on the list again? Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony Close black lens bracket. If you don't talk about this, we are still good friends. Cthulhu Loki, I'm sorry, my brother can't speak like that, you just get used to it, don't worry too much about it. He is simply not emotional enough. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Loki. Is there anything you can say about my brother? As for whether I have low EQ or not, it will be clear when you see me on the list. Otherwise, if I talk too much about my own advantages here, it will make you think that I am too narcissistic. This is not very good. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. So, Mr. Iron Man, will I receive such an excellent gift from you in the future? I am so sorry. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony close black lens bracket. Ha ha ha, I thought about it before. If there is a Spider-Man in our world, we must have a good contact with him. Unexpectedly, I actually went to find you later. Good. Let's have a good communication in the future. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. Good. Just when everyone was in the chat group, chatting in full swing. The picture presented by the magic book began to undergo other changes. After little Spider-Man tried the ability of the battle suit, he suddenly felt excited. Because I have always admired Iron Man, I feel that I should also do something to prove that I am a qualified superhero. Advertisement. After all, he is too young, and his heart is still not so calm. Then, he began to investigate in New York, what dangers are there, and he needs to be dealt with by this superhero. Soon, he discovered that there was an illegal arms business on a cruise ship with huge amounts of money. The young little Spider-Man is up and trying to stop it. Then, he got on that cruise ship and started fighting with the criminals on it. And just in the process, little Spider-Man meets Vulture, a villain with mechanical wings that can fly. The two had a fight. At the same time, little Spider-Man is also in the process, defeating many of Vulture's minions. At the same time, Vulture cut the entire cruise ship in half with a laser. Then, he flew away. Little Spider-Man saw this scene and found that there were other passengers on the cruise ship. Of course he couldn't ignore it. Then, he used cobweb to pull the cruise ships on both sides together. This scene, Zhu Shaw's pictures are very similar with his own efforts. Only, maybe the current little Spider-Man is still too young. I did my best, or just barely pulling the two halves of the cruise ship from sinking. But, he doesn't have the ability to bring the whole cruise ship together. And at this time, Iron Man has arrived. At the same time, several Iron Man battle suits flew over. Pushed both halves of the cruise ship together. Then, by laser. Advertisement. The cruise ships on both sides are welded together. Subsequently, Iron Man started coming to Spider-Man. To educate him, superhero should not be too impulsive. And the young little Spider-Man thinks he has ability. Should be recognized. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker saw his future self, and almost sank a whole cruise ship because of impulsiveness. He seemed very embarrassed. Obviously, at that time, I was eager to prove myself because I felt that I was a superhero. So doing things seems very reckless. He thought a little embarrassedly. Actually, high school student Peter Parker would have learned a lot if he hadn't seen the other two Spider-Man stories before. Got it, as a Spider-Man should keep 10 huge amounts of maxim. That is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. And it's obvious to see. In the picture, the future self, although it also prevents the activities of an evil organization. But it's obvious. Then dealing with evil, actually. What little Spider-Man thinks in his heart is to prove his superhero ability, to prove that he is a superhero like Iron Man. And in the process, he obviously didn't seem that mature. It is obviously incomparable with the previous generation of Spider-Man, Extraordinary Spider-Man, and other Spider-Man. What a shame. High school student Peter Parker blushed and covered his forehead, embarrassed to say a word. He was looking forward to the scene when he was on the list. But now it seems, completely lost face in front of so many people. How reckless. Compared with other Spider-Man, it is more than a little bit worse. It was entirely because the Iron Man from behind came to wipe his A*, so it didn't cause any bad effects. My God, I can't even imagine what would have happened if Mr. Iron Man hadn't come to help me. High school student Peter Parker looked annoyed. I hope I can improve in the future. 92. Avengers Civil War. Tony Stark was surprised, and in the anticipation of little Spider-Man. On screen, after Iron Man educated him. Soon he was about to take back the battle suit he had given to the other party before. You are not ready to be a qualified superhero yet, so I will take back your equipment first. I'll give you another chance when you're really ready. Mr. Tony Stark. When little Spider-Man heard what the other party said, he seemed very aggrieved. After all, he felt that what he did was not a big problem. Off screen, after little Spider-Man Peter Parker saw his reaction, he wanted to slap himself twice. Because it was too embarrassing. After all, there was a generation of Spider-Mons and great Spider-Mons before them. With all his performance now, he really can't be called a qualified superhero. I didn't expect that if I hadn't read the stories of other superheroes, I would be such an arrogant person. So many people still see me ashamed. It's just too embarrassing. For a while, Peter Parker also felt unable to hold his head up. At the same time, on screen, soon, after Spider-Man was educated by Iron Man, he still didn't give up. I feel that I have to rely on my ability to solve the vulture matter, and then prove my ability. Then, he quickly arrived at a pickup with no trees, and no buildings. In this case, Spider-Man then lost the ability that he used to swing swiftly between tall buildings. You can only trot on the path like ordinary people. Off screen, after little Spider-Man Peter Parker saw his performance, Lian became as popular as a monkey's A. He couldn't even control the steam. What a shame, what a shame. He muttered to himself, and uncontrollably opened the chat room where the superheroes are located. Advertisement. Thor, ha ha ha, this little Spider-Man is so funny. Although the previous Spider-Man had some embarrassing behaviors, it is not as funny as him at all. Really, too young. Cthulhu Loki, although I really don't want to say that, Thor rarely said a truth. That is, this Spider-Man does not seem to have experienced much education, the only education is from Iron Man, so all behaviors seem too young and reckless. However, there is no way. After all, it seems that the Spider-Man in this world has not experienced the previous uncle's teaching that, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony close black lens bracket. However, everyone will have a young time, so I believe that after experiencing some things, little Spider-Man will also begin to mature. After all, there will be my guidance anyway. I believe that with me as his mentor, little Spider-Man, it won't be too bad. Even, he will become the best Spider-Man. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket. Brother Iron Man, although I don't know how to speak very much, I still want to say that what you are saying now is obviously a compliment to yourself. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony close black lens bracket. Because I have a clear understanding of my own excellence, I think there must be no problem. Open black lens bracket Superman Clark close black lens bracket. Anyway, if little Spider-Man can be on the list, it proves that later, he will also have a qualified character, so he will have such an opportunity. Let's continue to look down, and we will definitely usher in a turning point later. Open black lens bracket Iron Man Tony close black lens bracket. Indeed, after all, I taught the superhero. When chatting in full swing in the chat room. On screen. Little Spider-Man soon found Vulture. Then there was a fierce battle with the opponent. At last, but it turns out that this Vulture is actually the father of Spider-Man's classmate Michelle. Only, because of the persistence in my heart. Regarding the controversial quietness, he still managed to stop his classmate's father. Locked in prison. Off screen. Tony Stark nodded slightly after seeing little Spider-Man manage to deal with a villain by himself in the end. Sure enough, I said that this little Spider-Man was born from my 10 hands. Of course he won't be bad. Obviously, he still knows the difference between right and wrong. As he said that, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. However, in Spider-Man's story, how come there is always such a thing? That is, among the big villains you face, there will always be classmates. Friends, or their family. Quote. 0. Seeking flowers. Didn't it mean that the curse that Spider-Man faces is that he will make countless enemies, and then the people around him will be involved? Advertisement. Could it be that the person next to him will become a villain in one of his curses? Later words. Tony Stark said it in a sarcastic tone. The voice fell. The little Pepper on the side gave him a blank look. What are you talking about? Obviously this kind of thing is a difficult and painful decision, okay. The villain I faced turned out to be the people around me. But Nick Fury couldn't help laughing after hearing Tony Stark's words. Maybe, in the end, the Iron Man next to little Spider-Man also becomes a villain. 0. That's why you appear in the story of little Spider-Man. After Tony Stark heard his words, he immediately frowned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Iron Man, will never become a villain. Otherwise, the whole world will be destroyed because of me. Nick Fury looked at him speechlessly. And Tony Stark continued. Anyway, if I want to do something bad, you shield will definitely not be able to stop me. Finished. He took a sip of whiskey proudly. Holy area. Asgard. After Thor saw the performance of little Spider-Man, he raised his brows in satisfaction. That's right, this Spider-Man still has some good points. In the final analysis, he is also a superhero who can be on the list. In the future, I think he will become a superhero that does not lose to other Spider-Mons. After hearing his words, everyone in Asgard also agreed. The other side. The story of little Spider-Man continues. On screen, more and more superheroes began to appear. Countless superheroes gathered together. Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, Wanda, etc., etc. Off screen, Marbury Villa. When Nick Fury saw these pictures, his expression couldn't help changing. Aren't these the members of the Avengers program that our shield is preparing to organize? How does it look, divided into two factions? He frowned wonderingly. 93. Odin's concern. What exactly is the future of Asgard? And just when Nick Fury issued his own doubts, Tony Stark on the side couldn't help asking, this is the Avengers plan you mentioned to me before. Are you actually planning to win over so many superheroes? It's definitely. Nick Fury said. I said before, in this world, there is not only you a superhero, there are many people who are silently making contributions. Definitely, now the inventory of magic books has proved this matter, but, at that time, I already knew that there are so many superheroes. And, these are just some of the countless superheroes. Tony Stark, who heard these words, didn't refute anything. Since the superhero inventory brought by the big magic book, he has seen too many things that he had never imagined before. However, it seems that your, April 13th, organization ability was not considered a success. Later, we seem to have some conflicts. Tony Stark laughed. I don't know what will happen next. Nick Fury didn't say too much about this issue. Seeing so many superheroes gathered together proves that my original plan was successful. However, why they have conflicts, we have not yet come to that time, but we don't know. Quote. However, we can learn the truth through this inventory of magic books. After hearing what he said, Tony Stark nodded immediately. Well, I think so too. Anyway, this magic book will tell us all the truth about the future. However, thinking about it now, the maker of this magic book is too powerful. It's surprising that so many futures can be understood so clearly about things that haven't happened yet. Moreover, not only our universe, but also other universes and other worlds, he has a complete understanding. I'm curious how powerful he will be. Pepper heard the words and couldn't help sighing. Indeed, I also want to know who the person who made this magic book is. Anyway, let's take a look. Sooner or later the truth will come out to us. Tony Stark and Nick Fury nodded upon hearing this. At the same time, on screen, countless superheroes are divided into two factions, start fighting. The two factions are headed by Captain America and Iron Man. And Spider-Man is on Iron Man's side. Advertisement. His movements are very dexterous. He even snatched the shield of the American opponent into his own hands. Relying on the strength of his body, he resisted a truck. Subsequently, with only one arm, it surpasses the mechanical arm of Winter Soldier in terms of strength. Off-screen, Nick Fury was a little surprised when he saw this scene. The power of this little Spider-Man is also powerful. Whether it is Captain America or the power of the Winter Soldier mechanical arm, they are all extremely powerful. But the power of little Spider-Man can compete with them, and even surpass them. It's just too powerful, he sighed. And Tony Stark also seemed very proud after hearing his words. Don't you look at who discovered and taught the superhero, isn't this kind of thing inevitable? It's pretty obvious. He is a student of my Iron Man, Tony Stark. Said here. He suddenly noticed that the picture presented by the magic book quickly dimmed. Why didn't you continue after the fight on both sides? A puzzled expression suddenly appeared on Tony Stark's face. Afterwards, he quickly began to figure out the reason. It seems that Spider-Man is not the protagonist of this Avengers Civil War, so only the picture of him participating in the battle is shown. It seems that if you want to know the truth of why the Civil War happened, you still need to clarify it from the perspective of other people. For example, after I am on the list, I will be able to know the cause of the Civil War. Said here. He glanced at Nick Fury at the side. It seems that our previous inference was wrong. Even the superhero that has appeared in the screen still has a chance to be on the list. Otherwise, among so many superheroes, only Spider-Man is on the list, which is too strange. After Nick Fury heard what he said, he didn't refute. Indeed, after all, other superheroes, after our understanding, have the same character as Spider-Man. Since he also has the opportunity to join, then there is no reason for others not to join. Finished. He glanced at Tony Stark. The latter suddenly felt a little proud. And Nick Fury noticed this, and suddenly looked a little smirk. After all, as far as I know, just like Captain America, in terms of character, he doesn't lose any superhero. Advertisement. Tony Stark. Holy area. Asgard. When Thor saw the battle on the screen, his body and mind began to boil for a while. There are so many superheroes, and such a fierce battle took place. It seems that we are not the superheroes of their universe, otherwise, I must also want to participate and have a good fight with them. He said confidently. After all, I feel that if I was there, I would definitely not lose to any of them. And Odin, who was sitting on the throne beside him, frowned slowly after hearing his words. He didn't say much. The bottom of my heart is clear. In fact, whether it is Iron Man or Captain America, they are all Midgardians in their universe. So, they are all one universe. At the same time. Such a fierce battle. According to Thor's temper, this is indeed the case. If he knows that such a fierce battle is happening, then he will definitely go to join in the fun. Moreover, Odin also knows that in 2.8, Thor was actually taken by Shield of Midgard and wanted to be included in the Avengers plan. But, in the screen, it is true that Thor is not seen at all. This happens. It gave Odin a sense of foreboding. Did something happen to us in Asgard at that time? He couldn't help thinking. But, Odin glanced quietly again, and Thor was a little disappointed. Nothing was said. After all, the latter may represent that something bad happened in Asgard at that time. Forget it, let's see if Thor can make the list later. Through his future life, determine what happened in Asgard, and then use those things to judge what to do in the future. 94. Spider-Man disintegrating. I don't want to go, Mr. Stark. And just when others reacted differently, the picture presented by the magic book is still going on. On screen. Soon, little Spider-Man has already come outside the universe. Then some tiny metal elements emerged from under his battle suit, turning his whole body into a metal Spider-Man battle suit. It is completely possible to walk in the universe. Off-screen. New York. High school student Peter Parker's face was full of excitement after watching himself become what he is now. In the future, will I still have such a cool battle suit? It must have been given to me by Mr. Iron Man. What a man he is. He couldn't help but praise. A generation of Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at the battle suit of little Spider-Man in the picture, and the expression on his face was a little dumbfounded. My God, I didn't expect that Iron Man could develop such a battle suit and bestow it on Spider-Man. It seems that a large part of this young Spider-Man's greatness is inseparable from that Iron Man. He murmured. The amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker looked at the little Spider-Man's cosmic fighting spirit in the screen, and an incredible '08 expression appeared on his face. In their universe, can the level of technology be so advanced? Just relying on such a light battle suit, can you survive in the universe? As a tech nerd, Peter Parker of the Amazing Spider-Man naturally knows how great such technology is. It seems that the superhero named Iron Man is also a great hero. He thought silently. Also, to Spider-Man, after seeing little Spider-Man's battle suit. I also began to have the idea of whether to improve my combat effectiveness in technology. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Wow even. Tony Stark looked at the battle suit on Spider-Man that could be broken down into particle units in the picture, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. In the future, will I be able to master this kind of technology? It's amazing. He started praising himself, and I'm still amazing. Pepper, who was on the side, couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard him praise himself, but there was a full smile in his eyes. Advertisement. Because, she just likes such a confident Tony Stark who also possesses ability. But Nick Fury frowned after seeing the battle suit on little Spider-Man in the picture. If I'm not mistaken, the battle suit material that appears on Spider-Man is a great material. Vibranium. After Tony Stark heard his words, he immediately became interested. Vibranium. Yes. Nick Fury nodded. This metal is very powerful, not only strong, but also has a very magical conduction ability and intelligence. Captain America's shield is made of vibranium. And this kind of vibranium is very rare. However, I know of a place that has a lot of vibranium and a superhero there. Tony Stark immediately asked. Where? What superhero? Wakanda. Black Panther. Nick Fury slowly said a place name, and a name. At the same time, on screen, the little Spider-Man was in the universe, and after putting on the universe Spider-Man battle suit, he entered the spaceship. Pause time. He saw Thanos, Doctor Strange, Star-Lord and others on the spaceship, as well as Iron Man. Several people start besieging Thanos together. Pity. None of them are his opponents. Then, after Thanos defeated everyone, he tore through the space and left the spaceship. Off-screen, Tony Stark froze for a moment after seeing everything that appeared on the screen. In the future, will we face such a formidable opponent? So many of us beat him, but none of us are his opponents. How can it be? Iron Man is a confident superhero. So when I saw that I was actually teaming up with other people, they were not opponents of the other party, and I felt a little uncomfortable for a while. And Nick Fury tensed up. What? In our future, the Earth will face such an open enemy army. For a while, the atmosphere of several people present began to freeze. If the whole magic book hadn't told us this, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known such news. Besides, I haven't seen her until now. It seems that at that time, I didn't even have time to call her back, otherwise the situation wouldn't be so troublesome. Advertisement. The expression on Nick Fury's face was very ugly. Who is the she you're talking about? Tony Stark also couldn't help asking. She's a very powerful superhero, stronger than any superhero I've ever known. Nick Fury casually resumed. Then I didn't say any more. His eyes flickered. I don't know what to think. Kamar Taj. Wong was immersed in the picture displayed in the magic book. Looked very nervous. I never thought that in the future, our universe would face such a powerful enemy. He frowned. I didn't expect that either. However, under the leadership of my most outstanding disciple, I am afraid there is still a chance of victory. The Ancient One magician murmured. At the same time, his eyes fell on Doctor Strange in the picture. And Modu on the side didn't know 817 that Ancient One magician referred to Doctor Strange as the best disciple. I always thought that I was the best disciple of Ancient One magician. It seems that in the future, we will all have to flex our muscles. Modu thought proudly and expectantly. As for the magician in the picture, who can use magic, I probably sent him there. It really embarrasses us Kamar Taj. It was probably at that time that I thought he could solve the problem, so I sent him there. Modu thought. Forget it, since you know at that time, this person can't solve the crisis. In that case, I can only rely on me, the Sorcerer Supreme, to solve the problem directly. At the same time, on screen, suddenly drastic changes began to occur. Spider-Man, as well as other people present, suddenly half of their bodies began to disintegrate. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker panicked and threw himself into Tony Stark's arms. Mr. Stark, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. He burst into tears and his voice trembled. However, his body was still constantly decomposing. In the end, little Spider-Man still couldn't stop himself from disintegrating, so he could only look at Tony Stark in despair. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. After speaking, the whole person turned into particles and dissipated. Off screen. See this scene. Nobody could figure out what was going on. My heart is full of doubts. 95. Deadpool vs. Thanos. The two are rivals in love. Marvel 19999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the little Spider-Man who disappeared into his arms in the picture. He was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into a deep silence. His eyes were full of deep doubts. What the hell happened? Could it be what the huge amounts of purple guy did before? He began to analyze in his heart. Tony Stark noticed that earlier, when they were fighting that huge amounts of purple guy named Thanos. Everyone is trying to get his gloves off. And on that glove, there are 5 gems inlaid. Could it be something to do with that Thanos, the glove on his hand? Tony Stark Shong Dao Jie Li, Bu Jin Zhou Chi Mei Tu, Suo Yi, Na Ge Xing Wei Shi Zhen De Chun. Ming Ming Spider-Man Do Yao Ba Thanos De Shou Dao Jai Sha Lila, Ta Ju Ran Yi Quan Ba Xian Ru Huan Jing De Thanos Zhou Xingla. He quickly guessed what the real truth looked like. It seems that if we meet that Star-Lord in the future, we must not let him participate in our actions. Obviously the combat power is not strong, but he can make trouble so much. The expression on Tony Stark's face was not very pretty. On the other hand, Nick Fury's already dark face, at this moment, was even more unsightly. At the same time, his hand has touched the red and blue BB machine that is always in his pocket. This BB machine was left to him by the extremely powerful superhero Captain Marvel before leaving the Earth. It is said that if the Earth encounters any crisis that cannot be handled, the BB machine can be used to call her back to the Earth. And Nick Fury has always regarded this BB machine as his last hole card. Unless you encounter something, a really powerless crisis. Otherwise, he will not use it easily. And through the picture presented in the magic book, it is obvious that even the Avengers plan he had been preparing before could not successfully fight against the guy named Thanos. Well, it seems that at that time, he will have to use the BB machine without any hesitation to call Captain Marvel back. So, what the hell happened? At this time, Pepper also expressed his doubts. We are looking at little Spider-Man's perspective, so after he dissipated, we don't know what happened afterwards. I don't know. Tony Stark shook his head. However, I think as long as we continue to read, we can know what happened next, right? Advertisement. Indeed. Nick Fury took a deep breath, nodded and said, I must watch it carefully, and then find out what happened, and then determine what I will do next. I will never let such a thing happen in reality, for real. Kamar Taj. Wong looked at the gradually dissipating Spider-Man on the screen with a dazed face. Because he couldn't imagine what happened in the end. He could only cast a puzzled look at Ancient One Magician. The Ancient One Magician didn't say much. In her mind, the glove on Thanos' hand kept coming to mind. Can this Thanos collect so many infinite gems? The Ancient One Magician frowned, thinking solemnly in his heart. What does Thanos want to do? Subvert the universe. At the same time, Modu on the side is reminiscing over and over again the scene where Thanos dealt with multiple superheroes at the same time, but others took him to have no way at all. It's too strong. It's really too strong, he thought excitedly. This Thanos is actually so powerful. Maybe if I want more power, I can try to find Thanos to see if there is any secret servant. If I can have the power of Thanos. I was the best Sorcerer Supreme before. Then, if I can have the power of Thanos, I can definitely become the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme in all the worlds. No, the strongest magician in all the universes. For a while, the expression on Modu's face was even more excited. Holy area, Asgard. Thor and the rest of Asgard, after seeing everything on the screen, all fell into silence. Thanos is too strong. Even though it's just through the screen, you can feel his strength. They couldn't help thinking in their hearts, if they faced Thanos, would they be his opponents? Obviously. Difficult. In the future of our universe will there be such a powerful adversary? Thor couldn't help muttering in a low voice, where was I at that time? Did I play any role in this battle, or would I disappear suddenly like Spider-Man? Advertisement. As for Loki, he narrowed his eyes too. He always has a bad feeling. And the other side. Odin, sitting high on the throne, is also like the Ancient One magician, all his attention is on the golden glove that appeared on Thanos' hand in the previous picture. Backquote infinite gems. Thanos, what are you doing? The emotions in his heart seemed a little heavy. It seems that after this inventory, I have to visit Thanos in advance. For a while, except for them, the expressions on the faces of the experts in other worlds became heavy after seeing this scene through the magic book. New York. Oh, high school student Peter Parker couldn't help exclaiming when he saw himself dissipating helplessly in Iron Man's arms. What's going on in the future? That Thanos, what did he do? Deadpool universe. Deadpool saw all the superheroes on the screen, such a tragic scene, but the expression under the mask was a bit weird. Thanos the damn guy, he cursed. Deadpool has never had a good impression of Thanos. In order to please the goddess of death, he even collected all the infinite gems, and then wiped out half of the universe and the world for good money. Outrageous. Although, part of the reason is that he feels that there are too many creatures in the universe and consume too many resources, which need to be halved to make the universe better. However, more of the reasons are because he wants to win the favor of the goddess of death, one of the 5 great gods, through this matter. Said here. Deadpool shook his head lightly, and laughed contemptuously. Unfortunately, the goddess of death only loves me. Because of Deadpool's self-healing ability. So he often fell into the brink of death, and then met and got along with the goddess of death. The two developed feelings for each other. And Thanos is the #1 licking dog of the goddess of death. So the two of them don't like each other. And at this time, the picture shown in the magic book began to gradually dim. At the same time, a line of words slowly emerged. 96. The last remnant of Iron Man. Tony Stark's doubts. Just when all the superheroes had different reactions to the pictures presented on the magic book. The picture presented by the magic book gradually dimmed. Then, a line of words slowly emerged. Open black lens bracket. All superheroes will have different stories. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And the story of little Spider-Man has just begun from here. Close black lens bracket. After those words dissipated, the screen lights up again. But, everything that was miserable before has begun to be eliminated. Everything around him seems to have returned to normal. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker, his good friend Ned, and the girl Michelle who like each other boarded the plane to England together. However, little Spider-Man Peter Parker looked sullen. No matter what his good friend Ned beside him finds to tease him, it is difficult for him to laugh out loud. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. It's over. The previous crisis of Thanos ended suddenly here. The thing in the middle just skipped over. Tony Stark hadn't had time to say anything yet. Nick Fury, who had been extremely nervous before, couldn't help but jump. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he just wanted to see what the Earth has experienced through the picture presented in the magic book. Then, through the things presented in screen 507, make a good decision on how the Earth should deal with Thanos' crisis in the future. Where do you think? Judging from the contents of the screen, it is clearly visible. The little Spider-Man Peter Parker who disappeared before suddenly appeared. Moreover, his mood appeared abnormally low. Clearly, Thanos' crisis is over. But the picture shown in the magic book is skipped directly. As the maker of the spellbook kidding me? Nick Fury is in a hurry. Tony Stark on the side frowned and said, I'm also in a hurry, but maybe because the resolution of the Thanos crisis has nothing to do with Spider-Man directly, so it will be skipped by the maker of the magic book. Then who does the resolution of the Thanos crisis have to do with it? Nick Fury couldn't help asking back. Who knows? Advertisement. Tony Stark raised his brows. Maybe it's related to me. So you'll know when I'm on the list later. It's not too late. After Nick Fury heard his words, he fell silent and took a deep look at the other party. Okay. Maybe the reason for Thanos' crisis is not shown later, just like what you said, because little Spider-Man is not the protagonist of this incident. He said slowly, but I think, maybe it has nothing to do with you, it should be another superhero. She's the most powerful superhero I know. The superhero in Nick Fury's mouth is naturally Captain Marvel. Just wait and see. Tony Stark didn't care what the other person said. After all, as it is said now, since Thanos' crisis has not been fully displayed in little Spider-Man's life. That proves that there will still be superheroes from their world on the list in the future. In this case, Iron Man Tony Stark still has a chance to be on the list. For this, Tony Stark was full of expectations. At the same time, in the screen presented by the magic book, little Spider-Man Peter Parker was sitting in the school bus, studying the sunglasses in his hand. Off-screen, Tony Stark looked at the sunglasses inside and narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he felt that the sunglasses in the opponent's hand looked familiar. On screen, Peter Parker tried wearing sunglasses on his eyes. Suddenly, he found out that he has all the permissions of the Stark group. All weapons, satellites, can be controlled by him. Off-screen, Pepper watched this scene, his eyes widened uncontrollably. Tony, how could you give such important authority to Spider-Man in the future? I don't know, how did I know I would do this? Tony Stark was also confused about this matter. Maybe it was because of what happened later that I was willing to trust him and taught him the weapons authority of the entire Stark group. Think here. The expression on Tony Stark's face became more and more complacent. Because it's obvious. Now that Spider-Man can obtain the weapon authority of the Stark group, but the reason is not explained. Then don't think too much about it. After yourself, it will also appear in the following inventory screen. Advertisement. It seems that I will be on the list in the future. Thinking of this, Tony Stark said proudly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many vacancies for content, and all of them are related to me. Really? After Pepper heard Tony Stark's words, his face was full of surprises. Immediately, I couldn't help but fly and hug him. I said you are in my heart and will always be the best superhero. Now it seems that you are still the best superhero in all universes and worlds. That's natural. Tony Stark held Pepper and raised his brow at Nick Fury triumphantly. Nick Fury felt his gaze and opened his mouth to say something. But I think what the other party said makes sense. From this point of view, Iron Man is almost bound to be on the list. Although he has nothing against Iron Man. However, Nick Fury really doesn't like Tony Stark's smug look. After Tony Stark noticed his expression, the smile on his face suddenly became more intense. Oh, it seems that I can look forward to what kind of story I will have in the future. At that time, all the people in the universe and the world will see the heroic appearance of me, Iron Man. He went on to add. And Nick Fury became more and more speechless. New York. High school student Peter Parker looked at the screen and was shocked that he had obtained the weapon authority of the Stark Group. Jaw-dropping. This, not only am I on the list, but will I be valued so much by Mr. Tony Stark in the future? Will you give me such an important authority? Peter Parker himself couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, a possibility emerged in his heart. 2. Could it be Tony Stark's own son left outside? Otherwise, how could I be so kind to myself? Think here. Peter Parker shook his head. Such a thing is obviously impossible. However, he could not help but have such doubts about the treatment he would receive in the future. I don't know what will happen to me in the future. Thoughts settled. Peter Parker was about to stop thinking about it. Continue to look at the screen of the magic book first. 97. Star-Lord and Spider-Man are ashamed at the same time. Despicable Mysterio. Marvel 199,999 Universe. In the extraterrestrial universe. Inside a spaceship. Groot. The tree figure Groot looked at the picture, and when everyone else was trying to take off Thanos' gloves, Star-Lord punched him awake. A strange expression suddenly appeared on the distorted expression. Words of unknown meaning came out of his mouth. And Rocket Raccoon also looked at Xingju with helplessness on his face. I said you boy, sometimes you are not so reliable, and now I can see, your behavior is too outrageous. You believe me, I would have done this at the time, there must be my reasons, you believe me. Xingju himself was also full of helplessness, I usually look like someone who would do such a stupid thing. B. The destroyer glanced at him, only said one word, and then fell silent. The rest agreed with his speech very much and nodded one after another. No, I don't believe it, there must be a reason for me to do this, otherwise I wouldn't be able to lose the chain in such an important river. Star-Lord suddenly began to appear very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the picture presented in the magic book did not say how they finally solved Thanos. However, I think that among the people on the list later, there must be someone whose life has revealed how he completely solved it. At that time, you will know why I did this. Maybe, when the time comes, the person on the list will be mine. Just wait and apologize to me. Xingju seemed extremely excited. As for the others, they didn't bother to pay attention to him at the moment, and continued to look at the content presented in the screen. On screen, Peter Parker was experimenting with glasses gifted to him by Tony Stark, and accidentally activated them. The satellites far away from the Earth immediately locked the vehicle they were riding in, and launched several missiles directly from outer space. Almost blown out the entire car Peter Parker was in. In the end, he did his best to calm the matter down. Off-screen, New York, high school student Peter Parker blushed when he saw the scene on the screen. Fortunately Ned wasn't with me tonight to see the contents of this magic book. Otherwise let him know that in the future, he will almost die by my hands, and he will definitely beat me for several days. But at that time, how could I do such an outrageous thing? I really can't figure out that I would do such a thing. Advertisement. Peter Parker couldn't help covering his face, it's too embarrassing. There are still so many superheroes watching my life. What a shame. What a shame. Between murmurs, Peter Parker glanced at the superhero chat room. Find out there are many others in it yourself. Immediately shut down the superhero chat room. No way. He could imagine what the superhero in the chat room would say to him. There is no need to hesitate at all. Now it seems that my old face is lost among the superheroes, or I will go and see later when other superheroes are shown. Peter Parker thought silently. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the screen. After Peter Parker obtained the authority of his own Stark group, he almost knocked out his entire class, he couldn't bear it anymore. The skin on his face was twitching uncontrollably. Oh my god, I didn't expect this kid to entrust me with his technology to do such a thing. Fortunately, he finally solved the trouble he caused. Little Pepper comforted him from the side. I think in the future, you will hand over the Stark Group's technology authority to him. There must be your reasons, you know, I believe your vision. Definitely. Tony Stark held Pepper's hand, a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Nick Fury on the side looked at the two people on the opposite side, although he originally wanted to say something. But look now. But it fell silent. He felt that the current self, no matter what he said, felt indifferent. He is here now, and he feels that he seems to be a little redundant. Asgard. Thor looked at what little Spider-Man did in the picture, and couldn't help it. It seems that up to now, little Spider-Man doesn't seem to be that mature. He frowned. After hearing what he said, God Empress Frigga smiled. Perhaps, little Spider-Man needs a little time to mature. 0. Seeking flowers. Everyone needs time to grow slowly, right? Hear the words. Only then did Thor calm down, wanting to slowly see what kind of experience little Spider-Man will have afterwards. Advertisement. At the same time, the picture presented by the magic book is still going on. Soon, little Spider-Man and his classmates came to the water capital of England. Start having fun here. And suddenly, a huge amounts of water monster appeared in the middle of the city. Just when Spider-Man was about to stop it, a mysterious guest with a round hood on his head and a red cloak appeared, and solved the water monster through the magical ability. 0. For a while, only then did little Spider-Man realize that England has such a superhero before it. Even, that mystery guest can fly. And the next few days, mystery guest was widely reported by those media. Subsequently, in England, a flame monster reappeared. Spider-Man teamed up with Mysterio to solve it. The two know each other. In the end, the latter two had private contact several times. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker feels that Mysterio is a reliable superhero, far more qualified than himself to master the Stark Group technology authority given to him by Iron Man. Later, after two people had several contacts again, Peter Parker is finally willing to believe that Mysterio is a great superhero. Directly gave Iron Man to him the Black Mirror representing the Stark Group, and gave him the technology authority to Mysterio. Off-screen. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the Spider-Man in the picture, and the expression on his face began to become ugly unconsciously. This Spider-Man seems a little naive. He raised his eyebrows. It's so easy to believe that mysterious guest. Yes, obviously, that mystery guest has very strange motives. Alfred on the side nodded and said, I have seen many people, although the mysterious guest has always pretended to be kind, but in his eyes, I saw the greed that was desperately suppressed. Little Spider-Man, you will be educated next. 98. Spider-Man's identity is exposed, troubles ensue. Almost at the same time, all those who watched the contents of the magic book made almost the same evaluation in their hearts. Little Spider-Man is going to be educated next. But in the Marvel 199999 universe, New York City, in an ordinary residential building, high school student Peter Parker seemed restless. Because he also foresees what will happen next. I used to think that after I got the ability, I should soon become an excellent superhero. Peter Parker felt a little dejected for a while, but I didn't expect that, not to mention comparing with other superheroes, even compared with Spider-Man in other worlds, I am also much worse. Obviously I have experienced so many things, but the result is still not mature enough. Think here. Peter Parker took a deep breath. Forget it, those things haven't happened yet. After reading all these, 597, things first, I won't make such a mistake again in the future. It's still pretty good. Call. Thoughts settled. In his eyes, anticipation began to emerge again. Besides, I was finally on the list, which proves that I still took on the responsibility that a superhero should have. I'm looking forward to the time when I become a qualified superhero. Just when his voice fell. Soon, Spider-Man began to be attacked one after another. At the same time, those monsters who were defeated by Mysterio before came out again. It's just that those monsters don't directly attack Spider-Man, but surround him and destroy other places. And the mystery guest also appeared. He said that the one responsible for all monster destruction is Spider-Man. And today, I have to deal with this monster. When little Spider-Man hears these words, people are almost going to be stupid. It never occurred to him that he trusted Mysterio so much, thinking that he could be more suitable to take on the responsibility of superhero than himself. He even gave him the weapon authority glasses of the Stark Group. Result. At this time, little Spider-Man realized that everything was a hoax. The mysterious guest came to contact me, just to cheat me of trust, and then cheat Stark Group's weapon control authority from him. Only, facing the attack of the mysterious guest. Those mysterious magical energy, Spider-Man is not his opponent at all. Finally, he ran away very depressed. Advertisement. And at this time, Iron Man's butler, Happy, has come to find Spider-Man. Happy, do you believe me? Mystery's remarks before are all false. Spider-Man said to Happy. The latter looked at him in disbelief. I definitely believe in Peter Parker, but how can you convince me that you are the real Peter Parker? The little Spider-Man was silent for a while, and said slowly, I know you have a birthmark on the back of your butt, and then, you still like to take a shower. Enough. Enough. You can shut up now. I know you are the real Peter Parker. Happy stopped him quickly. Then, the two entered the spaceship together. There are all the accessories on the spaceship, you can design a battle suit here, and then deal with the mystery man well. Happy said. Also, Mr. Stark trusts you and will deliver everything to you. He added. I believe in you too. After little Spider-Man Peter Parker heard his words, he immediately began to regain some confidence. Immediately, I started to make battle suits in the spaceship. Off-screen. New York. High school student Peter Parker looked at the scene on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I am not so weak in the end. Marbury Villa. Happy. Isn't he that old employee of our group? He later became my housekeeper. Tony Stark looked at everything in the picture, raised his eyebrows. Where did Jarvis go? A lot of the details are still missing. Pepper said. It seems that we still have to wait for the rest of the story before we can learn more. For now, Let's look at Spider-Man's experience first, and see how he handles the mystery guest. Nick Fury said. Anyway, I think under the current circumstances, Spider-Man should still deal with the mystery guest in the end. And after going through this incident, little Spider-Man should finally grow up. Tony Stark said. On screen. After the little Spider-Man made the battle suit in the spaceship, he went to fight with the mysterious guest again. At this time, only then did he discover that the so-called magic of the mysterious guest is a blindfold method. It is completely special effects created by countless projectors. In fact, there is no zero at all. And the monsters that appeared before were all special effects produced by countless projectors. As for the damage done by those monsters, it was done with explosives and drones loaded with guns. Advertisement. At first, little Spider-Man is no match for Mysterio. But later, sensing through his Spider-Man, he closed his eyes. Only through the Spider-Man induction, the real situation is felt. Let yourself not be fooled by those fake special effects. Subsequently, defeated Mysterio. At the same time, he also confessed to his favorite female classmate Michelle, and at the same time showed his identity as Spider-Man. The two finally managed to be together. And Michelle said at this time that she actually knew the identity of Peter Parker Spider-Man a long time ago. But, she likes Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. Off-screen. Little Pepper looked at the two people who were together well in the picture, with a smile on his face. It's great. After the two young people have gone through trials, they are finally together successfully. It's just that when I saw this, I started to worry that little Spider-Man and Michelle would repeat the tragedy of the extraordinary Spider-Man and Gwen. Tony Stark frowned. After all, he knew that this little Spider-Man was a superhero who was taught by himself later. So 2.8 will not feel self-consciously consider the other party. Definitely. There is another part of the reason. Even he himself really likes the superhero Spider-Man. And at this time, Nick Fury spoke suddenly. I think you're right to be worried. He said slowly. Look, Peter Parker's Spider-Man identity has been exposed. His battle with Mysterio has attracted the attention of many media. Now it's not just his enemies who know he's Spider-Man. Instead, everyone in the world knows the identity of Spider-Man. I'm afraid he will be in countless troubles for the rest of his life. Nick Fury had just finished speaking. The screen of the magic book changed. From the displayed screen, we can see that everyone in the world knows the identity of Peter Parker Spider-Man. Numerous troubles ensued. 99. Take stock of the impact. Changes in the X-Men universe. The moment Nick Fury's voice fell, it was exactly as he said. On screen. Back in New York, Spider-Man Peter Parker encountered one trouble after another. His superhero status quickly spread to the streets. At the same time, because of what Mysterio announced to the outside world, it was Spider-Man who did something bad. So many people think that Spider-Man is not a good thing. Definitely, not so many people believe this lie. But there are still many people who have slandered Spider-Man. Also, there are also many people who admire Spider-Man, and they will always disturb Peter Parker's life. As a result, the lives of Spider-Man Peter Parker, his good friend Ned, his girlfriend Michelle, and Aunt May have all been disturbed in various ways. This makes his life very troublesome. Many things cannot be carried out smoothly. Off-screen, Nick Fury watched the 08 scene on the screen, and raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Look, I'm right, after his identity is revealed, there will definitely be a lot of trouble to find him. How could this be? I exposed Iron Man's identity before, but it wouldn't have such an effect. Tony Stark frowned. Because you're Tony Stark. Nick Fury glanced at him. Even if you're not Iron Man, your identity is well known, and no matter whether it's revealed that you are Iron Man or not, your life will not be disturbed anymore. Quote. Even after you expose your Iron Man, the Stark group can even benefit from it. But other superheroes with ordinary lives, that's not the case, they get more trouble. So, this is why so many superheroes are unwilling to reveal their true identities. Actually, it's not that Tony Stark doesn't understand these things, but after seeing the experience of little Spider-Man, he couldn't help complaining. Advertisement. After hearing Nick Fury's words, he didn't say much. Because what the other party said is very reasonable. Actually, there's not much to say. Pepper on the side nodded after hearing Nick Fury's words. Yes, just like the two Spider-Man before, even without revealing their identities, there will be endless troubles. At the same time, the people around you will be implicated. And it is entirely conceivable that if their identities are also exposed, then the troubles that superheroes need to face will only become more. You don't have to think about it at all, this kind of thing comes naturally. After saying these words, Pepper turned his attention to the picture presented in the magic book. I don't know what method Peter Parker will use in the end to deal with the final crisis. She couldn't bear to guess. And when he said these words. On screen, after Peter Parker discovered that his Spider-Man identity was exposed, the troubles he faced were far more than the immediate ones. There were many other troubles that were not at all anticipated. Two of his friends, close friends, Ned and Michelle were more affected than he expected. That is the university they applied for, and they all rejected their application for admission. There is no other reason. Because their relationship with Spider-Man is too close, if they enroll, the impact they will bring is completely immeasurable. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. When high school student Peter Parker saw his identity exposed, his whole face changed. Before, He had considered what kind of trouble he would face if his Spider-Man identity was exposed. And looking at it now, it really is. Sure enough, just as I thought, after my identity is exposed, I will face a lot of trouble. And these troublesome things are far beyond my imagination. Advertisement. He grabbed his hair in disbelief, the expression in his eyes was very complicated, and he couldn't even say anything for a while. After a long silence, Peter Parker suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, no matter what, the people who know my identity now are just those who have the magic book, and it doesn't have that much influence for the time being. As for everything in the picture, it hasn't happened yet. I can totally do what X-Men and Wolverine did, after seeing what happened, and then take some measures in advance to prevent what happened later. Thinking, little Spider-Man couldn't help opening the chat room where the superheroes were located. Open black lens bracket Spider-Man Peter close black lens bracket. So, how is brother Wolverine going now? Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. Our current situation is going very smoothly. All the mutants are united to deal with that Stryker's son. Now their Akali Transgenic Research Institute has not even been fully formed, and it has been stopped by us. Thor, wow, that's great. We've been watching your mutant experience, and we always hope that you can have a good ending in the end. Open black lens bracket Wolverine Logan close black lens bracket. Well, thank you, we are also working hard for this. Now that Charles has seen the final outcome of the mutants, he no longer struggles with the previous peaceful means. Now he has given up complete peace, and instead cooperates with Magneto 137 King, working hard to deal with other people. At the same time, we also already know what methods those people will use against us, and we can completely prevent problems before they happen. Sure enough, this inventory of magic books has brought us a lot of things. To be honest, if possible, we would especially like to be able to personally thank the author of this spellbook. Open black lens bracket God King Odin close black lens bracket. However, the author who made this book is the Supreme God King with supreme divine power. He must have his intentions in doing this kind of thing. As for thanks, I think our thanks are not at all in the flat. Open black lens bracket Superman Clark close black lens bracket. In any case, the maker of the magic book must be a great person, so such a great miracle will happen. Cthulhu Loki, I don't know who he is. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. Zian has been silently watching the reactions of those superheroes from the very beginning. Looking at the chat room now, those superheroes are also smiling wryly at their guesses. I'm not a great person, but an ordinary person for self-protection. He thought. But now it seems that what I have done has caused many emotions. I'm looking forward to what rewards there will be after this Spider-Man inventory is over. 100. Countless villains gather together. Shocking picture. And at the same time when Zian's voice fell. The same in another ordinary residential building in New York. Peter Parker stared intently at the light curtain presented by the magic book. I don't know how I will deal with the matter of my identity being exposed in the end. Also, I should become more mature in the future. Otherwise, until now, I haven't seen any maturity in me that can be compared to those other Spider-Man. He thought silently. The other side. On screen. Peter Parker looked at the picture, and there were very unsatisfactory scenes everywhere, and he looked very lonely. Subsequently, he thought of a way. I can go to the magician to solve my problem. Then, he went to Kamar Taj, I went to Doctor Strange. Ask the other party to erase the memory that the world already knows that he is Spider-Man. Solve the current situation. The other party readily agreed. Soon, Doctor Strange cast his magic and began to want to eradicate the fact that the world knew Spider-Man's true identity. Only, during this process, Spider-Man asked, "Excuse me, is it something that everyone will forget that I am Spider-Man?" Definitely. Then my relatives, and my friends, can they leave their memories of me? Now the magic has begun and it cannot be changed. Little Spider-Man is in a hurry, but if they forget about me, I will still have other troubles, oh la la la. Then, he uttered a lot of nonsense. Then, the magic presided over by Doctor Strange was affected by him and began to become unstable. Soon, a terrifying magical energy spread out. It seems like the whole universe is starting to be affected now. Only, little Spider-Man didn't know what happened. Only the expression on Doctor Strange's face seemed a little weird. I think our world has changed, but I'm not sure. Quote. Advertisement. What's the matter? Spider-Man asked. I said I wasn't sure, Doctor Strange said. Then there's no other way, why don't I go home first? Spider-Man also seemed a little speechless. Then I went back. Off screen. High school student Peter Parker had a strange expression on his face. I always feel that something will happen next. It seems that the future is because I talk too much, so the magician's process of casting spells has been affected by me. Kamar Taj. Wong looked at the picture presented in the magic book, and his expression became a little weird. This magician from Kamar Taj actually made such a mistake. This may be the time point that our universe must go through after that time, and it cannot be changed. The expression on Ancient One magician's face also looked a bit weird. After saying such a sentence, she did not continue to speak. And Modu on the side snorted coldly with disdain. This magician is really, when his ability is obviously not enough, he would take on such an important task. This little Spider-Man, why doesn't he think of asking Sorcerer Supreme to solve his problems? Or, come to me, there will be no such problems. After his voice fell, the Ancient One magician at the side glanced at his big disciple calmly. Actually, the Ancient One magician who has seen the timeline naturally knows what will happen in the future. Her best disciple is none other than Doctor Strange, who came to worship her as a teacher later. Later, Ancient One magician also passed the position of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. The other party took her place and became the new Sorcerer Supreme. As for Mordo, also because of this decision of Ancient One magician, Kamar Taj was betrayed. Found Thanos in the universe. With the help of Thanos, Cao Kong became one of the great villains of this universe. Ancient One magician himself is naturally unwilling to see such a thing happen. But, she is very clear, some are necessary time nodes of the entire universe and cannot be changed. Therefore, even if she knew what happened next, she would not interfere. And, she also knows, if Modu was informed of these things in advance, some unnecessary changes might occur. By the time, for the entire universe, it is not a good thing. Advertisement. So, make Mordo feel like a future Sorcerer Supreme now. Don't poke him yet. The other side. On screen. Little Spider-Man after leaving Doctor Strange's residence. Come to a bridge, but suddenly met a strange person destroying everywhere. That strange man has 4 mechanical arms on his back, mine is incomparable. Vehicles on the bridge can be overturned easily. After Spider-Man saw it, he naturally stopped him. Backquote. Hey, Peter, long time no see. After the weirdo saw Spider-Man, he greeted Spider-Man directly. Off-screen, Wang's expression changed very strangely after seeing that strange person appear. What? Isn't this person the villain in the generation of Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus? How did he appear in our universe? After hearing his doubts, the Ancient One magician explained, it seems that Doctor Strange's previous magic mistake did not erase the fact that other people already knew Spider-Man's identity, but instead made other universes know Spider-Man's identity. People have all been transferred to our universe. It was really a huge amounts of turnover. Wang still had a weird expression on his face. And Modu looked very disdainful, it seems that not everyone will be as good as me. On screen, after Spider-Man controlled the mechanical wall of Dr. Octopus through the vibranium technology on his body. He has encountered Electric Man, Sandman, Green Goblin, and Dr. Lizard. All the villains that little Spider-Man doesn't know, money is okay. But they seem to have a grudge against Spider-Man, and they insist on killing Spider-Man. During this process, little Spider-Man showed his various abilities and controlled these villains. Then, Doctor Strange said that he was ready to send these villains back. And at this time, the villains spoke up, I was in our universe before, already dead. So, if you send us back, we'll just die. And we became what we are now, entirely due to various unexpected reasons. Dr. Octopus is controlled by mechanical claws, Sandman is because of the guilt in his heart, Dr. Lizard is because of his heart being suppressed by genes, Green Goblin is because of his evil personality, and Electron is also because he has become a terrifying monster. If we were given another chance, we would definitely not be bad guys. After little Spider-Man heard these words, he immediately fell into a tangle.